Chapter 101, Snape's Revenge. The welcome dinner every year follows the same process. In the branch house, Dumbledore spoke, introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor by the way, and emphasized the prohibition that few people would obey, then started eating, and finally ended with a school song singing with a group of demons dancing wildly. Over the past few decades, it can be said that there is nothing new. But as the first grand dinner of the new school year, it really won't disappoint in terms of food. The whole leg of lamb, ham, all kinds of meat and desserts piled up the table. The point is, even under the combined resistance of several professors, the pile of cockroaches still stubbornly appeared. Lick it, soak it, twist it, it will still be delicious. Stuart and the others are no longer surprised by Ike's strange hobby, and even Mandy, Morag and other girls who were very disgusted at the beginning don't care. There were even little wizards in the lower grades who followed suit and grabbed one, but they didn't have the courage after all. During the entire dinner, perhaps only Ike and Dumbledore were keen on this disgusting candy. Professor McGonagall glanced at Ike on the Ravenclaw long table, then at Dumbledore beside him, and shook his head helplessly. Relax, Minerva. Dumbledore smiled and narrowed his eyes. It's the start of school dinner now. It's enough for us to have a cold face. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Snape, who was at the far side, and then turned back abruptly as if frightened by that face that was colder than ice. Snape didn't notice Dumbledore's indirect nervousness at all. His attention was constantly wandering between Harry and Lupin. Thanks to someone's intention, Snape's distaste for the former foursome of marauders increased even more. If possible, he would be happy to reward this group of despicable and disgusting guys with a big bite. No, the unforgivable curse should be used in turn, otherwise it will not be enough to relieve the hatred in his heart. Crack, crack. It's been quite a while since the knife cut through the steak and cut on the plate, but Snape acted as if he hadn't heard of it, staring at Lupin coldly with his hands, cutting one after another rhythmically. In fact, speaking in detail, Snape's hatred was more focused on James and Black, and they were the two who initiated everything. Lupin and Peter were more often in agreement with their decisions. After all, one of them usually looked timid, and the other had to transform every full moon, and they felt a little inferior in their hearts. But who made two of the former predators declared dead, and the other just escaped from Azkaban? From the moment he knew that Sirius had escaped from prison, Snape had made up his mind to kill him himself. One is to avenge Lily, and the other is to vent the anger and resentment accumulated in my heart for so many years. Although no one knows exactly where Sirius is now, for Snape, Lupin is enough for now. Revenge begins with the addition of Wolfsbane potion. Snape couldn't wait any longer. As for Harry, forget it. Let's clean up Lupin first. Out of sight, out of sight. Lupin naturally noticed Snape's state, but he didn't pay much attention to it, appearing extremely indifferent. As a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, I promised Dumbledore the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. It is one thing to find a job to make some money, but more is to protect Harry and ensure that when Sirius finds Harry able to stop the crimes of a former best friend. He missed it once more than 10 years ago, and he didn't want to miss it this time. As for Snape's revenge, in fact Lupin was already mentally prepared. But perhaps it was the suffering he suffered since he was a child that made his ability to endure different from ordinary people. Besides, since Dumbledore is still there, Snape can only do some small tricks as before. Just bear with it. The most important thing is Harry. In today's magic world, there is one and only Ike who knows the truth back then, but he has no intention of telling it. For Ike, the most important thing in third grade was not Snape's fight with the Marauder survivors, but learning. Crazy study. There are a total of 12 courses, and only Ike and Hermione took them all in the third grade. And because of the stable grades of the two, the Ministry of Magic also approved the application for using the time converter, which was handed over to Professor McGonagall before the start of school. Miss Granger, Mr. Strider, please come with me. After the dinner, Professor McGonagall stopped Ike and Hermione, who were chasing after me at the entrance of the auditorium, and brought them back to her own office. After entering the room, Regardless of the two people who were still winking, they directly took out a box from the desk drawer. After opening it, there were two golden necklaces. "This is a time turner." Professor McGonagall looked more serious than before. "You must swear that it can only be used for learning and cannot reveal anything about the time turner to anyone else. You are reading www. Turning the hourglass once means going back 1 hour in time, but it can only go back 5 hours at most. You must pay attention. The magic related to time is very unstable. A little carelessness may lead to extremely serious consequences. You must remember 5 hours, that is. The hourglass turns 5 times. This is the limit. Also, never meet your past self, or something terrible will happen." Ike and Hermione quickly agreed, and solemnly took the time converter from Professor McGonagall, and hung it around their necks carefully. Professor McGonagall told him a few more times, and asked the two to repeat it, and then he relaxed a little. He turned back and picked up 2 books from the table and handed them over. "This is the law formulated by the Ministry of Magic on the possession and use of time turners. You must memorize it and even memorize it. I don't want to see you two in the Wizengamot stock." "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, we will strictly abide by the rules of use." Seeing that Professor McGonagall's eyes fell directly on him, I quickly expressed his opinion, and he did not forget to pull Hermione aside. "Yes, Professor McGonagall, we promise. It will only be used for study." "I hope so." Professor McGonagall glanced at the two pointedly, then returned to the chair and sat down. "It's time for you to go back to the dormitory. I hope you don't forget the promise you made today." "We got it, Professor McGonagall, goodbye." The two bowed slightly, and then walked out the door slowly. As soon as the door was closed, Hermione gave Ike a fierce look, and then grabbed his clothes. "Go to the stairs. We still have some unresolved matters. Don't try to run away this time." Ike stride. Chapter 102 Excuses. There is a trait in Hermione, which can be called a strong thirst for knowledge, or axis. For the things she wants to know, she will definitely try every means to get the answers. Only based on the academic distance, as far as Ike knows, she has already used sneaking in the restricted area, chasing after the professor to asking for advice, methods such as studying the gods in senior grades and writing letters to ask authoritative experts. Compared to that, holding on to Ike is nothing. "Well, I admit that I used the stunning curse on you that night. Maybe it was because I didn't grasp the strength well. When you fell down, you hit your head hard on the ground." "Stunning curse." Hermione's eyes widened. "Did you use it directly on my head?" "Damn it. Don't you know that hitting a person directly on the head with a stun spell can cause very serious consequences? The concussion is still mild, and there may be trauma that will never recover." Ike nodded subconsciously. He was aware of this situation. For a while, Ike liked to cast a stun spell on himself before going to bed to help him sleep, but after using it a lot, he found that his mind would suddenly go blank sometimes, and his memory had also declined significantly. "At first, I didn't know it was the effect of the stunning spell, but later I found relevant records in a book called Special Effects of Common Spells, and I was shocked into a cold sweat. Really almost stupid. That book is in the library." Ike knew very well that Hermione must have read it given how much she read, and she would definitely be furious if he used the stun spell as an excuse. "But there's no way. This is already the best excuse I can think of." Putting it this way, she can make her think that her latest delusions are a side effect of the stunning spell, which is better than telling her the truth. "We killed a Horcrux of Voldemort together." He didn't want to explain Hermione's ensuing troublesome questions. Of course, Ike also knew that Hermione would find out the truth by herself sooner or later, and he didn't know the reason. Now that the effect of the forgetting curse has obviously weakened, maybe she will be able to remember what happened that night by herself after a while. "It's a day if it can be delayed." Ike grimaced, leaning on the wall with his hands, and hopped on one foot. There was no way. The angry Hermione stomped on him. It was really painful. He limped back to the dormitory, and as soon as he sat on the bed, Stuart raised a class timetable and said, "Ike, Did you make a mistake with your class timetable? I checked. You have to take 8 or 9 courses every day, and some even take them at the same time. You should go to Professor Flitwick and ask, how can a person appear in several classrooms at the same time? I just said that you shouldn't have taken all the elective courses in the first place. Look, there's a problem here. I took the timetable, and the dense schedule on it reminded him of the time when he was in school, and he felt inexplicably kind in his heart. It's okay. Some people have chosen all the courses before. Think about those guys who got 12 certificates in OWLs. I don't think there is any difference from them. Besides, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick have arranged for me, so don't worry. Terry suddenly remembered something when he heard the words, and raised his eyebrows at Ike mysteriously. You mean, you got that? Ike didn't answer, but just returned a meaningful look. Terry immediately understood, and immediately stopped Stuart, who wanted to get to the bottom of it. Okay buddy. Trust Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Ike will be fine. Alright. It's not surprising that Terry could guess Ike. Although the Butte family is not a member of the Holy 20 Purebloods, they are also a well-known wizard family, and their reputation in North America is far greater than that in England. It is normal to know the existence of time turners. Early the next morning, the little wizards who forced themselves to get up came to the auditorium for dinner one by one listlessly. Among the crowd of people who were yawning and shaking their heads, Ike, who was as excited as a chicken blood, was particularly obvious. Protection of fantastic beasts, then charms, electives in the afternoon, ancient runes, divination, mole studies, TSK, triple happiness. Starting from the 3rd grade, the study pressure at Hogwarts has obviously increased, and the curriculum has become much more intensive. According to Roger and Penlow, the professors will be more strict, and the homework after class will also increase greatly. The most obvious is the increase in the length of the parchment. Some classes even require 2 to 3 times the previous homework. If you think that Professor Snape has tripled the amount of homework, you are wrong. In contrast, the increase in homework in potions is the least, and the real big homework is charms. The foundation of wizards is charms, and charms is the foundation of almost all other courses, and it is also the focus of OWL's exams. Both theory and practice are more difficult and more comprehensive. Moreover, due to the particularity of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts, some related knowledge should also be taught in the charms class. From this point of view, the new school year's protection of fantastic beasts class was taught by Hagrid. There were classes at the beginning of school, which made Hagrid look a little cautious, and he stumbled a little when he spoke. Fortunately, it was Little Badger who came to class. And the Eagles, if it was Slytherin and Gryffindor, among other things, at least Malfoy would have laughed at it. You were reading WWW. Actually, Ike didn't expect much from Hagrid's protection of fantastic beasts class. It is undeniable that Hagrid is a very good breeder of magical animals, and he also likes this group of magical creatures very much, but it is a pity that his aesthetics are contrary to the mainstream public. Just like that, the beast drove it to a group of 13 or 14-year-old wizards. Level X, a level that capable wizards can handle. Do Hogwarts third-year students have this ability? There are very few. Fortunately, the Little Badger and the Eaglets were very obedient, and they rode up and flew around one by one according to Hagrid's explanation. This made Hagrid very happy, and he became more determined. Little Cutie pulled it out to you. Looking at Hagrid's expression when class was over, Ike seemed to have heard Malfoy's screams in his ears. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Ike and others rushed to the charms classroom, also with the Hufflepuffs. Seeing that everyone was present, Professor Flitwick started the lecture directly. First, I checked everyone's mastery of the spells taught last year in just 10 minutes, and then started learning a new spell, the Universal Cracking Spell. After explaining it in detail, he went on to talk about its advanced usage, joint spellcasting and shared magic power. If everyone was able to keep up at the beginning, it was a bit difficult in the second half of the course, even for Ike. After all, He hadn't worked seriously with other wizards. The time with Quirrell chasing the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest is not counted. Ike was purely making trouble at that time. Other times, it's a person who recklessly goes up and throws skills wildly. Thanks to his solid spellcasting ability, Ike can proudly say, he has never lost a fight. Chapter 103 Time Turner First Experience. It was already 12 o'clock noon when the charm class ended, and the little wizards hurried to the auditorium to prepare meals as soon as the class ended. Compared with last year, the get-out-of-class time in the morning has also been extended a bit later, which shortened the already ample lunch break time, and suddenly became tense. Ike was even more urgent. Classes start at 1 p.m. and the lunch time is very tight, and Ike is still facing the situation of divination, ancient runes and mole studies. Although Hogwarts considers each student's choice as much as possible when arranging elective courses, the 2 periods of 9 o'clock a.m. to 9:45 a.m. and 1 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. are elective course hours, and there will be more classes in a week. Arrange 2 days of compulsory courses to better divert students. It can be said that, except for those who choose all courses, other students will definitely not have course conflicts. But there is no way. For Ike, the easiest way to get the right to use the time converter is this. It is impossible for him to miss this opportunity. At 12:50, Ike arrived on the 8th floor of the castle on time. At this time, there were already many people waiting in front of the divination classroom. There are students from the 4 colleges, but except for Mority and Padma, who are both Ravenclaws, Ike only knows the names and is not very familiar with them. This may be a common problem among kitty eagles. Most of them don't make friends with people from other colleges. Well, this is Ike's impression, not Ravenclaw. At 12:55, the trap on the ceiling with the brass sign Sybil Trelawney, divination teacher, opened on time, and a silver ladder fell down. The little wizards climbed up one by one with pull through the fog to see the future. The classroom looks very small, with 20 small round tables compactly arranged, and 2 chairs are placed next to each small round table. The distance between the chairs is very close, and they're basically next to each other. There are many lamps in the room, all of which are covered with crimson scarves, and the surrounding windows are also tightly blocked by curtains. A flame was burning brightly in the fireplace, scorching the whole room with heat. Everyone was obviously taken aback by the artificially created sense of mystery, so they honestly found their seats and sat down. As soon as he sat down, he heard a muffled voice. "Welcome, it's great to finally see you all in the material world." Following the voice, it was Professor Trelawney. She is very thin, with very large glasses on her face, and all kinds of accessories on her body, making noises as she moves, giving people a feeling that she is very good at divination. "Welcome to divination," said Professor Trelawney. "This is the most profound of all magical arts. I must say up front that if you don't have insight and talent, I can't help it. Let you learn divination. Since ancient times, in the field of divination, books have not been important." I quietly listened to Professor Trelawney fooling people, but suddenly felt that what she said made sense. The fact is true. The well-known fortune-tellers in history were basically born. It is rare to hear of anyone who became a qualified fortune-teller through study. Although in most cases, what Professor Trelawney said was not very reliable, but when it came to the general process and history of divination, he was very rigorous. After a brief intimidation, Professor Trelawney asked everyone to divide into 2 groups, and each took a cup filled with tea. After drinking the tea, shake the tea dregs at the bottom of the cup 3 times, and then put it upside down on the plate. After the last drop of tea has leaked out, pass the cup to your partner for interpretation. Ike's partner was Oliver Rivers from Hufflepuff. Both of them held each other's teacups, and tried to interpret the shape of the tea leaves according to the book, trying to make a prediction that might be reliable. This kind of behavior caused Ike to have deep self-doubt. Even with books as references, he couldn't see anything from them. One class passed in Ike's deep self-doubt. After class, Ike left the classroom as soon as possible and went straight into the room of requirement. In his own space, Ike clamped the simple introduction to ancient runes and carefully turned the hourglass on the time converter once. Just when he let go of his hand, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Ike felt that he was retreating rapidly, and there were countless fuzzy patterns passing by before his eyes, and inexplicable sounds sounded in his ears, as if many kinds of sounds were mixed together and played at an accelerated speed. This is a wonderful and rapid change. Before Ike could even recover from his senses, everything around him stopped, and it was still the same as he was familiar with. Push open the door and go out. Go straight to the ancient rune classroom, open the door and go in. The inside is already full of people. Stuart and Anthony took a seat for Ike, and waved quickly when they saw him coming. Ike smiled and waved. You were reading www.com sat next to the two of them. Why so late? You will be late in a few minutes, Stuart asked. It's been delayed for a while. It's okay. Ike put the book on the table and replied with a smile. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Professor Bathsheba Babylin, a professor of ancient runes, walked in. This is a woman who looks like a noble lady in the Middle Ages. The clothes on her body have the charm of the Victorian era and are very temperamental. Her voice is very gentle, and she is used to using some ancient English vocabulary, which is very unfriendly to the students. After all, no one would say those vocabulary that were only spoken hundreds of years ago. But the lecture was still very good. At least Ike listened to it. Even though he had already mastered the content, he still gained something. After all, self-study and someone teaching are two concepts, and the effect is naturally different. Soon it was time for get out of class to end again. Ike greeted Stuart and Anthony, and left in a hurry. This time, he went directly to the right corridor on the 4th floor, which had been abandoned since the first grade was used by Dumbledore as the starting point of the game, and basically no one would come here. Pushing open the broken wooden door and locking it, Ike turned the time converter around again. This time he made preparations in advance, but it ended without feeling anything, so he was a little disappointed. He came and went quickly, and walked out of the room feeling a little disappointed. By the time he arrived at the Mul Studies classroom, Ike had already recovered. He had already been prepared for this matter. If it was so easy for him to see the mystery of the time converter, it wouldn't be the case that no new time converters have been manufactured in the past few centuries. Time is inherently miraculous. Chapter 104 Some conjectures about the timeline. Wizards are a group of very closed and conceited groups. For a long time in the past, wizards have walked the world as gods. Even if the group of wizards is closed due to various reasons, this sense of superiority is still clearly reflected. For example, the name Mul actually has some derogatory meanings in it, and this sense of superiority was even more vividly displayed in the Mul Studies class. Perhaps in the world of ordinary people, almost everyone has imagined what it would be like if they knew magic, which made those wizards born in ordinary families unconsciously assimilated after entering Hogwarts. Even muls. It seems ridiculous to Ike to study the arguments in this course, but it does not prevent some young wizards from ordinary people from listening with relish and nodding from time to time. However, there are still some merits. At least in Ike's opinion, the most important thing about Mul Studies is actually wizards and ordinary people's views on the same thing, and the means of dealing with the same thing. It is undeniable that it is indeed more convenient to use magic to deal with many things. But as the saying goes, magic blooms only in a few people. After all, this is not universal, and perhaps it is one of the reasons why wizards have closed themselves off. After the Mul Studies class, Ike ran directly to the left corridor on the 4th floor. Instead of going carelessly, he put a disillusionment spell on himself and hid in the innermost part of the corridor. As soon as he hid, he saw another self rushing in, pushed open the wooden door and walked in. In the next second, an inexplicable sense of exhaustion surged up, and within a short while, the exhaustion doubled. Sure enough, 3/4 are better than 1. Ike sighed, took a deep breath on the spot, and then walked to the dormitory. The tired accumulation confirmed one of Ike's points of view. The time turner cannot open up a new timeline, but folds and layers the same timeline. Briefly, every time the time converter is used, a node will be left on the timeline, and it will be a point that will automatically read the file. That is to say, at the same node, two events of leaving and returning will happen at the same time. In the entire timeline, there is one and only one Ike jumping left and right. It's like listening to the chorus part of a song 3 times. The song is still the same song, but from Mike's point of view, what he heard is a song with the chorus on both sides. A period of Ike's own time was repeated twice, and it could continue to repeat as long as he chooses to use the time turner again. It's worth studying. Touching the time converter in his clothes, Ike felt that he was full of energy and was already on fire. Since there is no parallel time and space, Ike decided to step up his efforts. Just walking halfway, I turned back to the room of response on the 8th floor, and used the time switch again to go back to 2 hours ago, that is, when the morning charm class just ended. I stayed in the room of requirement for about 10 minutes, which was the time it took the little wizards to walk from the classroom to the auditorium. Then he opened the door and left, went directly to the library, found a corner and started writing today's homework. As he expected, when the time came to around 1:50, Ike felt exhausted again. This time I couldn't bear it. With all his calculations, Ike has studied continuously for more than 250 minutes, which is more than 4 hours. Normally, it's time for dinner. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Back in the dormitory, he took out the pile of cockroaches he collected last night, ate a few to satisfy his hunger, and then went to the place where he often sat in the common room, holding a book and quietly reading it. In the evening, Ike rarely went to the restricted area. Firstly, it was inappropriate to violate the school rules on the first night of formal class. Secondly, he was really sleepy. Studying will make people happy, but staying up late will make people tired. It can also make people bald. The next day, Friday, Ike's class schedule was even tighter. In the morning, there will be herbalism and transfiguration in the 4 courtyards. In the afternoon, there will be a section on arithmetic and divination, followed by defense against the dark arts. There is nothing to say about herbal medicine. Professor Sprout led everyone to plant a very ferocious magic plant called Balgan sweet bean. When the Balgan sweet beans pass the juvenile stage, if they are not divided into bowls and pots, they will fight with each other, and the winner will eat the loser until there is only one left in the pot. During this process, even if you wear dragon leather gloves, you still have the risk of being bitten or breaking a bone. This group of cruel magic plants will take off the gloves. Therefore, when the Balgan sweet beans are in their infancy, that is, when they just germinate, they will be divided into pots. This time is probably the next week or so. Professor McGonagall was still strict in the Transfiguration class. First, he randomly checked the things he had taught last year and the year before. After reprimanding a few little wizards who returned the knowledge to her, the difficulty has naturally increased a lot. In the past, such as turning matches into needles and beetles into buttons, etc., it was only a change in shape and nature. This year, changes in size and quality have also been added. One made a button, and then turned them into a palm-sized mouse. Without exception, you were reading www. Even Ike also overturned in this class. Until the end of Get Out of Class, Ike could barely turn a button into a mouse, but it was still as light as a button. Arithmetic and divination in the afternoon can be said to be the least magical subject in Hogwarts. This method of divination, which originated in ancient Greece, only needs a piece of paper, a pen, spelling, and the ability to add and subtract. It is very scientific and materialistic. Different from divination classes, arithmetic divination requires memorizing a lot of words, which are the meanings and symbols of each number in different divination questions. You must know that arithmetic divination has a history of more than 2,000 years. During such a long period of time, countless divination problems have arisen, and for each problem, The symbols of the 9 numbers 19 must be recorded. Ike felt a little bald on the top of his head just by looking at the third grade must-read list issued by Victor, the professor of arithmetic and divination. But the good news is that arithmetic divination is not very difficult. Following the rhythm of Professor Victor, Ike only tried a little bit, and the words arithmetic divination LV1 has been learned appeared on the waste notebook system. It's really a typical example of easy entry and difficult mastery. After finishing the arithmetic and divination class, Ike went straight to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the 4th floor. At this time, the classroom was already full of people, but no one seemed to be expecting what Professor Lupin would teach everyone. The miserable experience of the past 2 years made almost everyone not have too much hope for this. After all, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class is not reliable, and it is famous throughout Europe. Ignoring Stuart and the others guessing how Lupin would make a fool of himself in front of everyone, Ike wondered if he would face Boggart in this class as he remembered. And what would he be most afraid of? Chapter 105 The Invalid Boggart. Professor Lupin was wearing a shabby robe, carrying a broken box, and his hair was greasy, but he was slightly better than Snape. A little. Good afternoon. I believe you have heard that today is a practical class. He beckoned and asked everyone to follow him, and came to a classroom on the 5th floor that had been abandoned for a long time. Pushing open the door, the inside was tidy. It was very empty, only a shaking wardrobe was placed on the ground. So everyone knows what we're going to face today, Boggart. A Hufflepuff student replied. That's right, Boggart. Professor Lupin nodded. This is a shape-shifting magical creature. It will transform into whatever it thinks scares you the most. However, the Boggart hiding in the darkness has no form, and we can't observe its true appearance. But as long as you let it out, it will become the thing you fear the most. Then, it will hurt you. Professor Lupin's tone became serious. Boggarts can be very fragile, or they can be very ferocious. It all depends on what you are most afraid of. The most horrific Boggart attack ever recorded was 200 years ago when a wizard met a Boggart while traveling and it turned into a giant dragon, a huge dragon several kilometers in size. Can be seen from the outside. Unfortunately, a group of muggles were holding a rally there, and the dragon was exposed to the muggles. For this reason, the Ministry of Magic had to dispatch a lot of manpower to erase the memories of these muggles. Of course, this is an extremely rare case after all. It only takes a simple funny spell to deal with Boggarts. The real difficulty is whether you can use the funny spell. Knocking on the closet, the Boggart inside made more noise. Okay, gentlemen and ladies, take out your wands and remember the incantation of the funny spell. Funny, Professor Lupin said. Line up and face the Boggarts one by one. Don't be afraid, strengthen your will, and turn it from your worst fear into something funny. Everyone lined up obediently. The first one was Stuart, who managed to grab the front, and Ike was in the middle. Mr. Ackley, right? It seems that I remember correctly. Professor Lupin patted Stuart on the shoulder. Now can you tell me, what do you think you are most afraid of? Cockroach, Professor. Cockroach? Professor Lupin said. Then, what should this cockroach do to make you find it ridiculous? If it is beaten around by a broom, I will feel very happy. Good job, remember this. Professor Lupin asked Stuart to stand in front of the closet, while he stood aside, holding a wand in his hand. Also, don't forget the funny spell. As soon as the words fell, a string of sparks flashed, and a giant cockroach about 1 meter in size crawled out from the closet, causing the group of little witches behind to scream piercingly. The giant cockroach shook its tentacles and walked towards Stuart step by step. Stuart's hands trembled a little, he swallowed, and pointed his wand at the cockroach and shouted, "Funny, funny." The white light from the tip of the stick flashed, and the cockroach's body shook violently, as if it had been hit by something, and quickly rolled on the spot. It rolled faster and faster, and it rolled smaller and smaller. In the end, it was only the size of a palm. It fell to the ground with all 4 feet in the air, and there were 3 little yellow birds spinning around on top of its head. Ike saw black lines all over his head from behind. Isn't this the scene that sometimes appears after Tom hits the wall in Tom and Jerry? Some wizards who were born in mole families were taken aback for a moment, and then remembered, and burst out laughing. The cockroach stopped immediately, and the bird on its head stopped turning. "It's confused," Professor Lupin said with a smile. "Next. Come on." Stuart stepped aside quickly, and Michael took a step forward. The cockroach immediately turned over and rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a zombie covered in carrion and blood. Funny. Another flash of white light flashed across the zombie's head. A road cone appeared on the zombie's head, and his clothes changed into a pink princess dress. His feet seemed to be stirred, and he fell to the ground face down. Next. For a few minutes, everyone faced the boggart one by one and turned it into one ridiculous thing after another. Ike is an eye-opener, a centaur whose limbs are caught in mousetrap, a female ghost whose head is covered by a plastic bag, and a skeleton whose bones are all pink and even sprinkled with colorful sequins. Slowly, the people in front of Ike succeeded. And finally it was his turn. The previous person just turned a boggart into a lion chasing its own tail in place. Crack, crack, there was a strange noise in the black mist, and it was spinning faster, but it didn't turn into a concrete form for a long time. Everyone looked at the black mist strangely, and Professor Yu reading www. Lupin was also very puzzled. Ike was a little puzzled at first, but then suddenly realized, and immediately performed a clumency, imagining in his mind. Snapped. With a soft sound, an ordinary craft paper bag fell to the ground. The mouth of the bag was open, and it was empty inside. Funny. Ike waved his wand, and the paper bag immediately turned pink, with a unicorn pattern on it. Next. Professor Lupin glanced at Ike, shook his head slightly, and called the students behind him. As soon as he stood aside, Stuart and others surrounded him. "That's the bag you put the cockroaches in. It must be." Stuart put his arm around Ike's neck, and with the other hand, Terry and the others began to ravage its hair. "You guy, why are you afraid?" "A heap of cockroaches." Ike dodged and was about to break free, but Terry and Michael held him up from left to right, allowing Stuart and Anthony to do whatever they wanted, and had to beg for mercy repeatedly. After playing around for a while, the few people stopped, and then looked at other people turning boggarts into all kinds of funny things. Ike smiled, but kept thinking in his heart. He knew very well that the swirling black mist just now was a manifestation of Boggart's inability to determine what he was afraid of. After spinning for a long time, it was exploring what Ike was most afraid of. But under a force majeure, Boggart has no way of knowing. Slightly squinting his eyes, Ike's attention fell on a line written on the waste notepad system, a Clumency teacher, customized version. "Your most secret secret will not be known, if you don't tell it. As for others, it's up to you, not upgradable." Chapter 106 Vitality Tonic. With the superior number of people and under the care of Professor Lupin, everyone completed the actual combat of the funny spell, and the effect was very good. This also made Lupin the most popular professor in the school. It's true that the defense against the dark arts professors in the past few years were too unreliable. When a reliable one appeared out of nowhere, everyone was naturally satisfied. After defense against the dark arts class ended, Hogwarts was about to usher in a 2-day vacation. This made the little wizards in the 3rd grade breathe a sigh of relief. The loose course schedule of the previous 2 years made them very uncomfortable with the current full schedule, so they just took advantage of the weekend to take a good rest. Stuart and others made an appointment to finish all the homework in the evening, and then enjoy the weekend in the dormitory. Ike didn't participate in it. Alchemy, the Ravenclaw manuscripts, the restricted area, potions, the mysteries of the time turner, plus the boggart he just met, these are all his learning contents this year. Of course, Ike would not be able to achieve too many results in the regular time, but who let him have a time converter now, a few more hours a day out of thin air, can completely make his magic level in this year there is a leap. The method benefited from a fanfic I read before. Since the time turner can be used for studying, it can naturally be used for sleeping. This point was confirmed after Ike had confirmed that the time turner did not open up a new timeline. At 11 o'clock in the evening, after the curfew, Ike started the daily night tour mission. He came to the restricted book area with ease, chose one of the black magic books that he dared not touch last year, and went directly to the room of requirement to start studying. This is a black magic book called Give Your Soul, which contains proven and very complicated sacrifice rituals involving souls. To be honest, the occurrence of the witch persecution movement in the Middle Ages has something to do with the sacrificial rituals. Of course, Ike doesn't want to use this kind of evil magic to deal with anyone, but he still needs to know how to discover and destroy it. It's just to increase his vision. 5 hours have passed in the room of requirement, and Ike turned the time switch back to 5 hours ago on time, and then left the room of requirement and went back to the dormitory to sleep. In terms of time, it just happened to be staggered with him who woke up at night to go to the restricted area. Stitching. When Ike woke up the next morning, he still remembered what he watched last night in his mind, and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. His plan succeeded. Didn't even feel a little tired. It has to be said that this feeling of repeatedly jumping across the timeline and getting stuck with bugs is really addictive. Just like the wind, spirit and moon shadow, it is so addictive. At a certain moment, Ike wanted to leave the time converter behind. Fortunately, hold back. It's not impossible to get this thing in the future. If everything goes well, this day won't be too far away. Time flies, especially Ike, who is immersed in the pleasure of wasting time. His days are almost muddled. He has to read the class schedule every morning, and he also brings a pocket watch with him to avoid mistakes. Mr. Strider, come to my office. Just after finishing a potions class, Ike was stopped by Snape just as he was about to leave. After saying hello to Stuart, Ike followed Snape to his office with a book in his arms. The inside is still the same, except that there is a flame burning under the crucible, and a potion is brewing inside. Ike had never smelled that smell before. It was a new variety. Is it Wolfbane potion? Ike guessed. It seems that our Mr. Stride has learned a very advanced magic, which will always disappear suddenly, and then appear in a place that no one can think of. Snape sat on the chair with his hands folded on his lap. His tone was very Snape as always. Professor. Ike was about to say something when Snape interrupted him. I don't know who gave you the courage to use the time turner like this. It makes sense for this kind of magic item to become a controlled product of the Ministry of Magic. 5 hours is the result of countless for more novels. 104,660 join, the safety threshold obtained after the test. But this does not mean that it is absolutely safe. Look at yourself. Don't you feel that your hair is growing too fast? After subconsciously touching his hair, Ike suddenly realized that it had grown to his shoulders. You must know that he used to have short hair. Snape showed a hint of disdain at the right time. You should know the story of Heloise Mintab. She was once trapped in 1402 for 5 days because of abusing the time converter, which caused very serious consequences. Using the time converter will not stop your own time. Even though you strictly abide by the 5 hours rule, it does not mean that these consequences will not appear on you. Besides, your potion level has regressed. I'm sorry, Professor. Ike knew that Snape's words were for his own good, but I still decided not to change. Snort. Snape snorted coldly, looking as if he was angry. He got up and walked into his collection room with a flick of his robe. You were reading www.com came out after a while, and threw a small bottle of potion and a piece of parchment to Ike. With your wisdom, if nothing happens, you should be able to boil it out. Now, leave my office. Goodbye, Professor. Ike held the potion and the parchment in his hand, nodded slightly at Snape, and left his office. As a student master who has read all the required textbooks for 7 school years, Ike recognized this bottle of potion the first time he saw it. Vitality Tonic, a potion that can replenish the energy of wizards, The effect is similar to Red Bull and coffee, but better. Obviously, this was prepared by Snape a long time ago. He knew that Ike would not change his approach, and he also believed that Ike's potion level was enough to make this potion, which should have been learned only in 5th grade, come out. It really solved Ike's urgent need. After Snape's reminder, Ike suddenly became aware of the changes that had happened to him. The extra time will still leave traces on his body, and some hidden dangers that existed in the first place will be discovered. At least the replenishment of energy can no longer be made up simply by sleeping. Frequent and extreme use of the time converter, even if almost a third of the time is spent resting, still puts a lot of burden on Ike's spirit, but this burden is subconsciously taken by him in front of the acquisition of knowledge. Ignored. After all, ignoring it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The appearance of Vitality Tonic is very timely. Moreover, the magic world has always had a great demand for Vitality Tonics, and Ike has another potion that can increase income. Killing two birds with one stone, it's perfect. Chapter 107 The Riddler. Before I knew it, it was the end of September. The appearance of Professor Lupin is a good thing for most people. After so many unreliable defense against the dark arts professors, everyone can finally learn something in this class. It is hard to imagine that most senior students form study groups after class to help each other in order to pass OWLs and NEWTs. Right now, I can finally stop memorizing the thick defense against the dark arts textbooks by rote for the time being. With the help of Time Turner, Ike has made great progress in various researches, especially potions and Ravenclaw manuscripts. Thanks to the Vitality Tonic, Ike spends most of his time on these two superior. I dare not say anything else. Even if I go to take the OWL's exam now, Ike dares to say that I will get 2 O's in potions and spells. Of course, compared with the bigwigs from the heavens and the world, this achievement is nothing to show for it. As for the Ravenclaw manuscript, thanks to the sweep of books in the restricted area and the study of ancient runes, Ike finally felt that he could understand all of it. But only about 30% of them can be used. The magic of thousands of years ago is very different from the magic of today. Many cutting-edge magics have been improved and researched by countless wizards for so long, and there are already more practical versions. The remaining 30% are relatively complicated. Just like the circle magic developed by Ike before, it is very powerful, but the conditions are relatively more complicated. In terms of courses, the progress of arithmetic divination is gratifying. This method of divination, which hardly requires any knowledge of mysticism, really hit Ike's muzzle. In less than a month, he has reached LV3, which is the fastest level improvement among all subjects of Ike. Ike also understands that addition and subtraction of numbers within 10 is just the simplest mathematics. Another Thursday, after triple happiness, Ike decided to take a break for himself. At this time, it has been a full month since the start of school, and Friday is October 1st. If it was in the past, at this time he had already called a few friends to order food and drinks to prepare for a brutal battle, but at Hogwarts, he could only celebrate in this way. What's more, tonight is a full moon night. The night of the full moon before 11. After dinner, Ike stood alone in the Ravenclaw Tower, not holding the paper bag full of cockroaches, but a few pieces of sizzling honey. Empty your head and just be in a daze quietly. There. Moonlight is beautiful tonight, Mr. Strider. Dumbledore quietly appeared in the tower with a calm tone. Yes, Professor Dumbledore, Ike replied casually. Dumbledore carefully looked at Ike's face, and said, "It seems that you have adapted to the Time Turner. I have met Miss Granger before, and I can clearly see that she is tired." Hermione? Yes, Dumbledore said, "she is the smartest and most outstanding witch I have ever seen. At her age, no one can do better than her, but obviously in terms of how to allocate time reasonably, she still has to do it. Learn a lot. I believe she will solve it." Of course, I am also sure of this. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and continued, "There is one thing I think you should know, Mr. Strider." Ike turned his head in doubt, and suddenly moved aside a little, before asking, "What's the matter, Professor Dumbledore?" I found some old friends and looked up some information. I think Tom has more than one Horcrux. Dumbledore's words seemed to have ulterior motives, but Ike didn't hear it. "I went to Albania during the summer vacation. Although I didn't find any trace of Tom, the forest was full of his rotten and evil aura. Even a 100-year-old man like me could feel the pungent smell. He'll be back, Mr. Strider." "So what, Professor? What do you want me to do? I'm just a third-year little wizard." "Even if he comes back, don't you still have you?" "There are also Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick." "I don't think I need to do anything." "That's right, that's it." Dumbledore clapped his hands suddenly. "I'm glad you said that." As if he got the answer he wanted, Dumbledore patted Ike's shoulder lightly, and with his other hand, he conjured a book out of nowhere and handed it to Ike. "I heard that you have learned the Patronus charm." "That's good. I think it's time to lend you this book. After all, you've been looking for it for a long time, haven't you?" As soon as the words fell, he patted Ike's shoulder again, then turned and left. Ike acted as if he hadn't heard of it, and just stared blankly at this book that he didn't even want to find. Secrets of Cutting-Edge Black Magic. This forbidden book has been kept in the headmaster's office since Dumbledore became the headmaster of Hogwarts. Not daring to think about it, Ike packed the book and hurried back to the dormitory, and got into the box under the surprised eyes of Stuart and Terry. After Ike's tireless improvement, the space in the suitcase is already very large. In order to maintain the traceless stretching spell, you are reading www. Ike also carved many magic circles and runes to improve stability. Taking a cursory glance at the potion that was still brewing on the crucible, Ike went straight to the storage room he specially prepared, put the book on the table, and put on a few protective magic spells when he came out. Although it's almost impossible for someone to get into a little wizard's suitcase, I'm not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If someone really breaks into this step, Ike will be able to sense it immediately. After all, there are many things in this storage room that are more difficult to reveal than revealing the secrets of the cutting-edge dark arts. Once discovered, they will directly enter Azkaban. "Ike, your suitcase." It was the first time Stuart saw Ike get into the suitcase. He knew Ike's economic conditions, and he didn't seem to be able to afford this kind of unlimited consumption. "The suitcase of the stretching curse." "I have been selling potions during the holidays, and the income is quite reasonable," Ike replied casually, put the suitcase away, and then sat on the chair beside him. Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries has a great demand for all kinds of detoxification and healing potions, and the prices they offer are very fair. "There is never too much potion," Terry explained. "In fact, we're the final destination of many healing potions brewed in potions class is Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, and they also have a special potion brewing department. You don't know how many unlucky people in the magic world are injured by various accidents every day. Even the school hospital is often overcrowded." "Looks like I'm going to brew some potions to earn some pocket money," Stuart said thoughtfully. "Come on." Terry poured cold water at the right time. "Do you have money to buy potion ingredients? Your money has been used to buy Zizzy honey candy." Chapter 108. First sight in the kitchen. You have to pay as much as you get. This is the most ideal state. Most of the time, what you need to pay is several times what you get. The value of Secrets of Cutting-Edge Dark Arts is not too high in all fairness. There are many similar books in the restricted area. But Dumbledore took the initiative to bring up this matter. The concept is different. Ike is very clear that since the first grade, he has become a part of this layout master plan. What happened in the past 2 years has made him a chess piece. Now he can be called a relatively. It's crucial. This is something Ike knows very well, and it's also something he doesn't care about. When you come to this world, Comrade Dumbledore and Lao Fu, you always have to choose a side. Follow Lao Fu, there is really no future, then you can only choose Dumbledore. There's no rush to study the magic inside, just put it in the schedule. The next day, something happened in the school that almost brought down the mood of all the young wizards. The defense against the dark arts teacher changed. Because of Professor Lupin's health, Professor Snape will temporarily substitute for the class. To be honest, at Snape's level, defense against the dark arts is more than enough. This is also his dream position. Since returning to Hogwarts, he has applied for it every year, but Dumbledore rejected it every year. But it is still fun to be able to substitute for the class occasionally. After all, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts knows everything, and it is a more dangerous job than the Dark Lord. Snape made no secret of his distaste for Lupin, just as he made no secret of his elation and excitement at the moment. A day to celebrate. Dirty, stinking werewolves go through a post-transformation period of weakness. Perfect. Open your textbook. Today we are going to learn how to distinguish a werewolf. Snape was speaking enthusiastically on the stage with his same tone of voice that has never changed for thousands of years. Ike pretended to be a good boy and listened carefully, but he was thinking about when he would have the opportunity to get a job in Lupin. Please do some research on the Wolfbane potion. The Wolfsbane potion invented by Damcos Marcus is a very difficult potion, and only a few potion masters in the entire magic world can brew it. Although the original intention of the creation of Wolfsbane potion was to alleviate the pain of werewolves transforming and keep them sane, the group of werewolves at the bottom of the magic world were discouraged by the expensive materials and the tedious and complicated brewing process. It can be said that if Lupin hadn't accepted the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, Lupin would never have been able to drink Wolfsbane potion, even if it was improved by Snape. What Ike admired the most was Snape's ability to improve potion formulas. Even if one new item is added to a mature potion formula, it is likely to cause the potion to fail, but Snape was able to make the potion effect inconvenient, adding a variety of potion ingredients to make it difficult to swallow and produce expected side effects. All I can say is that he is indeed a potion master. After leaving the 10-foot-long homework about werewolves, Snape announced the dismissal of the get out of class contentedly. As usual, Ike took a step ahead and studied in multiple lines at his own pace. After all, he had a little rest yesterday, which was enough. After some busy work until half an hour before curfew, Ike came to the Hogwarts kitchen on time. This is a new habit he has developed in the past half a month. Multi-line learning will not only bring mental exhaustion, but also physical exhaustion. Although Ike would appear in the auditorium on time after 6 o'clock to feast, he was usually hungry by 8 o'clock. If you don't eat more, you won't be able to hold on at all. Skillfully asking Omid to give him something to eat, Ike sat at the table in the kitchen that was almost exclusively his and started a new round of fighting. A spoonful of mashed potatoes, a chicken leg, a baked rice, plus a glass of milk and a strawberry pudding, especially the strawberry pudding, is a dessert that you can never get tired of, and it is perfect to eat after a meal. Ike stride, if I remember correctly. Ike, who was eating pudding with his eyes slightly squinted, suddenly heard someone talking next to him, followed the sound and immediately showed a smiling face. I know you, Cedric Diggory. We've met several times. Ike put down the pudding and reached out to shake hands with Cedric. Hufflepuff. This is the first time we've spoken. Yes, Hufflepuff. Cedric showed a bright smile like the sun, inexplicably making people feel kind. This is a person who is worthy of deep friendship, honest and selfless at the first sight, and more importantly, he is a recognized Hogwarts schoolgrass. Well, if you really want to select one, it's presumptuous to say that, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. You know, the kitchen is very close to the Hufflepuff lounge. Sorry, I know we've just met, it's not good to say that, but, after hesitating for a long time, Cedric finally turned to the main topic. You were reading WWW. Well, let me just say it, I think you should give up the courses that are basically not that important. It is very dangerous for you to continue like this. What? Ike looked at Cedric in surprise. I mean, it's completely unnecessary to get a few more O's in OWLs. Cedric seemed suddenly relieved. I also got this little thing when I was in 3rd grade, and study hard like you. In fact, I did what you are doing now, adding extra meals every night. But it won't make you feel better, it will only make you more and more stressed, Cedric said. I persisted for more than half a year, and my spirit almost collapsed, so I almost gave up on Quidditch. Of course, if you think you can completely ignore everything I just said. Seeing the doubts in Ike's eyes growing, Cedric said quickly, this is just a well-intentioned persuasion, and there is nothing else mean. I know. Ike waved his hand. You don't mean anything else. After all, if you really have ulterior motives, you won't become the most trustworthy person at Hogwarts. After speaking, Ike blinked his eyes. Ha ha ha. Cedric smiled and denied again and again. Don't say that, I can't know. I just relayed the words of other seniors. That's how they enlightened me back then. You also know that after using this thing, it's difficult for others to know your location in time and accurately. If you didn't always come to the kitchen at this time, I wouldn't have found the opportunity. Of course, I still hope that you can succeed. Getting all 12 OWL's certificates. That feeling is really amazing even thinking about it. Chapter 109 Simple Plan. There is a reason why Cedric was able to receive so much praise. After he became a Hogwarts warrior in the 6th grade, no one showed any opposition at all. It is different from his usual feeling and solid magical power, inseparable. Even in the face of a junior who was 2 years younger than himself, Cedric did not have the inherent preaching meaning of the British, and cared about others' feelings. Of course, no matter what others say, Ike will not change his study plan. This is the most important thing for him this semester. Entering October means that Hogwarts has officially entered the Quidditch season. The 4 teams have all entered the intense recruiting and preparation stage. The 2 official players, Stuart and Anthony, put a lot of energy into the team. As the captain, Roger expressed his attitude not long after the start of school. This year's Ravenclaw Quidditch will refuse to sweep and fight for the top 3. Having been in the 4th position for such a long time, the players have also made considerable progress. Roger felt that it was time to take a step forward. I have to say that this goal is still in line with the actual situation. Gryffindor has always been the sufferer of Ravenclaw. Slytherin has been in the ranks of the championship with his sturdy style of play, and Hufflepuff, who was originally one of Hogwarts' double weak, because of Cedric's growth, and basically out of the weak ranks. Only Ravenclaw has been very stable, but this year there is still a chance. Work hard. The 3rd is still possible to look forward to. As always, Ike doesn't care about Quidditch, but because of Stuart and Anthony, it's still okay to do logistics support. Great Ike. How did you come up with this idea? In the common room, Roger held a small button and pressed it with his fingers slightly. A wave of magic flowed through him, and he felt a warmth on his body. He picked up another glass of water and poured it on his head. The water seemed to be blocked by something without falling on his body. A simple gadget. As a member of Lavine's reward, I have prepared 2 for each of you. Ike meaningfully looked at Stuart, who was full of pride. The weather in England is so bad. I think you will shield many unfavorable factors outside the court during the game. That's right. My God, I hate playing in the rain the most. I get soaked every time. Roger took a small box from Ike and distributed it immediately. Every Quidditch there are 2 players per person. The number is just right. After everyone got it, they experimented with it. Immediately, ear-splitting screams and cheers erupted in the common room, and the mood and morale were very high. Ike silently shrank into the corner to watch the crowd's carnival, hiding himself. This is a derivative of his staged alchemy achievements. In other words, it is just something for practice, and he is carrying the real good things with him. A very inconspicuous silver ring. The ring is not big, but I carved more than a dozen ancient runes and a set of magic circles on it. With the help of magic, it is very simple to do this, but what is not easy is that there are so many ancient runes and magic circuits get together without any adverse reactions. Precise and rigorous. This is the beauty of alchemy. In the beginning, Ike actually wanted to make a space ring. But after he really got started, he realized that there was no way to realize it with the knowledge he had at this stage. The function of the traceless stretching spell is to expand the existing space. It is not impossible to use it on the ring. Although you can use the shrinking spell to put things in, you can't get things out of it after using it. After all, the shrinking spell cannot work on the human body. Quidditch is not the only thing that makes people excited in October. For students in the 3rd grade and above, Hogsmeade is the most anticipated. After staying in a boarding school for too long, the occasional out-of-school activities will naturally be well received by everyone. However, for safety reasons, Hogwarts students are only allowed to go to Hogsmeade on specific Saturdays, and they need written permission from their parents or guardians. This year, due to the serious escape incident, Hogsmeade, as the wizarding village closest to Hogwarts, has naturally been settled by a large number of Auror and Dementors, so compared to previous years, this year's permission time is later not a lot. Ike is also looking forward to it, and Julian has already signed it for him. Although the actual opening time will not be until October 30th, just before Halloween, there is still more than half a month to go, but it is just right for Ike. Alchemy and potions are both expensive, and he needs to find a reliable and stable outlet in Hogsmeade. He would also like to buy something back if possible. That kind of strange and interesting gadget. Listen to me, you must go to Honeydukes and the Three Broomsticks. Although in fact, everyone will rank these two at the top. I'd like to go to Divis and Bance's store. They say they have a new batch of magic items. Terry said that his parents had brought him here many times when he was a child, so the purpose was extremely clear. Count me in when the time comes. Ike held a book and said casually, I've actually been wanting to figure out how the memory ball works, so I just bought one. It's actually possible to test a person's memory. I haven't found any relevant information in the book. Well, good luck. The way this stuff is made is top secret, just like flu powder. I don't know how many people have tried to crack the recipe of flu powder over the years, but no matter how they do it, they can't know progress. Terry shrugged. He was not optimistic about Ike's research. It's okay, it's just a small study. I have more important things to do. Ike said something casually, but it really shocked the two of them. Ike stride, What do you want to do? Stuart grabbed the book in Ike's hand, and Terry grabbed Ike's shoulders from left to right. Listen man, there are already a lot of troubles, and I don't want to worry about it like I did last year. Don't worry, it's just buying and selling something. Ike said very sincerely, alchemy and potions are very costly, and I'm almost bankrupt. Is there anything else? Terry asked again worriedly. No more. Ike shook his head again and again. God is sorry, he really only wants to sell some potions. At most he can buy some badgets by the way, like a boggart, or Dementors. Chapter 110 The Pig's Head Bar. It was soon the end of October. After Friday's class ended, Stuart and the others were already overwhelmed with excitement, chattering and repeating what they were going to do when they went to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Such behavior aroused unanimous contempt from the seniors headed by Roger. Although they did not perform better than Stuart and others when they first went to Hogsmeade, maybe even more exaggerated. It's rare for Ike to not be immersed in his studies, but to sit next to Terry and chat with each other. Those who haven't participated in this kind of activity for a long time are not used to it. Even Stuart and others are surprised, but they just make fun of it. This is a friend. Maybe you have been away for a long time, but when you come back, you will still feel the same as before. On Saturday morning, after breakfast, the little wizards walked out of the school in small groups. As soon as he arrived at the entrance hall, he saw Filch holding a long roll of parchment, carefully checking everyone who was about to go out. Don't try to fool me, Filch said viciously with his habitual annoying attitude. No one can escape my eyes. Everyone was used to Filch talking like this, so they chose to ignore it, and walked out as usual talking and laughing. Ike followed behind Stuart and the others, with a smile on his face and a grey cloth bag on his body, no different from other little wizards who were about to spend a lot in Hogsmeade. Of course, this cloth bag was cast with the no trace stretching curse, and there were a lot of potions brewed by Ike when he hit the potion level, and some alchemy gadgets. The amount far exceeded the amount that this bag should carry. For sales, it's normal to stock up enough. Not long after leaving the castle, Ike saw the familiar Thestral carriage. This time they would send the little wizards directly outside Hogsmeade village, not far past the school gate, and the carriage stopped just past the place where they got off every year. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw rows of well-proportioned houses at a glance. Some were smoking, while others looked a little dilapidated, but they didn't make people feel disgusted. Instead, they had a unique beauty. In the sun, it's like a picture. Walking along the road, the most attractive thing is the shops on both sides. Honeyduke, Zuko Joke Shop, Three Broomsticks Bar, many shops that have been talking about in recent days appeared in front of them, making this group of first-timers. The little wizards who came to Hogsmeade couldn't hold it back. "Let's go." "Go to Honeyduke's." Stuart pulled Terry up. "Didn't you see that they all passed by?" Smiling as they watched the two gallop towards Honeyduke's, Anthony and Michael shrugged and followed closely. Ike waved his hand to say goodbye to the four of them, then walked slowly on the road, looking at the scenery of the village casually. Hogsmeade is not big, so after a while Ike turned around and found today's destination, the location of the Pig's Head Bar. This is a bar with a glorious history. In 1612, the goblins used it as the headquarters of the rebellion. Perhaps it was for this reason that even though it might be the worst house in Hogsmeade, it still survived. Turning in from the path next to the Owl Post Office, Ike quietly put on the hood, and with a slight movement of his fingers, a simple concealment magic fell on his face. This is a little trick that Comrade Uofu learned back then, but it is very practical. It is the magic used by wizards to hide their identities. You can't learn this at Hogwarts. The 13-year-old Ike has grown in stature, even taller than when he first started school. He is already nearly 1.8 meters tall. After covering up, it is impossible to tell from his appearance that he is just a little wizard in the 3rd grade. Ignoring the ugly signboard on the broken wooden door, Ike reached out and pushed the door open and walked in. The bar was quiet, a little dark, and exuded a very pungent smell, like the smell of lamb, and like a mixture of various rotten things, which made Ike feel a little overwhelmed. There was only a tall and thin old man leaning against the bar counter. His hair and beard were white and dirty, as if they hadn't been taken care of for a long time, and they matched surprisingly well with this dirty bar. "Butterbeer." Ike went straight to the bar and sat down. His voice changed by magic to a little hoarse. "A galleon." The old man glanced at it, then skillfully took out a dirty cup and put it next to a rotten wooden barrel, took a full cup of butterbeer and pushed it over. "Take your things and sit at that seat, and wait." The old man's tone was aggressive, and he pointed to a seat in the farthest corner of the bar. Ike obediently walked over with the butterbeer, and as soon as he sat down, he heard the old man say again, "Be smart, get something when you see Garin. Also, the silence spell is a good way." Rookie. Ike didn't talk to him, and sat motionless in his seat. He just took a sip from time to time and waited quietly. After a while, 3 people pushed the door and walked in. With a glance, they were 3 middle-aged wizards who did not hide their identities. Naturally, they sat down on the seat near the bar, and chatted in a low voice. After a while, the number of people in the bar gradually increased, but there were only 7 or 8 people. Except for those 3, the rest are not together, sitting scattered in the bar, which makes this small room look a bit crowded. People came and went, but no one came to Ike's side. Some even glanced at him, but most of them just ignored it. Ren didn't come over until the whole glass of butterbeer was drunk. "This is a witch wearing a thick black veil up to her feet. What do you have?" When the witch spoke, it was obvious that it had been magically processed. "Potions and alchemy items." Ike spoke concisely. "What do you want, Garin?" The witch smiled lightly, which was very harsh. Ike frowned, and with a movement of his fingers, the silencing and blurring spells bound the two of them together. This silent and unarmed casting of spells obviously calmed down the witch. After all, no one who was able to do this was a fuel-efficient lamp, and even the sitting posture became serious. "I need to see what you want to sell. Where's Garin?" The witch promptly took out a Gringotts-style money bag and put it on the table, and opened the bag to reveal that it was full of galleons. Ike moved his fingers again. "You were reading www. Got a very satisfactory number." And then he took things out of the bag. "Vitality tonic, antidote, universal healing potion." The witch accurately named each potion. "That's right, and compound decoction?" Ike ignored it, and continued to take out one bottle after another, until the entire table couldn't fit. "How many are there?" 78 bottles. "Yes, 300 galleons." "Not enough." Ike shook his head. The witch was silent for a moment, and then said, "I need to see your alchemy items." After Ike heard the words, he took out all the more than a dozen alchemy items. The witch was silent again, and took out another money bag after a while. 350 galleons. The value of alchemy items is not high, and these are not rare things. He pointed to the cloth bag. "There is also this, I want it too." 360 galleons. Ike burst out a number. "Make a deal." The witch nodded happily, and took some galleons from the pocket she took out at the back to make up the payment. Ike took the money bag with one hand, checked the amount and handed over the cloth bag after checking the correct amount. One by one, the items on the table were put back into the cloth bag, and the witch immediately stretched out a hand. "It's a happy cooperation." I glanced at the black-gloved hand and ignored it. "After Christmas, I still have a batch of potions." "Yes, I will be there on time." Nodding his head, Ike withdrew his magic, got up and walked outside. The other people in the bar seemed to be used to it, and they didn't even look over. The old man at the bar glanced at the witch, and then showed contempt, but didn't say anything. Chapter 111 Consumption. Consumption, reconsumption. 360 galleons. The price is actually not very high. If you walk around Nocturne Alley, it is very likely to become 500 galleons. However, Ike has no plans to go to that smoky place. Garin is good, but not necessary. After leaving the Pig's Head bar, Ike turned directly into another alley, hid himself with the disillusionment charm, then put a levitation charm on himself, and jumped out of the wall with all his might. After jumping for 3 streets in a row, Ike stopped. First he lifted the cover-up magic on his face, then looked around, and then he lifted the illusion spell on his body, and quietly blended into the crowd on the avenue outside. Looking at the time, Stuart and the others should still be inside Honeydukes, and Ike has no plans to go find them. After a little recognition of the direction, I went straight to the Divis and Bands store. As a salesman for stores with legal items, the flow of people in Divis and Bands stores is less than that of Honeydukes and Zonko's joke store, but it is not much less. There are 3 or 5 little wizards staying next to each shelf. Pushing open the doorbell rang pleasantly, and the clerk at the cash register just looked up. Ike walked over from shelf to shelf, and slowly looked at the magic items sold on it. In fact, this is the first time Ike has seen so many magic items. Even in Diagon Alley, there are not as many types as here. He picked up a memory ball casually. This was his goal. Hold it first, and then check out after all the transfers are completed. He has been studying alchemy behind closed doors, even with alchemy books such as Hermes' document as a reference. It is not enough. This knowledge not only requires strong hands and ability, but also rich imagination. To be honest, Ike felt that both of them were not lacking, but he still felt powerless when making alchemy items, as if there were countless inspirations in his mind. But after he really got started, he realized that they were all inappropriate. Actual conjecture. On the one hand, it is a gap in the inheritance of alchemy. The powerful and mysterious ancient alchemy has not been handed down after the turmoil of the Middle Ages. On the other hand, there is no teacher to guide Ike. Speaking of which, Ike also wanted to go to Devonshire to look for Nicole Flamel. He didn't believe that the old man would really go to his death calmly. But if no one recommended him, even if he knew that Nicole Flamel lived in seclusion in Devon, Ike would not be sure to find him. Over the centuries, countless people have tried to find the reclusive Nick Flamel, but none of them succeeded. Ike didn't think he would succeed easily. As for asking Dumbledore for help, forget it. Ike doesn't want Dumbledore to get another terrible favor. Under the circumstances that neither of these two paths could work, Ike could only try his best to find a way. Subscribing to alchemy magazines and collecting alchemy literature can all be done on campus, but research on mature alchemy items requires going outside the campus. Although the magic items in Divis and Ban's stores are just simple mass-produced gadgets, they can also provide Ike with enough ideas. Seeing the big from the small, and then analyzing and solving problems, Ike is very skilled in this method. After picking out another crystal ball that can change color according to people's mood, and a pair of headphones that are said to be able to hear sounds that can't be heard normally, Ike left the Divis and Ban's store. Ike chose Wenrenju Quill Pen Shop for the next stop. His quill pens always wear out quickly, so he simply bought a whole box of 10 quill pens. These are almost enough. There are magic quills like Rita Skeeter's, which are very expensive, but Ike didn't even look at them. This thing is actually not complicated, and it can be easily made at Ike's current level. The cost: about 2 piles of cockroaches. It was already noon before I knew it, and I carried a paper bag of things and walked towards the Three Broomsticks bar. This is an appointment with Stuart and others, where they will enjoy a meal that is different from Hogwarts. After waiting at the door for a while, I saw Stuart and the others walking over with big bags, talking and laughing. "Here, this is what you want." Terry handed over a bag with some disgust. Ike took it with a smile and squeezed out a pile of cockroaches and threw it into his mouth. The smile on the face once again made Stuart and others uncomfortable even after watching it for more than 2 years. Okay, don't show such an expression here." Stuart bumped Ike with his shoulder and knocked him towards the door of the bar. "Let's go to eat quickly, and we'll go to Zuko Joke Shop later." "So you've been at Honeyduke's this morning?" "Of course. You don't know. There are so many kinds of candies in it." A few people walked in while talking. The bar's business was better than what they expected, and they had to wait for a while to find a seat. Almost all the students who came to Hogsmeade today, as well as the professors who had a rare break, Ike saw Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape sitting together, with a cup filled with butter in front of each of them beer. This combination obviously exceeded everyone's expectations, and they turned their heads to take a look from time to time, even when they were eating. The Three Broomsticks bar didn't offer many types of meals. Ike ordered a beef risotto and a small piece of fried pork chop, plus a glass of iced lemon tea. The others were similar, either risotto or burgers. "I really want a glass of butter beer." The bar owner, Miss Rosmeter, will not sell this drink to a third-year little wizard. Of course, if the professors weren't present, maybe. After eating, he sat in the bar for a while before getting up to leave. This time, the four of Ike and Stuart went to Zuko's Joke Shop together, and they really had a good time. As the most popular shop in Hogsmeade, Zuko Joke Shop naturally has its reasons for its success. There are more prank props in it than in Diagon Alley's Jumping, Frolic, Magic Joke Shop, and a large part of them are researched by myself, among which the strange effects are eye-opening for Ike. From a certain point of view, these prank props can also be regarded as alchemy items, and some props have quite high technical content. You are reading www. Ike also spent a lot and bought 7 or 8 gadgets. When he has time to crack it later, it can be regarded as a new way. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, several people left Zuko's Joke Shop and prepared to go back to school. Although only short for a few short hours, it was really fun. They didn't choose a carriage, and the 5 of them walked back together talking and laughing. It was a rare trip out. Everyone wanted to stay outside for a while. Along the way, there were many other people who were also walking, obviously having the same idea. After walking for about half an hour, the gate of Hogwarts appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But what was more obvious was the Dementors hovering above the gate. "Damn. Why did this group of guys appear here?" Terry said angrily. "It's not there in the morning. Obviously, it's for Sirius." Stuart's tone was not very good. They are afraid that Sirius will sneak in when we go back. It's useless at all. Sirius was able to escape from Azkaban back then, and there were far more Dementors there than here. Okay, don't discuss these things, Ike said. Don't be affected by these things. That's right. That's right. Stop talking. Stop talking. Several people pooed a few times, as if they wanted to poo out their bad luck. At this time, the role of Stuart is reflected, and the atmosphere will be over with just a few words. Talking and laughing as they walked through the gate, the Dementors were visibly agitated, and this happy mood was extremely attractive to them. However, it was just restlessness, and there was no sudden attack, which disappointed Ike, who was secretly preparing. He still wants to take the opportunity to study this thing again, so it seems that he has to find another opportunity. Chapter 112, The First Step of Learning to be Bad. After putting the things back in the dormitory, Stuart couldn't wait to use his victory in Honeydukes to dominate the common room. But there were not a few people who didn't want to share his thoughts. The original script of showing off has become a mutual exchange, except for the must-be sizzling honeybee candies. In fact, everyone has different tastes. Some prefer normal candies, and some like Ike have no interest in specific candies. No resistance. BB Strange Bean, Pepper Naughty Boy, Malmoy Mint, Winter Slug, and even Ice Rat, which is as disgusting as a heap of cockroaches. This is absolutely heresy. Even Ike feels that candies like ice mice should not appear in the world. After playing around, the little wizards walked towards the auditorium in twos and threes. Although the official Halloween dinner will not be until tomorrow, in fact, today's dishes are only a few dishes, which should be preheated in advance. The auditorium has been decorated, and the small jack-o'-lanterns have already been hung up. Only those extra-large jack-o'-lanterns that can fit people in will be hung up tomorrow, but in fact the atmosphere is no different. The third graders are the main force for creating the atmosphere. The any-day trip to Hogsmeade allowed them to earn enough face in front of those first and second graders, and they seemed much calmer at an older age, even though they were not much better back then than they are now. As a preview of the Halloween dinner, it was undoubtedly a success. Ike also rarely took out his bag full of cockroaches, but put a piece of mint hard candy in his mouth. It's also good to change the taste once in a while. Instead of going directly back to the dormitory, Ike went to the library first. He decided to borrow those few basic alchemy books and read them again. Although the buyer in the Pig's Head bar didn't say it clearly, Ike knew that people didn't think highly of his alchemy items. A large part of the 360 galleons was due to illegal potions such as compound decoction. Excluding the banned potions, I'm afraid they won't even be able to keep their money. Instead, Ike took a detour. If you sell alchemy items in a place like the Pig's Head bar, you can't sell normal items. They must be weird, evil, and cursed items. To be honest, those who hide their identities for trading are not good things. Naturally, black magic items are more popular. It's just that Ike doesn't have much energy to research this aspect now. Even with the time turner, Ike is basically at his limit. Potions, Ravenclaw manuscripts, spells, ancient runes, and homework almost took up all the time, and alchemy took up the least amount of time compared to the other items. It is impossible for Ike to give up other ratios that increase alchemy, and those are the most important at present. Therefore, these basic alchemy books are only read as bedtime readings, and Ike learned the above things during the summer vacation of the first grade. There are still some people in the library. After a quick glance, most of them are 5th grade students. I got the Medieval Alchemy Directory, Mysterious Alchemy and Precision, Control, and Change with Ease, but I couldn't find Simple Alchemy Products Production Method Encyclopedia. Good evening, Mrs. Pince. Excuse me. Ike had no choice but to ask Mrs. Pince for help. May I ask if the complete method for making simple alchemy products was borrowed? I didn't find it. Mrs. Pince raised her eyes to look at Ike, and then flipped through her thick book borrowing records, and she got the answer after a while. It was borrowed, and there are still 2 weeks before the return date. Okay, thank you. I need to borrow these books. Ike nodded, and then handed over the 3 books he got. Borrowing official books. Ike is still very disciplined, and has always been very punctual. Not necessarily the ones in the restricted area. Back in the dormitory, Stuart and others are still in the public, sharing each other's candies in the common room. Ike participated in it after a long absence. For some reason, he has never been resistant to chocolate candies, and chocolate candies are often made into animal forms in the wizarding world. After the bile of cockroaches was subconsciously blocked by everyone, Ike could only eat a few chocolate frogs. It's all set cards, although Ike's luck is very bad in this regard. I still remember how miserable I was when I ate instant noodles. Jishu infection. 108 is always short of a pain, really uncomfortable. Just talking and laughing, Stuart and Terry became the center of everyone again, and no one noticed that Ike had quietly disappeared. At the same time, the door of the room of requirement opened. Rubbing his aching head, Ike walked to the kitchen with ease. In his current state, chocolate frog can't save him, only delicious pineapple pie can. I didn't meet Cedric, but an unexpected person appeared. Looking at the food on the table, it was obvious that I had been eating for a while. Going straight over and sitting opposite, I casually picked up an unmoved strawberry pudding. I really didn't expect to meet you here, Hermione. It was only then that the little witch noticed that there was a person sitting across from her. She raised her head in a daze. Her cheeks were bulging. Obviously it was full of food. Subconsciously glanced at the fork in his hand. It must be macaroni. Seeing that Hermione was stunned, "Shun Yishun, don't choke." She awkwardly took the lemon tea, took a sip awkwardly, and chewed it awkwardly a few times. The macaroni went into her stomach, and Hermione came back to her senses. "Strider, don't tell what happened today." Ike waved his hand indifferently, and called Ogilvy to talk about today's extra meal. Then, under Hermione's dazed eyes again, roast beef, mashed potatoes, 2 sausages, a glass of mango juice, 4 strawberry puddings, and a pineapple pie appeared on the table. "You were eating www." After giving Hermione 2 strawberry puddings, Ike directly started his performance, and the food on the table disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye like a storm. This is a magic skill that Ike has practiced in recent days. He was obsessed with studying several times and couldn't extricate himself so much that he passed the curfew time, so he had to use the time converter to adjust it forward by an hour, so that he would not go to bed hungry. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Ike sleeps in the dormitory every night. Of course, no one knew if he was still in the room of requirement and the restricted section at the same time. It can be said that Ike's use of the time turner is very regular, and an extra hour will disrupt the original perfect rhythm. So, after messing around a few times, Ike unknowingly compressed time such as eating, socializing, and entertaining. You don't have to worry about eating too fast. It's bad for your stomach. Just get a bottle of potion and pour it down. This little ailment won't hinder anything. Obviously it was later, but he ended the battle first. Ike, who was happily eating strawberry pudding, made Hermione feel a little irritated for no reason. "How did you do it?" "What?" Hermione also put down the pudding in her hand, pointed to her dark circles and said, "I feel like I'm about to die. I'm tired every day, and I don't get enough sleep. Several times I even misremembered the class time." "But why do you look like nothing happened?" He. Ike covered his mouth and laughed for a long time before finally stopping under Hermione's eyes that could kill people. "Listen to me. This matter is very simple. You just need to make a simple plan." Chapter 113 Face-Hugging Bat. So that's how you arranged it? After hearing Ike's time plan, Hermione was a little surprised and at the same time a little frustrated. The little witch had never conquered anyone at Hogwarts, but in this respect, she lost to Ike again. "No wonder. It seems that I have to make my own plan." Hermione made up her mind. Now that she knows Ike's secret, she will catch up. She didn't want to lose to Ike again in the final exam. "By the way, there is a place I want to show you. It can be said to be one of the most secret places in Hogwarts." "Where?" "Just follow me." There is still some time before the curfew, and it happens to be on the 8th floor, so there is still time. The two went straight up to the 8th floor one after another, and finally stopped in front of the door of the room of requirement. Just think about the place you want in your heart, then walk back and forth in front of this wall 3 times, and then, as he spoke, he walked back and forth 3 times, and a door with silver patterns slowly appeared on the wall. Ike looked back at Hermione, who was a little dumbfounded, and smiled subconsciously. Pushing open the door and coming in, it was the room that only Ike's Trident people he approves can enter. Sofa, table, coffee table, fireplace, and a small single bed in the corner, still maintaining the appearance Ike left before. The crucible on the table was steaming, and there were scattered metal blocks beside it, a few carving knives in a mess, and a stack of thick parchment, which was filled with words. There are several books on the coffee table and sofa, which are thick and can kill people. Hermione walked over to pick up a book, but the book suddenly came to life, made a piercing scream, opened it suddenly, exposed sharp teeth, and bit it towards Hermione's nose. Ike quickly waved his hand and threw a red light onto it. Only then did the book quiet down, and the title on the cover was revealed. Take Your Soul. This is in the restricted section. Hermione was taken aback. Even though she knew that Ike was very courageous, she never thought that he would take out the books in the restricted section and put them away. So far, it's not just one book. Even she only takes one book at a time. Moreover, these are the most dangerous and evil books in the restricted section. The Black Magic of Black Magic. Don't make a fuss. Ike sat down on the chair next to him and snapped his fingers. There were twice as many lemon teas on the table. As long as you don't get caught, it's not a violation of school rules. Have you forgotten? But these are black magic. The most evil black magic. Didn't you watch? Ike took a sip of the lemon tea, without even raising his head, but made Hermione silent. Yes, she also read it. In fact, basically all the people who were able to sneak into the restricted area without being discovered have more or less read basic black magic books, and there are not a few of them who have learned it. You should have read Hogwarts, a school history. Remember what was mentioned in it. Hogwarts actually taught black magic at the beginning, but it was only abolished later. I've always believed that as long as a person's self-control is strong enough, the side effects of black magic can be completely ignored. Learn more, and you will never make mistakes. Hermione didn't speak. She was as smart as she knew that what Ike said was not without reason. Just like Dumbledore, who is recognized as the most powerful white wizard, but if he said that he does not know black magic, no one would believe it. Okay, let's not talk about this. Ike changed the topic. How about this room of requirement? Is it suitable? Indeed. Hermione nodded subconsciously. That's fine, as long as we split the time. Cross time? That's right. Ike said, when there are people in the room of requirement, it cannot be opened from the outside. So the two of us must divert time. Don't you think so? Seeing the smile on Ike's face gradually deformed, Hermione naturally understood what he was laughing at. Slamming the book in her hand, the little witch got up straight and walked out. The afternoon is mine. He caught the book with a smile, and Ike couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the sound coming from outside the door. He was well aware that telling Hermione the secret of the room of requirement was basically telling Harry and Ron, but that wasn't a problem. While the room of requirement is arguably the most magical room in Hogwarts Castle, it's no secret. Only what you know is a secret, and according to Ike's speculation, there are no fewer than 20 people who know about the room of requirement. What kind of secret is this? Telling Hermione was something Ike had planned long ago, not to mention the real secrets that Ike had never shared with anyone. For example, the rune and magic circle on the Philosopher's Stone, and Ravenclaw's manuscript. After one night, it will be Halloween. The castle is also covered with all kinds of decorations like last year, trying to create a terrifying atmosphere as much as possible. Early in the morning, Stuart wakes Terry and Ike with a gadget he bought at Zonko's joke shop. The face-hugging bat is a bat-like doll, but as long as it is thrown out, it will turn into a real bat and directly hug the person's face. while making ear-piercing screams, making people dizzy. Yesterday, no one noticed that Stuart had bought this thing, and no one was prepared. Terry was directly fooled, and sat on the bed for a long time without recovering. But here Ike was devastated. As soon as the face-hugging bat made a sound, it was smashed into pieces by Ike's shattering spell. Stuart felt a pain in his flesh. The price of this thing is still a bit expensive. You were reading www.com originally wanted to wait to scare Morty and the others, but who would have thought that it would just disappear? Rubbing his head, Ike yawned, and then said, "What's wrong, Stuart?" "Forget it. On such a happy day, it's not worth getting angry with." Ike knew what was going on, so he threw the face-hugging bat back with a recovery spell. Stuart was so frightened that he immediately crouched down with his head in his arms, but he just felt hit by something. Don't expect the restoration curse to completely restore this thing. It's pretty good to be able to turn it into this, Ike said, but when I'm free, I can study it for you, and it should be the same as before. Okay, then give it to me when you're done. Stuart threw back the bat doll that had lost its magic. Since Ike said so, he would definitely be able to do it. On this point, Stuart still believes. After tossing around for a while, Terry still looked like that. But it was easy to solve. After a healing spell, he was alive and kicking, and he could still chase after Stuart. After making a fuss for a while, the three of them went to wash up. After changing clothes and going out, breakfast has already started for a while. Fried eggs, bread, and milk are still normal, no different from usual. If you really want some surprises, you have to wait until the evening. Everyone has heard about it a long time ago, except for the almost certain. In addition to the skeleton dance troupe, the ghosts also prepared a wonderful show, which is said to be very grand. The dinner has also changed. Under the strong request of an unknown white-bearded wizard, the house elves changed the recipe that had not changed for thousands of years, and played with creative cuisine. Even Ike is looking forward to this. Maybe there will be food that can catch up with the cockroach pile. Written request for leave. It's over. You were reading www.com. The battle was brutal yesterday. From 4 o'clock to 12 o'clock, it was scrapped. Shamelessly take a day off. Chapter 114 The Law of Halloween. Because of some well-known reasons, we are going through a difficult time. However, don't worry everyone. After friendly communication with the Ministry of Magic, those uninvited guests will not affect us. And, I think, having this group of guys will add a bit of wonderful atmosphere to our Halloween dinner. Dumbledore was giving a speech on the stage, but honestly, not many people paid attention to it. The food in front of him was really delicious. The craftsmanship of the house elves is nothing to say. No matter how dark it looks, it tastes extremely delicious. Ike was not disappointed either. There was a dish that looked like a skeleton, but it turned out to be a mixture of lamb, beef and chicken. 3 flavors in one bite, tripled the pleasure. Dumbledore didn't speak for too long. After a magical firework exploded from the ceiling and lit up all the jack-o'-lanterns, the Halloween dinner was about to begin, and the auditorium was immediately flooded with laughter from the little wizards. The skeleton dance troupe danced cheerfully, accompanied by the sound of bones rubbing creak, creak. But there was nothing scary about it. The enchanted instrument was playing on its own. This was Professor Flitwick's job. Even during the meal, he would wave his wand every once in a while to change the tune. At the end of the dinner, Ike finally saw the program carefully prepared by the ghosts. They lined up neatly, drilled out from the walls and tables, and performed their own shows. Of course, the ghost of Gryffindor is the most worth watching, only he is more interesting. Like the Bloody Barrow, who was obviously in a dazed state, with a blank face, and it was full of strangers not to enter. Although Mrs. Grey of Ravenclaw can see that she is smiling, she is not a lively ghost, and follows the other ghosts the whole way like a perfunctory one. Overall, it's pretty good, and it didn't disappoint. After the dinner, the little wizards all talked and laughed and walked to their respective dormitories. Although tomorrow will be devoted to intense study, At least everyone is in a happy mood at the moment. After climbing the stairs, the flow of people is automatically divided into two. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are both on the 8th floor, but their respective lounges are in different directions. Ike and the others hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard a scream, followed by chaotic discussions from Gryffindor. What happened to those guys? Stuart was still very curious, going to have a look. Ike knew what was going on there, but he still followed. When they came to the corridor leading to the Gryffindor lounge, the place was already crowded with students. In addition to the little lions, there were even little snakes who got the news and ran up from the basement. Several people wanted to squeeze in, but they couldn't get in at all. Someone called Professor Dumbledore. A voice came from inside, and soon someone ran to the principal's office. After a while, Dumbledore came in a hurry, and the crowd automatically opened a passage, and many people who were crowded outside also took the opportunity to sneak in. Let's go, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin, who were one step behind, were blocked outside, so they had to squeeze inside while talking loudly. We have to find her. Dumbledore looked gravely at the torn mural in front of him. Minerva, please go to Filch immediately and tell him to search for every painting in the castle. Lady, good luck. Peeves let out a gleeful laugh, jumping up and down above everyone's heads. She refused to let him in. He was angry. His temper is really scary. That's serious. Okay, Peeves. Dumbledore's luck suddenly became serious, and he just waved his hand, and the lawless Peeves showed a flattering smile, and then quickly left. Go to the auditorium, children, go to the auditorium first. Everyone followed Dumbledore back to the auditorium, and those who hadn't joined in the fun arrived after a while. We need to conduct a comprehensive search of the castle. For everyone's safety, I'm afraid you can only stay here overnight. Dumbledore waved his wand. One after another the tables flew to the edge of the auditorium, and hundreds of purple sleeping bags appeared neatly on the ground. Go to sleep. As soon as they left, the energetic little lions told the students who had just arrived what had just happened, and a feeling of panic quietly spread among the crowd. Okay, go to sleep. Ike beckoned to Stuart and the others to quickly get into the sleeping bag. Lee, there are professors, we don't need to care too much. Oh my god, it's so exciting, Stuart said as he got into his sleeping bag. He's so courageous. He almost succeeded. It was also during the dinner that everyone was in the auditorium, so he had this opportunity. Michael said, okay gentlemen, go to sleep. Before he could say something, Roger interrupted, trust the professors. The candles were gradually extinguished. Only the ghosts gave off a little silver light. The prefects gathered together and were talking quietly. I don't know how long it took, but the professors came back. Professor, do you have any clues about him? It happened to be Patsy's patrol time, he asked in a low voice. No. Is it normal here? Everything is normal. Very well, I can take them back tomorrow morning. I have found a temporary guard, Dumbledore said. You were reading www. After a while, the auditorium opened again, and Snape walked in quickly and quietly. Dumbledore saw Snape's face, waved his hand and came to the corner with Snape. The voice was very low, and only sporadic words came out, causing some little wizards who were sleeping lightly to frown and turn over. The two seemed to be arguing. Snape first slammed down his robe, and after a while Dumbledore also left with a sullen expression. At the same time, outside the castle, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Lupin were standing guard in front of the hall, all holding wands in their hands, and dozens of Dementors were flying in the sky. Get out of here. You can't go in. Dumbledore walked out with a cold face and a gloomy tone. The Dementors were unwilling to disperse, and one flew out and landed, making unknown noises. I don't want to say it again. Don't overreach. Dumbledore drew out his wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a white light that frightened the Dementors. The Dementors in the sky seemed unwilling, but retreated under the deterrent of the Patronus charm. But the one that fell did not leave. Its cloak was fluttering, and it made unidentified sounds again. I understand, but you must stay where you are supposed to be. I don't want to see you in the school again." Dumbledore was silent for a moment, put away his wand. His face was still gloomy. The Dementor didn't leave, and the voice rang out again. But this time Dumbledore didn't listen. He waved his hand and saw a flash of white light, and directly knocked the Dementor away. "What happened, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked. "It's nothing, Minerva." Dumbledore shook his head. "I just want to search the castle." Chapter 115 The Riotous Dementors. Unsurprisingly, Sirius intrusion incident became the hottest topic in the next half-month. Everyone was discussing how he broke in, and as all kinds of words were passed around, the speculation became more and more outrageous. However, for the Kitty Eagles, this is just a topic that can be used to pass the time in their spare time. Who made the savior in Gryffindor? But it only circulated for half a month. By the end of November, all the attention was on Quidditch. Roger has been busy for a long time, and Professor Flitwick has also given him great help. He has given the team a lot of approvals for outdoor training, far exceeding the number of previous years. In order to complete the goal at the beginning of the new semester, in addition to outdoor training, Roger also arranged a lot of indoor training, and added a lot of technical and tactical discussion and research meetings in between, so that the extracurricular time of the players was clearly arranged. As members of the team, Stuart and Anthony can't remember the last time they played leisurely in the common room. It seems that they haven't played since Halloween, so much so that after returning to the dormitory at night, Stuart always complained about Roger's cruelty and called him Wood too. Mr. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, is a well-known training madman in the school, and right now Roger has the intention of catching up. In this regard, I can only express regret and wish the team a successful start. Even after 3 years, Ike is still not interested in this sport, and he can swear that it has nothing to do with his outstanding flying talent. What's more, Ike also has his own troubles. I don't know why, but after Halloween, Ellie's spirits are not very good. She always curls up on the shelf and rarely eats anything. It can be said that she is getting thinner and thinner day by day. "Mr. Strider, you came here just to treat your stupid pet?" After trying various healing potions for a few days, Ike had no choice but to go to the person he thought was the most reliable. But it was obvious that Professor Snape felt that Ike was looking for trouble. "I'm not a veterinarian, Professor. I really have no choice." Ike rarely showed a flattering gesture in front of Snape. "I can't think of anyone else who can cure it." Snape poked the listless Ellie with his wand, and the little guy just moved aside without any other reaction. "I used a few more spells to check, but still found nothing." He naturally recognized this little guy, and it was precisely because of recognition that he had this little guy patience. Anyway, that red rose was born because of Ellie. "In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with it," Snape said. "However, I can ask someone else for you, so I'll leave it here first. I'll feed it some potions, maybe it can improve its condition." "Thank you so much, Professor." Ike breathed a sigh of relief. A potion master made such a promise, so he can really relax. Taking the opportunity to ask Snape some questions about potions, Ike said goodbye politely. "Strider." Just as he was about to stand up, Snape stopped him, pulled out a piece of parchment, wrote something on it, and handed it over. "You need to pay attention to the smell on your body. Pour some of this into it when you take a shower, it can cover it up. Ike was confused, and even smelled the smell on his body, which only smelled of soap. After seeing the potion formula on the parchment, he suddenly realized, "Hey!" Snape returned to his usual appearance. "Seriously, if it wasn't, I would definitely expel you and send you to Azkaban with my own hands." The current little wizard is really courageous. "Thank you, Professor." Leaving with some trepidation, I clutched the parchment tightly in his hand, and hurried to the room of requirement. "Now, this potion is the most important thing. Heather stamens, slug mucus, porcupine thorns, rafflesia sap, skunk glands, and several other materials that make people feel dizzy just by hearing their names. are boiled to obtain a kind that is recorded in the potion controlled by the Ministry of Magic in Mighty Potion Roast Purifier. It has only one function. It can get rid of the unique marks on the wizard's body from other creatures or people. Even the marks of black magic can be removed in most cases. Snape knows. That is to say, after soaking in the bathtub and blocking his sense of smell, Ike began to think about it, but he still decided to follow the original plan. Snape's formula was both a reminder and a message to Ike. Do what you want to do. This was what Snape didn't say. The magic of magic lies in that a pile of highly toxic materials can be boiled to obtain a powerful antidote, and a potion made of a pile of extremely smelly materials. After soaking in the bathtub, there is no smell at all. Whether it should be said or not, the taste of taking a bath is still very good, so Ike decided to come once a day from now on. After solving his own hidden dangers, Ike resumed his usual study and research rhythm. But on November 20th, we still had to stop, because the Quidditch match has begun. Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff, although not as classic as the Lion vs. Snake vs. Lion, but for many young wizards who have been holding back for a long time, this is also a wonderful duel. Cedric vs. Harry Potter. Even if the weather on the match day was horrible, the violent storm made it impossible to see what was happening on the field, and it still couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Ike sat quietly in the Ravenclaw stands, next to the shouting Stuart and Anthony. With the gadgets produced by Ike, they didn't feel the cold at all, and they didn't feel wet. Coupled with the modified telescope, they can see the situation on the court clearly even in the storm. This is another alchemy item sponsored by Ike. The Ravenclaw Quidditch players in the stands each have one, just to be able to see other teams' play styles clearly under bad weather conditions. It's a very simple little thing, sold in Quidditch boutiques. It only costs 2 sickles, and it's also a thing for practice. You were reading www. The competition was fierce, but the rain was so heavy that it was difficult for the players on the field to hold on to the brooms. Several traffic accidents almost occurred, and the frequent thrilling scenes caused the little wizards to scream, a sound that not even the lightning and thunder could cover. Ike watched the game on the field, quietly retreated to the corner of the stands, and after a bright lightning flashed, he cast the disillusionment charm on himself. The rain intensified, and Gryffindor called a timeout, but the cheers of the audience did not press the pause button, especially when Lee Jordan shouted they found the snitch. The stadium completely boiled. But soon, a bone-piercing chill surged up, and the sky seemed to be cloudier. On the court, a person was thrown straight from the broom, but everyone was strangely silent. Ike raised his head, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he held his wand tightly in his hand. Accompanied by the sudden white light on the professor's stand, he chased after the group of Dementors running away like bereaved dogs. The greatest white wizard today released the most powerful Patronus charm Ike had ever seen, and the damage caused to the Dementors was incalculable. After catching up easily, Ike performed Eclumency. The wand in his right hand glowed white, and his left hand directly grabbed a Dementor's neck. The suitcase is flying. The suitcase in the dormitory came through the rain, and Ike stuffed the Dementor into it, and then immediately rushed to the stadium, quietly blending into the crowd. The prefects were organizing the students to return to the castle, but the scene was still chaotic. No one noticed that Ike ran out quietly just now, followed by a floating and invisible suitcase. Oak in the trunk. There was also a Dementor that had just been stuffed in. Chapter 116. Several results of research on Dementors. The sport of Quidditch is really ill-fated, and various accidents will always happen. But in recent decades, only this time is the most serious. The Dementors had a huge impact, even if they just wandered around on the field. Many young wizards, especially the lower grades, felt that all the happiness was gone. For this reason, Snape and his Potion Newts students had to It's Not Urgent to make a batch of euphoria to relieve it. I have been busy for a long time. The Daily Prophet would not let go of such a big event, and it was published on the front page the next day. Secretary Fudge is said to have been furious at this and accused the Daily Prophet of ignoring the facts. But this time, Even Dumbledore, who had always supported him, no longer covered him up. This bad incident made him furious, and even several Dementors disappeared under the Patronus spell. Although it is said that they will come back as long as they absorb enough emotions in the place where they disappeared, but that is too difficult, and it is almost impossible to happen. There is also an advantage. At least Ike doesn't have to worry about being exposed. At midnight, after everyone fell asleep, Ike carefully got into the suitcase. After his transformation, the suitcase now has a bit of the style of the box of the legendary magizoologist Newt Scamander. From the perspective of the area of the internal space, the gap is almost gone, but the internal difference is huge. He doesn't have so many magical animals. However, the size also has great benefits. The places for various experiments can be separated, which largely avoids danger. In non-existent magical creature laboratory, Ike is sitting on a chair and writing notes. On November 24th, test item number 1 still showed no signs of recovery, and test item number 2 was in good condition, only slightly sluggish. It can be confirmed for the time being that the emotions of non-human and non-magical creatures cannot be used as food for Dementors, and there are no experimental conditions for magical animals. Number 2 is still extremely resistant to the Death Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. The Fierce Fire Curse can cause damage, but it's not enough to be fatal. Key point: LV4's Fierce Fire Curse. The 25th experiment of the Soul Repelling Curse still couldn't break through the 1-second mark, and I could only feel extreme terror and pain. After writing this, Ike frowned, and then picked up the Euphoria potion on the side and suffocated. Only then did he feel a lot better. The improved method of extracting emotions is still available. If there is a euphoric potion, the excess satisfaction can be extracted and fed. Number 2 has no negative reaction to this kind of emotion catalyzed by the potion. Guess, time, magnitude. Don't pick at all. Plan, human experimentation, to be determined. Experiment on magical animals, to be determined. The Imperious Curse experiment, continue. The Legilimency experiment, to be determined. Completed. Patronus Curse lethal experiment, LV2, 1 hour. After writing the last word, I closed the notebook and extinguished the fiend fire that had been burning on the Dementor with a wave of his hand. As before, there was no special reaction. He took out the satisfaction and happiness produced by the euphoria just now and threw it away, but it can be seen that its condition is better. The criterion for judging is very simple, based on the fluttering frequency of the cloak on the Dementor. The slower the frequency, the worse the state, and vice versa. Da tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, Ike stared straight at the Dementor he had imprisoned with magic. This is a small result of the research on runes and magic circles. The difficulty is that the loss of the power of the magic spell cannot be completely avoided. He needs to replenish the power of the patron saint spell every other day. Fortunately, it is a peaceful white magic like the Patronus charm, and it takes a shorter time to switch to attack magic. The exploding spell lasts for 1 day, the shattering spell lasts for 1.5 days, the normal flame spell lasts 18 hours, and the Die Hard curse lasts only half an hour. The death curse cannot be preserved. The current strength of the Patronus charm has been adjusted by Ike, which is just enough to prevent the Dementor from escaping, and at the same time, it will not cause damage to it. And as an intelligent creature, obviously it also knows how powerful Ike is. Although he couldn't see it, Ike's unique mood swings when he was thinking and researching made it deeply imprinted in his bones. If it is such a thing. After replenishing the cage with some energy, Ike carefully locked the door of the laboratory, and quietly climbed out of the suitcase. With the help of the illusion spell, he quietly came to the room of requirement, took a bath happily, and then went back to the dormitory to sleep obediently. After getting the roster purification agent from Snape, this was something Ike would do almost every night, and he didn't want to hear Snape's weirdness because of this incident. That was really not a good experience. Time soon came to the weekend, and Ravenclaw ushered in the first Quidditch battle. Because Slytherin adjusted the order of the game before, Hufflepuff ushered in a rematch after only 1 week. I don't know if the impact of the bad weather last time still exists. The 200-point victory was unprecedented for Ravenclaw in many years. The common room was completely exploded that night. Fireworks, butterbeer, candies, snacks. From time to time, there are meaningless roars. You were reading WWW. Win the championship. The swollen Roger shouted, and the team members like Stuart also swelled and echoed, and even Q, who always seemed out of tune with this group of rough guys, perfectly blended in. They completely forgot that they will face Gryffindor in another week, and the Lion Cubs who lost the first match will definitely devote 200% of their concentration. As the only person in the entire Eagle Academy who is still awake, Ike will not pour cold water on him at this time, and he will have to wait until tomorrow if he wants to. They were all out of their minds by the harassment gadfly. Another Luna who was awake said in her unique and somewhat erratic voice, "It's possible, but we can't help them." Ike shrugged. "It's impossible for us to win against Gryffindor," Luna said. "Don't tell them." "Why?" "No reason." Ike shook his head. "Those who have been disturbed by the harassment horse will not listen to this news." "Okay." As she spoke, Luna suddenly stared straight at Ike with erratic eyes. "You're thinking about something very dangerous." "I feel it now." "It's not." Ike's eyes turned colder, but his expression didn't change. "Your feeling is wrong." "Ah? Maybe. I can't feel it anymore." "This kind of thing always happens. It must be the fault of the harassing gadfly." As he spoke, he flapped his hands in the air, as if trying to drive something away. Ike quietly moved away from Luna, and moved closer to Stuart and Anthony, who were gulping butterbeer, picked up a glass with a smile, and blended in the blink of an eye. Chapter 117 The Robbery of the 0-Year-Old Man. After the Dementors were honest, life at Hogwarts returned to calm again. Going to class, Quidditch, and going to class. It was plain without any ripples. Ike implemented his plan step by step. Although his growth was slow, his success was solid. In mid-December, many of Ike's researches achieved phased victories, and he finally took some time to flip through the secrets of advanced dark arts that Dumbledore sent to his door. This is a black magic book with a lot of references to souls and immortality, most of which are based on the many achievements of the despicable Hi-Abo. The compiler of the book is obviously a paranoid admirer of Hi-Bo, and there is a lot of personality worship mixed with him between the lines. The content inside is too evil and dark, including a large number of human experiments. The results of various experiments made Ike feel his scalp numb and his 3 views ruined. It's hard to imagine that many of the existing humanoid creatures in the magic world were cultivated as tools of war. In comparison, the Horcrux is considered a relatively mild method. The next day, after reading Secrets of Advanced Dark Arts, Ike took this book to the principal's office. "This thing is too distorted. People will really go crazy after watching it for a long time." "What's the matter, Mr. Strider?" Dumbledore didn't know what business he was dealing with, and was sitting in front of his gorgeous desk writing something. "I'll return the book, Professor." I put the book on the table. "I don't think this book is suitable for me." "Oh? I thought you'd have to watch for a while longer." Dumbledore put down the quill in his hand, and pushed off the glasses on his nose. "One time is enough." Without saying any more, Ike has already clearly expressed his attitude. Believe it or not, Dumbledore didn't care a long time ago. The rigor of an unbreakable oath is stronger than a blood oath. "Then don't bother me, Professor. I still have classes to attend later." "Well, Mr. Strutter, it's not wrong for students to focus on learning." Dumbledore watched Ike walk out of the door, and suddenly said when he was approaching the door, "By the way, listen, Phil said something very interesting, and I got an old friend for it, and he happened to be coming to school to see his grandson." Looking at the time, he continued, "There is still time. I think you can go to Severus." "I will, Professor." Nodding, Ike left. After leaving the principal's office, he went straight to the ground, knocked on the door, and Ike pushed the door open and entered. Snape's office didn't have the usual gloomy feeling. Many candles were lit and it was very brightly lit. A thin grey-haired old man was standing next to Ellie, holding a wand and poking it from time to time, while Snape stood beside her, looking a little respectful. "I think you should learn about etiquette, Strider." Noticing Ike's entry, Snape's face instantly changed back to his usual cold expression. "Sorry, Professor." Ike knew that he had to be cowardly when he should. Besides, he was more interested in this skinny old man than Snape. After such a long time, Snape still has a deep understanding of Ike. Looking at his appearance, he can understand what he is thinking. "This is Mr. Scamander." "Newt Scamander." Ike's eyes brightened instantly. "Mr. Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them." "Oh? Do children nowadays know me as an old man?" Newt turned around. "Two always thought that no one knew me anymore. My grandson always said that I was out of date." "Of course not. You are the greatest magizoologist in modern times," Snape said hastily. That's right, that's right." Ike nodded again and again, pointed at Ellie and asked, "Are you here to see her?" "Oh, that's right. That's right." Newt's interest suddenly rose. "It's hard to imagine that I actually saw this magical little guy with my own eyes. This is really a big discovery. Do you know that there is a kind of snake in Africa?" Newt rattled on about a similar incident he had witnessed while hunting for magical beasts in Africa. It's a pity that it's a magical creature, which is completely different from this little guy." Newt poked Ellie again. "There are magic fluctuations in her body." "So, Mr. Scamander, can you cure her?" Ike asked. "This I can try." Newt remained silent for a while. "After all, I have never encountered such a thing, and there is no record of a situation like her. But in the end, there shouldn't be any problem." In my opinion, Newt talked a lot, and was stunned by what Ike said. A brief overview is that Ellie hurt her vitality deeply when she gave birth to the Red Rose. Although Ike's treatment allowed her to survive this process and thus received the favor of magic, you are reading www. After all, it is an ordinary nightingale, and the magic power has not completely transformed her. So, if, then, her problem should be solved, well, right now, we can just speed up the transformation of her by magic power. Ike thought of a transformation method mentioned in Secrets of Cutting-Edge Black Magic. "Steps should be fine." "Thank you, Mr. Scamander." Ike touched Ellie's little head. "I can finally make you better, Ellie." Wait. Newt nodded approvingly at first, but suddenly came back to his senses. "You want to save her yourself?" "Yes. Do you have a way?" "I have a little idea." "That won't work." Newt suddenly stiffened, his thin body straightened. "You're still a student, and learning is the most important thing, so let me do it." Saying that, without giving Ike a chance, he ran out with the bird stand in hand, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ike was a little dumbfounded, and hurriedly followed out, but he didn't see Newt at all. Scratching his head back, he asked Snape in a dazed expression, what he just should have been a robbery, right? "I agree with Mr. Scamander, he is more sure than you." Snape resumed his cold look, flipped up his robe and sat down on the chair. "As Mr. Scamander said, you should focus on your studies, Strider." "Okay, Professor." Ike nodded subconsciously. In this situation, even if he was unwilling, it would be useless, and with Newt, a magizoologist, taking action, it would be much more reliable than his conjecture. Chapter 118 White and Black. Ellie's departure still made Ike a little sad. But when a magizoologist who is well known in the magic world made such a move, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, in fact, Ike himself knows that being taken away by Newt is the best choice for Ellie. As the Christmas holiday approached, the rhythm of Hogwarts slowed down again. This has become the norm, and although there are big and small things happening in the first half of each school year, it will magically return to calm around Christmas. Both the professors and the students are already used to it. Unlike last year, not many students chose to go home this year, especially the third graders, who basically stayed in school. Today's British wizarding world is actually not peaceful. The Ministry of Magic has dispatched a large number of Aurora, some of them are distributed around Hogwarts with Dementors, and the rest are all over the UK looking for traces of Sirius. They didn't know that Sirius was an illegal animagus, and all the searches and searches were actually useless. But that's the job of the Ministry of Magic, and it seems that since Fudge came to power, such actions have been happening almost every moment. On the Saturday before Christmas, Hogwarts opened the permission to go to Hogsmeade for the second time, and when this weekend is over, it will officially enter the Christmas holiday. The little wizards are still very excited. The timing is just right. Everyone is thinking about buying something they like in Hogsmeade, and maybe they can get the envy and appreciation of their family and friends during the holiday. Of course, this is for those who choose to go home during the holidays, and those who stay in school are to make the holidays more interesting. Just like last time, Ike put all the potions he had practiced brewing for so long into a small handbag. He didn't go so early, and he came to the Pig's Head bar almost at noon. A few days ago, it snowed a few times, and the whole of Hogsmeade was covered with thick snow, and the weather was unbearably cold. Even though he had prepared in advance, Ike still felt his body was frozen. Doing a good job of covering up and walking into the bar, Ike saw a witch in a thick coat sat in the previous seat. Rubbing his hands together, he sat down directly opposite the witch. "I thought it would really be after Christmas," the witch greeted. "Just to try my luck. If you didn't meet me today, what would you do?" "Sell it to someone else," Ike replied casually, skillfully cast the silencing charm and blur charm, and then directly put the bag on the table. The witch looked at Ike with questioning eyes, and began to check the contents after getting permission. "The compound decoction and antidote are almost the same as last time. Huh? There is even a bottle of Buffy brain refreshing potion." The witch was surprised. "Is this the good one or the bad one?" "You won't believe me if I say it's good, even though it's true," Ike replied casually. Ever since he received a bottle of Buffy's brain refreshing potion from Snape in July, Ike has been working hard to brew a bottle by himself. After several months of hard work, after the potion skill finally reached LV5, he finally managed to. This bottle did the trick. Of course, the effect is naturally not as good as Snape's bottle, but the gap is not too big. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's true or not." The witch nodded, put away all the potions, and took out a money bag. "It contains 500 galleons. The quantity of potion this time is about the same as last time, so I will give you the same price as last time. I can't give you this bottle of Buffy brain refreshing potion at the market price, but you are not at a disadvantage at the price of 150 galleons. After checking the number of Garan, Ike nodded and put it away. Happy cooperation. As she spoke, she was about to get up when the witch suddenly asked, "By the way, since you can get the Buffy brain refreshing potion, what about the bliss potion? I can give you 300 galleons a bottle." "No Felicity elixir." Ike shook his head. "Also, this is the last transaction." "Don't." The witch panicked. "I can raise the price for you." "Sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Ike tore off the silencer and blur spells, opened the door and left. The 500 galleons came in, and his assets had increased by nearly half. Ike was actually not short of money now, and he didn't need to buy expensive things like flying broomsticks. This amount of money could even buy a house in some wizarding villages. A better house. Just buying some common potion materials and alchemy materials. The cost is actually not that big. If it's really those expensive materials, Ike can go to the Forbidden Forest to find them by himself, or even secretly go to Snape's storage room to have a blast. Anyway, Snape couldn't do anything to him. After waiting at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks for a while, Stuart and others who purchased another batch from Honeydukes finally arrived. Pushing the door open, there are still many people, but it is rare to have a seat. After ordering their own drinks, they began to share their gains. Miss Rosmita quickly brought up the drinks. Ike took a sip of his lemon honey black tea and listened quietly to Stuart and the others chatting. After a while, the door of the bar opened. Ike glanced at it and shrunk his body subconsciously. "What's wrong, Ike?" Terry asked. "It's nothing." Ike shook his head, then shrank back. The trustworthy Stuart looked around, saw the three Hermiones who had just squeezed into the table only 2 tables away, let out a long "oh," and then pulled Lattery. Okay, don't think about it, Ike's nemesis is here. Oh, Terry, Michael, and Anthony all acted like they had suddenly realized it, but Ike shrank back again, almost putting himself under the illusion spell. Seeing Ike like this, they finally stopped in satisfaction. It's nothing else. The main thing is that Ike is really going to be bullied here. With Ike's strength, they wouldn't even notice if they were dealt with unconsciously. If I'm not mistaken ... That's Harry Potter? Terry felt a little belatedly. Isn't there no way for him to come to Hogsmeade? Maybe he has other ways. Stuart didn't care at all. Don't worry about this, it's a trouble. If everyone's attitude towards Harry in the first grade was still based on curiosity and admiration, then after the things he did in the past 2 years, especially after the halo of defeating the Basilisk last year, at least Lavine none of the crows were too fond of Harry. Several people chatted for a few words, and naturally changed the subject. After a while, the door of the tavern opened again, and it was Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, followed by a man whose head almost reached the ceiling, chatting with a fat and polite wizard wearing a cupola. Hagrid and Minister Fudge. This time, it was Harry and the three who wished to hide themselves. The professors first went to the bar to turn around, and then walked to the seat next to Harry. The Christmas tree next to the table moved quietly, just blocking the table between Harry and the professors. You were reading WWW. I quietly sat up straight, moved his fingers slightly, and the conversation over there immediately fell into his ears. Do you think Black is still in this area? Minister. This is the voice of Miss Rosmeter. I believe it's still there. Minister Fudge replied, you know, he can't let that child go. It's really unimaginable. Among so many people who have taken refuge in that unnamed person now, Sirius is the last thing I can imagine. It's nothing. You don't know the worst thing he did. You should remember who his best friend in school is. Professor McGonagall said, James Potter and Sirius Black. There have never been two people as close as they are. I picked up the cup and took a sip, facing Stuart and the others, while listening to Professor McGonagall's conversation. To be honest, if he didn't know the plot and judged only by what they said, Ike would also think that Sirius is a terrible person, betraying and killing his best friend. No matter what age and place they are all intolerable, and escaping from Azkaban also shows that he has extraordinary abilities. Now, who would have imagined that the really bad one is Peter Pettigrew, who has always been submissive and timid, just following behind James Potter and Sirius. In a daze, Ike seemed to see a black dog looking straight at the room opposite the bar. Suddenly, an imperceptible smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of his mouth, accompanied by the words ... the loyalty curse ... the secret keeper. In his ear, Ike took another sip of the sweet honey lemon black tea. I'm sorry Black, maybe I have to intervene. Chapter 119 Crookshanks. As soon as their weekend was over, it officially entered the Christmas holiday. Although Hogwarts Express sent away a group of students who chose to go home during the holidays, there were too many of them staying in the school, and it was no different from usual. Ike is very clear that the so-called plot has actually changed. With so many people going to the Christmas dinner, Professor Trelawney will definitely not make the prediction about 13. If there is any regret so far, it is that Ike still hasn't seen the level of divination on the waste notepad system until now. Even if the divination has reached the level of LV4, it can be said that the prophetic divination is more attractive. Maybe you really don't have talent, Ike thought. On the 24th, Ike was captured by Professor Flitwick to help decorate the castle. This job is actually done every year, but this is the first time I was called away early in the morning. Not many. With his level of magic, it doesn't take much trouble to just hang a decoration. On Christmas Day, Ike was woken up very early by Stuart and Terry. Even Michael and Anthony came over. The four of them were holding a lot of presents and were about to unwrap them. I didn't have this opportunity before, but now I have to compare. Similar to last year, Ike's gift didn't change much, and he was the first to lose. Stuart got a Christmas sweater from his mother, the bright red one with the reindeer pattern on it, which killed him immediately. Michael and Anthony weren't much better, but they were better than Stuart anyway. Terry took the lead. A Nimbus 2000 that had been out of the factory for 2 years made him really enjoy Stuart's envious eyes. Even if this thing has been sold for 2 years, the price is still not cheap. Of course, it's incomparable with the latest Firebolt. The common room was very lively. Punlo, who stayed at school, led a group of little witches to decorate the lounge well, and also contributed a lot of candy and dessert drinks. Professor Flitwick also provided his unique small cake. When Ike and others came out, they were occupying the sofa, talking and joking, very happy. After saying hello, I blended in naturally. Stuart and Anthony naturally chatted with the Quidditch players like Koo, and Terry joined in with the Nimbus 2000. But the consequences were very serious. Under the coercion of Stuart and Anthony, the two bad friends, the right to use the broom was directly and forcibly assigned to Ravenclaw's seeker Koo. Koo was still a little embarrassed, but even Terry, who had been coerced, repeatedly asked for humility, and agreed to use this broom during the competition. After all, her comet broom is really too old. We will win the Quidditch championship. Stuart shouted, a good broom can greatly improve a seeker. But he was not happy for too long. When everyone came to the auditorium and saw the brand new Firebolt in Harry's hand, Stuart fainted. It's okay, the gap between the Nimbus 2000 and the Firebolt is smaller than that of the Comet and the Firebolt. Patting Stuart on the shoulder, Ike went straight to the side, sat quietly on the long Ravenclaw table, and ate breakfast in silence. You're avoiding me. After a while, Hermione sat over holding a big-faced cat whose face looked like it had been slapped by a frying pan. I didn't. I categorically denied it. Impossible. Hermione had an expression that I had seen through you. Don't forget, we have 3 classes that are held together, and every time you left after the get out of class was over. You can't blame me, and neither do you. After all, we all have to take 2 or 3 classes at the same time. Then at the 3 broomsticks last time, you clearly saw me. Are you sure you want me to greet you at that time? Ike handed over a sandwich, his eyes sweeping towards the densest part of the Gryffindor table. There was another person who shouldn't be there at the time, woolen cloth. Moreover, next to you is the McGonagall professor. Are you sure you want to let her know about this? Hermione was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say, and took a bite out of the sandwich. I need you to help me with one thing. Can I refuse? Ike replied. No. I haven't forgotten the stun spell you cast on my head at the end of last semester. Hermione obviously turned over old accounts, so Ike had no choice but to nod helplessly, and then took over the big-faced cat with the same confused expression. Help me take care of Crookshanks for a while. I don't know who else will help me except you. Hermione looked a little lonely. It always likes to catch that stupid mouse of Ron. I told it several times, without any effect. As long as it can't be seen at a glance, it will definitely go after that stupid teacher. No wonder. Ike suddenly said to himself, huh? No wonder why? You were reading www. Hermione asked after being interrupted. No wonder you gave me cat food at Christmas. You used to give me books and quills. Ike stroked the cat, and it felt surprisingly good. Hermione was a little embarrassed by what she said, so she picked up a glass of milk and took a sip to cover up her embarrassment. That's my cup, Ike said while stroking the cat. I drank it just now. Ahem. Putting down the glass quickly, Hermione's ears were a little red, but she couldn't see it because of her thick hair. Maybe it was her coughing that was a little too loud, or maybe Crookshanks' snoring was too. That, and Jimmy, who had been hiding in Ike's collar, crawled out. Jimmy seldom came out since November, perhaps because the weather was too cold, as it was like last year. Long time no see, Jimmy. Hermione stretched out her hand, and Jimmy crawled over naturally, looking at Crookshanks collapsed into a cat cake with some doubts. I'm going back, take care of it. After finishing speaking, he showed a vicious expression. Then, he took Jimmy and left. Oh. Ike didn't realize it at first, but when he did, Crookshanks scratched his hand again with his paw, and then he came back to his senses. and used the 18 cat strokes again. Hoolaloo, hoolaloo. Hearing Crookshank's comfortable snoring, Ike was in a daze for a moment. I still remember the same thing in the past. Whenever he had dinner at home, the long-haired Persian cat of the same color would lie on his lap and make such a purring sound. Besides, that cat is much prettier than Crookshanks, at least its face is not flat. Although, its name is also Crookshanks. Chapter 120 A Tragic Victory. It was already January when Roger knew that Harry had acquired a new firebolt. Originally, he had the Nimbus 2000, which made him very happy, but after hearing the bad news, Roger almost collapsed. Don't worry too much, Roger. I heard that Professor McGonagall took away Harry's firebolt. He said he wanted to check if there was a curse on it. Someone comforted. Our match against Gryffindor will be in February, and he will definitely get it back then. Not long after the start of the second half of the school year, Ravenclaw will have a fight with Slytherin, and after that it will be Gryffindor. It's okay to play Slytherin. Malfoy, a Gallon player, is not very good. And Nimbus 2000 are enough to even out the gap on the broom. But Gryffindor is different. As the most talented seeker in recent years, the combination of Harry and Firebolt is terrifying just thinking about it. It's over, it's over. I still want to fight for second place. In the common room, a collapsed Roger collapsed on the sofa, surrounded by his team members. You comforted each other, but it was obviously useless. The fact is there, and everyone knows it well, but it's not as serious as Roger's. On the second weekend of 1994, Ravenclaw ushered in a match against Slytherin. It was a rare good weather, the sky was clear, and it was rare for Ike to take the initiative to come to the stadium. According to Roger, this game is a life and death battle for Ravenclaw. As long as they can win, they will basically ensure the top two positions, and they can even look forward to the championship. But if you can't win, you'll be at the bottom again. So, in this extremely important match for the entire Ravenclaw, I couldn't be the one who didn't fit in. With Mrs. Huochee's whistle, the game officially started. Facing the advantage of all Slytherin members with the Nimbus 2001, Ravenclaw did not fall into a disadvantage, and the score rose alternately, biting very hard. Stuart is in very good condition, and he cooperates tacitly with Roger, who is also the pursuer, and his fast delivery in a small area is very smooth. The batsman Terry is also very brave, and every time he hits the bludger, he goes for the Slytherin players. Queen's commentator Lee Jordan is obviously biased towards Ravenclaw. In fact, as long as there is a Slytherin game, he will definitely favor the other team. Under his explanation, Stuart and Roger are simply the future stars and saviors of England's Quidditch, which cannot be exaggerated anymore. Of course, everyone is used to it. He used to play Gryffindor in the same way, but now he just changed his name. Soon, the score between the two sides will come to an end. At 70:60, Ravenclaw led by 1 goal. This is a good sign, but it also means that the Eaglets need to be more vigilant. According to Slytherin's previous methods, once the score is tied or falls behind, their actions will become barbaric and increase confrontation. This is their regular method. Sure enough, the fierce but smooth game suddenly became fragmented. Stuart and Roger suffered heavy injuries one after another, and had to undergo simple treatment before returning to the game. Of course, Slytherin was not feeling well either. Terry and another batsman seized the opportunity to make a Slytherin player fall off the broom and was simply taken away for treatment. Just like that, the game continued intermittently, and the score was tied at 110-110. Suddenly, Q speeded up and flew toward the ground. Malfoy followed closely and quickly caught up. Less than 2 meters above the ground, the two climbed straight up with the broom together, and then circled the field. Come and go. The snitch. They found the snitch. Lee Keoden's voice sounded, and the audience all focused their attention on the two entangled in the air. Q's speed is very fast. She is always behind the golden snitch and firmly blocks Malfoy's flight path. Beautiful roundabout. Q dodged the bludger from the insidious Slytherin. Oh my god, foul, foul. Despicable Slytherins. They knocked Ku off the broom. No. Wait. What is that? Golden snitch. Ku caught the snitch. Ravenclaw scored 150 points. It's over. Ravenclaw has won the match. In a tragic victory, almost every one of the 7 members of the team was injured. Ku was especially serious. She was knocked off her broom while flying at high speed. Fortunately, she fell into a bunker on the ground, but also lost an arm and a leg and had a bit of a concussion. Based on past experience, such an injury would require her to lie in the school hospital for almost a month. It can be said that even if she recovers from her injury, it's time to compete against Gryffindor. The greater possibility is that she was still lying in the school hospital at that time. Ravenclaw's victory dealt a heavy blow to the Little Lions. Because they have already lost one game, they must win all the next games and win points as much as possible. Wood was under a lot of pressure. He was very eager to win another championship before graduation. Harry's firebolt gave him hope, but the current situation almost shattered his hope. In the days that followed, Gryffindor players could be seen training on the field almost every day, and Wood's roars could even be heard in the castle. Poor Gryffindors, they are really under a lot of pressure now. Through the window of the lounge, looking at the little lion who was still training in the heavy rain, Stuart said, "I think you're too happy." Ike was stroking the cat while reading a thick book. Just now Roger said he was going to apply for the right to use the stadium tomorrow. According to previous year's experience, the rain will not stop tomorrow. In a word, it's easy to make Stuart's mood exactly the same as the weather outside the window. In recent days, Ike has slightly slowed down his use of the time converter, from full efficiency to just enough to not miss the class. Firstly, after a holiday, Ike's research has basically reached the current bottleneck, and it cannot be improved by brushing proficiency. Secondly, even if he takes a conscious rest, his body and spirit are close to the limit. Proper rest is for a brighter tomorrow. It's definitely not because of the addiction to petting cats. I have to say that Crookshanks is a bit ugly, but it can't stand up to other people's hair, which is soft and bright, and feels great to the touch. Besides, appearance is something that I get used to after seeing it for a long time, and there is another word called ugly and cute, in Ike's view. This is tailor-made for Crookshanks. Since being stuffed by Hermione, Crookshanks has lived a very nourishing life, maybe even better than when he was with Hermione. After all, Ike will not restrict its actions, and no one will be cold-faced every day reprimand it. It has the blood of Malfoy, and it is very smart. It knows very well that the real life of a cat is in the present day. There is food and drink, and there are massages. Cats are born like this. Meow meow meow. Chapter 121 The Secret of the Potion Master. In early February, Hogsmeade opened again. The little wizards were not so excited this time, especially the 5th and 7th graders. The approach of the OWL's and Newt's exams calmed down their restless hearts. It's about the future, and no one dares to relax. Ike didn't act alone this time, but accompanied Stuart and the others to do some shopping in Honeydukes. After all, the consumption of the cockroach pile is still very large. I just made a fortune a few months ago, and the goal of freeing the cockroach pile is relatively easy to achieve. These dementors are really annoying. Coming out of Honeydukes, looking at the black shadows hovering in the sky, Terry's tone was full of disgust. There's no other way. They haven't caught Sirius until now. Ike chewed on the cockroach heap said. It can't be said that. As Morty and the others said, Sirius has mastered some kind of transformation magic and can turn into plants or something. Otherwise, there is no trace of it until now. Ike was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. He really wanted to say that the boy, you guessed it right, can he just turn into a black dog? If he hadn't been overwhelmed by the pleasure of exploding milk, Ike swore he would have said it. After spending a little more time at Zuko's joke shop, Ike and the others returned to the castle. As soon as they came back, Stuart and Anthony were taken away by Roger for training. The match against Gryffindor will be next week, and the latest news is that the firebolt will definitely be on the stage. Roger scratched his head worriedly, even a little balled up. The good news is that Ku was finally discharged from the hospital, but the impact is still there, and the prospects are still not optimistic. The fact is indeed the case, there is nothing Q can do against Harry. The advantage of the firebolt is too great. Whether it is straight-line acceleration or the flexibility of turning and changing directions, it is not comparable to the Nimbus 2000. Gryffindor finally relied on Harley's performance, won the game and kept hope. After the match, Roger was very disappointed and stayed on the field alone. It's very similar to Wood. After Gryffindor lost to Hufflepuff last time, Wood was like this. It's just that Wood wanted to be drowned in the rain last time, but this time Roger wanted to be sunburned to death. This may be the most confusing Quidditch ever. The four teams all scored 1 point in the first round of confrontation. In terms of point difference, they were Eagles, Lions, Badgers, and Snakes, but the difference was only 1,030 points. It is conceivable that the second round of the competition must be a bloodbath. Let's not mention the ups and downs of Quidditch for now. 0-0 has little to do with Ike, and he doesn't care about these. He is completely immersed in the pleasure of stroking cats. There is also no pursuit. When most of the magic and subjects have reached the level of LV6, and alchemy, runes, and Ravenclaw manuscripts have also fallen into bottlenecks, Ike will be salty. Until now, he has not found a specific way to upgrade to LV7, but only has a vague idea. I still remember the string of LV7 magic that I saw when I was controlled by Comrade Laofu with the Imperious Curse. It can be seen that Comrade Laofu must have a way to upgrade. Of course, Dumbledore also has them, but now Ike is a little bit against getting in touch with old Deng. This old man is really bad. Up to now, the goals Ike set in last summer's vacation have basically been completed, and the research on Dementors has also reached a bottleneck period. After being tossed by Ike for several months, experiment number 2 finally failed to resist and followed in the footsteps of its predecessors. Before there is any chance to get a new test product, it can only be put on hold temporarily. If there is a chance in the future, it may be possible to study the Dementor Resurrection Project. It's still very interesting. Now more often, Ike is more inclined to go to Professor Snape for advice on potions, especially those rare potions, such as the life-sustaining potion brewed by Comrade Xiaofu last year. The mystery is roughly mastered, but I just haven't gotten started. After all, the materials are so precious that Snape will not provide them, and with Ike's assets, he can only afford the consumption of boiling them twice. As expected, Garin really hated it when the time came. There are still some gains. Most of the potions in Powerful Potion Ike have been brewed successfully under Snape's guidance, which really made him a lot of proficiency in potions. More importantly, Ike learned Snape's ability to make potions taste more unpalatable without reducing its own effect. How horrible! Snape's knowledge of potion materials was beyond his imagination, and some improvements could only be regarded as pediatrics. He would use the mixed reactions of several materials as the basis, and then neutralize it with another combination of materials. There are too many things to consider, and it is simply impossible to memorize them by rote. Just like the Wolfsbane potion he brewed for Lupin, the version without additives will only make the werewolf feel a little tired and weak. This kind of operation can already be called art. It was also during this period of contact that you were reading WWW. Ike discovered Snape's qualified side as a professor. He never refuses students' questions, and it is no exaggeration to say that any questions will be answered by him. Of course, when you ask stupid questions, Snape will not be stingy with his vicious language, and will even break you down. But if your question is very novel, you will find his extremely patient side. The only thing to note is that you should not ask the same question twice, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. At that time, troll and dung beetle are already very gentle adjectives. Ike has a deep understanding of this. In March, as the OWLs and Newt's exams approached, all the professors focused on the 5th and 7th grade students. Almost all of their extracurricular time was taken up. Snape's temper was also at its peak. Ike was kicked out of his office directly, but one of his notebooks was thrown over, and Ike was explicitly prohibited from coming to him to collect materials. Now, those 5th and 7th graders need more practice. A 3rd grader were to cool off. Ike didn't take it seriously. With Snape's potion notes, what more bike do you need? Just think about how Harry, whose potion was rotten to a certain extent, behaved after getting Snape's school textbook, and you will know what kind of thing this thing is. How valuable it is. The golden legend. It can be said that Snape's thoughts and improvements on potions in the past 10 years are all in this notebook, which is like a huge experience bag, allowing Ike's level of potions to be improved by leaps and bounds again. Because of this, Ike set another goal that is in line with his current potion level. Before the end of the semester, he successfully brewed a bottle of Felix Elixir. Testimonials. Fate is so bad, you reading www. is still on the shelves. When I first opened the book last year, I basically read all the HP fans of the starting point, and then suddenly came up with the idea of writing a book myself. I didn't think too much about it, so I just jumped in. At the beginning, it was relatively stable, but later, due to personal feelings and work, my mentality really collapsed. First, the person who was originally going to get married was divided, just when the wedding room was bought and other decorations were completed. Then the unit was restructured, and the original unit was reorganized. I have been confused for more than 4 months, and this book has also been out of print for more than 4 months during the new book period. Later, when my work became more stable and my time became more relaxed, I thought that no matter what I did, I had to start and finish. From reading books in 2000 to now, I can also say that I am an old bookworm, and I know that everyone hates jinging and even eunuchs. Comparing my heart to my heart, I just came back. Originally, I wasn't sure if this book would be on the shelves, and I thought there would be a short notice on the website. A few days ago, I suddenly remembered that I also added the Penguin account of the editor, and only after reading the top log did I know that I had to apply. I asked a question, and it was actually available for sale. Really pleasantly surprised. Finally, I would like to thank all the book friends who read my book. Thank you for your votes and rewards. Thank you. For more novels, 11,956. Join. Chapter 122. Strange Feeling. The difficulty of brewing Felicia Elixir can be said to be at the ceiling level, and there can be no mistakes in the tedious steps, which will test a person's energy and control. To be honest, Ike didn't have any confidence in accomplishing this goal. Even for potion masters, difficult potions required a familiar process. From this point of view, everyone's starting line is the same. But to be able to reach the end, what is needed is talent and a lot of galleons. Seeing that almost a third of the huge sum of more than 1,000 was lost in the blink of an eye, Ike felt pain in his heart. At this time, the role of the time converter is reflected. It is known that Echo can brew potions in 2 crucibles at the same time, and each pot takes 20 hours. Using the time turner, up to 5 Ikes can appear at the same time. Q. How many potions can Ike get after 90 days? Liver. He used the time turner more frequently than in the last semester. Even though there was an Ike who was resting and sleeping almost all the time, it still made him feel very tired. This kind of mental exhaustion cannot be made up for by indirect rest. Moreover, because the room of response has been occupied for a long time, it has also caused a small trouble. Ike's stride. In the Hogwarts kitchen at the end of March, Ike, who was eating frantically, was blocked by an angry Hermione. She was still holding Crookshanks in her hand. It was obvious that he had lost a lot of weight. The brewing of potions requires full concentration. In the past month of being addicted to potions, Ike has maintained this state of concentration, and naturally he has somewhat ignored Crookshanks. He wasn't hungry, but he ran out of food every 3 to 5 times, and there was no happy cath-handling show. So the clever Crookshanks naturally quit. After many protests were ignored, it could only choose the last way. So just running over like this will definitely not be effective. After all, Crookshanks was very plump due to the careful feeding of the previous few months. which meant that big oranges are the most important. It was also ruthless, and it insisted on running non-stop while not eating for 3 days. So when Crookshanks appeared in front of Hermione again, it was already haggard and disfigured. Not to mention that the body shape has been thinner several times than before, and the hair on the body is also dirty. Coupled with its iconic big round face, it is so pitiful. "What the hell are you doing?" Ike looked up, Hermione startled by the deep dark circles under his eyes. What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing." Picking up the lemon tea, he took a sip and pressed down the noodles with meat sauce that he ate just now. "I used that thing a little too much, so I didn't have a good rest." "Ah?" Hermione was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was talking about a time turner. "I mean, every time I went to the room of requirement, I failed, and you've been in it." "It should be." Ike thought for a while and replied, "There is indeed an I in it all the time." You are playing with your life." Hermione was anxious. "There is no need to make yourself so tight. What can I do? ... You can tell me." "It's okay, I'm just brewing some potions," Ike replied casually, not noticing the change in Hermione's tone. "What potion will make you become like this, eh?" Ike was speechless for a while. "It's nothing. It's just that the quantity I cooked is a bit too much." Hermione understood a little, the worry on her face disappeared, and she showed an indescribable expression, a bit like Snape in Iceberg State, or Professor McGonagall catching a student who made a mistake. "How many?" "About 10. At the same time?" "At the same time." "Cool." Hermione took a deep breath, and said very calmly, "You are really amazing." At this time, Ike also heard the unusualness in Hermione's tone. For some reason, he seemed to be under a petrification spell, and he remained motionless, and the rebuttal words came to his lips, but he couldn't say anything. The two were silent for a long time before Hermione sighed softly and said while stroking the cat, "Pay attention to yourself, don't get too tired. I'll take Crookshanks back first, and you won't be able to keep it in this state." "Okay. Okay." Ike nodded in a daze, and then watched Hermione leave. The black-bellied cat was still lying on his shoulder and making a face at him, silently cleaning up the mess on the table. Ike left the kitchen. At the same time, Ike, who was looking at the Felicity potion while brewing Buffy's brain-refreshing potion in the suitcase, shuddered violently, and looked at the top of his head suspiciously. This feeling of blood pressure. "Forget it. Don't care." On the other side, Hermione returned to the Gryffindor lounge with a cold face. Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess on the sofa in the lounge. Seeing Hermione like this, they couldn't help shivering. "What's wrong with this?" Harry asked, his voice trembling a little before he realized it. "I don't know." Ron frowned, watching Hermione go back to the dormitory. "I always feel that something bad is going to happen." "You're thinking nonsense again," said Ron. "Don't pay attention to what Trelawney said in divination class." However, Parvati's promise came true. She did lose something very important in mid-October. "Oh my God, Harry, how long ago was that?" "Every time she makes some terrible prophecies, a few of the many prophecies happen to come true." "Well, you're right, Ron, I was thinking too much." Harry shook his head, as if trying to get rid of the horror in his mind. "You were reading www. It should be the sequel of practicing the Patronus charm recently." Harry thought silently in his heart. It has indeed been a long time. For more than 2 months, Harry's Patronus charm still cannot be fully released. Until now, facing the Dementor turned into a boggart, Professor Lupin still needs to solve it. This made him feel like he couldn't do anything well and was powerless. "I'll tell you, she's been acting weird all year," said Ron. "I've never been able to figure out how she manages to be in 2 classes at the same time, and somehow she's with Ravenclaw." "That guy came very close, he's as bad as Malfoy." "Ron, actually, Ike is still very good." As soon as Harry finished speaking, Ron frowned like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "There he is. Remember in 1st grade, he was always with Quirrell. Last year, He gave Hermione a stun spell so hard that her memory has been lost until now. Ghost knows why Hermione is still so close to him. I think he even encouraged Hermione to buy that bad cat. Didn't you see just now? Hermione brought that cat back. Poor Banban. How long has it been stable for just now? Harry was very helpless listening to Ron's non-stop complaints, and didn't even know what he should say. Everything about this semester is weird. Black Dog, Scabbers, Crookshanks, Hermione, Ron and Professor Lupin. Everyone is weird. There is also Sirius, father's former best friend, and the culprit who killed his parents. Harry didn't know what to do when he actually appeared in front of him. Is it to the professor and owl you owe? Still kill him. Chapter 123 Cracks. Harry couldn't remember exactly how long he had heard Ron complain last night, but he remembered that it was late when he crawled into bed, and he couldn't keep his eyes open. He didn't sleep well, and Ron's complaints seemed to be in his ears all the time in his drowsiness, as well as the images that kept flashing in the process of learning the Patronus charm. Voldemort's grinning, parents begging, and the bright green light. Get out, you bloody cat. Arrow suddenly exploded in his ears. Harry sat up in a daze, and saw Ron throw something on the bed at a cat like crazy. He put his left hand on his chest, holding a mouse tightly. Stop. Enough. Ron. Harry woke up instantly and jumped off the bed, standing between Crookshanks and Ron, for which he was hit on the head by a sock. It doesn't hurt, it just tastes bad. It's come to harm poor Banban again. Ron's left hand was still holding Banban tightly, his eyes were red, and he let out a deafening cry. It just came back. It came here today. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to kill it. Calm down, Ron. Calm down. Harry kept Crookshanks behind him, trying to calm Ron's emotions. But obviously, the current Ron couldn't hear anyone at all. Harry, get out of the way. Ron pulled out his wand and held it tightly. Yes, Harry could even clearly see the veins in Ron's right hand. Very deep green, very similar to the dazzling green that night. Come on, Ron, said Harry. It's just a cat. It won't hurt Scabbers. Get out of the way, Harry. Ron was unmoved, and his whole body was exerting force, and Harry even saw Scabbers roll his eyes from the one he was holding in his left hand. Wait, Ron. Scabbers. Scabbers. Harry was a little incoherent. He had never seen Ron like this. You let go. Scabbers is about to be strangled to death by you. Ah! With a scream, Ron let go of all his strength and sat down on the bed, holding Scabbers who was panting heavily in his hands. It's okay. It's okay, Scabbers. Seeing Ron like this, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at Crookshanks who was behind him, he couldn't help but sighed softly, touched his foot lightly, and whispered, Go, go, go back to Hermione. Crookshanks looked up at Harry, then at Ron sitting on the bed and the strange mouse in his hand, turned around and slipped away. After a while, Ron's mood finally stabilized. Harry wisely didn't mention what happened just now, but only told him to wash up quickly so that we could have breakfast together. It's just that as soon as the two of them walked out of the dormitory, they saw Hermione standing in the lounge in her pajamas, holding Crookshanks with a cold face, and Neville on the side was a little flustered, standing beside him at a loss. Sorry, Hermione heard it all just now. I wanted to remind you, but Neville glanced at Hermione secretly, and his voice became smaller and smaller. The result was stopped. I heard that you were going to kill my cat. Hermione was expressionless, holding Crookshanks with her left hand, and stroking her right hand rhythmically. Hermione, listen to me. Just now when Crookshanks sneaked into the dormitory, Ron was a little excited. Harry was just halfway speaking when Hermione raised her right hand to signal him to stop. Tell me, Ron, are you going to kill Crookshanks? Looking directly at Ron, Hermione suddenly made Harry feel like he was facing Professor McGonagall. That's right. Ron suddenly stiffened, perhaps thinking of what the cat did to Scabbers. Let me ask you, has Banban ever been hurt by Crookshanks? Hermione said coldly. Why not? Cried Ron. At the leaky cauldron. That's Scabbers you kicked when you were chasing Crookshanks. Then last semester, Crookshanks never chased it. This morning. Look for yourself. Hermione looked at the handprints that were still faintly visible on Banban's body. You made them. Ron was at a loss for words for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that this was indeed the case. Although Crookshanks has been looking for Banban, it has never really chased Banban. On the contrary, it is himself who often hurts Banban. Ron Weasley, I've never been so disappointed. Hermione's tone was very calm, but she didn't say anything else. She looked at Ron calmly, then turned to Harry and said, Harry, you hurry up, or you will have to go to class hungry. The three men watched Hermione return to the dormitory as if under a petrification spell, and then shivered in unison. That's scary, said Neville. Yeah, I've never seen her like this. Harry sighed and patted Ron on the shoulder. Ron, go and apologize. We were wrong about this. After hearing this, Ron's face suddenly flushed red, and he hugged Banban without saying a word. Harry pushed again, still unmoved. Okay, let's go eat first, or we will really be hungry. Pushing again, this time Ron didn't resist, and followed Harry out. It's just that he kept his head down and didn't see it. Before leaving, Harry winked at Neville and pouted in the direction of the girls' dormitory. Neville stood alone in the common room, heaved a sigh of relief for a while, sat on the sofa and waited quietly. Not long after, Hermione came out in her school uniform, and Neville hurriedly said. Hermione smiled and replied, I know, Neville, it's none of your business. Let's go and eat. All right. When they came to the auditorium, Hermione and Neville sat at the long table as usual, chatting while eating as if nothing had happened. But Harry still felt a little strange, as if something was different. So hurry up. Buckbeak's case is about to start. We promised Hagrid to collect information for him. Chatting, Hermione talked about the Hippogriff Buckbeak Inc.'s case. You were reading www.s subconsciously commanding tone was exactly the same as before. I know, but I haven't found many precedents. There are too few contents in the library about this. Harry scratched his hair worriedly. Harry, you didn't look for it hard. Maybe you can try to go to the Fantastic Beasts area. Sometimes they use cases to show the dangers of fantastic beasts. Hermione said. Okay, I'll go. Harry agreed. Hermione nodded when she heard the words, drank the milk in the glass, then got up and said, Then you have to hurry up. The date of the trial is not far away, I can't finish everything. After speaking, he left with his textbook in his arms. The three of them watched Hermione leave again, and it wasn't until she walked out of the auditorium that Harry said, I always feel that something is different about Hermione today. But I can't figure it out. Me too, echoed Neville. I don't think there is any difference. She usually looks like this. Ron was obviously sulking, and there was a thorn in his words. Let's go. The first section is Transfiguration. If you eat it again, Professor McGonagall will become very scary. All morning, even in the Transfiguration classroom, Harry wondered what was wrong with Hermione, and even observed it during lunch, but still didn't find any clues. It wasn't until night, when he was lying on the bed in a drowsy sleep, that he suddenly woke up. I see. Harry yelled. Shut up, Harry, go to sleep. Ron muttered, turned over, and soon fell silent. Looking at Ron's bed, Harry looked inexplicably lonely, because Hermione hadn't said a word to Ron all day. Not a word. Chapter 124 The Gears of Fate. After several days of observation, Harry finally had to accept this cruel reality. Although there was still communication between the two, Ron was fine after a day's delay, and talked to Hermione as before. But Hermione just nodded or shook her head, and did not answer in words. Even if they said it, they would use words like you and we, but in fact, from the beginning to the end, there was no word directly spoken to Ron. Harry didn't know how to ease the relationship between the two. He didn't want his two good friends to go on like this, but he couldn't do anything about it. This kind of thing can't be said to others, not even the professor. With the start of the second round, Harry, who had rejoined his Quidditch training, was sore from Wood's practice all day long, and gradually forgot about it. In early April, Hogwarts ushered in the Easter holidays. This short few days off is actually very important. It just allows the 5th and 7th grade students who have been immersed in the intense learning rhythm to relax a little bit and adjust their mentality. Just like a spring cannot be pressed all the time, it will be better if it is relaxed. On the morning of the first day of the holiday, Ike, who was in a separate state to supplement his sleep, was woken up by a cat meowing. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Crookshank's iconic pie face. I don't know how Hermione raised it, but after being brought back for a few days, it gained a lot of weight, and basically returned to its appearance when it first came to him. After petting the cat for a while, after washing and holding Crookshanks in his arms, Ike just walked out of the common room when Ike saw Hermione surrounded by 2 little witches, and he didn't know what to say. "Good morning, Ginny, Luna." "Good morning, Hermione," Ike greeted, not surprised that Ginny was here. She and Luna are very good friends. They can be called a handkerchief exchange. Their homes are not far from each other, they are the same age, and they have played together since childhood. As for Hermione, Ike had guessed it the moment Crookshanks appeared. "Why did you come here? What's the matter?" Ike asked, not seeing Ginny and Luna winking. "Well, there is something." Hermione nodded, and turned her head to give Ginny and the 2 of them the moment Ike stroked the cat. Then Ike thought for a while. "Where are you going?" Hermione pointed in the direction. "No." Ike shook his head. Then, "Let's take a walk by the Black Lake. This time it will work." The 2 of them were walking on the edge of the Black Lake, stepping on the lush grass by the lake, and a yellow cat was running around cheerfully. Just looking at the picture, it was surprisingly harmonious. But the inner softness of the conversation is not so friendly. He's just a selfish brat who won't grow up. Hermione vomited to Ike what happened that morning, and asked Ike for his opinion from time to time. What can Ike say? It is impossible for him to put forward his own views and opinions from an objective and fair point of view, so he can only echo them with yes, that's right. The effect is still good. He knows very well that sometimes a girl tells you about others, just wanting you to listen. When they finish venting, they will figure it out. Men are all elm bumps. Hermione said such a sentence suddenly, and at the end she gave Ike a look, and ran away directly. When Crookshanks, who had been playing like crazy, came back, he only saw Ike with a dazed face. One person and one cat, looking after each other without words. "Let's go. Stay with me for a few days first." Ike picked up Crookshanks and stroked twice intoxicated, and soon heard the familiar snoring sound with his deep skills. Ike didn't take what Hermione said today just as a story. In my impression, there will be many conflicts between Hermione, Harry, and Ron, and there are even times when the quarrel is much more serious than this time, but every time they will get back together. It's just a momentary conflict, don't worry about it. On the other side, Hermione, who returned to the Gryffindor common room, was greeted by Ginny's cross-examination, and asked about gossip with great interest. Only Ginny would speak up about this kind of thing, and she was actually Hermione's best friend in Gryffindor. Hermione naturally denied it, but Ginny didn't believe it. After coming and going, the 2 started fighting. When Harry and Ron came back, they saw the scene of Ginny and Hermione's heads together whispering, neither of them paying attention. This kind of situation has happened frequently since Ginny went to school, and it is not surprising. If you have that time, why not study Quidditch tactics together? This kind of true love will not be diminished by Wood's brutal training. In the evening, Wood held a mobilization meeting in the common room. The twins offered a lot of butterbeer, and everyone was welcomed. Wood's speech made the blood boil. In Wood's description, they will easily cross Ravenclaw, avenge Hufflepuff, tyranny Slytherin, and finally win the championship. Growth, vengeance, and victory. The script is very idealized, but it fully mobilizes the emotions of the lion cubs. Coupled with the fireworks and various props collected by the twins, every Gryffindor present is excited. Even Percy, who is always serious, quietly picked up a glass of butterbeer. Of course, What he didn't know was that the twins had added something to the butterbeer. The consequences are not serious, just hiccup and sneeze at the same time. That is, for a few hours. The carnival didn't end until late at night. Harry and Ron, who returned to the dormitory, still couldn't suppress their excitement, and chatted with Seamus, who was in the same dormitory, for a long time before finally falling asleep. In a daze, Harry felt as if he heard someone shouting, "You are reading WWW." The voice was still very tragic. Boom. In a daze, it seemed that someone had slammed the door of the dormitory. This time he woke up completely, opened the curtain, and was about to turn on the light. Snapped. Dean Thomas turned on the lamp, and Harry saw Ron sitting on his bed with a terrified face. Half of the curtains had been pulled off, and the rest seemed to have been cut by a knife, and had become one by one. The dormitory seemed to have been ravaged by a tornado. Things that were neatly arranged were scattered all over the floor, and there was even a long paw print on the wall. Blake. Sirius. What? Sirius. He's in. With a knife. He's trying to kill me. Ron was terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably. Aren't you dreaming? Dean asked. Look around. Look at the curtains. He was here just now. I saw it with my own eyes. What happened? Patsy knocked on the door with a pale face, and was about to reprimand Ron a few words, but when he saw the situation in the dormitory, he suddenly understood. Everyone come to the common room. Go to someone and tell Professor McGonagall. Because of his health, Patsy's voice was weak, so he had to use a loud curse to let everyone out, and he and Harry helped Ron, who was still shaking, out of the dormitory together. When they arrived at the waiting room, Percy counted the number of people, and everyone was there except one who had reported to the police. After a while, Professor McGonagall, who was casually wearing a robe, arrived. After seeing the ruined dormitory, he was also afraid for a while. The prefects take care of the students, everyone stay in the common room. Harry, Ron, tell me, what's going on here? Chapter 136. Letter. Ike's suitcase is well organized, and he has put a number on the door of each partitioned room. Hermione stopped outside the study after passing the potion room, the alchemy room, the lounge and tool laboratories. Pushing open the door, I felt a kind of depression. Ike waved his wand, and a white light flashed by, and the feeling disappeared. The walls on all sides are full of bookshelves, filled with all kinds of magic books, all written by Ike. For a whole year, he has been copying books in the restricted section. Most of the copying spells in the books in it cannot take effect, and Ike can only adopt this most primitive method. The effect is still outstanding. He has copied 70% of the books in it, and the rest will be finished in a few months. Of course, that's assuming he still gets the time turner, so don't worry too much about that. These are from the restricted section. Hermione took out a copy and recognized the source at a glance. That's right. But that's not the most important thing. Ike led Hermione to the desk, and spread out the parchment that had been rolled up on it. This is what I really want you to see, the most precious of all books, the Ravenclaw manuscript. My God, there is such a thing. Hermione didn't expect it at all. The Big Four have all left precious legacies for Hogwarts. The Gryffindor sword, the Ravenclaw crown, the Hufflepuff gold cup and the Slytherin locket are the most well known, but apart from these, they should have left a legacy about their own magic. Actually speaking, it was Professor Flitwick who instructed me to hide this in the room of requirement. So, that's why your grades are better than mine? Hermione punched Ike on the shoulder. So, can I watch? Of course, you can read everything in it at will. Actually, you can drag the box to your room, as long as you return it to me before school starts. Ike spread his hands and shrugged. Okay. Hermione nodded. Then Mr. Strider, please leave my suitcase, and I will take it back to my room. To be honest, I can't wait. Relax. The holidays are long and you have plenty of time. The two came out of the suitcase and chatted for a while. When they heard Mrs. Granger's urging, it turned out that it was already noon before they knew it. Sitting in Mr. Granger's car again, the atmosphere was much better than before. With Mrs. Granger in charge, everyone was talking and laughing, and even told a few funny stories about Hermione's childhood, which caused Ike to get hit a few times for no reason. I did not choose a restaurant that is too high-end, but it is also very good. The dishes are exquisite and delicious. This is the first time that Ike has eaten such delicious food outside of Hogwarts, but it is a little unexpected. When he was in the orphanage, he had never eaten in a restaurant outside. After the meal, the Grangers took Hermione and Ike to visit some of London's most famous attractions. There are still a lot of people, and the tourist season has always been like this, and the experience of playing is still a little bit poor in detail. But Ike was very satisfied. At about 4 o'clock, I returned home. Mrs. Granger chased the two little ones upstairs while she was busy in the kitchen. At around 7 o'clock, a dinner no less than noon filled a long table, and there was even a dish that was only made at Christmas every year, which was a secret passed down from generation to generation by the hostesses of the Granger family. Perhaps in front of the delicious food, Mr. Granger seemed to be in a very good mood, talking and laughing, and told stories about his reservations at the party. It was whispered by Hermione after dinner, and she had heard it countless times, but each time she had to act as if it was the first time she heard it. But in Ike's opinion, it was a very good story. Ignoring the exaggerated parts, it can be regarded as a legend. It is really rare for someone to knock down 7 or 8 brutal fans of a hostile team heads. Considering the combat effectiveness of British football fans, they are actually not that legendary. In the next few days, because the Grangers had to work, Hermione took Ike to play in London. Other scenic spots are basically just a quick tour, but the two of them took a good walk in the British Museum. Perhaps because of their identities as wizards, the two paid more attention to those slightly mysterious things, and some even inspired Ike a little. This is very rare. After hundreds of years of demagicization by wizards in the secular world, there are still many clues pointing to this hidden world. Actually, there are still some magic items in there. After returning, Ike said to Hermione, "It's just that the traces of magic power on those items are too weak, and it is basically impossible to be triggered again. It must have been screened by the Ministry of Magic. If such a big museum really goes wrong, no one can afford it." Hermione nodded. After going wild for a few days, the two finally calmed down. With Ike's notes in hand, getting started is easy. But the more you look back, the more profound it is involved. It didn't take long for Hermione to read it anymore, so she had to take the book list listed by Ike to study one by one. You were reading www.com without a time turner. This process was very painful, but Hermione enjoyed it, and she could clearly feel the improvement of her magical ability. Progress is a good thing, and after such a period of contact, Mr. Granger's attitude towards Ike has also changed a lot. Even if it's just the contact between the two of them, it's no longer embarrassing. It seems resigned to fate. It was August safely and steadily. Hermione, who was addicted to studying, even rarely replied to the letters. Later, she didn't even read a few letters. It can be said that she put all her energy into the sea of books. This also makes those owls seem to be crazy and come here almost every day. "Hermione, there's another letter from you." Ike looked at the owl tirelessly knocking on the glass outside the window, and reminded Hermione who was at the opposite door. Just looking up, Hermione looked down. "That's not for me. I've never seen the owl." "Not for you." Ike thought for a while, got up and opened the window to let the little guy fly in. When I took off the letter, the envelope was blank, and when I opened it, it was also a blank sheet of paper. Frowning slightly, ink blots suddenly appeared on the white paper. 11 at night in 2 days' time. Suddenly, the paper burst into flames, and in the blink of an eye it turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Ike sighed softly, found a broom to clean it up, picked up the book and started reading again. "Are you leaving?" Hermione didn't know when she came over. Her expression was a little serious. "I'll be back soon," Ike replied with a smile. "Don't go too long, we have to go to the Quidditch World Cup." "You know I've never really liked Quidditch." "Then are you going?" "Go." Chapter 137 Gaunt's Old House. The next day, Ike and the Grangers bid farewell. He left the suitcase to Hermione, took only 500 galleons and a wand, and left. He went to the countryside by car again, and found a hotel to live in, and Ike never walked out of the room again. As the appointed time approached, Ike sat on the sofa in the room with his wand and waited quietly. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, two figures, one big and one small, suddenly appeared in front of Ike. Long time no see, Wormtail. Ike expressionlessly patted the wand in his hand. Little Master, long time no see. Pettigrew Peter bowed and saluted Ike. Little Master? Ike chuckled, then stood up and glanced at the house elf beside him. Let's go. Don't make the teacher wait too long. Please hold my hand, Little Master. It may feel very uncomfortable for the first time. Ike didn't reply, just nodded, and took Peter Pettigrew's hand. Seeing this, Peter also held back the house elf on the side. With a harsh sound of pop, Ike seemed to be thrown into the drum washing machine and tumbling wildly, and the surrounding air was strongly squeezed, as if to crush him. For a moment, Ike felt his feet hit the ground again. I closed my eyes slightly, and suppressed the strong feeling of vomiting in my heart, and then I started to look at it. The surrounding environment. Just a very run-down house, nothing more. Master is upstairs, Peter Pettigrew whispered, leading Ike up the decaying stairs. Creaking, creaking, the wooden boards of the stairs seemed to break in the next second, which was particularly harsh in this dilapidated house. Upstairs, only one door was opened a crack, and light was exposed from the inside. Master, the little master is here. Peter Pettigrew knocked on the door. Come in, little Ike. Walking into the room, I saw a tall and handsome man at a glance, and he was holding Voldemort curled up in his arms. A big snake coiled beside it, eyes closed, seemed to be in a deep sleep, but Xinzi spit it out from time to time. Look at you, you've grown so big, I can't call you little Ike anymore. Voldemort spoke slowly, and the weakness in his voice could be clearly heard. Teacher. Ike bowed respectfully. You are back. Yes, I'm back, thanks to you, said Voldemort. You sent Wormtail to find me, and you alone. My servants of energy far beyond yours, but none of them thought of. Oh no. Shut up, Wormtail. The man holding Voldemort reprimanded. Peter Pettigrew quickly lowered his head. Hey hey hey, Voldemort laughed, and patted the man's arm with his little hand. Okay little Barty, that's enough. Come here, let me take a closer look at you. Ike took a few steps forward, squatted down next to Voldemort, and raised his head so that Voldemort could look more carefully. You are excellent, I've heard what Wormtail said. Old Comrade Fu put his hand on Ike's head. You saved the great Dark Lord. You are my approved successor. Teacher. Just as Ike was about to say something, he was interrupted by Comrade Fu. The Dark Lord will never forget those who are loyal to him, nor will he treat those who are loyal to him badly. Extend your left arm, Ike. Master. As soon as Comrade Lao Fu's voice fell, little Barty said eagerly, your body. I can still do this little thing, little Barty. Comrade Old V patted little Barty's arm again, and turned to Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail, magic wand. Oh no. Ike rolled up his sleeve and put his left arm up, and asked Comrade Old Fu to point the tip of his staff on it. Suddenly, a strong stabbing pain hit, but Ike held it back, and didn't even change his face. Seeing this, Comrade Lao Fu smiled again, and the tip of the stick began to emit a deep black light. Slowly, the skeleton appeared, and a boa constrictor emerged from its mouth and circled down. Remember its spell, the bones will reappear. Old Comrade Fu's voice was barely audible, and he couldn't even hold his wand, and it fell directly to the ground. I remember, teacher. Ike nodded. The rest of the little Barty will tell you. Before finishing speaking, Comrade Fu closed his eyes, unable to even wake up. Little Barty carefully put Comrade Old V into Peter Pettigrew's arms, gave him a hard look, and then waved his hands at Ike. Ike waited until Peter settled Comrade Lao Fu, and then followed him out. Walking out of the dilapidated gaunt old house, he saw little Barty standing in the open space in front of the door holding a wand. Pull out your wand, little Barty said in a deep voice. No need. Ike shook his head, his expression silent. Little Barty didn't reply, and a green light waved towards Ike. Snapped. Ike didn't even move. Excellent silent spell. Little Barty nodded, and then lowered his wand. No wonder the master thinks of you differently. What did the teacher ask you to tell me? Ike asked directly. Master needs you to learn a spell, the sooner the better. Little Barty said. You are reading www. Can. This is not some simple magic, especially for a little wizard like you. Little Barty smiled, a bit like a mockery, a bit like a grin. I don't think there's any magic that I can't learn. Apparition. You only have 3 days at most. Then what are we waiting for? Don't worry, we still need some preparations. Little Barty said, and with a wave of the wand, many circles of the same size appeared on the ground. One is at Ike's feet, and the rest are lined up one by one to the distance. He took out several more bottles of potions, and with just a glance, Ike knew they were healing potions. Looking at the bottle, he still sold it. Gold. Determination, calmness, you have to keep in mind. Little Batty said, focus your consciousness on your goal, make up your mind, think that you will succeed, then recite the spell, and turn around calmly. You can start trying. Don't worry, I'm ready. Ike finally drew out his wand, his eyes fixed on the circle closest to him. He suddenly relaxed, and moved his wand lightly in his hand. Crack! With a harsh sound, Ike found himself in the circle he was aiming at. However, he forgot his left leg in place, and the right ear. Heal as before. Little Barty's healing magic landed on Ike in time, and Ike also summoned the limbs that had been left on the spot by him, put together and poured a bottle of potion, and there was no serious problem except that his face was a little pale. It's not bad. Few people can do this on the first try, even though they are separated. Barty Jr. said. Do you want to continue? Certainly. Chapter 138 Mission. As a magic often used by adult wizards, apparition is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say. The real difficulty lies in how to persist after experiencing the pain of separation. That kind of bloody scene, many people have experienced it once is enough. Little Barty naturally doesn't care if Ike is in pain. And Ike also knows that he can't show his weak side. Enduring the pain of being separated again and again, finally on the second night, Ike successfully completed the first operation. Then, under little Barty's amazed eyes, Ike became more and more proficient, until the deadline set by Comrade Lao Fu. He could even cast spells without a battle. For Ike, when the level of a magic can be displayed on the system, this magic has no secrets for him. And casting spells without a battle and silently is just a grind. The proficiency level is still very fast, and it only takes 3 days to reach the level of LV3, and it can already be used silently. He's really outstanding, Master. Peter Pettigrew watched through the window on the second floor with Comrade Old V in his arms, and really saw Ike's terrifying talent in magic learning. Yes, he is the most outstanding little wizard I have ever seen. No matter from which aspect. Old Comrade Fu said. This is the truth. Before Ike, Barty Jr., whom he admired the most in the younger generation, was a rare person who could obtain 12 certificates in the Owl's exam. As for the other, Comrade Lao Fu has not heard about him for a long time, and he may be dead. Pity. After muttering something, old Comrade Fu asked Peter Pettigrew to send him back to the recliner. He is even weaker now. In the evening, little Barty fed Comrade Lao Fu dinner as before. It was very simple. He couldn't enjoy the taste of food now. Ike's is also very simple. Just a few slices of bread and a little mashed potatoes. Ike, I need you to do something for me. After eating, Comrade Fu recovered some strength and said, Please tell me, teacher. Ike replied, You know this well, fetch me some unicorn blood, said Voldemort. It should be easy. Ike nodded and asked, So how do I get them to you, Master? When you meet someone at Hogwarts who can make your dark mark hot, just give it to him. Okay, I understand. Ike understood. It turned out that he had already made the plan at this time. That's right, otherwise Barty Jr. wouldn't have appeared here. From this point of view, Old Claude should have already been hit by Comrade Old Volt's soul-seizing curse. I believe you can do it. Having said so much, Comrade Fu was a little tired. Raising his hand slightly, he said, Go and enjoy your vacation. But when I summon you, I hope to see you first, my student. I will, teacher. Ike got up, saluted very respectfully, and then nodded with Barty Jr. and Peter Pettigrew. He waved his wand, and the figure disappeared. Master, I don't intend to question your decision, but little master, can he really give up everything he has now? Little Barty asked hesitantly. He is different from you. Comrade Lao Fu replied, knowledge will allow him to make the right choice. When Comrade Lao Fu and the others were talking about themselves, Ike was already lying on the bed in the room he opened. As long as the rent was paid, no one would care if there was anyone in it. After roughly summarizing the known information in his mind, Ike already understood Comrade Lao Fu's thoughts, but it did not surprise him, or he didn't mean to hide it from Ike at all. Even though he has experienced a miserable failure, he is only slightly freed from the shackles of the remnant soul. After so much, Comrade Lao Fu still has his original temperament. He still believed that, when he returned, his will would reign over England once more. In fact, almost the entire wizarding world thinks so. The next day, Ike returned to Hermione's home. Instead of asking what he was doing out there, Hermione asked him questions with a notebook. In just a few days, Hermione had accumulated a lot, and asked all of them directly. This was Hermione's other concern. After the forgetting charm expired, Hermione, who remembered what happened that night, didn't feel worried at all. Of course, Ike wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Besides being as smart as Hermione, I'm afraid I already have guesses in my heart. In mid-August, the two said goodbye to the Grangers. They went to Diagon Alley to do their shopping for the new term before heading straight to Dartmoor in Devon. The Quidditch World Cup is the biggest event in the magic world this summer. Before the finals, there have been several months of knockout matches. Arriving in Dartmoor, the two finally saw the place where the Quidditch World Cup was held after passing the inspection of the Ministry of Magic Commissioner. You are reading www. The first thing that catches the eye is the towering stadium, and then the dense tents around the stadium. Many people have come here a long time ago, and they are basically die-hard fans of each team. Only they would come so early. Most wizards would only watch the finals, especially those nobles. Ike bought one of the Los 10 tents. Apart from a small living room, there were only 2 rooms in it, only more than 40 square meters. But it is also enough for 2 people, 1 person in 1 room, which is convenient for studying. Because of Ike's assist last semester, Hermione did not give up her divination class. In the new school year, he and Ike are still ruthless people who take all classes at the same time. And with Hermione's habit, she must preview all the textbooks before the start of school. For this reason, she even put Ike's collection of books aside and devoted herself to it. And Ike, for some unspeakable reasons, is actually very urgent in his heart, and he is also very busy. Therefore, cohabitation life is not very good. 2 equally busy people even take a little time to go for a walk outside after dinner, which is the only recreational activity throughout the day. Such days did not stop until the arrival of their friends, and it just so happened that the two were busy with their respective affairs. Harry had come with Mr. Weasley, and Ron had been much earlier, living in the ancestral tent of the Weasley family very early. Before Harry came, he had already fought several times with Malfoy, who also came early. Hermione and Ike, who happened to be taking a walk, saw the most recent match. As loyal fans of the Bulgarian team's seeker Victor Krum, the two fought over a poster signed by Krum. Open hand. Although, there are still many such posters in that booth. For more novels, 12,091, join Chapter 159 Dragon Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 160 Celebration Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 169 We Will Meet Again Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 170 Trophies and Portals Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 171 Subverted Cognition Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 172 A Difficult Night Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 173 Dawn Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 174 Malfoy Manor Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 175 New Laboratory Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 176 The Most Painful Among Us Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 177 The Order of the Phoenix Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 178 The Leaked News by Mundungus Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 179 Black Forest Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 180 Karkaroff Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// For more novels, 137,740, join. Chapter 187 McNeil I got out of the way early, and stood with Lucius, quietly watching Comrade Foo's performance. Even now, he couldn't understand why these people in front of him were so fanatical. No matter from which point of view, Comrade Lao Fu is not a qualified leader. He is tyrannical, cruel, evil, bloody, uses killing to create panic, and treats his followers and servants harshly. But he is such a person. But there are still people who just heard the news of his resurrection and ran over to kiss his robes. Tilting his head slightly, he glanced at Lucius, Crabbe, Goyle, McNeil and others beside him, and Ike's eyes finally stopped on Lucius. Little Master. Sensing Ike's gaze, Lucius immediately bowed and asked nothing. Ike said casually and turned his head back. There's only one smart guy out of these guys, he snarled. The competition for the right to kiss in robes did not last long. After everyone had kissed, they backed away one after another, stood bowed, and just looked at Comrade Lao Fu enthusiastically. Comrade Lao Fu said something more, and let them all go back, and they will be notified when they are needed. This matter was handed over to Crabbe and Gore. Somehow, Crabbe and the Gowers came across as dumb and dumb. But you couldn't go wrong with something as simple as that. Soon, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the basement, and Comrade Lao Fu also put away his smile and sat firmly on his chair. Tell me, Lucius, give me some good news. Forgive my master. Fudge didn't agree. He put all his energy on bringing down Dumbledore. Azkaban is really okay, Lucius. Old Comrade Fu knocked on the table and said, you should be thankful that we still have time. Thank you, Master. Ignoring Lucius, who lowered his head, old Comrade Fu looked at Norton and asked, what new demands did those greedy guys make? No, Master, they still want the right to use wands. Norton replied, this is impossible. Comrade Lao Fu said, only this point is absolutely impossible to agree to. After a pause, he ordered, talk to them again. Other conditions can be relaxed. Okay, Master. So, McNeil, what about you? Master, I have found the clue to the giant tribe. Hearing this, Comrade Fu finally had a smile on his face, and said, finally there is good news. McNeil, tell me, how did you find it? McNeil explained in detail how he discovered the giant tribe's clues. While listening, Comrade Lao Fu knocked on the table rhythmically, and the smile on his face never disappeared. But suddenly, McNeil stopped, showing hesitation. "What's wrong? Tell me." "Master, Dumbledore seems to have sent someone to contact the group of giants," McNeil said. Dumbledore. Comrade Laofu thought for a while, and then he understood. "Yes, he will definitely not miss this. However, we must win over the giant. Dumbledore and his group of stubborn guys have already destroyed many of our plans. This time we must succeed." Comrade Old Fu said sharply. "McNeil, it seems that you are going to go find the giant tribe before Dumbledore's people, and win them over." "Yes, Master." McNeil immediately agreed and said firmly, "I will bring them under your command. Remember what I told you. Only by doing that can you meet their leader and do this well." After a pause, "I don't know what to think of." Old Comrade Fu turned his head, looked at Ike and said, "Little Ike, how is your business?" "I still have no idea, teacher." Ike scratched his head, looking a little distressed. "It's still the same problem. The magic power seems to be out of control. Every time it can only emit a little spark. There is no way to release the full magic. There are too many things in your mind, little Ike." Comrade Old Fu said, "They can't make you firm, so your magic will fail. This time, you and McNeil go together, change the environment, relax, and have a caretaker by the way. Even if there is danger, you can bring McNeil back." Comrade Laofu grabbed Ike's hand and patted it, with a serious look. Ike didn't respond yet, but McNeil looked grateful. "Okay, McNeil, as long as you follow the method I told you, there will be no danger. Now that little Ike is with you, there will be no mistakes." Old Comrade Fu waved his hand and let McNeil calm down and said to Ike again, "Go early and come back early. The next thing needs your strength." "I see, teacher," Ike replied. Comrade Laofu was very satisfied when he saw this. He was really interested in Ike. "And you were reading www." Ike's performance did not disappoint his teachings. In fact, he didn't care much about the giant at first, but he only knew that Dumbledore had also sent someone, so he let McNeil go. He could accept that the giant rejected his offer, but he couldn't accept that the giant turned to Dumbledore. "Let's go tomorrow, and McNeil will tell you everything later." Old Comrade Fu gave another order before turning to ask other people about other things. After a long time, Comrade Laofu finished asking all the questions and asked Ike and others to leave. After passing the stairs, just out of the door, McNeil stopped Ike. When Lucius and the others saw this, they didn't stop there, and walked away as if they hadn't seen it. "Where are we going, McNeil?" Ike asked. "France, little master." McNeil bowed slightly, with a little respect in his tone. The past few months have made him very clear that the underage person in front of him is not easy to get along with. "The clue I got is that the group of giants are in the Alps, but we need to look for them carefully. Starting from France is the best choice. Follow the mountains to the west and north, and you will always find them." Hearing this, Ike nodded and said, "The teacher attaches great importance to this matter. We must not let Dumbledore's people succeed. Speaking of which, I've never been abroad, and I'm depending on you on this journey, McNeil." Ike showed a bright smile, which made McNeil's tight heart a little looser, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. "Don't worry, little master, leave the matter on the road to me." As he spoke, he nodded slightly, feeling a little excited. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 193 Treatment. "Ah, how are you, Newbert?" As soon as he escaped, Hagrid fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Maxim immediately hugged Hagrid in his arms, resting his head on his lap, and asked anxiously. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and there was a hint of panic in her words. Hagrid had a deep wound on his left leg, which was bleeding continuously, and he could faintly see the pale bones inside. This heals as before." Maxim continued to release the healing spell, but it didn't work at all, and the blood continued to flow. "Tear it." Grabbing his clothes with force, with only 3 or 2 strokes, he tore a good dress into strips. Circle by circle, Maxim tied the newly torn cloth strips on Hagrid's wound, and did not stop until all the cloth strips were exhausted. "How about it, Newbert, we have to go back quickly, Olim, Hagrid said with a pale face, weakly. This is a magic invented by Severus, and it requires a special counter-curse to heal the wound, so we must find him or Dumbledore quickly. Otherwise, the bleeding will not stop. After finishing speaking, he looked at the wound that had just been bandaged. Even though Maxim had been bound tightly, there was still a faint redness oozing out. Okay, let's go back. Maxim helped Hagrid up with great effort, and worried. Can you still endure operation now? It shouldn't be a problem. Hagrid grinned tenaciously, trying to be more relaxed, but returned Maxim's white eyes. Being brave, Maxim patted Hagrid, flicked his wand with his right hand, and the two disappeared again. When it reappeared, it was in the living room of a house. It is very beautiful, as far as the eye can see. It is full of gorgeous decorative furniture. A complete polar bear skin is at the foot, but now there are a few bright reds on it. Let's lean on first. I'll find Dumbledore right away. As if he didn't see the blood on his favorite bear skin, Maxim helped Hagrid to sit on it slowly, and put several bears behind his waist. Let him lean on the pillow, his head just resting on the sofa. Immediately, he got up, went straight to the study, rummaged through the drawers, and finally returned to the living room with a mirror. Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore. Maxim tapped the mirror twice with his wand, calling Dumbledore's name. After a while, water ripples suddenly appeared on the mirror, and in the next second, an old man with a white beard appeared in the mirror. What's the matter, Miss Maxime? Dumbledore's voice came from the mirror, very low and very small. You need to come here immediately. Hagrid is seriously injured. Maxim's voice was full of anxiety, and he pointed the mirror at the wound on Hagrid's leg. In just a short while, the blood was completely gone. The cloth was dyed red, and the ground was also red. Get out of the way a little bit, I'll be right over. Hearing this, Maxim immediately waved his wand and moved the coffee tables, and chairs around him aside. The next second, a dazzling red light flashed suddenly, and Dumbledore appeared in front of his eyes, with a beautiful bird on his shoulder. Let me see, Miss Maxim. After saying that, Dumbledore squatted beside Hagrid, and stabbed Hagrid's wound with a wand that looked like a human finger bone. Albus. Maxim's angry voice sounded, and Dumbledore immediately apologized again and again. Sorry, Miss Maxim, I must know what kind of magic hurt you, but fortunately, I know this magic. The magic wand in his hand lightly slid across the cloth, revealing the wand again. While muttering softly, the tip of the stick emitted a soft white light, and the wand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, without even a trace. Thank you, Dumbledore. Hagrid's words were full of weakness, but his eyes were full of gratitude and excitement. Well, take a break, Newbert. Dumbledore took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and handed it over. You bleed a lot. Drink this bottle of blood tonic potion, it will make you much better. Hagrid took the potion, raised his head and drank it all. Suddenly, his face became more rosy, and his energy recovered a lot. Seeing that Hagrid's injury was all right, Maxim returned the furniture that had been removed just now, carefully helped Hagrid onto the sofa, and then waved his wand. The spout of the teapot on the coffee table suddenly popped out, the lid opened immediately, and a bag of tea jumped in by itself. The 3 cups turned somersaults from the saucer, and the teapot jumped up and filled up before returning to its original position safely. Dumbledore picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, "Very good black tea." "Thanks." "So, can you tell me what happened now, Newbert?" Dumbledore looked at Hagrid and asked, "Why did you get hurt by Shinfing? I remember, this one created by Severus magic. Only a few people know. It's Ike, Dumbledore." Hagrid's condition improved a lot, and he spoke a lot louder. "We met Death Eaters in the giant tribe. It was McNeil and Ike. This magic was released by Ike." "Ike? That's no surprise. Sorry, Dumbledore, we failed to complete the task you gave us." Hagrid showed a look of desolation on his face, and then he told what happened to the giant tribe. And Maxim, who was next to him, also added from time to time a few words. "You were reading www." Dumbledore listened carefully, sometimes nodded, and sometimes showed a touch of regret. After Hagrid finished everything, he sighed, "It's hard for you. No one expected to encounter such a situation. But it's good for people to be okay. But you know who got the giant, which is too bad." "Yes, it's bad, but it's not the end of the world, Hubert," Dumbledore said. "We still have a lot to do, and not everyone will choose to turn to darkness." With that said, Dumbledore stood up, looked at the time, and said, "I should go back. As you know, there are many things in school." "Okay, then let's go back together." Hagrid was about to stand up, but Dumbledore and Maxime pushed him back together. "I didn't say I wanted you to go back with me, Hubert." Dumbledore was a little surprised and had an inexplicable smile on his face. "Don't be in a hurry to go back to Hogwarts. It doesn't matter." After speaking, he blinked. Hagrid was still a little confused, not knowing what the wink meant. After scratching his head, he said, "Well, there is just one thing I want to ask for your permission." "What?" "It's just, I met my younger brother, half-brother, in France." Hagrid was a little embarrassed. "He is only alone. I wonder if I can take him back to Hogwarts." "Your brother?" Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "Of course, you can take him back to school with you. Hogwarts is a family, and a family will not reject family members. Isn't it? If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 195 The Darkest Day of the Gryffindor Quidditch Team. Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 196 Hagrid's Warning. Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 198 Creature. Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 199 Peeping. Magical Studies at Hogwarts https:// Chapter 201 The Tower of the Isolated Island! Call the gods and summon the guards. Ike held up his wand, and bright white light flashed from the tip of the wand, rippling like water ripples, and drove groups of Dementors away. Everyone was stunned. Many of them were unable to cast the Patronus charm, and had never seen such exaggerated magic. Just one person let countless Dementors flee wildly. Is this really something a wizard who is underage can do? Why are you still standing there? Break through Azkaban. McNeil quickly woke up from the shock, shouted, and took the lead in attacking the guards who rushed forward but were also stunned. Greyback was the second to wake up. With a ferocious face and a grin, he let out a long howl, and led the werewolves under him to rush towards him. Although they all held wands in their hands, the pack of werewolves, it seemed that he had no intention of using it, especially Greyback. After throwing down a guard, he opened his mouth and bit the face of that guard, biting off a piece of flesh fiercely. The screams were harsh, but made Greyback even more excited. His hands kept creating new wounds on the man's body, and it was bloody in no time. Everyone subconsciously bypassed Greyback, even his subordinates. Enough. Greyback. After driving away the Dementors, Ike was witnessing this cruel and inhuman scene. Frowning, he sent the beastly Greyback flying with a flick of his finger. Greyback rolled on the ground several times before standing up. Seeing Ike with a bad face, he shuddered subconsciously, and then ran to the high tower in the center of the island. Walking to the side of the poor man who was tortured by Greyback for a long time, Ike calmly looked at the fuzzy pool of flesh and blood, and there was still a stream of blood coming out of his throat from time to time. But his body was motionless. With a light wave of the wand, a flame landed on the corpse, and immediately burned violently. The entire isolated island was in chaos. Facing the onslaught of werewolves and dark wizards who feared no death, the guards, who were already at a disadvantage in numbers, retreated steadily, and some people died continuously. The flame curse, explosion curse, cutting curse, smashing curse, and even the death curse, fierce fire curse, all kinds of magic flew in the air, and most of them hit the ground, causing a mess. The shouts of the curse, the screams after being injured, mixed with the sound of waves beating on boulders. There is something harmonious and wonderful. Ike strolled towards the tower like a leisurely stroll. Occasionally, a spell was shot at him by mistake, but he was completely blocked by a looming silver mask, which did not slow down his pace at all. Little Master. Under the tower, Greyback and his werewolf men were covered in blood, panting and standing beside them, but they did not forget to salute Ike respectfully. Ike waved his hand, and their werewolves automatically stood behind him, but he raised his head slightly and looked at the big wooden door about 3 stories high in front of him. "The unlocking charm won't work, my lord," said Greyback, grinning and showing his jagged teeth, stained red with blood. "We haven't found the key yet, and the exploding charm won't blow it open with powerful protective magic on it." Ike glanced at Greyback calmly, raised his right hand, and swung his wand down sharply. In the next moment, there was a boom, the gate collapsed, and a large amount of broken wood was shot in all directions. Greyback dodged in embarrassment. It was too sudden, and there was no chance to release the iron armor curse. When the scattered smoke and dust dissipated, there were many more wounds on his body, and even a few pieces of broken wood were inserted. "Is it difficult?" Ike said casually, ignoring Greyback with a livid face, and shouted to McNeil. McNeil is in very good condition and is not injured at all. After running to Ike, he immediately asked, "Little Master, what's the matter?" "Go in and find those people, you should know them all, right?" "Of course." McNeil grinned, showing a mouthful of jagged teeth. With that said, he walked in first. The environment in the tower was very harsh, and there was a strange smell in the air, like a mixture of musty, stench and rot. It was very dark, only the torches on the wall could provide some poor light. All the way through, the cells on both sides were full of numb people. They were either slumped on the ground, or sat against the wall in a daze, as if they were not interested in anything. "Perhaps the group of dementors just finished eating," McNeil whispered. "It's been a long time since I heard that a prisoner was sentenced to accept a dementor's kiss. The last one was little Barty." Ike's expression didn't change. Chapter 202 Fear. 15 years in Azkaban, such a long time, had clearly damaged Bella's mind. She was crazy, and would make a weird laugh from time to time, staring at Ike with extremely dangerous eyes, like a very hungry beast staring at her prey. McNeil whispered a few words, but Bella still didn't change at all. He simply refused to persuade him, and began to look for other Death Eaters' positions. It was not difficult. Comrade Fu had told him the location of the person he was going to save before setting off. This was thanks to Lucius. As a frequent visitor to the Ministry of Magic, it was not difficult to obtain this information. One Death Eater after another was rescued. Antonin Dolokhov, August Rookwood, and Bella's husband Rodolphe Lestrange. Plus Bella, there were more than a dozen. Ike has been standing by the wall he blasted away, quietly looking at the corpses below and the black wizards who wantonly destroyed. In the distance, a dark cloud is rolling continuously, but it is frightened by the Patronus curse brave dementors. "Little Master, everyone has been rescued." McNeil walked lightly behind Ike and said in a low voice. Hearing the sound, Ike turned his head and looked at the group of Lao Fu's most loyal servants. They looked extremely embarrassed, with unshaven beards, thin faces, and cruel eyes, but they were far less crazy than Bella. "Let's go." Ike was very calm, completely ignoring this group of notorious guys, and went straight from the middle to the stairs, and everyone in his path. They all naturally retreated to both sides, leaving a way for him. It's just that, looking at their struggling bodies, it's obvious that they didn't do it voluntarily. "What's the matter with this kid, McNeil?" Dolokhov put his arms around McNeil's shoulders, and the moment he spoke, the strong stench rushed into his brain, almost suffocating McNeil directly. "You will know later. The most urgent thing now is to go back to see the master." McNeil didn't intend to answer. For this group of rebellious guys, only what they saw with their own eyes was worth believing. Before seeing Ike's strength, the identity of the little master is a drag to some extent. This group of guys is crazy, but they are also powerful. The more than 10 years of imprisonment has only made them a little weak, but even so, It is not something that the group of dark wizards who followed can handle very easily. They rushed towards the group of dark wizards, and took away the black wizard's wand not long after, and the partial black wizards dared not speak out. After all, they are some of the most evil of the dark wizards, and even the reason they turn to evil. There are always people who don't accept that Bella and the others are Death Eaters. Facing the robbery, they rise up and resist. Some new wounds. There was a lot of noise for a while, and suddenly, everyone stopped and looked at the sky in a daze. A pitch-black tumbling cloud was quickly pressing down on everyone, and the fluttering black cloak almost made everyone tremble subconsciously. "Keep going, don't stop, keep fighting," Ike said coldly, even turning around, completely ignoring the group of Dementors that were approaching quickly. "Little Master!" McNeil yelled in horror, and grabbed Ike's robe. But Ike acted as if he had never heard of it, and raised the magic wand in his right hand high, and the most terrifying white ripples followed. Faintly, there seemed to be screams, mixed with fear and disgust. "Call the gods and summon the guards." The magic power was consumed rapidly, and a large number of Dementors were sent flying, rolling and fleeing. Ike was extremely relaxed. His face didn't even change, and he still maintained the posture of holding his wand high, constantly expanding the scope of the patroness charm. Finally, all the Dementors were blown away, and there was no such terrible creature on the entire isolated island. McNeil put away his wand and said softly. Hearing the sound, McNeil came to Ike's side in 2 or 3 steps, and replied respectfully, "Little Master, go find something, we're going back." McNeil nodded, and led the 2 dark wizards to find the bigger things on the island, and moved them to the beach one by one. Facing these weird things, Ike flicked his wand, and these things scattered in all directions, but quickly reformed into a huge ship, the kind that could fit everyone in it. Under the effect of the floating spell, the boat went into the water steadily. Just about to upload, there were bursts of pop sounds, and wizards began to appear one by one in the direction of the tower behind them. They were all wearing long woolen overcoats, holding wands tightly in their hands, and pointed at the people beside the boat from a distance. At a glance, there are quite a few acquaintances: Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of Era's office; Kingsley Shacklebolt, almost 20 people, all of them are Era. Obviously, the guards informed the Ministry of Magic of this information through a special channel at the moment Ike and the others launched the attack, which did not exceed Ike's expectations, and was even a little later than imagined. "Extreme," Scrimgeour shouted sharply, "you can't run away, so grab it." Before Ike could speak, the crazy Bella let out a piercing laugh, and suddenly shouted, "Avada et a big melon." A green light suddenly attacked Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour had a secret thought the moment he saw Bella, and made preparations in advance, and immediately dodged to the side when he heard the laughter. He didn't dare to accept Bella's death curse, even if she was in a weak state. "Catch them! Don't let them escape!" Scrimgeour shouted loudly, and then threw back a petrification spell. The other Eras also released magic in a very organized manner, but most of them were sleeping spells and petrification spells. Obviously, they still have plans to put these guys back in prison, but in this way, they inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Facing Bella's various black magic and the unforgivable curse, the Eras were soon beaten and fled in all directions, looking for places to hide. Ha 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 ha, you were reading www. Hey Bella and the others let out piercing laughter, wantonly venting their magic on the Eras, and they were very satisfied with the way they scurried away, so they became a little more ruthless before they knew it. However, after all, they had just been rescued, and their wands in their hands had just been snatched, so it wasn't very convenient, and under the organization of Scrimgeour, the Eras gradually stabilized their position and began to counterattack rhythmically. Before they knew it, Bella and the others fell into a disadvantage, and their offense and defense changed. Ike stood there calmly, and hadn't moved since the beginning of the battle. All the spells that attacked him were blocked 3 feet in front of him, and he didn't hurt him at all. He looked at Greyback with a few more wounds coldly. Dolohov was hit by the petrification curse and fell straight to the ground. Even if she blocked part of it with the iron armor curse, she was still seriously injured, and she couldn't even lift her left hand. Little Master. McNeil rolled over in embarrassment and avoided a disarming spell. Ike, who was seeing the old god, couldn't help shouting. Ike glanced at the sound, and then put his wand up in front of him. Suddenly a large amount of golden light appeared, lighting up his body quickly. He spun quickly, and the wind caused his clothes to flutter. Ike swung his right hand fiercely, and a huge golden magic circle appeared in the middle of the 2 sides, blocking all the magic. Immediately afterwards, he stretched his left hand forward and then pulled it back fiercely. Bella and others flew behind him in unison, rolling into a mess on the ground. Scrimgeour looked in surprise at the golden magic circle that suddenly appeared in front of him, and threw an exploding curse, but the magic circle did not change at all. Sweat dripped from his forehead, looking at the indifferent Ike on the other side. Inexplicably, he felt a trace of fear. Chapter 203 Fudge's words. What happens when a person doesn't get feedback? Answer: shaking hands. The Aru were silent, watching the tall and thin young wizard opposite the golden magic circle conjure up 3 boats, and then sailed away on the waves, but none of them had the courage to cast even a single spell. After the group of guys disappeared, I felt that my body was almost soaked in cold sweat. What should we do, Director Scrimgeour? An Aurora asked aloud after seeing the golden magic circle disappear, but he didn't realize that his voice was trembling. What to do? Damn it. Go back. Scrimgeour became angry inexplicably, swearing at his head and face, and then called everyone to leave. Before leaving, he looked at the group of Dementors gathered in the sky in the distance, feeling restless again. Such a big event in Azkaban cannot be concealed, and Scrimgeour is well aware of this. But he will not be responsible for this matter. According to the procedure, he did not make any mistakes at all, but he did not expect the enemy to be too cruel and powerful. Back at the Ministry of Magic, Scrimgeour sent the Aurors away, went directly to Fudge's office, and told him everything that had happened in Azkaban. Hearing this, Fudge was very angry. He slapped the table vigorously, but muttered something in his mouth. It was nothing good after all. What are we going to do, Minister? Percy, who was an assistant to the minister, looked even more flustered than Fudge. As soon as Scrimgeour finished speaking, he asked aloud, "How to do it?" "You asked me what to do." Fudge casually picked up a book on the table, and threw it at Percy fiercely. Percy's reaction was quick, and he tilted his head to avoid it. The book slammed straight into the wall, hitting a lamp as it fell. After smashing something, Fudge vented his anger a little. He slumped on a chair with the table propped up, stroked 2 handfuls of hair, and his mind was spinning rapidly. "We can't hide the past, but we choose how to tell the public." Fudge made a plan, waved his hand at Percy, and said, "Percy, you go to contact the reporters and say I'm going to hold a press conference. Find the photos of the group of escaped guys, and give them to the group of blood-sucking guys together. Is there a list for the escape, Scrimgeour?" "Already have." Scrimgeour nodded back. "Very good." Fudge slapped his chin, pointed at Percy and said, "Just find the photos of those people and give them to the reporters after the press conference." After a pause, I suddenly remembered something, and asked again, "You just said that the leader is Aiton, Amy, a Hogwarts student who defected at the True Wizard tournament?" "Ike, Mr. Minister," Percy reminded from the side. "Yes, Ike, that's him." "Tell the reporter and put his picture in the most obvious place." Fudge suddenly looked a little excited. He stood up, took 2 steps in the office, and said as he walked, "A self-willed fallen genius wizards, because of the poor teaching at Hogwarts, choose to throw themselves into the dark. He is very ambitious, so in order to achieve his ulterior and evil purpose, he led dark wizards and evil werewolves to attack Azkaban and rescue the imprisoned Death Eaters. Then let me think about it. The heroic heroes from the Ministry of Magic rushed to the scene as soon as possible to prevent the gaffe from spreading further. Fudge suddenly applauded himself. That's it. That's right. After finishing speaking, he looked at Scrimgeour. His eyes became sharper. That's how things are, Scrimgeour. That's right, it's exactly as the minister said. Scrimgeour nodded solemnly with a serious expression. That's no problem. Fudge's mood became better, and he shouted at Percy again. What are you still doing here? Go and get those reporters. I still have a press conference to be held the next morning. When the Owl delivered the new issue of the Daily Prophet to the subscribers, the entire wizarding world was in an uproar. It is no exaggeration to say that compared with this incident, Sirius' jailbreak last year is nothing at all. My God, is this true? Did he really do that? There was an uproar at the long table of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, and everyone was talking loudly. In contrast, Ravenclaw's long table was dead silent. Some freshmen who have just studied in the first half of the year still don't understand, and they are stopped by seniors just as they are about to speak. That person is taboo now, understand? If you have anything to do, go back to the common room and talk about it. The little wizard nodded ignorantly. No matter how ignorant they were, they could see that the faces of the seniors and sisters were very ugly. Breakfast was destined not to be enjoyed well. It didn't take long for Ravenclaw's long table to be deserted, and the eaglets left directly. This scene did not attract the attention of people from other colleges, or they noticed it but ignored it. It is sensible to feel that now is the time when others feel uncomfortable. Like Harry, there is Ron. Harry, who had already learned a clumency with Snape, was still in its infancy, and Snape could still wantonly invade his brain and peek into those unbearable memories in his mind. But at the same time, he can still see through the snake's perspective from time to time. Just like last night, he saw Voldemort laughing and patting Ike's shoulder happily. Originally, Harry didn't know why this scene happened, but now he knew it after reading the newspaper, and obviously, what the newspaper said was not true. Harry had no intention of telling the truth, knowing full well that no one would believe what he said. Before Ike's incident, he and Dumbledore were the ones who wrote the most in the newspapers. He was portrayed as a villain who lied in order to get more attention, and the latter was simply an old fool. The Ministry of Magic is clearly trying to hide the truth. What new Dark Lord? Voldemort is still alive, Ron whispered. No one believed what we said. They all thought I was a liar. Harry replied, inadvertently glanced at Hermione who was sitting opposite, and was stunned for a moment. After poking Ron who was still muttering, he pouted in Hermione's direction, and the two of them stopped, feeling a little weird in their hearts. From the beginning of the summer vacation until now, they have tried their best to avoid mentioning Ike's name in front of Hermione. It was mentioned by accident a few times, and it was obvious that Hermione was trying to restrain her emotions. But now, even the dull ones could see that Hermione's reaction was very abnormal. She is so peaceful. The eyes are empty, as if the soul is gone. That feeling was inexplicably familiar to Harry, and it took him a long time to realize it. Hermione's current state is almost exactly the same as Snape's. Chapter 204. Hermione, are you all right? As a friend, Harry felt that it was necessary for him to care about Hermione, as her current state was obviously abnormal. It's okay. Hermione shook her head. The hole in her eyes disappeared, and she regained a bit of agility. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just about to say something more, Hermione slapped the newspaper on the table, pointed to the corner of the fourth page and said, I think we should focus on this. What? I haven't seen it yet. Harry leaned over and read word by word. The staff of the Ministry of Magic died unexpectedly. Broderick Bird died. Bod? Who's that? Ron asked. We met him, in Street Mungo's, remember? Hermione whispered. Neville's parents were in the ward, and he was lying looking at the ceiling. We also saw the potted plant on his bedside table, and thought it would. It's the crab-claw orchid. After all, no one would have thought that it would be a devil's net. Damn the devil's net. we should be able to recognize it. He didn't have to die when we saw him before, Ron said with some annoyance. There is no doubt that this was a murder, a very clever murder, Hermione said. Listening to the two of them talking, Harry recalled the day he went to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation. When he went down the elevator to the 9th floor, he saw this man in his mind. I met Bod, with your father at the Ministry of Magic, the day I was on trial, Harry said slowly, and Ron thought about it, and immediately said in surprise, I remember. I heard my father mention him at home! He's the reticent man, working in the Department of Mysteries. Department of Mysteries, where is that? Harry asked. Hermione rolled her eyes when she heard that, stood up the newspaper to block the people, and said in a low voice, the Department of Mysteries is the most mysterious place in the Ministry of Magic. Top secret. Remember where Mr. Weasley was attacked? I think it was the Department of Mysteries. Harry suddenly remembered, they had overheard at Street Mungo's. That's right, obviously, this should be done by the mysterious man and the others. There is what he wants there, but what exactly does he want? As she spoke, Hermione suddenly fell into deep thought, stroking her chest unconsciously. Looking at the pendant in front of her, she didn't know what she was muttering. Seeing this, Harry and Ron glanced at each other, shrugged, and turned their attention back to the food in front of them. They're used to it. This is how Hermione thinks this term. Just wait a while. Before taking a few bites, Hagrid came in from the door, went to the professor's chair, said a few words to Dumbledore, and then left. Seeing this, Harry and Ron hurried over and called Hagrid to stop. After walking in, I found that Hagrid had several new wounds on his face before it was completely cleaned up last time. How are you guys? Hagrid wanted to smile, but touched the wound on his face. Are you all right? Harry stepped aside to get out of the way for a few Hufflepuff students, his face full of concern. It's fine, it's fine. Hagrid's face looked unnatural. It's just very busy, you know, preparing lessons, attending classes, and being retained for inspection. Keep it for observation. That's right. Hagrid sighed and said, it's expected. The results of the last investigation were not easy to forget. I still have things to do. Goodbye, Harry, Ron. Looking at the back of Hagrid leaving, Harry felt that there must be a lot of things he hadn't said, and it didn't seem like good news. In the next few days, everyone was talking about the fact that Ike attacked Azkaban and rescued a dozen Death Eaters, and all kinds of unreliable guesses came out. He also said that Ike wanted to become a new generation of Dark Lord, so those Death Eaters would be rescued, and some said that they had seen those people in Hogsmeade, and some even speculated that they were hiding in the Shrieking Shack, just like Sirius back then. The rumors spread, and people panicked for a while, especially those who grew up in wizarding families. Their predecessors or even the last two generations had experienced that dark time, and some had relatives who died at the hands of those escaped Death Eaters. This kind of news couldn't be hidden at all, and within a few days everyone knew who had this kind of experience. Undoubtedly, this caused them great pain. It was also painful for the Kitty Eagles, especially Stuart and others who were in the same grade as Ike. They completely became the focus, and wherever they went, a large group of people would secretly look at them and say some irrelevant words. Some said they were Ike's eyeliner at Hogwarts, and some said they were running dogs. In short, it was not a good word, but it was very ugly. Faced with such gazes and discussions, Stuart couldn't bear it several times, but was stopped by Terry and the others. When I see him again, I must beat him hard. Count me in at that time. Even if we may add up, we can't beat him. Thinking of this, gradually, you were reading www. I don't know when, the content of people's discussion changed. Someone collected the Daily Prophet for more than half a year, studied it carefully, and believed that the Ministry of Magic had been lying. This argument quickly gained the approval of many people and spread throughout the school. So why would the Ministry of Magic lie? People quickly realized that what Harry and Dumbledore had been talking about since last year is true. Voldemort is back. As a result, panic descended, and people became even more panic-stricken. On the contrary, Stuart's situation has improved a lot. And almost no one looks at them with strange eyes anymore. Just when everyone thought life couldn't get any worse, they realized that they were thinking too simply. After cancelling a large number of clubs, associations, societies, visiting professors, Defense Against the Dark Arts can only read books, Umbridge deprived them of the right to talk about things freely. Although Education Decree No. 26 only prohibits professors from telling students information unrelated to the courses they teach, in fact, even talking among students is prohibited. In just a few days, Umbridge indiscriminately arrested several students who were whispering in the corridor, even if they were just arguing about whether mutton or beef is better, such a non-nutritive issue. They did not let it go. All locked up. A few days later, there were a few more unlucky people with bloody arms. Harry and the others escaped unharmed, and Umbridge doesn't seem to be paying attention to him recently. With her frequent appearances and care of fantastic beasts and divination, she seems to be weighing which one to fire to show her authority. An outstanding little wizard went astray because of poor education, which caused this extremely bad incident. Fudge's words in the interview undoubtedly gave Umbridge confidence and made her "It just got crazier." Chapter 207 Ike in the Dream. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone's hearts were twisted together. Even though Professor Trelawney likes to say some scaring things in class, she is indeed the elective professor who has the highest passing rate of students in the exam. For this alone, no one hates her. It's not that Hermione hates her, it's just that she hates the divination class a little bit, and she didn't cancel the class. All the time there was sobbing from the crowd, and many little witches cried out. Suddenly, the crowd was in chaos, but it was Professor McGonagall who squeezed out. With a handkerchief in her hand, she walked up to Professor Trelawney, hugged her gently, and carefully wiped her tears. Okay, Sybil, don't cry. Professor McGonagall comforted softly. It's not as bad as you think, and you won't leave Hogwarts. Really, Professor McGonagall? Umbridge's voice was still sweet and cloying, but there was a bit of viciousness and mockery on his face. Who approved it? A voice came, and people naturally gave way. It was Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Umbridge let out a sharp laugh, took out a roll of parchment from his robes and opened it. This is a dismissal order signed by me and the Minister of Magic. According to Education Order No. 23, QOI, the Chief Investigator of Hogwarts, have the authority to inspect, keep on probation and dismiss any teacher who I believe does not meet ministry standards. I don't think Trelawney is qualified, so I fired her. You are right. As the highest investigator, you can naturally fire my teacher, but you have no right to expel her from Hogwarts. Dumbledore had a benevolent smile on his face. This right belongs to the headmaster as well. It's me. I want Trelawney to stay at Hogwarts. As she spoke, she looked at Professor McGonagall and said calmly, take Sybil upstairs, Minerva. Of course, I'm happy to help, Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. Let's go, Sybil. Professor Sprout stepped out and took Professor Trelawney's other arm, and Professor Flitwick took out his wand, sent the box flying, and followed. They walked straight past Umbridge, completely ignoring the livid look on his face. What are you going to do when I appoint a new divination teacher and need to requisition her room? Said Umbridge. That's not a problem, Dumbledore replied with a smile. I've already found a classroom for divination classes, and he is willing to live in the city. There. First floor of the fort. Found it? Umbridge's voice became thinner. I have to remind you that according to Education Order No. 22 inches, the Ministry of Magic has the right to appoint teachers only when the headmaster cannot find a suitable candidate. Dumbledore directly interrupted Umbridge, telling the full content of the Education Order, but now I have found up. Following Dumbledore's words, there was a sound of hoofbeats. Everyone followed the sound and saw a handsome horseman walking towards them slowly. Fienzi. Dumbledore's smile brightened a bit, and he said to the stunned Umbridge, you will find him very suitable for your new divination teacher. Umbridge's eyes were wide open, and even though she was still smiling, everyone could tell she was about to explode. There was no reply, no words, just gave Dumbledore and Firenze a hard look, and stepped on her pair of high-heeled shoes to squeeze out of the crowd. Seeing her leave, a burst of warm cheers erupted in the hall, which made Umbridge, who was walking away, pause, but finally left. Harry clapped vigorously, cheering Dumbledore along with everyone else. Everyone loves to see Umbridge deflated. Dumbledore does a great job, and everyone knows that centaurs are born fortune tellers. We need to be more vigilant, Harry. When everyone was overjoyed, only Hermione was still looking straight in the direction Umbridge left. She has already been defeated by Dumbledore. Besides, she is already so bad that she can't be any more bad. Ron shouted loudly, which immediately caused a burst of whistles and cheers. She just failed this time. In fact, she is still a senior investigator at Hogwarts. Hermione said calmly, "Remember my words, Dumbledore hired new teacher without consulting her, and she is still a horseman. She will definitely take revenge." "Didn't you see the way she looked at Dumbledore and Firenze when she left?" Hermione's words made Harry a little wary, but when everyone cheered for it, it was quickly forgotten. After all, this incident was just a small episode for him, and he would have to worry about things. For example, occlumency, which still hasn't progressed. Snape's teaching was harsher, and he saw the old Vaughn's face in Harry's mind, and the corridors of the Department of Mysteries. It shouldn't have happened, but it was clear Harry hadn't listened to him. As a result, the occlumency became stricter, and each time it ended Harry felt like his head was going to split open, and the dreams became more frequent and clearer as a result. Leaving from Snape again in a daze, Harry went straight back to the dormitory, forced himself to talk to Ron and the others, and then fell asleep drowsily. As if being carried by a cloud, Harry felt his body light and light, which made him uneasy. He struggled hard for a while, but it was useless. His hands and feet seemed out of touch with his body, and he didn't listen to him at all. Suddenly, he got rid of the feeling of powerlessness, but the next second he was horrified to find himself standing in a room with curtains. "Looks like I've been duped," he said. "Master, please forgive me," said the man on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "I don't blame you, Rookwood." His voice was grim. "Can you guarantee that your news is reliable?" "Reliable and reliable." Rookwood's voice trembled. "You were reading www. Bode will never take it, Master." He knew he couldn't, which is why he relayed Malfoy's imperious curse. After a long silence, he said, "Get up, Rookwood. It's not your fault, it's just a waste of a few months. Just start over, Master." "Thank you, Master." Rookwood was very excited, and slowly stood up from the ground. "I still need your help, and I need you to provide me with information," he said, "and you have to do one thing for me." "As you order, Master." Rookwood knelt down on one knee again, lowered his head, and stared straight at his toes. "Although I have to start all over again, this time I have to change the method," he said. "The vision limits you, and neither you nor Nagini can find the right place. It has been too many times, and I don't want to wait anymore. So, I need you to send someone there, just like you sent Nagini." "Is there a problem, Rookwood?" "No problem, Master." Rookwood replied immediately. "Very good, he said, beckoning, and a person appeared next to him. "Go with him, little Ike. I hope you can bring me good news." Harry looked in horror at the young wizard in front of him, tall and thin, with still clear light blue eyes. The hair is very long, falling to the shoulders, very dry and not greasy at all. Suddenly, Harry felt himself being pulled severely by someone, as if his body was falling rapidly, and the strong sense of weightlessness made him let out a miserable cry. In the next second, the whole person sat up directly from the bed, panting heavily, with a face full of horror, but Ike's last answer was still echoing in his ears. "Yes, teacher." Chapter 208 Department of Mysteries. At night, the Ministry of Magic was empty, and almost no one stayed here anymore. They all went home to rest, and even the portraits on the wall fell asleep. But don't think that the absence of anyone means that the defense of the Ministry of Magic is lax. and it's just changed from human guards to the magic prohibition guard is nothing more than that. And this also gives some people a chance. Like Rookwood and Ike, Lucius had basically mastered the guarding situation of the Ministry of Magic a long time ago, so he could figure out a way to bring Nagini and later Rookwood into the Ministry of Magic. Now there is just one more Ike, which is not difficult. Very easily, Ike came to the 9th floor of the Ministry of Magic, walked through a simple corridor, opened a plain black door, and finally came to the Department of Mysteries, the destination of his trip. As far as the eye can see, it is a circular hall. The ceiling, floor, walls, and the 12 doors are all black. The doors are exactly the same, without any marks on them, and there are no door handles. Some candles with blue flames hang on the wall, and the candles are very weak, creating a mysterious atmosphere. So, in fact, you guys haven't made any progress at all. After listening to Rookwood's narration, Ike sighed in a low voice, "Don't you even know what's in these doors?" "I'm sorry, little master." Rookwood lowered his head in shame. "We can't get here without hiding from all the guards. Sending Nagini here is already the limit." Ike was silent, and waved his hand, and Rookwood retreated when he saw this, quietly acting as a naked eye outside. It's very helpless. But it's also the status quo. Comrade Fu's servants are very biased, good at killing, spreading fear, and torturing people, but it's a joke to say how good their magic is. In fact, even Lao Fu himself is a bit biased. In this case, Ike's all-rounder is very precious, and this is the main reason why Lao Fu sent him here. After all, the road of controlling a silent person to get the prophecy with the Imperious Curse has failed. He who has the energy to conquer the Dark Lord came close. Born in a family who defeated the Dark Lord 3 times, born in July more than 10 years ago, Winter-Alani made this prophecy that changed the entire wizarding world. Only these 3 sentences were overheard by Snape and relayed to Lao V, which also led to him trying to kill Harry. At that time, he was defeated by some kind of magic that he did not understand, which led to the defeat of the First Wizarding War. Therefore, after being successfully resurrected, what Comrade Lao Fu wants most is to get the full content of the prophecy, so that he can adjust his plan according to the content of the prophecy and avoid another failure. It can be said that everything he has done and planned in the past 6 months is to obtain that prophecy. Ike stood quietly in the middle of the hall, looked at the 12 black doors around him, and chose a door at random without any consideration. After putting down a gold coin at the door, he pushed the door open. It was a very small room, with only a desk and a cabinet. It was messy, and a lot of parchment was placed randomly. I picked up a sheet from the table, and the text on it was very fragmented, with one sentence and one sentence. Turned it over again, and it was the same. After searching carefully, there was only parchment, not even a book. Leaving in embarrassment, the things here are of no value to him. Fortunately, he searched carefully. The first thing to do when you go out is to look at the ground, but the gold coin appears in front of the 3rd black door from the left. Seeing this, I couldn't help frowning. This is not easy. He didn't expect the door here to move. After putting down another gold coin under his feet, Ike walked directly to the black door where the previous gold coin was, stretched out his hand and pushed it violently, but the door didn't move at all. He tried twice more, still the same. Without hesitation, he just gave up, took a step back, and pushed open the door. Stepping in, the door behind him closed automatically, and his surroundings were surrounded by bright stars. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, all the stars he knew in astronomy class can be found here, and there are many others he has never seen before. He waved his hand tentatively, and the stars moved rapidly along their established trajectories. The chaotic scene made Ike dizzy. Boom! A star in the distance suddenly exploded, and immediately triggered a series of chain reactions, like fireworks, followed by a large number of stars exploding. This scene was very shocking, because every time a star exploded, it was in front of his eyes, as if there was a force pulling him to the doomsday scene. Without the slightest hesitation, Ekila opened the door behind him and ran out directly. It was so scary, it took a long time for the heart to fall from the throat to the chest. He glanced at the gold coins on the ground again, and as expected, the position changed again. Ike made up his mind, raised his hand to recall the gold coins, and then pushed open the door next to him. There are no rules at all, and there is no way to leave any marks on the door. It is pure luck. The next room is a big pit. You are reading www. Death, Ike murmured, his eyes fixed on the slowly swinging curtain. Going around the arch, the front and back are the same. To be honest, he really wanted to know what was behind the curtain, but after all, he didn't have the courage to reach out. Another room, with rows of shelves up to the ceiling, filled with dusty crystal balls. Some flickered with a soft green light, while others were blurry and dark, as if they had lost their power. Ike leisurely paced among the crystal ball, casually scanning the small yellow label on it. Almost all the prophecies in the history of magic are collected here, the earliest even reaching the barbaric era. As expected, that one was completely darkened, with no light at all. After turning around a few times, Ike left here. Looking for the prophecy that Lao Fu needs in such a room is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. He simply doesn't have that much time to do it. Pushing open another door, after seeing the things in the room clearly, a smile suddenly appeared on Ike's face. There are also a large number of shelves, but there are various clocks and watches on them. The big ones are like wall clocks, and the small ones are like pocket watches and hourglasses, with bright light flowing on them, and the busy ticking sounds in your ears. In the innermost part of the room is a tall crystal cover, inside which is a small jewel-like egg that is pushed up and down by a soft air current. At the bottom, it is an egg, and as it rises the egg cracks, and a hummingbird is laid out, and when it reaches the top, it becomes dirty, and then it changes as it falls, and finally turns back to the egg. Gem eggs. Standing quietly in front of the crystal cover and looking at it for a while, Ike left reluctantly, searched on the surrounding shelves, and after picking up a delicate pocket watch, Ike finally found the one he was familiar with, a golden necklace with a small hourglass shining golden. Chapter 209. Two people who feel the same way. Have you found it yet? In the basement of Malfoy's Champion. After listening to Ike's narration, old Comrade Fu muttered thoughtfully. No, teacher. Ike shook his head. There are so many prophecies in there, and time is tight. There is no way to check them one by one. No, that's not what I'm talking about, little Ike. Lao Fu shook his head. I asked you to go there just to confirm the location of the Hall of Prophecy, but according to what you said, the door can be changed at will. But it doesn't matter. I have a new idea about that prophecy. Looking at Lao Fu, who was lost in thought in front of him, Ike owed a debt and left. Recently, Lao Fu has always wandered into the sky unconsciously, and sometimes fell asleep directly, especially at night. In the beginning, he would wait by the side when Lao Fu entered this state, but later, when Lao Fu found out, he let him leave. Of course, only Ike has this privilege. If other people encounter this situation when reporting things, they can only wait honestly. Otherwise, even Bella would not agree. Leaving the basement, Ike went straight back to the laboratory that Lucius had prepared for him. This place has completely become his place, full of all kinds of strange things, most of which came from a flash of inspiration during his research. Product. It's fun and dangerous. But now, there are two more dangerous things in it, which are also the biggest gains of Ike's trip. The plan went well. Ike was playing with the pocket watch in his hand, staring at the golden light flashing on it from time to time, and silently crossed out a line in the plan in his heart. This was one of the goals he chose to follow. Lao Vi. After all, if he stayed at Hogwarts, he would not be able to use the time turner arbitrarily, nor would he be able to conduct further research on it. Only with Lao Fu here can he do what he wants to do without any scruples, such as fully accepting the research results of the Ministry of Magic on time for so many years, and doing some dangerous time travel experiments. Of course, it will take some time to do this, and obviously, what Lao Fu is planning now is the best cover. When Ike fell silent for a while, Harry at Hogwarts had just told Hermione and Ron about the nightmare he had just had, and the reaction of the two did not exceed Harry's expectations. Hermione went silent. "I just said that guy is even more evil than Malfoy, and he is completely bad." In the room of requirement, Ron said loudly, "Listen, he is working for the mysterious man now, and it is obviously his pride assistant." "Okay Ron, your focus is obviously wrong," Hermione said suddenly. Her expression was very serious, which made both Ron and Harry stunned. They thought Hermione would be the same as before. "No, and do you have any opinions on the matter?" Hermione ignored the surprised gazes of the two, and asked seriously, "Harry, you just said that you are the mysterious man?" Harry nodded. He also realized the seriousness of the problem, something he had never done before. "From the snake to the you-know-who, Harry, this is serious. Your brain is now directly connected to him." Hermione grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him outside. "We have to tell the professor, tell Dumbledore." "No!" Harry yelled, breaking free and taking a few steps back. "I can't tell anyone. If I learn a clumency, this thing won't be seen at all." "That's why you should tell Dumbledore," Hermione said decisively. "Do you think he won't see it in Snape's next teaching?" "Obviously, your brain is now passive." "Okay, Hermione, stop talking," Harry pleaded, and he sat on the ground weakly, covering his head in pain. Hermione calmed down a little, walked over slowly like Ron, squatted down, and put her hand lightly on Harry's shoulder. "I know that you want to do it on your own, and even do some dangerous things, such as probing for information on the mysterious man," Hermione said slowly, "but Harry, that is the mysterious man. Do you really think you can do it? Why not? He's done it before, hasn't he?" Ron snapped back, making Harry stubborn again. "Yes, I can." Looking at Harry, who seemed to have had chicken blood in front of her, Hermione suddenly didn't want to say anything, and even felt more tired than ever. She knew a lot of things, even more than Dumbledore and Snape, but she could only bury them in her heart. It is precisely because of this that Hermione wants to guide Harry tries to do something right, only to fail again. Sighing, he simply refused to persuade him, but silently added a few more plans and contingency plans in his heart. These two idiots were her best friends at Hogwarts. She couldn't just watch them fall into the abyss. Neither Harry nor Ron felt strange about Hermione's silence, because this kind of thing had happened too many times this semester, and it could even be said that their relationship had been like this since the first grade. Moreover, Harry didn't really take Hermione's words as a deaf ear and didn't tell Dumbledore, but it didn't mean he wouldn't tell Sirius about these things. As Hermione said, Snape still found out about Harry's problem in the next teaching session. After using Legilimency, Snape easily saw the man sitting on the ornate chair, and Ike standing beside him. "You were reading WWW. What's the last memory?" Snape's voice was very cold, but Harry had just accepted a torture and was kneeling on the floor limply, in a trance. "What memory?" "The one my form tried to stuff my head in the toilet." Harry rubbed his head. He hadn't recovered yet. "No, it was a man kneeling on the ground." "That's nothing," said Harry, with an unnatural expression on his face. Boom! Snape suddenly pulled Harry up from the ground forcefully, pressed him hard on the chair, and fixed his eyes on him. "How did that person and that house come to your mind, Potter?" Snape asked coldly. "That's just a dream of mine, right? It's just a dream." Harry's eyes dodged, and he looked to the side uncontrollably. "Look at me, Potter." Snape roughly turned Harry's head around. "Do you know what the hell we're doing here, and why I gave up my nights to do this hate job? It's been more than 2 months. I thought you would make some progress." Snape stood up abruptly, staring at Harry condescendingly. "How many dreams about the Dark Lord have you had?" "That's all." "That's it, huh?" Snape snorted coldly. "Maybe you like to have these hallucinations and strange dreams, which make you feel special. But it doesn't matter. I don't care about it. My job is just to let you learn that damned occlumency." Saying that, Snape took out his wand and pressed it hard on Harry's forehead. The tone is indescribably bad. Ready? Let's move on. 3, 2, 1. Legiliancy. Chapter 210. The Power of the Curse. It seemed to be venting. Compared with the previous ones, Snape's teaching was stricter this time, and the power of legilimency was also much stronger. When he was finally allowed to leave, his mind was unprecedentedly chaotic, and he was dumbfounded. After sitting on the sofa for a long time, it didn't hurt so much. It was a really bad time for Harry. As the S exam approached, all 5th grade students were under unprecedented pressure, and some even collapsed in class. And more than anyone else, Harry had to endure Umbridge's intense attention and Snape's special teaching. To be honest, if it wasn't for the existence, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on long ago. The progress is still very gratifying. There are gold coins that Hermione has cast a spell on. They have always been safe, and they are very careful when practicing. Now they have begun to practice the Patronus charm, and some have even successfully summoned their own guardian spirits, God. And in the last class before Easter, except for Neville, everyone else basically succeeded. You have to think about happy things, Harry reminded, looking at the Patronus on the tip of Neville's staff. I was thinking about it. Neville seemed a little bit annoyed. His head was covered with sweat, and blue veins were popping out, but the silver light on the tip of the staff just couldn't take shape. Harry shrugged and didn't say anything else. Neville had worked hard enough. All he needed was an opportunity. A trivial one. Walking in the room of requirement, the sky is full of patron saints summoned by everyone. Fred and George's are magpies, which have perfectly inherited the character of their masters, flying non-stop in the air, very lively. Seamus's is a fox, Luna's is a hare, and Ron's is a beagle, very cute. Stuart, Terry, Anthony and Michael are foxes, Scottish shepherds, Dalmatians and German shepherds respectively. Except for Stuart, who is more lively, the others stay obediently beside their owners. This scene made Harry very happy. He felt that his hard work had been rewarded very well, and he kept saying words of encouragement, which attracted a lot of praise from everyone. Suddenly, the door opened and closed quickly, and Harry looked back but saw nothing. Before taking 2 steps, he found that people had stopped practicing, and his pants seemed to be pulled crazily by something. Looking down, it was Dobby. Hey, Dobby, what's up? Harry asked. Dobby's eyes were wide and trembling, and all attention was on him. Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby has a message for you, Dobby shrieked, but the house elf has been warned, by a dreadful What's the matter? What's the matter? Feeling that the atmosphere was not right, Harry quickly grabbed Dobby's arms and asked. This was to prevent it from hurting Owen. She. Dobby was incoherent, just kept repeating the word she, which made Harry very anxious. On the other hand, Hermione was thoughtful, and suddenly said, Umbridge. Is it her? She found us and is coming. Seeing Dobby's momentum as if he was about to knock his head off, everyone was stunned. This time Harry's reaction was quick, and before Hermione could make a sound, he shouted, Run. The door was opened, and everyone ran out in a swarm, fleeing in all directions. Some ran to the dormitory, some went to the library, toilets, and classrooms. They were already in a panic, just trying to escape Umbridge's capture. Harry's goal was the men's room, which he remembered was not far ahead. He ran fast, but suddenly it seemed that something caught his feet, and he fell down directly, and slid forward on the ground for a long time. Then, he heard a very familiar voice. Ha ha ha, Potter, the tripping curse. Malfoy said. Professor, I got it. Harry's arm was covered with bruises. He turned over in pain, and saw Umbridge's face full of disgusting smile at a glance. Great job. Well done, Draco. 50 points for Slytherin. Umbridge grabbed Harry's arm fiercely and pulled him up from the ground. Keep going and see if you can do anything. Can't catch more, Draco. Umbridge was very happy. Look at the library, classrooms, auditorium, and look for those who are out of breath. She pushed Harry roughly, and within a few minutes she reached the principal's office. After saying the password, the stone monster stepped aside and walked up the spiral staircase, and they walked directly into the office. It was packed with people, and Dumbledore sat behind a desk with a calm expression on his face. Professor McGonagall stood by, but his face was full of worry. And Minister Fudge, who was shaking excitedly in his chair, obviously very satisfied. Harry also spotted Percy, standing next to Fudge with a quill and a thick roll of parchment, ready to take notes. He was on his way back to the Gryffindor common room when the Malfoy kid blocked him, said Umbridge in her squeaky voice. Really, is it? Fudge was very excited, rubbing his hands together. Potter, I think you know why you are here. Harry wanted to answer yes directly, but seeing Dumbledore behind the desk shook his head slightly. He changed his words. I don't know. Don't know? Fudge looked at Umbridge suspiciously, then looked at Dumbledore where the old god was, and asked, You really don't know why Professor Umbridge kept you here? Don't you know that you have violated the school rules? No. What about the decree from the Ministry of Magic? No. Fudge's face became ugly to the naked eye. He sat up straight. Yes. Why? There is an illegal student organization. Harry looked in disbelief, as if he had heard about it for the first time. Minister, I think bringing in the whistleblower will make this go a lot smoother, Umbridge said with a smile. Whistleblower? Well, bring her here. Fudge agreed, and Umbridge left the office immediately, dragging someone in after a while. Harry recognized it at a glance. It was introduced by Stuart and the others. Marietta from the 6th grade of Ravenclaw. She was wearing a big cloak, and you were reading www. Hid her hands in the sleeves, also covered his face. Don't be afraid, dear, Umbridge said to Fudge, patting her on the back lightly. Minister, she is the daughter of Mrs. Eekmore, Flu Network Administrator of the Department of Magical Transport. Great, Fudge said enthusiastically. Come on, tell me, don't be shy about that illegal student organization. Look up my god. Merlin. Marietta kept covering her face, no matter what Fudge said, which made Umbridge a little impatient. She dropped Marietta's hand violently, but everyone was terrified when they saw that face, and Harry stepped back a few steps, and it was Professor McGonagall who supported him from falling. What a face it was! I saw that Marietta's face was covered with pimples the size of a fingernail, and they were constantly getting bigger, and some of them had even turned into a strange purple. Rows of traitors moved rhythmically across her face, as well as her arms and hands. She let out a scream, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and several teeth fell to the ground mixed with it. Although Marietta quickly concealed herself in the cloak, everyone watched as her hair fell out in handfuls, and instead, curly hairs grew on her face and neck. Those hairs seemed to be very hard, and her hands were pricked as soon as she covered them, and blood was left drop by drop, dyeing a large area of the cloak red in a short while. My God, what is this? Fudge was really frightened, and he shouted loudly, Who did it? Who did this? Hermione. Marietta's miserable voice sounded, and she didn't know what happened again, and her blood flowed even more. Suddenly, she simply stopped covering up and leaked all the tragedy. She stared straight at Harry, her eyes full of resentment. Chapter 211 Stubbornness 1. Hermione Granger. I know. Hearing the name, a young face appeared in Fudge's mind. Of course he knew about Hermione. There were not many students who applied for time turners, and each requires Fudge's signature before being taken out of the Department of Mysteries. In recent years, only 2 students have been approved. One is a self-defeating one, and the remaining one is Hermione. It seems that she and the dyke who threw himself into the darkness, Fudge muttered, and Percy, who was on the side, hurriedly moved over and whispered in Fudge's ear, They are a couple, Minister. That's it. Fudge nodded, and said, Dolores, please call Miss Granger over. Casting such vicious curses on classmates should not be allowed. What do you think, Dumbledore? Dumbledore didn't reply, and he still looked like the old god was there, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Umbridge left. Taking advantage of this short time, Professor McGonagall pulled Marietta aside, gave her a bottle of painkiller potion, and removed the curse for her. It's very troublesome, even for her. It took a lot of effort. Not long after, Umbridge came back, and Hermione followed behind her, without any panic. "Okay, it's been a while, I think I can put aside the question about Miss Granger for now," Fudge said, winking at Umbridge. After seeing the latter, she immediately said in her cloyingly sweet voice, "Yes, Minister, compared to Miss Granger's matter, Mr. Potter's is more serious." "That's right, so Dolores, can you please tell everyone what you know?" "Of course," Umbridge said. "Perhaps you recall that I reported to you back in October that Potter used to meet with many classmates at the Pig's Head pub. Do you have evidence?" Professor McGonagall asked suddenly. "We have the testimony of Willie Widshine, who was in the pub and heard every word Potter said," Umbridge replied. "So that's why he was exempted from suing for the flushing time of the toilet sewage he created." Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows. "Our judicial system is really great." Hearing this, Harry suddenly remembered who Wilderson was. He had heard Mr. Weasley mention his name. He was a man who used magic to play tricks on muggles. He was a habitual offender. Umbridge acted as if he hadn't heard Professor McGonagall's ridicule, and continued, "Potter and these students gathered to persuade them to join an illegal organization in order to learn some spells that the Ministry of Magic has deemed unsuitable for students to learn." "You've got something wrong, Dolores," interrupted Dumbledore abruptly. "You're utterly wrong to accuse such a group of being illegal at the time. If you haven't forgotten, you should know, second, the promulgation of Education Decree number 14 will come after that." "Yes, Headmaster, you are right." Umbridge laughed. "But all gatherings after that are illegal." "But how do you know they met after that? What proof do you have?" The smile on Umbridge's face became even worse. She let out a piercing laugh, pointed at Marietta next to her and said, "Principal, she is a witness. Didn't you hear that just now?" "Oh, the curse on you has been lifted." "Great." Umbridge was very happy. She pulled Marietta back from Professor McGonagall, clapped her hand on the shoulder, and encouraged, "Come on. Tell me what you know. How many parties has Potter hosted in the past 6 months?" Harry's heart sank. It should really be over this time. Inexplicably, she actually complained to Professor McGonagall that she shouldn't have been exposed to Marietta's curse just now, so she wouldn't say it. "I don't know how many times Marietta's voice was small enough to be heard by everyone, but it must have been very frequent." "Excellent, boy," urged Umbridge. "And what else? Go on. Go on." Marietta's face suddenly turned livid, and the lines appeared again. This time, there were no ugly pimples, because her face was split open, and several horrible cracks appeared, from which blood gushed out. "Oh my God!" Umbridge was startled and screamed ear-piercingly. The pink coat on his body that hadn't changed for thousands of years was stained a lot. Fudge, who had been sitting all this time, was also frightened. His face was extremely ugly, and he yelled at Hermione, "Release it! Disarm it! How dare you! Disarm it!" Hermione looked calm. She took out her wand and pointed it at Marietta. A white light flashed, and Marietta's face came back. But obviously, the experience just now frightened her, and her body couldn't stop shaking. "You're bad." Seeing the blood on her clothes, Umbridge was furious. She angrily pulled out her wand and pointed it at Hermione, but before she could release the spell, she was hit by a red light, and the wand it came out directly and fell straight into Dumbledore's hands. Dumbledore's sudden attack startled Fudge. "What are you doing, Dumbledore?" he yelled. "It's nothing, Connelly." Dumbledore put Umbridge's wand on the table. "In my school, no one can harm my pupil, no matter what she does." You reading www. Fudge was impatient, snorted and sat back on the chair, shouting at Umbridge. "Go on, Dolores. Go on." "Evidence." "Okay, Minister." Umbridge replied tremblingly, glanced at the expressionless Dumbledore, took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Fudge. "Minister, this is where Potter and the others gathered. The list is nailed to their secret base." When Harry saw the parchment, he knew he was doomed. He really didn't think of Marietta to steal this out. Sure enough, after seeing the words on the parchment, Fudge was extremely happy. "Look what they named themselves. Dumbledore's Army." Fudge stared at Dumbledore. I thought Potter could be fired, but didn't expect to find a better one. Dumbledore pushed his glasses and smiled. Yes, this is my army. I organized it. You can arrest me now. Weasley, yelled Fudge, looking utterly delighted. Have you written it all down? His testimony, his confession, his own admission that he built an army to overthrow me. Yes, I've written it all down, sir. Percy replied graciously. A large piece of words had already been written on the parchment in his hand. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it, Dolores. Did you think it? I didn't expect it. Fudge glanced at the content on Percy's parchment, with a bright smile on his face, and then said to Dumbledore, you will be escorted to the Ministry of Magic for a trial, and then I will send you to Azkaban. I think you made a mistake, Connolly. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Fudge, and his tone was unhurried. You don't really think that Azkaban can lock me in, do you? And, what makes you think that I'm going to get caught without a fight? Chapter 212 Stubbornness, 2. Dumbledore was still very calm, holding a wand that looked like a finger bone, and folded his hands casually in front of his body. It looked harmless to humans and animals, but Fudge felt a chill down his spine inexplicably. Only then did he remember that the white-bearded old man in front of him defeated the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald with his own hands 50 years ago, and was the greatest white wizard of this century. Fudge looked at Kingsley and the man with short grey hair. There were the Luo he brought, and now is the time for them to stand up. Don't be stupid, Dawlish, Dumbledore said, looking at the man with the short grey hair. I believe you are a good era, but if you want to arrest me, I will not be polite. Are you planning to arrest Dumbledore? Fudge sneered. Are you going to deal with Shacklebolt, Dawlish, Weasley, me and Dolores alone? Of course he's not alone. Professor McGonagall drew out his wand and stood in front of Dumbledore. Harry and Hermione also stood over, but Marietta quietly hid aside. That's enough, Minerva. Hogwarts needs you, said Dumbledore. Get out of the way. Do it. Fudge yelled, drawing out his wand, and then swung it violently, all petrified. Boom. There was a loud noise, and then a blinding white light flashed by. Harry squinted his eyes unconsciously, and it took him a while to recover, with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground and one or two screams. After his vision recovered, he saw Fudge and the others lying motionless on the ground. Passed out, said Dumbledore. Are you all right? It's okay. Professor McGonagall's eyes were red, and the dazzling white light just now obviously affected her. Sorry, I'm a little harsh, but the situation just now can only be like this. Dumbledore smiled. I haven't done it for a long time, and I feel a little rusty. What's next, Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall asked. Obviously, I'm going to be away for a while. Where are you going? Grimmauld Place? No, I won't run that far. Dumbledore said, I have to be ready to come back and clean up the mess for Fudge. As if joking, Dumbledore blinked at Professor McGonagall, then looked at Harry and Hermione, his face suddenly serious. Listen, Harry, you must do your best to learn Occlumency, and it is very important to learn it as soon as possible. Dumbledore's tone was a little eager, exactly as Professor Snape said. Go all out, so that you can protect your brain before going to bed so you don't have nightmares. Professor, you know everything? Harry was a little ashamed. Yes, I know. Dumbledore patted Harry on the shoulder, turned to look at Hermione, and said in a more serious tone, Miss Granger, do you know the consequences of your actions? The curse was used on a student, and it was seen by the Ministry of Magic. I know very well, Professor. Hermione, who was silent for a long time, was very calm, looking directly at Dumbledore's scrutinizing eyes. Have you really thought about it? It's very dangerous in your capacity. I'm ready, Professor. Wait, what's the consequence? What's the danger? Harry was confused, and his intuition told him that Hermione was going to do something very dangerous. Hermione? What are you going to do? Hermione didn't speak, but Dumbledore held Harry's arm tightly. Okay, time is running out. They will wake up soon. You have to remember my words, Occlumency. You must learn it, as soon as possible. As soon as the words fell, Fudge and the others groaned and struggled to get up. But immediately, they saw Dumbledore raise his hands, and a red figure appeared in his palms. After the dazzling red light, there was no Dumbledore in the room. Where is he? Where did he go? The red light dazzled Fudge's eyes again, and he yelled, flailing his hands to catch something. I don't know. Kingsley seemed to be seriously injured, sat on the ground shaking his head, and fell down again. Stairs. I'll go and have a look. Dawlish was also dizzy, but he still tried to run out, but he didn't. After 2 steps, he fell down. Okay, no need. Weasley, help me. Fudge shouted angrily, and with Percy's support, he sat back on the chair, rubbed his head and gritted his teeth. Phoenix. Humphrey. He's apparated away. Minister Umbridge recovered a little at this moment. She paled and stood beside Fudge. As soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Fudge. Okay, Dolores is not over, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore is over. Maybe. Professor McGonagall kept Harry and Hermione behind him with a cold face. Fudge snorted coldly, glanced at the little witch with a calm face, and said, Granger, I now think that the evaluation of your excellent character and learning is completely wrong. You are deprived of the time turner, forever. Venting anger at a student is not what a Minister of Magic should do. Connolly. Fudge's approach made it hard to see the portraits of past principals on the wall, and you reading book directly sarcastically. Shut up. Fudge's face turned blue, he stood up suddenly, glared at the portrait who spoke, and said to Professor McGonagall, do you think it's over if he runs away? In fact, he left by himself. Professor McGonagall replied lightly, you didn't catch him. HMPH. Fudge was in a hurry. He turned around and left with a flick of his robe, turned around and stared at Professor McGonagall in 2 steps, but turned and left again without saying a word. After Fudge and others had left, Professor McGonagall put away the seriousness and coldness on his face, let out a long breath, and felt a little tired. Okay, go back and rest, Potter and Granger. There are too many things tonight. Okay, Professor McGonagall. It was said that Harry still wanted to ask something, but seeing Professor McGonagall waved his hand, he had to give up. He and Hermione left the headmaster's office and walked towards the Gryffindor lounge. On the way, Hermione remained calm, but Harry hesitated to speak and was very entangled. Ask anything you want, Harry, said Hermione. Just now Harry was still confused. What did Dumbledore tell you? What are you going to do? It's nothing. It's just the things we've been doing. Aren't those dangerous? Hermione turned her head to look at Harry, with a smile spreading from the corner of her mouth. The Order of the Phoenix, the plans of the you-know-who, your nightmares. Which of the things you did was not dangerous? Isn't that right? Harry suddenly realized, and grabbed Hermione. Are you going to find him? Who? Hermione looked puzzled. Who are you looking for? Looking for I was halfway through. Harry stopped. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and the words changed again. It's nothing. Let's go. Let's go back. Chapter 213 Revisiting the Department of Mysteries. Fudge's actions were still very fast, and the front page of the Daily Prophet the next day was Dumbledore's wanted notice, which caused an uproar in the magic world. As the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore's prestige is extremely high, but Fudge is not a simple character, otherwise he would not sit on the seat of the Minister of Magic. Under his operation, the mainstream media in the market basically cannot see the remarks that are not conducive to the Ministry of Magic. Only those tabloids can still find them. Sure, there's the Quibbler, but who in their right mind would subscribe to that magazine? Look, our Minister of Magic has done us a great favor. He even wanted Dumbledore. In Malfoy Manor, Comrade Laufey was holding a brand new Daily Prophet while reading it, and Bella, Wormtail and others also smiled. It seems that our plan can be a little more daring. Yes, Master, let me go. I will definitely bring that thing back to you. Bella half knelt beside the old man, looking up with reverence. With all due respect, Bella, Ike interjected, at your level, you can't get in there without triggering the alarm. Ike is telling the truth. Don't look at the fact that he slipped into the Department of Mysteries easily last time. and even took 2 time converters from it, but this is based on his magical power second only to Lao Fu. Those magical arms inside have no effect on him, but it doesn't mean that others can easily solve it. That's right, Bella, wait a little longer, there will be a chance. Lao Fu agreed with Ike's idea, gently stroked Bella's hair, and comforted him. Yes, Master. Bella showed a dependent and satisfied expression. She enjoyed Lao Fu's touch very much. Rookwood, how are things going? You heard it all. Little Ike is ready. Rookwood came out of the crowd when he heard the sound, and knelt down in front of Lao Fu, his body trembling. Master. Master, it will take a few more days. The guards there are very tight recently. Then you have to hurry up. Rookwood, you know the price of making me wait too long. Don't let me down. I see, Master. Rookwood didn't make Lao Fu wait too long. 4 days later, he found another chance and brought Ike into the Department of Mysteries. Passing through the familiar black corridor, Ike, who came to the rotunda again, directly opened a door and walked in. The last experience let him know that marking the door here is completely useless. Maybe the reticence had a way of telling the difference, but Ike didn't know it, and Rookwood didn't get that way. When I entered the door and looked up, it was the planetary hall, and Ike left directly. After going wrong twice, he finally found the time hall. 2 more time turners along the way, and Ike left, pushing open another door. It was the office full of parchments. I finally found it. This is the main purpose of Ike's trip. He needs to find the research results of the reticent man on the time converter from this mountain of parchment. Even a few words are good. Ever since he got the time converter, Ike has been doing research secretly, but he hasn't made any progress. Whether it was the pocket watch or the pendant he was familiar with, they seemed to be natural. As long as they were damaged a little, they would lose their effect. The pocket watch broke just by removing the cover, and no matter how you adjust the hands, you can no longer travel in time. The same is true for the pendant. It is useless to remove the hourglass, even if it is pressed back as it is. Ike knew very well that this thing must have a research method that he didn't know, and only by following a specific method can he get a glimpse of its mystery. After searching for a long time in the mountainous and messy parchment, the harvest was not very great. There were only some sporadic sentences that mentioned the time converter, but they were not systematic at all. There must be, Ike muttered, trying harder to find it. The parchments he had seen were neatly thrown away in a corner that had been cleaned up in advance, and all the sentences about the time converter on them were copied by him to the parchment he had prepared earlier with the copying charm. There is no time to look at it now, anyway. He still has to go to the prophecy hall for a while. For now, Lao Fu's mission is the most important. After searching for too long, Ike stopped after writing down a 3-foot piece of parchment. After restoring the office to its original state, Ike opened the door twice more and finally came to the Hall of Prophecy. Last time he took a quick look at the flowers. This time he directly looked at them row by row, one by one. It's troublesome, but it's the only way. It's been too long, and he can't remember exactly where the prophecy that runs through the entire plot is placed. He only remembers that it is at the back. Of course, it is impossible to search from the back to the front. Finding it too quickly is not in line with Ike's own plan. But it didn't drag on for too long. After all, a large part of the crystal ball on the top shelf is dim. Soon, Ike found more than 50 rows. At this time, there were more soft green lights on them, and by the time of more than 60 rows, there were no dim ones to be seen. The speed slowed down a little, but it was just to watch more carefully. The pace was not slowed down much. Just walking and watching. Suddenly, Ike stopped. This was the end of the 9-dice even throw, and Ike stopped in front of a crystal ball, his eyes fixed on the yellowed label on it. SPT2APWBD the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Ike frowned. He didn't expect to find it with a little bit of effort this time. The right hand quickly grabbed it again, but every time it passed through the crystal ball, as if it was just a projection, and the real thing was not placed on it at all. What's the matter? Is there any special condition to get this thing? It doesn't make sense. Ike was a little confused. He was present when Rookwood reported the information. Obviously, the silent man could get it. Why did he know? You're much less vigilant, Stride. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ike turned around immediately, and the wand fell into his hand at the same time. The red light on new reading www suddenly lit up, and then went out after seeing the person clearly. Calmly putting away his wand, Ike became calm. Why are you here, Dumbledore? Dumbledore pushed the glasses on his nose, looked very relaxed, and replied, you should know, I am a wanted criminal of the Ministry of Magic now. There's no need to chat, Dumbledore. You should also know that I don't have enough time. Ike frowned, with a little impatience in his tone. Hearing this, Dumbledore put away the joke and said seriously, now is not the time. Why? Ike said, and grabbed the crystal ball again. This time, the golden light flashed in his hand, and he successfully got it. He threw it in his hand and said, if your magic is more complicated, I really can't get it. Okay, stop joking. Dumbledore snatched the crystal ball from Mike the moment he tossed it up, and carefully put it back on the shelf. With a light wave of the phalanx-shaped wand, a green light flashed. The crystal ball did not change anything. But Ike knew that if he didn't use magic, he couldn't touch it again. You can't keep watching here, Dumbledore, Ike said slowly. The golden light of the wand in his hand flashed away. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, the thing you are looking for is not in the Department of Mysteries. The Ministry of Magic has sealed the research materials on the Time Turner a long time ago, but I can give it to you. Ike shook his head. Not enough. You still have to keep her at Hogwarts. Hearing this, Dumbledore suddenly smiled. No problem. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 214. Some preparations. I found that thing, teacher. After returning from the Department of Mysteries, Ike found Comrade Laofu directly, but concealed the fact that he had met Dumbledore. But I don't have it. It's been enchanted by some kind of magic I don't know about, and probably needs some special set conditions. Or what? Laofu asked. Maybe it's a specific person, Ike replied, looking directly at Laofu's red pupils. This has almost become a habit. Ike always does this when talking to Laofu. With the protection of occlumency, he doesn't worry that Laofu will know the things he hides. Perhaps it is precisely because of this performance that Ike was able to gain Laofu's trust. Laofu stared at Ike for a long time, then nodded slightly and said, I probably know whose handwriting it is. It's not your fault, little Ike. It's normal that you can't get it at his level. Sorry, teacher, I let you down. Ike lowered his head at the right time, showing a hint of guilt. Laofu stood up, patted Ike on the shoulder lightly, and his words were full of comfort and encouragement. It doesn't matter, I just confirmed the location of that thing. I still have plans for it. Your information just makes me more. Just be firm. Okay, it's been a night, let's go to rest. We still have a lot to do. After saying good night to Laofu, Ike returned to his laboratory. He didn't fall asleep right away, stared at the ceiling until dawn, and kept rubbing the ring he was wearing. Finally, the ring responded. What's wrong? I met Dumbledore and learned something from him. Dumbledore, what did you tell him? You need to stay at Hogwarts. Why, didn't we agree? Yes, but at the right time, which is clearly not the case now. What is the right time? When you beat one of my colleagues with your own hands. Okay, wait, I'll do it. Hermione loosened her hands from the necklace, sat on the bed and stared blankly at the front, shook her head suddenly, tidied her messy hair a little, took a deep breath. Her heart was full of determination. This semester, she has made great progress. Thanks to the books and notes in the box left by Ike, coupled with her own efforts, she can successfully perform many magics that adult wizards have not learned, but she is not proficient. In fact, she knew in her heart that her current level was not enough, but she finally had a goal, which was considered a small success. Washing up by herself, and simply making the bed, Hermione left the dormitory and went to the auditorium on the first floor. Along the way, everyone who saw her gave her a strange look, which contained fear, disgust, and many unexplainable emotions. What happened in the principal's office that night was not publicized, but many people saw Marietta's tragedy. Not to mention she was not the only one who made the whistleblower. But there was another one in the school hospital at that time, and Madame Pomfrey was helpless against the tricky curse, and it was Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape who rescued the poor child together. The Wicked Witch, many secretly called her behind her back. Hermione knew it, but didn't take it to heart. She is different now than she was in the first grade. Even if Wicked Witch is 100 times more ugly and hurtful than Miss Know-It-All, it can't disturb Hermione's heart. When she made this curse, she had already thought of the possible scenarios, and to be honest, it was much better than she imagined now. At least, not fired. Not long after, Harry and Ron came together. Their spirits were a little bad, and they were a little sluggish, but they improved a lot after drinking a large glass of milk. "How does confinement taste?" Hermione took a bite of the bread, and the strawberry jam spread on it was sour and sweet, which made people happy. "It's still the old tricks, I'm used to it." Harry sighed. The fork in his hand kept ravaging the pancakes on the plate. "She's pissed off," Ron interjected. "The ministry made her the new headmistress, but she can't even get into the headmaster's office. Those two stone monsters refused to let her in." "Yeah, so she probably got a new quill because of it, and I have to say, it hurts even more." Harry subconsciously rubbed the back of his left hand. There were still some red marks on it. The three of them chatted one sentence at a time, quickly finished their breakfast, and went to the History of Magic classroom with their books in their arms. One of the few Umbridge-free courses, History of Magic has become a safe haven for many wizards. As Ron said, Umbridge, who has become the new principal, can only stay in her office full of cat pictures, which makes her very angry, and the result of her anger was that she became more presumptuous. Umbridge set up an investigative action team, almost all of whom were Slytherin students, and he didn't know how to get Filch to obey her. Originally, the house scores of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were neck and neck, you were reading WWW. But it was soon overtaken by Hufflepuff and Slytherin. 2 or 3 days later, even Hufflepuff was deducted a lot of points, and only Slytherin did not decrease but increased, taking the lead. You've all noticed it. During dinner, the twins pointed to the huge hourglass on the wall of the auditorium that represented the school's grades. "I swear, this is Chigwago's revenge. They did it on purpose." Ron was very angry, and as he spoke, several gems flew out of Gryffindor's hourglass. "Yes, they did it on purpose," Fred said coldly. "No one can treat us like this, so they paid the price." "Montague just wanted to deduct our points." "Want? What did you do?" Ron asked. "He didn't finish his sentence, and we didn't give him a chance," George replied, "because before he finished speaking, he was already taken by us. It was stuffed into the disappearing cabinet on the second floor." "Too impulsive. You're going to get into big trouble," Hermione said, frowning. "No one sees no trouble until Montague reappears," said Fred. "A week, 2 weeks, who knows when he'll reappear. Besides, we are not afraid of trouble." "That's right. Honestly, we don't want to be here anymore." The twins became serious, and the smile that made people unconsciously happy was gone. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Hermione asked softly after a long silence. "No. We have everything planned." Fred waved his hands again and again. "This is our business. You must not get involved. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest." Chapter 215 New Dreamland. When it comes to mischief, no one at Hogwarts is better than the Weasley twins. And when they deliberately made a detailed plan, the effect was even more outstanding. With the sound of crackling, a huge fire dragon made of green and gold fireworks flew in the corridor. It is vivid, spraying gorgeous fiery red fireworks all the way. The colorful wheel-shaped fireworks are like flying saucers, surrounding the fire dragon, coupled with the rocket-like silver meteors. This fireworks show, which took a lot of effort to pull out the fireworks, is perfect enough. People cheered loudly and shouted indiscriminately. The seniors stood aside with a little bit of reserve, but the lower grades were different, chasing the huge firework dragon and running around in the corridor. After seeing this scene, Umbridge was completely stunned, and stood on the stairs with Filch, who went to tell her, with disbelief written all over his face. "Damn! Who did this? Who did this?" Umbridge yelled, but no one paid any attention to her, especially those little beanies who were chasing dragons, and they didn't care about anyone who was having fun. Suddenly, a wheel-shaped firework flew straight towards the heads of the two of them. Umbridge and Filch squatted down quickly, and even almost fell because they were too anxious. The fireworks miraculously exploded above their heads, and countless sparks scattered down, like a rain, which immediately attracted the praise of those little bindings. "Quick, Filch! We have to find a way to stop them," Umbridge yelled, drawing her short wand, aiming at a rocket with a silvery tail. Boom! The spell precisely hit the rocket, and the rocket stopped for a moment, then suddenly became bigger, and rushed directly to a painting on the wall at a faster speed, directly blasting a hole out. "Damn it, don't use the stunning charm, Filch!" Umbridge yelled at Filch, then at a wheeled fireworks. "Quickly disappear." This time it was completely over. The fireworks hit by the vanishing curse split into more than a dozen and flew towards all directions of the castle at a faster speed. One even went straight to the 8th floor along the moving stairs and exploded at the highest point. "She shouldn't have used the vanishing charm. TSK TSK TSK." Fred laughed in the corner. "That would only make things worse." "Yes, I saw it. She really shouldn't have done that." Harry and the others covered their stomachs. They were already laughing a little uncomfortable. All day, Umbridge and his investigative operations team have been busy dealing with these flying fireworks, but even a busy day has not solved them all. The next day, during Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, a fire dragon broke in. Even though it could be easily dealt with, Professor McGonagall chose to send a student to Umbridge. After Dumbledore was driven away, all the professors hated Umbridge to the extreme, and Professor McGonagall, who was upright, was also happy to find some small troubles for her. The twins' pyrotechnic shenanigans were finally quelled after much effort by Umbridge, and they were all wiped out before lunch. But this did not affect them being regarded as heroes by the lion cubs, and even held a party for them in the common room, and everyone praised them loudly. That is, at this party, the twins gave the cubs a surprise. They still have stock. Fred dragged out a big box, opened the window of the lounge in front of the lion cubs, and let out the fireworks. Huge firework dragons flew around the castle, and Umbridge's exasperated voice could still be heard faintly amidst the crackling sparks, which made everyone even happier. It happened to be Friday, and everyone played very late, and Harry didn't return to the dormitory until midnight. He yawned and climbed onto the bed, stretched his waist after taking off his eyes, and wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. But his mind was full of Umbridge's distressed and frantic appearance, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how long it had passed, but in a daze, he felt his body was floating, as if he was flying, and he was a little dizzy. After floating around for a long time, his feet finally touched the ground. Here he had dreamed about before. It was the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. The difference was that this time he did not wander in the corridor, but walked along the corridor to a circular hall. Open it. Open it. Find. Faintly, there was a voice echoing in his ears. Harry unconsciously took steps, and opened a door around the rotunda. There are strange things inside, and there are strange ticking sounds. From time to time there is a flash of golden light. He didn't stop, and opened one door after another, and finally stayed in a room full of shelves. This room is very strange, like many little fairies glowing green, twinkling, indescribably weird. He kept walking, passing through the shelves, and in a trance, he saw a number on the shelf, 9 times even. It was Ike. Harry watched Ike waving his hands, trying to catch a green crystal ball, but always failing. You reading www.com is like a clown. Not like this. Suddenly, he thought to himself, and there was an urge to push Ike away to get it himself. I can't get it like this. Harry took a few more steps, almost touching Ike. As he watched helplessly, he stretched out his hand uncontrollably, pushed Ike aside, and then slowly stretched towards the crystal ball. The scar on his forehead was in severe pain, and he seemed to hear an angry roar in a trance. The next moment, Harry woke up from his dream and sat up directly. When I covered the scar with my hand, it was actually hot, even a little hot. I was dreaming again. Harry whispered to Hermione and Ron early the next morning. I went back to the Department of Mysteries, and this time I saw that thing, a crystal ball. Also, I saw him. Harry, you shouldn't be dreaming there anymore. Hermione's expression was very serious. Seriously, have you really learned Eclumency? I swear, I really learned Eclumency, and even bounced off Snape's Legilimency last time. Harry said confidently, and it doesn't matter. The point now is that I know what Voldemort is looking for already. But Hermione was about to say something, but was interrupted directly by Harry. No but, Hermione, said Harry, look, Voldemort sent Ike to get that thing, but the truth is I couldn't get it. However, I can get it. This is what we will try to do next. Harry patted the table and said firmly, we need Voldemort to get the crystal ball first. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 216 Determination. Harry is like this, when he believes in something, no matter how others remind or refute him, he will not be shaken in any way. So, when Harry decided to get that important crystal ball, even if he didn't know what to get or how to get it, it was a certainty. As for how to do it and when to do it, that is something Hermione has to consider. He is only responsible for setting a goal, and Hermione will solve the rest for him. It has been like this since the first grade, so he went to find the twins with peace of mind. Compared with these things that require a lot of brain cells, the freedom plan of the twins is more attractive to him. Not long after the fireworks incident, the twins were caught by Umbridge. At that time, they just turned the ground of the castle's foyer into a muddy swamp, and when the people from the investigation and operation team passed by, they all simply sank into it. The twins stood arrogantly by the swamp, watching the group of guys struggling desperately. Their embarrassment made them very happy, and they even took out the last fireworks and set them off. The cries for help and the sound of fireworks and explosions attracted the students, and it was precisely because of this that the group of unlucky guys were rescued by the little snakes. Of course, Umbridge also arrived. It's you. You did it all, Umbridge said triumphantly, waving her short wand around, very excited, turning the grounds of the school into a swamp. Setting off fireworks in violation of regulations disrupts normal order. Do you think it's fun? That's right, it's really fun, Fred replied equally triumphantly. He and George looked at Umbridge without any fear in their eyes. Are you aware of the consequences of doing this? No, I think you don't know what you are about to face, Umbridge said, dancing with hands and feet. You don't know yet. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I have full authority to decide the punishment measures for students who make mistakes. Now, I've decided, it's time to bring back those cancelled physical punishment measures. Congratulations, you will be the first to experience it. So, is that why your follower, Filch, isn't here? George looked around and said to Umbridge with a smile, let me guess. Did he go look for those instruments of torture that he had collected? Oh my god, it's really scary. Fred exaggeratedly made a look of fear, and George was also trembling, but they had bright smiles on their faces. Your plan is about to fail, you ugly pink toad, Fred said. Full-time school life is no longer suitable for us, and there is a wider world waiting for us to venture outside. Yes, I think so too, George echoed. Before Umbridge could react, the twins pulled out their wands and called for their brooms. Goodbye. No, never again. The two stepped on the broom together, and flew to a high place before the people from the investigation and operation team surrounded them, and even circled arrogantly. "Goodbye, Hogwarts!" Fred shouted, while George directed at the crowd who had been watching. Peeves yelled, "Hey, Peeves, teach them a lesson for us." "As you wish." Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Peeves took off his hat for the first time, and even saluted the two in a grandiose way. Then, there was the terrifying dung bomb attack. The day when the twins chased for freedom was also the most embarrassing day for Umbridge since he came to Hogwarts. The power of the big dung bomb that Peeves treasured was extremely exaggerated, and the dizzy smell hadn't dissipated even after 3 or 4 days. Umbridge and Filch were even more exaggerated. It's been a week, and the stench is still lingering on their bodies. Umbridge certainly wouldn't let it go. But the instigator had already left, so she had to take her anger out on the others. A large number of harsh school rules were promulgated, and students' behavior was greatly restricted. They were not allowed to do this or that, and as long as they violated it, they would face Filch's leather whip and iron shackle. This unprecedented depressive atmosphere in Hogwarts made everyone have to pay attention to their words and deeds. "It's a concentration camp," many young wizards from Mole families commented this way, and after they figured out what the concentration camp was, this statement immediately gained the agreement of almost everyone. Yes, except for the little snakes. After all, they are the main force of Umbridge's investigation team. It was in this situation that we ushered in the last Quidditch game, Ravenclaw vs. Gryffindor. Due to Harry's suspension and the departure of the twins, Gryffindor withdrew from the championship early. The only thing to watch in this game is whether Ravenclaw can get more points on the premise of winning. This will determine whether the Kitty Hawks can win the final championship. For this game, we can't be worse, can we? In the stands, Harry looked indifferent. "Yeah, it couldn't be worse." Hermione next to him echoed listlessly, "You were reading WWW." As Mrs. Hooch announced the start of the match, Gryffindor fell into a disadvantage quickly as expected. But the little lions still cheered loudly for the players. Unfortunately, even if they shouted hoarsely, they still couldn't overwhelm the Weasley song that sounded on Slytherin's idea song, specifically mocking Ron's song. "Harry, Hermione." A hoarse voice sounded in Harry's ears, and the two of them followed the sound and saw Hagrid's unshaven face, which seemed to have several new wounds. "Can you guys come with me right now, while everyone's watching the game?" "Could you wait for a while, after the game is over?" Harry said with some embarrassment. "No, just now." "Please," said Hagrid. "Okay, let's go then." Harry and Hermione struggled to squeeze out following Hagrid, mainly because Hagrid would look back at the professor's stand every few steps to see if Umbridge had noticed them, even if he left the stand. "Don't worry about Hagrid, she was so focused on the pitch, she must have thought something was going to happen," said Harry. Yeah, I really hope there will be some trouble, that will buy us some more time." Hagrid kept walking, and the worry on his face was also unabated. "What's the matter, Hagrid? What's the matter?" Hermione asked. Hagrid was very strange this semester, and this appearance made her have some guesses in her heart. "You'll see," said Hagrid. Soon, almost there." With that said, he brought the two of them into the Forbidden Forest. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 217, Hagrid's request. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid immediately took out a crossbow from his robes, and became more careful, always paying attention to the movement around him. "Hagrid, why are you holding a weapon?" Harry asked. "Just in case," said Hagrid. "I'm not welcome here now." "Why?" "It was fine when I went to see Thestrals last time." "We didn't have to go very far that day," Hagrid replied, "and that was before Firenze left the Forbidden Forest." The other centaurs were very angry about this. They thought Firenze was a traitor. "If I hadn't arrived in time, Firenze would have been kicked to death by them." Hagrid sighed. "Anyway, what happened?" "Something very unpleasant." "So, for the centaurs?" Hermione asked softly. "No, it's not a horseman, It's something else. You'll know when you see it. Hagrid fell silent, and walked ahead with his crossbow in his hand, and walked a lot faster. It took Harry and Hermione a lot of effort to keep up. As they walked deeper and deeper, the weeds grew, the trees became denser, and even the light dimmed. Gradually, there were more bushes, and these thorny guys had little effect on Hagrid, but Hermione and Harry were going to have to work hard. Suddenly, Hagrid stopped, and the two who were doing their best to deal with those nasty bushes didn't notice, and Chi-Chi bumped into Hagrid's back. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked. Hagrid turned around, with some hesitation in his words. "I think I should tell you about the situation before going there." "Okay." Hermione agreed, looked left and right. It was already too dark to see clearly. "Can we use the illuminating charm, illumination spell?" "It's okay. It should be fine." Hearing this, Hermione took out her wand, and a soft ball of light appeared at the tip of the wand. May it was the gloomy atmosphere, or perhaps some other reason, neither Hagrid nor Harry noticed that Hermione's illuminating spell did not recite the spell. Hagrid was full of thoughts. He sat directly on the ground, and sighed. "I may be fired at any time. You know, she has been looking for opportunities to drive me away since I came back. Of course, I don't want to leave, but because of some things, I need to leave now." "What happened?" Harry asked. "Is it about the Order of the Phoenix?" "That's right." Hagrid nodded. "But that's not why I brought you here. I need your help." "Will you help me?" "Of course we'll help you." Harry didn't hesitate. Hagrid was so moved that he slapped Harry on the shoulder directly, knocking Harry staggering. He stood up again, waved his hands at the two of them, and motioned to follow. After walking in silence for a long time, Hagrid stopped again. This time without his explanation, the two of them stopped and looked at the huge monster not far in front of them in shock. "Hagrid, who is this?" Hermione asked softly, holding the wand tightly, and the soft ball of light on it disappeared at some point. "Who?" Harry was still a little confused. He even felt that Hermione had made a mistake. But after carefully identifying the direction Hermione was pointing at, he immediately took a deep breath. "Didn't you say they won't come?" Hermione asked, her voice trembling. "Yeah, they won't come, but he's different. He doesn't want to come either, but I have to bring him," Hagrid replied. "Why?" Before Hermione finished speaking, she was interrupted by Hagrid's sudden cry. "I can't help it. I can't leave him there. He'll die," sobbed Hagrid. "He's too weak. Those guys will kill him." "Weak?" Harry was shocked, pointing to the head that was almost as tall as Hagrid, and said, "Is this called weak?" "Yes, weak. He's only 16 feet tall. I can't leave him." Hagrid burst into tears. "Hermione, do you understand? He's my brother. Half-brother, younger brother." Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison, looking at Hagrid in disbelief. "Yes, brother, I only found out later," Hagrid said. "After leaving my father, my mother followed another giant, and then there was Glop. It should be this name." When he said his name, he pronounced it very similar to this. Hagrid spoke quickly. "He doesn't talk much. He's a little withdrawn, and his temper isn't very good. I've been trying to teach him some benefits, teach him manners. Take care of him carefully." "So the wound on your body was done by him?" Hermione asked. "Yeah. But I swear Glop is a good boy. He just likes to play. He doesn't know how strong he is. I know, he's just not careful. He just wants to play with me." Hermione took a deep breath, tried to calm down, pointed to the huge figure that was still sleeping soundly, and asked, "If I understand correctly, you want us to take care of him after you leave?" "Yes." Hagrid looked expectant. "Actually, even talking is good. Let's try." Harry also felt embarrassed, but he had already agreed to Hagrid's request before. "You were reading www.com. I knew. I knew you would agree." Hagrid wiped away the tears on his face, and finally smiled. "That's great. It doesn't need to be too much trouble. Just come and stay with him once a week." "Good." With that said, he stood up and walked towards Glop. I'm going to wake him up and introduce you." "Don't." Hermione hurriedly stopped her when she heard the words, but Hagrid had already walked to Grap's side. He picked up a long branch on the ground and poked Grope hard in the back. Roar! With a roar, Grope stood up from the ground. His huge figure was almost as tall as the surrounding trees that covered the sky, and the ground even trembled when he stood up. "Are you awake?" "Glop," Hagrid said cheerfully. "It's okay, it's okay. Let me introduce you to two new friends. Remember I told you? Bring a few friends to let you know, and let them take care of you after I leave. Do you remember, Grap?" Grope let out a low growl. He lowered his head, and brought his huge head close to Hagrid's. Hagrid patted his big face with a smile, then turned and pointed to Hermione and Harry, who were hiding aside. "Yes, that's them. This is Harry. This is Hermione. They'll take care of you." "No, stop it. Don't be like this, Grop." As Hagrid was speaking, Grap suddenly stretched out his big hand and grabbed Hermione. Hermione didn't check for a moment and was caught, and the whole person was caught in the air. This frightened Hagrid, who yelled, but Grope, as if he hadn't heard it, put his head in Hermione's eyes. "That way, it seems to eat Hermione. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest." Chapter 219 Nightmare Omen. The Owl's exam is the most important exam in Year 5, and it's true for everyone. There are a total of 12 courses, each of which needs to be tested for a whole day, theory in the morning and practice in the afternoon. Not only the professor invigilates the exam, but also the work of the Ministry of Magic personnel. Very strict. Candidates take the exam according to their own course selection. For the vast majority of students, they can get 1 to 2 days of rest to adjust their status, but for Hermione, who chose all the courses, these 2 weeks except you can relax on Sunday, and you have to take the exam every other day. The first week is basically a compulsory course. The topics of charms, transfiguration, herbalism, and defense against the dark arts are all very difficult, and they are completely different concepts from the final exam. There was ancient runic studies on Friday Harry didn't take, but there was divination on Saturday, which he took. I finally took a break on Sunday, and before my chaotic brain fully recovered, I started the exam for the next week. Potions, care of fantastic beasts, astronomy and mole studies, and arithmancy on Fridays. I was able to rest for 2 days, and finally recovered. Saturday is the last exam, History of Magic. This was arguably Harry's worst subject. In fact, he had hardly been sober in Professor Bin's class for 5 years. There is no practical part of History of Magic, so the time is set for the afternoon. When he got up in the morning, Harry wanted to crawl back to bed after breakfast and sleep again. But considering the miserable results he might get, he decided to hug the Buddha's feet. He forced himself to hold Hermione's thick notebook and read it all morning. When he came to the examination room in the afternoon, he was dizzy. After the invigilating professor announced the start of the exam, Harry stared blankly at the questions on the test paper, and suddenly found that he couldn't understand each of them, as if he knew the answer, but also didn't seem to know. His mind was completely messed up. He heard the rustling sound of a quill in his ear, and he raised his head to see Hermione not far in front of her answering the question seriously, while Ron was plucking his hair frantically. Looking back at the test paper, the quill began to write on it, but in fact, he himself didn't know what he had written. In his impression, Hermione's notebook had more content about these topics than what he had written. Dazed, Harry finally finished the last question. Heaved a sigh of relief, raised his head, looked at the hourglass on the podium, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found the familiar black corridor in front of him. Going forward along the corridor, through a series of doors, he came to the place full of crystal balls again. This time I didn't see Ike. It was 2 other people. One was covered in a black robe, only showing a hand holding a wand. The other fell to the ground, blood-stained, and struggled painfully from time to time, deep to the bone. "Ah, Lord Voldemort is waiting. Unless you kill me." The people on the ground raised their heads, and it was the face of Sirius. Harry yelled loudly, but the two men didn't hear him at all. The standing one was still torturing Sirius with the Cruciatus curse, and Sirius still held on firmly. Suddenly, as if someone had bumped him, Harry woke up with a start. Opening his eyes, he found that he had returned to the examination room. Before I knew it, the exam time had come, and Hermione and Ron were beside me with anxious faces. "What's wrong with you, buddy? Do you want to go to the school hospital?" Ron asked softly. "No, I'm not going." Harry patted his head hard, trying to wake it up. "It doesn't look like it's going to be all right," said Ron. "I'm fine. No, Sirius." "Sirius? What's wrong with Sirius?" Hermione asked suspiciously, but suddenly realized, and asked seriously, "What did you dream about?" Harry finally regained consciousness and looked around. There were only 6 people left in the examination room. He, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna. Without those nasty investigation teams. "Voldemort has captured Sirius," said without hesitation. "What? How come?" Everyone was shocked, their faces full of disbelief. "I saw it, just now, during the exam," Harry said. "Where? How did you catch it?" Ron asked anxiously. "Department of Mysteries, I told you." Harry stood up abruptly as he spoke, but his head was dizzy and he almost fell. He quickly put his hands on the table in front of him. "He wants to use Sirius to get that crystal ball, for which he was torturing him, using the Cruciatus curse ... and killing him. We're going to save him." Harry. Seeing that Harry was about to run out staggeringly, Hermione stopped him directly. "Calm down." Hermione pulled Harry back. "Are you sure Sirius was captured?" "Of course, I'm sure," Harry said anxiously after trying to break free several times without success. "I won't be wrong. It's the same as Mr. Weasley's last time." "Then make sure, Harry," said Hermione. "It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Ministry of Magic is full of working people. How could they go in without being noticed? It doesn't make sense." "I don't know, maybe it's the invisibility cloak. Or maybe it's something else." "That's Voldemort, he must have a way." "Harry's right, I think," interjected Ron. "After all, it was the same way Dad last time." "Then make sure." Hermione glared at Ron. "At least ask to see if Sirius is in Black's old house." Yes, let's do it." Harry was persuaded. "Go to Umbridge's office, we have to go there." Harry immediately returned to the dormitory, found the invisibility cloak and Sirius knife and left quietly. The dormitory and the common room were full of people relaxing after exams. They were discussing having a big party at night, and they didn't notice Harry's departure at all. Only took 2 within minutes. He came to the corridor where Umbridge's office was located, where Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville had long been waiting. Ron left first. He was going to find Umbridge and lure her away. Ginny, Luna, and Neville stood guard on both sides of the corridor. You were reading www. Driving people out as much as possible. Hermione and Harry put on their invisibility cloaks, and when the corridor was almost gone, Harry pried open the door with Sirius knife. Ignoring the portraits of cats and cats all over the room, Harry went straight to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of Floo powder and threw it in, while sticking his head into the dancing flames, and shouted, 12 Grimmauld Place. His head was spinning so fast it made him nauseous. But it wasn't long before he found his head in the dirty fireplace of Black's old house, facing the cold kitchen. Sirius, Sirius. Harry shouted loudly, but he didn't get a reply from Sirius for a long time. Master is out. A voice sounded, and Harry hurriedly followed the sound, and saw Cretch's ugly face. Where did he go? Where is he? Harry shouted, but Cretch didn't answer, just sneered. It made Harry angry, but he couldn't care less now. Where's Lupin? Mad-Eye? Is anyone there? There is only Cretch here, no one else. Cretch was very happy, jumping and turning in circles and was about to leave. Where did Sirius go? Did he go to the Department of Mysteries? Harry shouted after Cretch left. Master won't be back from the Department of Mysteries. Cretch can be alone with Mistress again. Cretch kept walking, and disappeared directly into Harry's eyes. "You!" Harry shouted angrily, but before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in the top of his head. It was an uncomfortable spin again, and when he opened his eyes again, there was Umbridge's pale face with a terrible smile in front of him. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 223 Battle of the Department of Mysteries, 1. "Let me go," said Hermione, her eyes seeming to have read what was going on in the mind of the man hidden behind the hood. There is reluctance, resentment, and joy in the eyes, but it is more of a hot emotion. Ike didn't speak, just pushed hard with both hands. Hermione staggered back. Her body was unstable. If it wasn't for Ginny and Luna who quickly helped her, she might have fallen to the ground directly. "TSK TSK TSK, you are so unfeeling, little master." Bella played with her messy hair with her fingers. "Is this your little girlfriend at Hogwarts? I heard it was a mud." Bella. Ike's tone was cold, and Bella froze in place when she heard the sound, but she didn't say the half of the sentence, and quietly stepped aside. Ike raised his hand and lifted the hood, and the hair that hadn't been trimmed for almost a year fell down naturally. His face was a little pale, that kind of unhealthy white. Even the color of his lips was much lighter. "Harry, give the prophecy ball to Lucius," Ike said calmly, and Lucius extended his hand to Harry again in cooperation. "Impossible." Somehow, Harry suddenly had the courage to refuse loudly. This attitude immediately caused an uproar among the Death Eaters, clamoring to teach him a lesson for a long time to remember. "Don't move." Harry took a step forward, blocking Hermione and the others, and shouted at the crystal ball, "Otherwise I'll smash it." He. When all the Death Eaters were silent because of Harry's actions, Ike laughed instead. He took a few steps forward, forcing Harry to step back unconsciously. "Stop struggling uselessly, you know very well in your heart, you all know that you can't do it in front of me." As he spoke, he clasped his left hand forward, and Harry immediately felt that the prophecy ball was hit by a huge force, pulling to break free from the hand. He didn't dare to let go. Instead he was pulled staggeringly. Seeing that the prophecy ball was about to come out, Ginny suddenly aimed her wand at Ike and shouted, "Bones to pieces!" Snapped. Kla la la la. A silver-white shield suddenly appeared in front of Ike, directly blocking Ginny's shattering curse. Ike was unscathed, but the prophecy balls on the shelves on both sides failed. They fell to the ground like dumplings and broke into pieces. Pale figures like ghosts emerged one after another, whispering in everyone's ears. Sounded ... At the decisive moment, there was a ... No one showed up after that. Divine beast. Intimate enemy. The whispers were mixed together, very vague, and only a few words in it could be heard clearly. And after the words were finished, the ghost-like figures turned into mist and slowly dissipated. You ... How dare you? Bella stared at Ginny angrily. She was already incoherent with anger, and even the hand holding the wand couldn't stop shaking. Disarm you. When the Death Eaters were stunned, Harry and the others were not in a daze. He threw a disarming spell straight at Bella, shouting at the same time, "Run!" Ike waved his hand lightly, blocked Harry's disarming spell and saved Bella, got the disarming spell to change direction, and hit the next shelf again, this time knocking down the shelf directly. Like dominoes, those shelves full of prophecy balls fell one by one. Countless prophecy balls fell to the ground and shattered. In the blink of an eye, countless pale figures appeared in the prophecy hall, and the mixing of their voices made people feel disturbed. "Catch them!" Bella shouted hysterically, angrily. Hearing the words, the other Death Eaters chased after Harry and the others in the direction where they were fleeing. The Hall of Prophecy was completely messed up. For everyone, this was not a good thing. The fallen shelf, the falling prophecy ball, everyone ran away with their heads in their arms. It is very troublesome to escape, but even more troublesome to chase. Damned. Bones to pieces. Harry ran towards the exit desperately. Besides the irritating whispers in his ears, there was also the sound of spells from time to time. He didn't look back. and he couldn't allow him to look back at this moment. He rushed out of the door, still shouting, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." Ron ran out after him, then Luna, Ginny and Neville, and Hermione was the last one, and closed the door behind her. Quickly in prison, a grey light flashed across the door, and then there was a banging sound behind the door. "Damn it, damn it," Ron cursed loudly. "It's a trap, Harry." "I know," Harry snapped back, "but we got to get out of here now." "But how to get out?" Neville said suddenly, and Harry was taken aback for a moment. Only then did he notice that they hadn't returned to the rotunda, but to the room with the huge glass tank. This time, in addition to the water tank and the tables, there were 3 more doors on the surrounding walls. "What's going on here?" Harry was stunned. Neither in the dream nor just now, this situation didn't happen. At this moment, the loud slamming sound of the door suddenly stopped, and it was so quiet for a moment that it was scary. "Why?" Before Neville finished speaking, Hermione grabbed him violently and shouted, "Run!" Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the door, reinforced by Hermione, was blown into pieces, which rained down in all directions. Clatter! The splintered wood with great force shot the glass water tank in the middle of the room into a sieve in the blink of an eye, and the weird liquid and the leisurely swimming brains in it spilled all over the ground, making it a mess. Snapped! Bella rushed in first, stepped on a sticky thing, and smashed it. White, yellow, green juice stained her robe. "Where are they? Where are they?" Bella didn't care, shouting hysterically. "Apart from the mess in this place, there is no one else in this room." Without hesitation, he ran directly to the right in 3 or 2 steps, opened the door and rushed in. "Bella!" "Damn it!" Lucius cursed, and immediately began to assign tasks to the Death Eaters. "Not on the left." "Crab, Rabastan, Dolokhov," he said loudly, dividing everyone into 2 groups and assigning tasks. These people also listened to him. After finding their partners, they directly opened the corresponding doors according to the arrangement. Soon, only Lucius, McNeil and Ike were left in the room. "Little Master?" Lucius asked tentatively with flickering eyes. Ike looked normal, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Lucius nodded without replying, and ran to the door directly ahead, followed by McNeil, who disappeared through the door in the blink of an eye. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 224, Battle of the Department of Mysteries, 2. What should we do? In the office full of parchments, Harry and Ron Zicky got under the desk and stared at the door vigilantly. Outside the door, Lucius was grouping the Death Eaters. Soon after, they saw the door being slammed hard from the outside. "Allahu hole is open." The 2 Death Eaters pushed the door open and came in, and basically finished the small office at a glance, and the parchment all over the room only made them frown slightly. "Not here," said a Death Eater. "Look behind the desk," said the other, walking over. Harry and Ron held their wands tightly, looked at each other, stretched out their wands directly from under the table, and shouted, "Damned!" Boom! The stun spell hit the unlucky man who was walking, and he fell backwards and knocked over a tall stack of parchment. Another Death Eater was taken aback, looked at Harry who suddenly jumped out from behind the table, with a grim expression on his face, and shouted, "Avada!" All petrified. Ron's reaction was quick. The Death Eater was hit by his petrification curse before he finished chanting his death curse, and he followed in his companion's footsteps. After reaching the 2 Death Eaters, before Harry and Ron could catch their breath, another 2 rushed over from the door. He didn't speak, and there were 2 explosive curses in front of him. Ron was a little slower to react, but it was Harry who pulled him back behind the desk. However, this kind of wooden table definitely couldn't resist the attack of the explosive curse. It was simply smashed to pieces and exploded to the surroundings. A sharp piece of wood was accidentally inserted into Ron's calf, and blood flowed out like he didn't want money. "The pain is okay. This tense atmosphere will slow down people's pain response, but the miserable scene of blood flow makes Ron's brain falter first. Step reacted. Brain, this hurts. You have to scream. Ron, Disarm you. Taking advantage of the moment when the table exploded, Harry rolled and hid behind a tall pile of parchment next to him, and cast a disarming spell with his backhand. The two Death Eaters didn't expect Harry's reaction to be so fast. They were hit directly, and their wands were thrown out of their hands. However, their combat experience is much richer than Harry's after all. I saw one of them leaping forward, firmly grasping the two wands flying towards Harry in the air, and just landed on Harry's body. N's body actually made him faint, bones to pieces. The parchment was blasted into the air, and pieces slowly fell down one by one. Harry was shaking. The two Death Eaters had already got their wands and were staring at him. One hit too? He was a little eager to try. Damned. At this moment, Harry suddenly felt that the wall behind him disappeared, and his body fell backwards uncontrollably. He didn't know when a door appeared here, but now it was opened. Whether he did mental calculations or not, Neville's spell was very precise and hit one person directly. But before he could make another move, his leg was knocked down by the fallen Harry, and he became unsteady and fell forward directly, torn apart. Fortunately, Neville was not alone. Ginny, who was a little slower, knocked down the remaining Death Eater in time, saving the group of idiots. "How is it?" Ginny asked. "I'm fine." Harry and Neville got up from the ground, wands still in hand. At this time, he saw Ron, who was under the pressure of a Death Eater, and rushed over without hesitation. "Ron." "Neville, help." The two dragged Ron out with great effort, leaving a bright red blood stain on the ground. Without hesitation, Ginny reached out and grabbed the wood on Ron's leg and pulled it out. Heal as before. Clear springs are like water. Shocked by the cold water, Ron sat up abruptly, his memory still stuck at the moment when his calf was injured. Just about to cry out the pain, Ginny interrupted. "The bleeding has stopped, Ron." After realizing it, Ron quickly looked at his calf, and sure enough, the blood was no longer there. Harry and Neville helped him up, and when he moved, it still hurt a little, but it didn't affect his walking and running. "Where's Hermione?" Harry asked Ginny. "I don't know." Neville shook his head. "We got separated." "Where's the prophecy ball?" "Here." Harry patted his pocket, which was bulging. "We have to find Hermione and Luna quickly." Only then did he notice the surrounding environment, which turned out to be the dark round hall, with the sign Hermione left on the door still glowing red. Without stopping, he opened a door and got in. This time it was the planetary room. They held their wands back to back and watched the movement around them vigilantly. But to be honest, this room full of planets is very unfriendly to them. After all, these constantly moving planets are too big and bright, which greatly affects their vision. "Shouldn't be here." As soon as Harry finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door, and turned his head to look quickly, but he didn't see anyone coming in through the door they came in. "Left!" Ron shouted. Harry turned his head quickly, but it was Bella's hideous face. "Rats scurrying around, hand over the prophecy ball." Bella shouted, raising her hand, and a petrification curse struck. Harry used the iron armor charm in time, but was shattered by Bella's blow, but it also gave Ginny time. A white light flashed, and the huge planet exploded instantly, making a deafening sound. Bella, who was closest to it, was lifted high by the shockwave of the explosion, flew far away and landed hard on the ground. "Run!" Harry yelled, but Ginny grabbed him before he could take 2 steps. "This way." "Why are there so many doors?" Ron complained, "and you were reading www." Staggered behind, with Neville supporting him, he didn't slow down much. They quickly ran into a room they hadn't entered before. The room is very large, several times larger than the prophecy hall, full of specimens and skeletons of various creatures that have never been seen before. In the middle of the room, there are more than a dozen huge glass water tanks, which are filled with green liquid, and some grotesque and hideous creatures are soaked in them. "What are these?" Harry asked casually, without slowing down, and Ginny took the lead and quickly passed through the specimens. "I don't know, it doesn't matter." Ginny started trotting while talking. Suddenly, she pointed to the left and shouted, "There!" She was a little faster, and stretched out her hand to open the black wooden door. As soon as the door opened, a dazzling golden light flashed by, and Ginny subconsciously covered her eyes. Feeling the golden light disappear, he lowered his arms, and saw Luna collapsed not far from the door at first glance. She was motionless, and there was bright red blood on her forehead. Luna. Ginny quickly ran to Luna and hugged her, and listened carefully with her ears pressed to her chest. There was still a faint heartbeat, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Harry and the others also ran in, but their attention was firmly attracted by the two fighting in the room. Golden light, red light, white light, yellow light, all kinds of light filled the room, and the crackling sound was endless. They could see clearly that one of them was obviously at a disadvantage, and 9 of the 10 spells he used were used for defense, while the other party still had spare power, giving people a feeling of ease. Losing is only a matter of time. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 225 Battle of the Department of Mysteries, 3. Having been here many times, Ike already knows the environment of the Department of Mysteries well. After Lucius left, he turned around and returned to the Hall of Prophecy, walked to the right, raised his hand and opened the door. He closed the door casually, then took out a small box from his pocket, flicked the wand with his right hand. All kinds of wall clocks, watches, and hourglasses on the surrounding shelves flew up one after another, and fell into the box one by one. After a while, only the innermost tall glass cover was left, and the little bird was still moving up and down, turning into an egg for a while, and a bird for a while. "I knew you'd be here," a voice sounded behind him, but Ike didn't look back, still looking at the wonderful scene in front of him. "It's amazing, the power of time," he said. "How fascinating." "Yeah, it's fascinating. But I still can't understand. Why are you so addicted to this dangerous power?" Hermione came to the side, and followed Ike to watch this cycle of reincarnation. "Or you told me to treat the power of time calmly, but in your notes, it is full of longing for this power." Hermione pursed her lips. Her eyes showed doubts and incomprehension. "Well, you can always give me an answer, because this is the ultimate." Ultimate? Hermione didn't understand, but Ike didn't plan to say any more. His hands fell on Hermione's head, running down the hair and resting on the back of her head. Lowering his head slightly, his lips fell on his forehead. "Okay, it's time to talk about the past." Ike stepped back with a smile, and after a distance of 5 or 6 meters, he put his left hand behind his back, and his right hand held his wand in front of his chest, bowing slightly. "Start, Hermione." Hermione closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly, and when she opened her eyes again she was full of determination. After showing a standard duel etiquette, he and Ike raised their wands at each other at the same time, and said softly, "Start." In the next second, a red light suddenly appeared, shaking Ike's handy silver shield for a while. "I don't want you to let me." Hermione kept waving her wand, casting spells one after another, but this time the silver shield didn't move at all, and the light didn't even flicker at all. "There is progress, but not enough." Ike smiled softly, and then stretched his left hand forward and then clenched his fist, and cracks suddenly appeared on the shield. There was a crisp sound of click, and it turned into tiny fragments, and just stopped in the air. Without another word, Ike retracted his right hand holding the wand a little, then pointed forward, and the silver fragments all over the sky immediately attacked Hermione like a bullet out of a chamber. Hermione didn't panic, raised her wand from bottom to top, and then pressed it down hard. A faint blue light band like a water curtain appeared. Those fragments falling into it were like falling into water, and the speed slowed down visibly to the naked eye until they remained motionless inside. Boom! Like shattered foam, the silvery blue water curtain disappeared with Hermione's wand waving. Before it was over, the moment the water curtain disappeared, Hermione swung her wand fiercely, and a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. Snapped. Boom! The two curses hit Ike almost simultaneously, one at the head and the other at the ankle. But without exception, Ike blocked them all. "That's interesting." Ike smiled, moved his wrists, and put on a standard duel posture again. Something more difficult. The wand was raised high, and then it was inserted straight into the ground. Countless dazzling golden threads suddenly appeared, covering the entire room. Passing through the shelves where the clocks were placed, the shelves immediately disintegrated, splashed down, and were cut into smaller pieces by the gold wire. Hermione held her wand horizontally in front of her, and countless silver threads from the tip of the wand bloomed like flowers, intertwining into a silver ball around her. The golden thread made a crackling sound when it fell on it, and the silver thread shone with light, but it was blocked in the end. "It's up to me." Hermione snorted softly, holding the silver ball with her right hand, but kept waving her left hand. One after another curse quickly passed through the golden thread and attacked Ike. Bang, boom, crack, bang. Ike's fingers moved slightly, and the golden thread in front of him changed positions quickly, making people dazzled, but none of them blocked Hermione's offensive. Smiling, this time all the gold threads in the room moved, scrambling to fly towards the silver ball on the opposite side. Clatter. The Hall of Time was completely destroyed in the duel between the two. The shelves, tables, and the only remaining glass cover were all turned into fragments and scattered on the ground. The only exception was the glass cover, which returned to its original shape under the influence of time, but was shattered into pieces in the next second. So, again and again, just as the two were fighting, a door opened, and a girl with long dark golden hair rushed in. Just as he had time to utter a terrified cry, he was hit by a red curse and fell straight to the ground. "Luna!" Hermione yelled, and before she could say anything, two Death Eaters rushed in. They were not so lucky. As soon as their front feet stepped in, they were pierced by more than a dozen golden threads, and they stopped in place immediately, their eyes filled with unbelievable horror. The Adam's apple stretched and contracted, and before he could make a sound, flames suddenly ignited on his body, and it turned into black ash in the blink of an eye. The golden thread flashed by, but not even ashes remained. Unconsciously, Ike's body paused, and the expression of struggle flashed across his face. This was not seen by Hermione. Her all attention fell on the man who fell to the ground. "What did you do?" Hermione yelled hysterically, and the speed of the spell suddenly doubled. Ike's expression was calm. His lips moved and he wanted to say something, but he didn't speak in the end. But the moving speed of the golden thread was doubled and continued to accelerate. Gold, white, red, intertwined like rain. Hermione used all her strength, and even performed supernormally. She concocted silent spells and unarmed spells, and the speed of casting spells was beyond ordinary people's imagination. However, the opponent she faces is still as high as a mountain. Even if you are in a storm, I will not move. Gradually, Hermione's casting speed slowed down. Seriously, she didn't realize that the moment the silver ball disappeared, the golden light that filled the room also quietly disappeared. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the collision of spells was endless, and Hermione was already gritting her teeth to hold on. Her body was covered with sweat unconsciously, and the feeling of weakness hit her like a tide. "Luna!" Ginny's voice sounded suddenly, but Hermione acted as if she hadn't heard it, and still maintained the original rhythm, and even sped it up a little. Ike's face was calm, but his brows were involuntarily frowned. Suddenly, he accelerated the release speed of the spell, and in the blink of an eye, he firmly suppressed Hermione. "Disarm!" Harry cast a spell on Ike suddenly, but Ike just stretched out his left hand and blocked the disarming spell. At the same time, his right hand didn't stop, but swung down fiercely. A red light flashed, and Hermione was caught off guard and was hit directly. Her body stiffened and she fell straight to the ground. "Hermione!" Harry shouted. Before he could cast the spell, he saw a flash of white light, his body flew up uncontrollably, and then fell hard beside Hermione. "You were reading www. Crack, 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 crack." There were a few more muffled sounds, and Ron, Neville, Ginny, and even the unconscious Luna fell to the side. and Ron cried out in pain. Straight doubled. Overestimate your own strength. Ike held his wand and slowly walked up to Harry. Bring it. Harry looked at Ike stubbornly. His eyes were full of hatred and unyielding, but his left hand was tightly covering his pocket. Naturally, Ike's eyes fell on it. With a chuckle, he waved his wand lightly, and the prophecy ball flew out of Harry's pocket. Disarm you. Before the prophecy ball fell into Ike's hands, a red light suddenly hit from his side. Ike immediately turned around to block it, but the prophecy ball lost its magic traction and fell directly to the ground. It didn't really fall to the ground, but was caught by Harry's forward pounds. Go. Get out of here. A hoarse voice sounded, and Harry noticed who had interrupted Ike just now. Mad Eye Moody, he shouted excitedly, but Moody replied seriously, get out of here. Moody's wand pointed directly at Ike, and Ike was very obedient and did not move. He watched as two people ran out behind Moody and hugged Luna and Hermione, and then pushed them away together with Harry and others. Behind the door. You guys are here so fast, Ike said calmly with his hands folded in front of him. Naturally, it's too late, otherwise you wouldn't even have the chance just now, Moody said coldly. The magic eye didn't move, and stared at Ike. Hey, Ike sneered. The corners of his mouth suddenly raised. Really, let's try. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts Magic Research Miobi Pavilion is updated the fastest. Chapter 227 Ike and Dumbledore. Quick imprisonment. A dozen or so ropes suddenly appeared, binding the remaining Death Eaters firmly. Except for Lucius and Rookwood, who passed out, McNeil, Dolokhov, Crabbe, Labustan, Rodolphus, Gagson and others did not escape. And in the end there were only Ike and Bella ran out. Don't let them run away, Dumbledore. Sirius raised his leg and kicked Rookwood, panting, they are too dangerous. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze swept to those staggering people around him. Hermione and Luna were still lying on the steps, Tonks was also unconscious, and Ron and Ginny were lying not far away. Lupin's arm was bleeding profusely, Kingsley was limping. Mr. Weasley had lost a piece of hair, and there was a bloodstain on his face. Sirius was a little better, but he couldn't bend down or turn around anymore, and it wasn't easy fighting Bella. Where's Moody? Dumbledore asked suddenly. He stopped Ike for us before, and then. Neville sat down on the ground, dizzy. The hand-to-hand fight just now was a bit too much, and it took too much energy. You stay here, take care of this group of guys, and leave the rest to me. Dumbledore looked serious, and turned to leave. Wait, Professor. I'm going to. Harry shouted, but was stopped by Dumbledore before taking 2 steps. No, Harry, you stay here. Stay here, said Dumbledore to Sirius again, and watch him. Sirius. Seeing Dumbledore's figure disappearing through the door, Harry kicked unwillingly, just enough to kick Lucius' gorgeous wand far away. Calm down, Harry. Dumbledore will catch them. Lupin stopped the bleeding with a healing spell, patted Harry on the shoulder, and comforted him. I can help, Harry murmured, and Lupin pulled him aside, yelling at Sirius. Xing winked. That's right, Harry, calm down. Sirius came over, pouted at Lupin, and sat down on the steps beside him with his arms around Harry. You did a good job. Trust Dumbledore, those two, no one can escape his pursuit. I know, but I can do more, you understand, Sirius. Looking at Harry's unwilling eyes, Sirius patted him on the shoulder, then leaned into his ear, and whispered, don't worry, do you think so many people are needed to take care of this group of people without wands? Guy. After finishing speaking, he blinked his eyes. Harry realized immediately when he saw this, but before he could speak, Sirius hissed, patted him on the shoulder again, and walked towards Lupin. Moonface, let's all stay here, he said, I'm just warming up. You. As soon as Lupin opened his mouth, Sirius continued, Dumbledore needs us, he is very old, we have to help him. All right, Sirius. Mr. Weasley said with a smile, go ahead, Kingsley and I are enough here. Great, Arthur. Sirius gave Weasley a thumbs up, and pulled Lupin towards the door. He still didn't forget to turn his head and shout at Harry, "Follow me. What are you waiting for?" The three of them walked through the door and passed through several different rooms, including the completely destroyed Time Hall, Brain Hall, Office, and Specimen Hall, and finally returned to the Rotunda. Enter the elevator through the long black corridor, press the button, and wait for the elevator to go up. When the gates opened again, they were in the Great Hall of the Ministry of Magic. In the eyes, it was a battle. Dumbledore had already stopped Ike and Bella, all kinds of spells were flying in the air, and the huge fountain was shattered in half. "Hey, Bella, your opponent is me." Sirius raised his wand, shouted and rushed up, followed by Lupin and Harry. 3 spells flew together and directly covered Bella inside. Suddenly, a silver shield appeared in front of Bella, helping her block the 3 spells. But at the same time, Dumbledore suddenly threw a magic spell, directly separating Ike and Bella. "Don't be distracted when fighting me, Ike," Dumbledore said. The wand in his hand flashed a dazzling light, and the centaur statue in the hall came alive and shot an arrow at him. There are many obstacles. After the first time, Ike yelled a spell, and the shot arrow trembled 7 times, visible to the naked eye in the air, then plunged down and nailed it hard to the ground, missing a third of it. The wand waved, a golden light flashed on the statue of the centaur, and another arrow was shot, but it went towards Dumbledore. Before it was over, the wizards, witches, house elves and goblins also came alive and attacked one after another. Dumbledore was unhurried. While maintaining the suppression of Ike's spell, he stretched out his left hand, easily blocking all attacks. The wand waved again, and a red light flashed on the statue, which interrupted Ike's control over them at the same time. Excellent transfiguration and revitalization, but not enough, Dumbledore said, and when he raised the wand in his hand, there was a creaking sound. Except for the 5 giant statues, all kinds of magical animals and characters carved on the walls of the hall and on the stone pillars came to life and struggled to jump out. Bang, 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 bang. The ground shook, and a large number of stone figures and statues rushed towards Ike. Armor protection. Ike chanted the mantra again, and the Sylvan mask appeared immediately, and at the same time, he stretched out his left palm, and then clenched it tightly. Thunderbolt explosion. A red light flashed, like firecrackers being lit, and the weapons in the air exploded directly, and the gravel fell like rain, hitting the Sylvan mask with ripples. Papa. All the fragments were stopped within a foot of Dumbledore. "You were reading www. Com." He clapped his hands and said calmly, "That's right." "Then continue." All petrified. "There are many obstacles." Blazing flames. Shinfing eyeing. Ike frowned, and the curses hit Dumbledore one after another. Dumbledore protected everything with just one iron armor curse, and took advantage of Ike's casting gap to counterattack 1 or 2. The timing was perfect, and it made Ike very uncomfortable. If Ike can still hold on, then Bella on the other side is completely at a disadvantage. Although Sirius, Lupin and Harry are not at their best, it is still very easy for 3 known to deal with a Bella who is also not at her best. Soon, Bella had no choice but to fight, but even so, Bella kept laughing, louder and wilder. Suddenly, she paused, but it was time for Ike to blow up the weapons that were coming from the sky. Sirius saw the opportunity, and cast a stun spell to directly focus on Bella. She fell backwards on her back, and a smile appeared on Sirius' face. Suddenly, the smile froze and turned serious. A man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind Bella, reaching out and holding her back. Gently put Bella on the ground, lifted the stun spell with a wave of the wand in his hand, and at the same time a huge green light attacked Dumbledore. Dumbledore swung his wand violently. A red light hit the green light, the two intersected and made a crackling sound, and countless sparks burst out wantonly. Suddenly, the two put away their magic in a tacit understanding. Dumbledore's expression remained calm. Looking at the man who appeared suddenly, he said softly, "Long time no see, Tom. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts Magic Research Miobi Pavilion is updated the fastest. Chapter 229, Changed and Unchanged. Then. Is that the Black Dark Lord? Merlin. Am I dazzled? The wizards talked a lot. They couldn't believe what they saw just now. The person whose name cannot be named really came back. They really wanted to think that their brains were broken, but the ruined Ministry of Magic Hall and the terrifying figure just now told them. Yes, the Dark Lord is really back. He was there just now. Minister. He was there. A man with a ponytail and a red robe shouted, a little hysterical, and his voice broke. I know, I saw him too. Fudge said vaguely, this is incredible. How is this possible? If you go down to the Department of Mysteries to take a look, you will find that there are more people there. Dumbledore put away his wand, and greeted Sirius and others. There are about a dozen Death Eaters there. Many of them escaped from Azkaban last time. You, Dumbledore. Fudge pointed at Dumbledore tremblingly, a little surprised, and also had some indescribable feelings. Why are you here? Arrest him. He panicked, and suddenly remembered that Dumbledore was still a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic, and immediately shouted to the surrounding Aurors. Connolly, you don't want me to fight your people again? Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the ruined hall, and everyone understood what he meant. He walked directly in front of Fudge, and said calmly, facts have proved that what I have been emphasizing in the past year is true. Voldemort is back, and you have all seen it with your own eyes. No. No. Fudge stepped back in a panic, grabbing a wizard next to him who was also in a panic, but he broke free easily. Fudge kept looking for his people in the crowd, trying to get some support, but wherever he looked, people basically turned their heads away. Dawlish, Williamson. Fudge finally saw his most loyal men. Go to the Department of Mysteries. Go. The two whose names were called immediately ran to the elevator, and Fudge was looking for his own people again, but this time he didn't see any of them. He wiped the sweat from his brow at an unknown time, and said to Dumbledore, why? This. What the hell is going on? I'll tell you. Dumbledore patted Fudge on the shoulder with a smile. After we returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore walked aside, searched among the ruins, and finally found a fairly complete head of the statue. He pointed his wand at the head, and whispered, Mentors. Dumbledore, stop. It's illegal, cried Fudge. It's an illegal book. Dumbledore turned his head suddenly, and Fudge immediately fell silent as if someone had strangled his neck. I will tell you clearly what happened here tonight, and of course there are others, said Dumbledore, but before that, you need to give an order that Dolores Umbridge left Hogwarts, and at the same time ended the hunt for Hagrid. I need him to return to Hogwarts to continue his work. As he spoke, he took out a pocket watch from his pocket, opened it and looked at it. I think half an hour is enough. Of course, before that, Harry Potter needs to leave first. He called Harry to him, and put the statue in Harry's hand. Harry was about to say something, but before he could say anything, the portkey took him out of the Ministry of Magic. After Harry left, Dumbledore continued, okay, Connolly, go to your office. Let's have a good talk. Sirius, Lupin, go to the Department of Mysteries and get our people out. Some of them are in dire need of medical treatment. As for this place, Dumbledore pointed to the ruined hall, I don't think we need a help. On the other hand, after Laufey returned to Malfoy Manor with Ike and Bella, he directly blew up the long table in the basement angrily. This frightened Wormtail, Narcissu and others who had been waiting. Damn old guy, damn. He cursed loudly, and almost destroyed the entire basement before he calmed down a little. He walked to the place where he usually sat, but there was no chair, and he also destroyed it just now. Seeing this, Ike took out his wand and waved it lightly, and under the effect of the restoration spell, everything returned to its original state. Comrade Laufey took a deep breath, sat down slowly, tapped the handle with his fingers, and said, tell me, what happened? Bella immediately knelt down beside Laufey's legs, and with a trembling voice, she recounted everything that happened in the Department of Mysteries. Laufey listened quietly without interrupting to ask, but his face became more and more ugly. So, after Bella finished speaking, Laufey said slowly, not only have I been arrested by more than a dozen servants, but I haven't gotten the prophecy ball either, Master. Before Bella finished speaking, she was hit by a spell. How many months of preparation? How many months of hard work? My servants lost to Harry Potter and Dumbledore again. Lao Fu turned his head to look at Ike, and then said, Ike, you let me down. You were reading WWW. I'm sorry, teacher, I've let you down. Ike knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and naturally placed his right hand on his left knee. Lao Fu didn't say anything, just stared at Ike, who was kneeling on the ground, looked again, and was still trying not to shout out. Bella waved her hand and stopped the Cruciatus curse. You know, today's incident made me understand one thing, he said, as if talking to himself. Harry Potter is not a hindrance, and the group of phoenixes who resisted me are not important. Dumbledore, yes, only Dumbledore is the real trouble. Suddenly, Lao Fu slapped his hand hard, scaring Wormtail into a fright. Today, neither Ike nor I can beat Dumbledore. It's very sad. Very sad. He stood up and said while pacing, I need more men, more strength, a more powerful force. Then, get rid of Dumbledore, who is in the way. But, Master, Bella asked timidly, how can we kill him? Oh, Bella, Bella, Bella. Lao Fu suddenly bent down, stretched out his hand and gently pinched Bella's face, and Bella closed her eyes immediately, with an expression of intoxication, submission, and enjoyment on her face. Did you know that there are many mysterious magic items in this world? Some are legends, and some are real. Merlin's legacy, the gift of the gods, the mysteries of magic are beyond our imagination. As he spoke, he let go of Bella's face, sat back on the chair, and tapped the handle with his fingers again. You should all have heard a story about Death and the Three Brothers. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 230 Rare Comfort. Who? PH. Hermione got up from the bed abruptly, panting heavily, feeling her whole body was extremely sore, especially her head, which was so painful that it was about to split. After a while, Hermione recovered a little. She looked at the surrounding environment blankly, and felt a little relieved. In Hogwarts University Hospital, I am safe. It was late at night, and there were only a few dim oil lamps in the entire school hospital that gave a little light. Rubbing her head and pulling her hair into a ball, Hermione's hand naturally fell on her chest. But then, he was stunned. Where did it go? Startled, she touched it again, then looked at the bedside table next to her, and finally felt relieved. There, a necklace was quietly placed there. He stretched out his hand, picked it up and hung it around his neck. He naturally covered the pendant with his palm, sighed silently, and kept repeating the battle in the Hall of Time in his mind. It's a lot worse. Hermione raised her head and fell back on the bed, but maybe she fell too violently. A strong sense of weightlessness came, and she unconsciously closed her eyes. Hermione, are you awake? An erratic voice came from the next door. Hermione followed the sound, and then faintly saw a person sitting on the curtain next to him by the dim light. Luna. Are you alright? Hermione asked. It's okay. Luna tilted her head. Her voice seemed to come from her forehead. It was just a stun spell, and I woke up before going back to school. That's it. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. When she saw Luna go straight to the end, she thought she was dead, but it turned out it was just a stunning curse. A lot of people have been injured. I went to see Ginny and Ron just now, and they haven't done it yet. Luna said, you should talk to him. Don't hit too hard. Him? What? He. Hermione was startled and was incoherent. Ike. Luna's voice became inexplicably cheerful. I know, he has no malicious intentions, unlike those Death Eaters who really wanted to kill us. How? How did you know? Legilimency? Hermione asked hastily. I feel it. Sometimes, I can feel other people's emotions. At that time, I was only surprised by Ike, she said, but now you seem to want to hit me. Hermione closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down her complicated mood. When he opened it again, his eyes were gone. Oh, I can't feel it anymore, Luna said, lying back on the bed again. After a long while, he asked softly, Hermione, do you think we can defeat that person who can't tell his name? It's definitely possible. Hermione replied, we have Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, the Order of the Phoenix, and Harry. It will definitely be possible. Her voice was very soft. Rather than answering Luna, it was more like talking to herself. Luna didn't say anything, and Hermione didn't care. She stared straight at the white ceiling in a daze, but her mind was blank. Before I knew it, I fell asleep again. The next morning, she was woken up by someone. In a daze, it seemed to hear many people talking in a hurry, and the voice was a bit loud. Hermione got up, rubbed her eyes. Her body was not so sore anymore. Pulling back the curtain, I saw that the bed next to it was crowded with people. Luna, Ginny, Neville, and Ron, all wearing hospital gowns with more or less bandages on their bodies, were in high spirits. The two girls were sitting on the bed, Neville and Ron were beside the bed, and there were a lot of snacks between them. Pumpkin pie, flavored beans, chocolate frogs, the list goes on and on. Leaning against the position of the bedside table, Harry was standing there, and he was the first to see Hermione, who fell to the ground. Good morning, Hermione, how are you feeling? Harry asked, handing over a pumpkin pie. Would you like some? Hermione waved her hand, with a smile on her face, and said, it's much better. I don't need it for now. She sat by the bed, looked at the excited crowd, and asked, where are you going? What are you talking about? So happy? Ginny took out a newspaper from under the snacks and handed it over, and said excitedly, look, what happened yesterday is in the newspaper. Fudge finally admitted it. Hermione took the newspaper, and after reading the contents clearly, she was still shocked even if she was mentally prepared. The man who can't even mention his name is back. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge confirmed that the man who must not even be named has returned to the country in surprise and is operating again. The front page is only a part of the content. The second to fourth pages also have you know whose last effort to usurp power. The fifth page is what the Ministry of Magic should tell us. And the sixth to ninth pages are why nobody listens to Dumbledore talk. This entire issue of the newspaper revolves around one theme. She flipped through page by page, reading one by one, but stopped suddenly when she saw the 13th page. The dark bold headline reads, The Dark Lord's Successor. He closed the newspaper without changing his face, put it aside casually, and said, it's great, isn't it? Our efforts finally have good results. That's right, Ron said. I heard that this issue has sold like crazy, and now the whole of England knows that the mysterious man is back. Dumbledore has resumed his post. Very good. Hermione nodded and asked again, what about the school? How is it? Not bad, Harry replied. Professor Flitwick cleared the swamp that Fred and George made, but left a piece and circled it, saying it was a very beautiful magic. In general, when Dumbledore came back, everything went back to normal, and he cancelled those school rules that Umbridge made. Just this morning at breakfast, Neville concluded. Umbridge. By the way, where's her? As soon as the words were finished, Hermione saw Harry and others pouted behind her. Turning his head to look, he found Umbridge lying there. She stared blankly at the ceiling. Her neat clothes and hair were messed up, and there were many leaves and branches. Ron moved closer to Hermione and whispered, Dumbledore single-handedly rescued her from the Forbidden Forest last night, and she's been like this since then. Madame Pomfrey said she was frightened. I need to rest in peace. After finishing speaking, he curled his lips. Hermione didn't know. She took another look at Umbridge, who was no longer as domineering as before, and turned back. Harry and the others stopped discussing this mood-changing topic, but chatted about what happened at the Ministry of Magic last night. Ron narrated his bravery loudly, and praised Neville, who persisted to the end, and said that if he hadn't been attacked by the Death Eater, he would have persisted to the end. No one bothered to call Ron's boast. They all laughed and listened, and so did Hermione. She held the pendant of the necklace in one hand, and a pumpkin pie in the other hand, taking a bite from time to time. Very comfortable, very comfortable. Off topic - well. Just one update today. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 231 Growth. 3 days before the end of the semester, Hermione and the others were finally allowed to leave the hospital. I couldn't wait to leave the school hospital, and I was tired of staying there for so long. The hottest topics in the castle were the return of the Dark Lord and the changes in the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's life was very difficult, and Rita was completely on fire, attacking him with sharp words in the Daily Prophet every day. There is always material to be biased. After all, Fudge has many political enemies, and they are all happy to see Fudge in a state of desperation. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Fudge's resignation is already doomed, so who can become the next Minister of Magic is a matter worth investing most of the energy of those ambitious people. Back at the dormitory, the Cubs once again threw a big party for them, which is also expected. At the party, Ron became the protagonist. He loudly talked about the battle in the Department of Mysteries, and declared himself extremely heroic. For those who do not know the inside story, this is very attractive. And those who knew the inside story were used to handing over such long-faced matters to Ron. Hermione sat in the common room for a while, drank a glass of butterbeer she hadn't had for a long time, and then returned to the empty dormitory alone. Sitting on the bed, his eyes fell on the worn-out suitcase in the corner. After hesitating for a long time in my heart, I finally didn't open it. After taking a nap for a while, the party in the lounge hadn't ended when he came out again, or Ron's story hadn't been finished yet. Quietly left, walked through the corridors and stairs, and walked towards the auditorium. Hermione, wait a minute. When he walked to the corridor outside the auditorium, a voice sounded from behind. Hermione turned her head when she heard the sound, but saw Stuart, Terry, Michael and Anthony trotting over. Is it convenient for you now? There are some things I want to ask you, Terry asked a little cautiously. Okay. Hermione smiled, pointed outside and said, but let's go outside. I probably know what you want to ask. Stuart and the others followed Hermione out of the hall, then across the lawn to the edge of the Black Lake, and stopped when they saw that there were no other people around. It's good here, don't worry about being heard by others, Hermione said with a wave of his hand. A white mask enveloped everyone and then disappeared. There is no need to worry at all now. Seeing this familiar technique, Stuart felt a lot of emotions in his heart. But it turned into a simple question: is he really like what the newspaper said? What do you think? I've been with him day and night for 4 years, what do you think? Hermione didn't answer, but seemed to answer. The 4 of them were obviously relieved, and their expressions settled down. Then, Stuart was about to ask something, but was pulled by Terry. Okay, don't ask any more, some things we know are not good things, Terry said. After all, we don't have the means to keep secrets. After finishing speaking, he nodded slightly at Hermione and said, it's the only thing we want to know, and the fact that you all came back safely can already explain a lot of things. Hermione froze for a moment, then smiled again, raised her hand and removed the protection, watched Stuart and others leave, while she sat on the ground, staring at the calm Black Lake in a daze. Her hand naturally fell on the pendant. As before, there was still no reaction at all. So you're here, Harry's voice sounded. But Hermione didn't turn her head. Harry didn't take it seriously, and sat next to her. His gaze also fell on the Black Lake. Why don't you continue the party in the lounge? Hermione asked. Just leave it to Ron, and I've already gotten too much limelight. Harry replied, paused, before continuing. I just got back from Hagrid, and Grap has left the forbidden area. Lynn, Hagrid sent him to a big mountain, but didn't say where. Sirius also sent a letter. The Death Eaters who were captured that day were all imprisoned in Azkaban, but it seems that the Dementors have changed. I don't know if they can be controlled. Don't place too much hope. If Azkaban is breached once, it will be breached a second time. Those people will return to the Dark Lord sooner or later," Hermione said softly. Harry frowned slightly when he heard the words. He hesitated. Hermione's words reminded him of something in Sirius' letter. After lingering for a long time, he finally asked, "Have you learned his magic, Hermione?" "When I was in the Department of Mysteries, I saw the battle between you. It was almost exactly the same, isn't it?" Hermione turned her head slightly. "Yes, I learned his magic, but after all, I still can't compare to him." "Great." Harry clapped his hands suddenly and said excitedly, "This is great. The next time we meet them again, you can continue to." Harry. Hermione looked at the excited Harry. Her expression became a little indifferent. Originally, she thought that Harry could grow up after so many experiences, especially after the thrilling battle of the Department of Mysteries. "There are many thoughts in my heart, but when it comes to my mouth, everything changes." "No problem, I'll catch him." Harry was even happier to get Hermione's positive answer. He chatted endlessly about the news he heard from Sirius and Hagrid. You were reading www.com, talking about the things that Dumbledore told him, and talking about some of his plans on how to defeat the Dark Lord. Hermione didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Her face became more and more calm. After a long time, he suddenly smiled again. "Let's go back," said Hermione. Harry paused when he heard the words, but after seeing the smile on Hermione's face, he smiled and nodded. It was indeed getting late, and it was almost time for dinner. They came directly to the auditorium, and the little lions were already there, but Ron was still talking loudly. Listening to the content, it seems to start all over again. Of course, there was a much bigger audience too, with Hufflepuffs and some Ravenclaws coming. They didn't bother Ron, who was upbeat, but found Ginny and Neville hiding in the corner. As soon as she sat down, Ginny complained, "He really has enough. I really don't know what's the point of always saying this." "Don't worry about him," Hermione said with a smile, and greeted Neville on the opposite side. "If he likes it, let him go." "It's a good thing Fred and George aren't here," sighed Ginny. "They're sure they won't let Ron get so carried away." Hermione thought about it, and it was true. The twins had always been keen to tear Ron down, but they were also the ones who loved him the most. It had to be said that this was really contradictory. Thinking of this, he asked again, "By the way, how are Fred and George?" "It's okay, they did open a joke shop," Ginny said, "but Mom was really pissed off." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something, and whispered, "By the way, there is one more thing. Percy is back. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest." Chapter 232 Returning, 1. Percy. Hermione murmured the name, thinking about it. It had been a long time since she had heard the name. Ever since he chose to believe in fudge and became secretary to the minister, the name seemed to be a kind of taboo, never to be mentioned again. Not to mention that later, he followed fudge and did so many wrong things. However, it's always good to come back, and it's also considered returning from a lost journey. It seemed that Ginny was also happy. Although she was still complaining, it was still a family. Ron's speech didn't last long, and Snape's arrival made the chaotic scene instantly quiet. But rare, he just left with a few words of sarcasm coldly, not as vicious as he was in class before. "This is a bit unexpected. It is not the old bat in the impression of the little lions at all, and some people even think that he is under the curse of the soul." Unfortunately, this sentence was heard by Snape, so Gryffindor was deducted 10 points, but it was harmless. Even without the 10 points, Gryffindor was still in the absolute lead in the Academy Cup. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna each added 50 points, 250 points, which made everything lose suspense. Soon, it was the end of term dinner, and the auditorium was, as expected, filled with draperies embroidered with Gryffindor crests. The atmosphere was very warm. Dumbledore did protect the little wizards of Hogwarts very well. They were all smiling, as if nothing outside could affect them. In the entire auditorium, There seemed to be only a handful of people who were not integrated into the lively atmosphere. The next morning, the Hogwarts Express stopped at Hogsmeade Station on time. The little wizards left school one after another and crowded into the car. Harry and other people were basically crowded into a box, which was so full that even part of the corridor was occupied. After all, we have practiced and trained together for almost a year, and the friendship between us is very deep. Therefore, under such circumstances, Malfoy, who still chose to find Harry to trouble him, was out of luck. It was not Harry and Ron's turn to take action, and he, Crabbe, and Goyle were severely punished. Was tied up and thrown on the luggage rack. Unable to break free, he could only squirm helplessly. This can be regarded as a long-standing grievance. As the main force of Umbridge's investigative operations team, Malfoy and the others have often found troubles with other colleges, and they have indeed deducted a lot of points. After playing around for a while, they let Malfoy go, and laughed at the way Malfoy and the others fled in embarrassment before returning to their respective boxes. It was just a small episode, and most of the journey was peaceful. Harry and Ron played wizard chess, Hermione read the Daily Prophet, and Ginny read the Quibbler, which may be influenced by Luna. After all, except for the one interviewed by Harry, the sales of the Quibbler have not been very good. The train gradually slowed down, which meant that they were about to arrive at the station. When the train finally stopped, everyone took their things and got off in an orderly manner. Harry dragged the suitcase, carried Hedwig's cage, followed Hermione and Ron across the platform, and then met the group of waiting people, which seemed to be his biggest surprise all year. Mad-Eye Moody had his hat pulled down low over his evil eye, and his big cloak was over his ugly wooden leg. Tonks stood beside him, with beautiful pink hair, still chewing something in his mouth, and waved to them enthusiastically. Lupin was next to Tonks. His clothes were still shabby, but they were unexpectedly clean and tidy. And Sirius, he had his hair sorted out for a rare occasion, and he was very energetic in a brown suit. The Weasleys and the twins were also here, apparently dressed up. "Ron, Ginny," said Mrs. Weasley, coming up to embrace her two children, "and dear Harry, how are you?" "Very good." Harry smiled and leaned over to hug Mrs. Weasley, then came to Sirius and hugged him tightly. "I wanted to take you to live with me, but Dumbledore told me something." Sirius patted Harry on the back and said, "So, this summer vacation you have to go back to your stupid uncle at home. However, you can come to me anytime. But you can't stay overnight." "Already very good." Harry also patted Sirius on the back, with a bright smile on his face. "Okay, go say hello to them all, it's a long time to come." Sirius let go of Harry and pushed him aside. The twins greeted him with a smile, and gave Harry a warm hug. He looked at the brand new clothes on the twins, and joked, "It seems that your life is very good now. What material is it made of?" "Brand new dragon skins," Fred replied. "The business is very good. We rewarded ourselves." At this time, Lupin also came over. Knowing Lupin's character, Harry just hugged him and said hello. "Why are you all here?" Harry asked, waving at Tonks next to her, who had just turned her hair into a marquee. "We want to talk to your aunt and uncle before they bring you home. This isn't very good." "I think it's a good idea." Moody came over on crutches and patted Harry on the shoulder. "That's them." Harry looked in the direction Moody pointed, and sure enough, the Dursleys were there. "Hey, Arthur, it's time to start," Moody yelled, and Mr. Weasley stopped chatting with Hermione's parents when he heard the sound. "And you were reading www. Walked together with Sirius and Lupin in front of the Dursleys. "Hello, my name is Arthur Weasley, you probably still remember me." Mr. Weasley extended his hand, smiling, and shook hands with Uncle Vernon, who was frightened. "This is Sirius, Harry's godfather. I don't think you have seen it yet." After speaking, Sirius shook hands with Vernon with a cold face. "You are." Vernon was frightened by this posture. He held Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Well, there's a few words we'd like to say to you about Harry," said Mr. Weasley, still smiling. "Harry? What is there to talk about?" It's Vernon muttered, and Moody said fiercely, about the treatment he received at your house. We know very well how he has lived in your family these years. If we find out this year that you have abused Harry, or prevented him from contacting his friends. Moody paused his cane, making a loud bang. The sound. I swear, you don't want to know the consequences. It would be cruel. Vernon was really frightened by Moody. He took half a step back involuntarily, but finally stopped. Do you think I'll be frightened? Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? You will. Moody lifted his hat, and the Dursleys were taken aback by the rolling eyes. Moody was obviously satisfied with their performance, turned around and patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Okay, we're done talking. If you need anything, remember to tell us, we will send someone over. Goodbye, Harry." "Goodbye, Moody." 1 second to remember the net. Read the latest chapters of Hogwarts Magic Research. Please pay attention to Chapter 233 Returning to Hermione. We need to talk when we get home. Mr. Granger fastened his seatbelt, turned the key, and amidst the roar of the engine, looked at Hermione in the rear seat quietly through the rear view mirror, and said softly. Hermione didn't reply, just nodded, already faintly knowing what her father was going to say to him in her heart. As the parents of wizards, they can get some information about the wizarding world, just like the Daily Prophet, which has appeared on the dining table of Granger's house every day since she was in school. Maybe, Mr. Granger didn't know many people on it, but he knew at least one person. That guy had lived at Granger's for almost a month. All the way home in silence, Hermione dragged the luggage from the trunk in silence, opened the door, put the luggage aside and sat on the sofa. After a while, Mr. Granger came in after parking the car, and sat side by side with Mrs. Granger on the coffee table in front of Hermione. Hermione, dear, Dad needs to know, is that bastard really like what the newspaper said? Mr. Granger looked at Hermione with a serious expression, and Mrs. Granger next to him was clasping her hands nervously, rubbing clothes with a neckline. I can't say, Dad. Hermione shook her head. Mr. Granger frowned, remained silent for a long time, and asked again, is it because we can't know the answer? Hermione didn't react at all, and looked directly at Mr. Granger, very clear and pure. Mr. Granger nodded slightly, and asked again, then Hermione, have you already made a decision regarding? Yes. Before Mr. Granger could finish speaking, Hermione interrupted. She got up directly, picked up her luggage and walked to the stairs. He took a step and stopped again. I love you guys, you know that? Yes, my dear, we know. Mr. Granger tried to be calm, but Mrs. Granger had tears in her eyes. Hermione smiled, turned her head away, ran up the stairs, and slammed the door behind her. But Mrs. Granger downstairs couldn't bear it anymore, sobbing softly. Tears quickly soaked the skirt on her knees. Today's wizarding world is precarious, and the threat of the Dark Lord is just around the corner. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. But for Hermione, Harry, Ron, who have personally experienced the battle of the Department of Mysteries, the answer is obvious. Darkness is coming, and everyone must prepare in advance. The timid seek to hide, but the righteous have awakened. Regardless of being forced or whatever, they are all ready. Neville, who followed the old Mrs. Longbotham to leave King's Cross Station, also came to Street Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries after putting his luggage home as in previous years. It had been a habit, it had been since he was very young, and he spent far more time at Street Mungo's than at his own home. He still keeps his head down. Even though he is much taller than Grandma now, he will still look like a child who has not grown up in front of her. This has almost been engraved in his bones. Pushing open the door of the ward, Mrs. Longbotham naturally sat down on the small chair she used to sit in, right between the two beds. On the left is her son, on the right is her daughter-in-law. The son was still lying there sleeping with his eyes closed, but the daughter-in-law was sitting on the bed. And when she saw Neville coming in, she smiled happily, took something out of her pocket, stuffed it directly into Neville's hand, and then smiled with satisfaction. It was very kind and warm, But Neville knew that her mind was still empty, and that action was only subconscious. Spreading out his hands, it was the candy wrapper, as expected, the candy wrapper that had never changed in more than 10 years. Smiling and nodding, he spread out the candy wrapper, picked up the non-existent candy and stuffed it into his mouth, narrowed his eyes and gave a thumbs up, and then used magic to restore it when she was not paying attention, and let it return to her pocket. At this time, Mrs. Longbottom, who had watched all this, nodded in satisfaction, as if admiring Neville's behavior of. Neville was used to it. He sat on the edge of his father's bed, leaned his elbows on his knees, and lowered his head naturally. I saw her. After a while, Neville said softly. The sound was very small, but it was enough to be heard clearly in this quiet ward. Her who? Before Madame Longbottom could react, she heard Neville continue, Bellatrix Lestrange, the one who made me what they are now. Mrs. Longbottom's dizzy old eyes narrowed suddenly, and slowly opened again. She didn't speak, just listening to Neville talking to himself. In the Department of Mysteries, we were attacked by Death Eaters. I saw her in there, exactly the same as the photo in the newspaper, just as crazy. Chapter 234. The Beginning of Chaos. 1. The nightlife in big cities is as colorful as ever. Even though it is approaching midnight, many places in London are still brightly lit, and there are still many people gathered in those bustling areas, wearing beautiful and fashionable clothes, and faintly, some music can be heard. Some are explosive, others are soothing. Among the many places where the lights are still on, 10 Downing Street may be the most special one. It was lit only because the owner inside was not asleep. The Prime Minister's life is very bad, because the recent British is very uneasy. All kinds of strange things are coming together. There was a tornado in Manchester today and a block in Liverpool was suddenly destroyed tomorrow. The collapse of the bridge, the vicious murders, and the fog that hovered over London all made him very irritable. Yes, as the Prime Minister, he doesn't need to deal with these things himself, but the consequences of these things are enough to make him burnt out. For example, public protests and attacks by political opponents. It was approaching midnight, and the Prime Minister was still sitting in the office. The table in front of him was filled with various reports from the staff, about the strange things that happened across the country in the past week and half a month, and feedback from various parties. Of course, this is not the reason why he still hasn't fallen asleep. He was waiting for a call from the president of the country on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Although it was negotiated by both parties, he was still not sure that the call would be remembered. This is not the first time that pigeons have been released. He came to the window, looked at the bright lights in the distance, and the mist in the sky that covered the light of the moon and stars, and suddenly felt a bit of cold. This is indeed abnormal, the Prime Minister muttered, took off the coat from the hanger and put it on, and moved his arms again, as if he felt a little warmth. Cough cough. Suddenly, there was a light cough behind him, which frightened him, and he couldn't help thinking of some more disturbing past events in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head, and it was indeed the villain in the dirty oil painting in the corner. To the Mole Prime Minister, requesting an urgent meeting, please reply immediately. Faithful, Fudge. I'm waiting for a call from a president. The Prime Minister said. We can reschedule. The man in the portrait replied directly, paused for a few seconds, and continued. The president will call again tomorrow night. Please reply to Mr. Fudge immediately. Okay. Okay. The Prime Minister reluctantly agreed. In fact, as soon as the man on the painting spoke, he knew that tonight was only foreseeing that Fudge. He went to the desk, and had hardly sat down when he saw green flames burst out of the marble fireplace, and a fat man in a bowler hat appeared. Step over the fence, and shake the dust on the antique carpet that was vacuumed yesterday. Hello, Prime Minister, said Fudge, holding out his hand to the Prime Minister. Nice to see you again. You. Hello. The Prime Minister shook hands with Fudge, but honestly he didn't want to see the guy in front of him at all. Since he took over as Prime Minister, I have met him 4 times. The first time was when he first took office. He came to meet him as the Minister of Magic and told him something, but the attitude was very arrogant. The second time was 3 years ago, saying that a dangerous wanted criminal escaped from prison. It is likely it will cause large-scale casualties. The third time was the year before last, because of the hegemony competition, saying that 3 fire dragons entered the country, and bad things happened in the World Cup. Then there was the mass escape from Azkaban at the beginning of this year. By the way, the wanted criminal 3 years ago was actually innocent. This is the 5th time. Looking at the sad face of the guy in front of him, the Prime Minister knows very well that this time will not be good news. It's been really bad lately, hasn't it? Fudge sat on the soft leather chair, still shaking the ashes on his body. Is your life not going well? The Prime Minister looked at the ashes that fell on the ground. His eyelids twitched. Close your eyes and force yourself not to look. Yeah, we've been through pretty much the same thing, said Fudge. The Brockdale Bridge, the Burns and Vance murders, and that riot out west. You mean, all of this has something to do with you? Of course, in fact, you are also clear. Fudge nodded, but the Prime Minister felt even more headache. Sure enough, there is no good news. How would I know? It's a matter of the wizarding world. The Prime Minister said, I manage an entire country, and there are many, many things every day. Our worries are the same, Fudge replied bluntly. The Brockdale Bridge, the Burns and Vance murders, and the turmoil in the West, Manchester Sturt's tornado, these are giving us a hard time. Fudge took a deep breath. His expression became serious, and he said, Prime Minister, I am very sorry to tell you that the person whose name cannot be named has returned, and he has really returned. Are you back? The Prime Minister was taken aback for a moment, and then remembered the meeting last year. A name he mentioned seemed to be a very dangerous person. Yes, still alive, at least dozens of people saw him in person, right here at the Ministry of Magic. Fudge took off his hat and scratched the thinning hair on his head. This is bad. Prime Minister, you have to understand, we are at war now. You need to stand with us. War? The Prime Minister asked anxiously. No, it's true. Fudge shook his head repeatedly. Do you still remember the prison break at the beginning of the year? Those were his followers, and they returned to him after the prison break. And since their public appearance, it has already caused a lot of damage. He also threatened me that if I didn't side with him, he would slaughter a lot of moles. Oh my God. So it's all your fault. My question, do you think we didn't make an effort? Fudge said excitedly, we captured most of his subordinates, and every era in the Ministry of Magic is also trying to find him. You were reading books www. Until now. But we're talking about possibly the most powerful wizard who ever lived, and no one has caught him in 30 years. What's more, now he has one more student who may be the most talented student ever. Student? What? That's not important. Fudge waved his hand, his face full of impatience. In short, you only need to know that he is very dangerous and will cause great harm. The Prime Minister's face was ugly and he was very angry. He said, Fudge, you haven't done enough. You must take measures. This is your responsibility as the Minister of Magic. Come on. Do you really think they will let me continue to serve as minister after so many things have happened? Fudge forced a smile. I stepped down 3 days ago. This is the first time I have been in office for so many years. See how united they are. The Prime Minister was at a loss for words when he heard the words, calmed down a little, and his tone slowed down a lot. I'm sorry, is there anything I can do to help, Fudge? Thank you for your kindness, Prime Minister, but nothing more. Fudge said, in fact, the purpose of my coming today is to update you on the latest developments in the matter, and to introduce you to my successor. He docks with you. However, he seems to be delayed because of some things. After all, there are so many things now, which is normal. As he said that, Fudge looked at the painting in the corner, and the man in that painting immediately said, he'll be the soon. He's writing to Dumbledore, and he'll be the soon. Well, Dumbledore. Fudge shrugged. I wish him luck. After all, I have been writing to him for the past few years, but things haven't gotten much better. Read the latest chapters of Hogwarts Magic Research. Please pay attention to Chapter 242 Narcissa's Decision. It takes only 1 second to remember the address of this site, https://fastest update. No ads. Leaving the town. Ike operated directly outside Malfoy Manor. It's not because of anything else. It's just because the anti-apparition magic was activated in Malfoy Manor after Lauville left. As soon as he showed up at the gate, the originally closed gate opened. She ran into the castle, and at a glance he saw Malfoy sitting alone on the gorgeous sofa in the living room. Other than that, there is no one else. Only you, Ike said casually, and sat straight on the single sofa next to Malfoy, raised his hand, and the teapot and cups on the coffee table moved. Soon, a cup of black tea will be poured. It's all gone. Malfoy looked a little unmotivated and a little nervous, and he didn't even look at Ike when he was talking. According to the rules of the Malfoy family, this is absolutely wrong. Clearly, something was bothering him. Ike naturally remembered what Lao Fu said that day, and Malfoy should have known it. Looking at his left arm, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised. There was a wave of magic power like his own left arm. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. Where's your mother? I'd better ask her. Ike shook his head with a smile, raised his hand and patted Malfoy's left shoulder, and stood up as he spoke. I'll call her. Malfoy got up immediately, and was about to go find Narcissa. Before he was too late, Narcissa's figure had already appeared on the stairs. Behind her there was another man, with a mess of hair and looking crazy. It was Bellatrix. Mr. Strider. Narcissa nodded slightly to Ike. Little Master. Bella bowed and said respectfully. Ever since she witnessed Ike and Lao Fu fighting Dumbledore that night, she completely recognized Ike's identity. Mrs. Malfoy. Bella. Ike nodded slightly. Where is the teacher? Haven't you come back yet? Master hasn't come back yet. Bella said. Little Master, have you completed the task of Master? Yes, those guys are now in the place where the teacher arranged for them. Ike said. Did the teacher tell you what to do next? Yes, Little Master. Bella tilted her head slightly, took out a letter from her pocket and handed it to Ike. This is what the Master gave you, and it's something to do later. Ike took the letter and opened it. There were only a few words on it, which he memorized after a glance. With a slight movement of the finger, a flame appeared and burned the letter completely. Nodding his head, he said, I see. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Goodbye, Mrs. Malfoy. Bella. Goodbye, Mr. Strider. Goodbye, Little Master. Narcissa and Bella took Ike to the foyer and stood there until Ike's back disappeared through the manor gate. Why didn't you ask her? After Ike left, Bella asked directly. Didn't you ask him for any suggestions before? After all, he is the same age as Draco, and it may not be useful. Narcissa shook her head. Even if he is the Dark Lord's favorite student, he can't change the Dark Lord's will. No one in this world can make the Dark Lord change what he has decided. So, I still have to find him. Him? Snape. No. Bella refused loudly. I don't trust him. You didn't trust Strider before. Narcissa looked at Bella and said, not the same. They are different. Bella shook her head. What's the difference? They are all people trusted by the Dark Lord. Narcissa said. No. It's not the same. In short, I can't trust that guy. Bella's attitude was also very firm. He was always by Dumbledore's side, and he didn't even show up that day. You know, the Dark Lord didn't let him go, and you were there at the time. Narcissa said, that's not a reason. Anyway, I've already decided. No, I'll go find him now. Having said that, Narcissa walked quickly towards the gate of the manor, and disappeared in place as soon as she stepped out of the gate. Sissy, wait a minute. Bella's reaction was a bit slow. Although she ran out following Narcissa, she was one step too late, and Narcissa had already apparated away. Gritting his teeth, he drew out his wand, pointed at the ripples in the air that hadn't disappeared. His body spun rapidly, and disappeared in place following the phantom's trajectory. PFFT, with a soft sound. For more novels, 168,077. Join Chapter 244 Information. As an excellent spy who has repeatedly jumped between the good and the evil but has not suffered any harm so far, the news that Narcissa and Bella were looking for him was sent to Dumbledore that night. Any news? Dumbledore. In Black's old house, a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix was going on, and it was rare that everyone was present. Sirius noticed that Dumbledore had suddenly stopped moving, and it took him a moment to push his glasses. This scene had happened many times, and he knew very well that it was Dumbledore's performance when he received a secret message. A rather interesting piece of news, but I need to think about it. Dumbledore shook his head lightly, and changed the subject. Go on, what did you just say, Hagrid? Hagrid bowed when he heard the words, shook the table in front of him, and said in a muffled voice, well, what I want to say is that we may not be able to win those giants back. I sneaked into their current camp and met the previous giants who were leaning towards us, but Stride cast a big shadow on them and directly rejected me. Sorry, Dumbledore, I failed. It doesn't matter, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, it's just an attempt. Giants are a group that worships the strong. Not to mention that kid did that in front of all the giants. I have to say that his growth has exceeded our imagination. Dumbledore, I have an idea, Moody said, maybe we can let Miss Granger go. No, Alastair, we will not do such a thing. Dumbledore directly refused. I will not let the underage wizard step onto the battlefield, as long as I am alive. Well, Dumbledore, Moody replied, but you have to consider that we have more than the Dark Lord to deal with now, and Stride is more dangerous than the Dark Lord in my opinion. He's not yet of age, Dumbledore. Moody's magic eyes stared straight at Dumbledore, and the dense scars on his face looked particularly terrifying. I understand, Alastair, I will think about it. Dumbledore nodded, turned to look at the Weasleys and said, Arthur, Molly, about the question I mentioned earlier about letting Harry go to the shabby residence for a while, just before the start of school, what do you think? Hey, Dumbledore, Sirius said loudly before the Weasleys could reply, I think Harry can live with me too, because I'm his godfather after all, and the godson should stay with the godfather. But the burrow is more fun than here, isn't it, Sirius? Said Mrs. Weasley. Sirius opened his mouth when he heard the words, but found himself unable to refute. Sure, he could invite Ron and the others over, and have Harry's friends keep him company, but Black's house would never be as pleasant as the burrow anyway. In fact, even he himself prefers the burrow, but there is no way. He needs the old House of Black, and the old House of Black needs him. Dumbledore watched the conversation between Mrs. Weasley and Sirius with a smile, and after seeing Mrs. Weasley's successful law, he said, then it's settled. Arthur, Molly, and I will escort him personally when the time comes. Passed. That would be the best. This time, even Sirius voted for it, and Dumbledore would personally escort him, so there was no need to worry about Harry's safety on the road. Okay, one more item has been completed. Dumbledore looked down at the parchment in front of him, scratched another line on it, and said, then there is only the last item left. As he said that, he looked at Mrs. Weasley and asked seriously, Molly, when can we have dinner? I'm almost starving. Everyone laughed, and Mrs. Weasley waved her hands exaggeratedly. She stood up, opened the door, and said, now, let's eat now. Others went to the restaurant in twos and threes. Today Molly made delicious stew, and the beef was simmered for an entire afternoon, plus the secret ingredients made by the Weasley family. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Can't wait. Dumbledore put away the parchment on the table and was about to leave, but was held back by Moody. Alastair, what's the matter? He asked. Moody's magic eyes rolled quickly, and Sirius and Lupin, who hadn't left yet, understood that Moody wanted to tell Dumbledore something confidential. Seeing this, he shrugged his shoulders and went out together, closing the door behind them. Let's talk now, Alastair. Of course, Moody said with a serious expression. Dumbledore, I know you have your considerations, but regarding my proposal just now, I think you should reconsider. There is nothing to consider, Alastair. Dumbledore directly refused. Yes, a child who can use magic that even Ra can't master. Moody confronted Tit-for-Tat without showing any weakness. Don't forget, she has used the time turner for 2 years in a row, and you reading www. Is strictly in a sense, she has grown up. As long as she doesn't graduate from Hogwarts for a day, she's still a child. Dumbledore looked directly at Moody, who didn't look away. After a long time, Dumbledore sighed first, sat down, and motioned for Moody to sit down too. Alastair, I know Miss Granger better than you. She is indeed outstanding, but it is unrealistic to want her to involve Stride. I have to admit that during the year with Voldemort, he grew up very quickly. If Fudge and the others hadn't arrived at the Ministry of Magic that day, I might have died that night. What are you talking about, Dumbledore? Moody exclaimed loudly. You obviously beat them both that day. I'm over 100 years old, Alastair, and I can clearly feel the passing of magic power. Dumbledore sighed, and Stride may soon become the same person as Voldemort and me. Fortunately, I still have some time now. Hearing this, Moody realized immediately, and said in surprise, don't you think so, Dumbledore? No. We can think of other ways. There must be other ways. Okay, Alastair, it's not time yet. I can last for a while, Dumbledore said with a smile. In a short time, I can still do things like that night, but the premise is Voldemort didn't find what he needed. So, I might be away for a while. But don't worry, I'll be back before the end of the summer and I won't forget to send Harry to the Burrow. Digression. It may not be enough until next Friday, which is the update on the 22nd. Chapter 245 The Olive Tree of the Acropolis. Sir, would you like a drink? Juice is fine, thank you. In the first-class cabin of a plane taking off from London Heathrow Airport and ending in Athens, a stewardess put a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice on the small table in front of Ike. Pick it up and take a sip. It just tastes like ordinary orange juice, and there is no difference. Ike raised his eyebrows, put down his cup, and picked up the book he had just put aside to read. In the eyes of others, this book is War and Peace, but in Ike's eyes, it is Forgotten Ancient Magic, a fairly interesting read, used to pass the time. After leaving Malfoy Manor, Ike came to London, first went to Knockturn Alley to try to get a new set of identities, including driver's license, social security information, passport, and a Citibank credit card. For wizards, it is not easy to get these things, and no one needs these things on weekdays. Only those who can't stay in their country and need to run away and start again in a new environment. The number is still very small, there is not 1 or 2 a year. For the wizard who sold false information, this is a good deal, and the price is very expensive, not even 1,000 galleons. Ike didn't have such a sum of money, but after he walked around Knockturn Alley, he had money. Those vicious black wizards, the scum that even the Death Eaters despised, robbed Ike without any psychological burden. In this way, holding a new identity and buying a ticket, Ike boarded the plane to Athens. Everything went well, even though there were inspectors arranged by the Ministry of Magic at the airport. They couldn't see through Ike's concealment. The journey was still long, and it was already the early morning of the next day when we arrived in Athens. Carrying a small suitcase, Ike put on a baseball cap and left the airport. Take a taxi and go directly to Astor Hotel. It was already booked in advance and check-in was very easy. After taking a simple shower, Ike stood by the window and wiped his wet hair while looking at the Acropolis, which was still lit not far away. Against the background of modern civilization lights, the sense of history of the Acropolis has been weakened a lot. Ike didn't take it seriously, his eyes closed and opened, and the appearance of the Acropolis had changed color. There really are, he murmured. At this time, in Ike's eyes, those modern lights have disappeared, and the ancient walls of the Acropolis have water-like light flowing. It's slow and regular. In the center of the Acropolis, a tall and sturdy tree stood, and the huge canopy almost covered the entire Acropolis. The emerald green olive fruits on the tree are like stars, shining with light. A new city is built, and the gods quarrel. Poseidon swung his trident and struck the boulder. The boulder turned into a war horse, which is a symbol of war. Athena's spear strikes the boulder. The olive tree bears fruit. Ike raised his hand, and the wand fell into his hand immediately, and he was already dressed. Short-sleeved shorts and a baseball cap worn on the head. Turning around, he was already outside the Acropolis when he reappeared. As soon as he appeared, the illusion curse fell on him. In the next second, two white-haired wizards with wands appeared not far ahead. "Who, come out," one of them said in a low voice, looking at the empty square vigilantly. "No one," another asked in a low voice. "Impossible. The fluctuation of apparition has been detected. Someone must be coming." I quietly watched the two wave their wands, and two red lights swept across quickly. Really? One person was surprised. "Go back first, be careful tonight." The figures of the two disappeared, but after a while, they appeared again. He threw out two red lights again, but still didn't find anything, so he really left. I waited for a while, seeing that neither of them came back. He walked slowly towards the Acropolis. Passing through the mountain gate, Ike cautiously approached the huge olive tree. There was a faint light flowing on the remaining stone pillars around, and occasionally a silver light flashed quickly. Coupled with the shiny olive fruit in the huge canopy above the head, it will not feel dark. After a long time, I finally came under the tree, and what I saw was the unimaginably thick trunk, like a wall blocking the front, and the ferocious and thick roots were exposed, even reaching Ike's waist between. A miraculous creation. Ike secretly sighed. This magical plant that has lived for an unknown number of years really gave him insight. It was like a miracle. Looking up, I can only see thick branches and leaves, with a little bit of shimmering light, which is more shocking than what I saw outside. She closed her eyes, tapped the wand between them, and changed her appearance again when she opened them again. The branches and leaves faded, and the little twilight also dimmed, but at the highest point, there was a soft green light rippling like flowing water. After careful identification, it is an olive fruit that is crystal clear like emerald. Not many, counted, only 9. With a slight movement of the fingers, the body floated up. Slowly, it took a long time to arrive in front of the 9 olive fruits. Damn it! An angry curse exploded behind him, but Ike had already flown out. With a light wave of his wand, his figure disappeared and he went straight back to the hotel. As soon as he appeared, "You were reading www." I quickly threw out several spells and landed on the doors and windows. Then lightly stepped on with his right foot. A complex golden magic circle appeared, with several golden wires connecting directly to the ceiling. Sitting on the ground, Ike's face changed color immediately. Green, gold, white, and blue alternated repeatedly, changing rapidly like a marquee. Sweat dripped out, and he clenched his teeth unconsciously. Magic, riot. It was even stronger than the one at the age of 5, but they were all bound by the golden thread and the magic circle. Even though the air inside the circle was distorted, there was no damage outside the circle. Ike endured it, trying to keep his mind clear and feel every change in the magic power in his body. I don't know how long it took, but the magic power of the riot finally calmed down, but Ike was soaked in sweat as if he had just come out of the water. After a while, Ike waved his hand and removed the magic circle, and another cleansing spell fell on his body, making him dry again. Close your eyes, feel it carefully, and let out a long breath of relief. Strictly speaking, he is still underage, but in terms of magic power, he has finally caught up with those 2 ceilings in the current magic world. Raising his hand, a piece of parchment flew out of the suitcase. With a tap of the wand, several lines of text slowly appeared. Swipe your finger, and a black line appears on the top line of text. Roll it up, throw it away, and the parchment is back in the suitcase. With another trick, a notebook and a quill fell into his hands. Turning to the first page, he wrote, "Athens is tightly guarded, and I have failed." The black ink slowly disappeared, as if seeping into the paper. After a while, writing slowly emerged. "Those old guys are still it's a bit unexpected. It's okay. After we succeed, We will deal with those guys. That thing can't run away. Chapter 247 Encounter by the Aegean Sea. The Dark Lord is suspicious, and his previous experience made him not easily give others his trust. Before Ike, perhaps there were only 3 people who gained his trust: Barty Jr., Bella, and Snape. Now, Ike is the 4th, and possibly the most special of them all. But no matter what, Ike got a way to become stronger from Lao Fu, which is also the road of roots eking that Lao Fu said, aiming to pursue the most essential form of magic. Athens is the first stop. During the years when Lao Fu traveled around the world, he collected many historical secrets and legends, and after careful analysis, he personally verified them one by one. Obviously, he got a lot. But there are also unsuccessful ones, and this miraculous olive tree on the Acropolis is one of them. At that time, his mastery of magic was not as good as Ike's now, but he just surpassed those weird black magic by a head. And that kind of magic is not enough to allow him to pass through the guarding power that has continued since unknown time. After sleeping peacefully in the hotel, after breakfast the next day, Ike went to the Acropolis like an ordinary tourist. After arriving, he naturally mixed into a tour group and fell at the end. He started touring while listening to the tour guide's explanation. Go through the mountain gate and tour all the way, looking at the once majestic temples, the only remaining ruins of the building, until the Parthenon temple. Stop in front of this most prestigious building to take pictures, and praise the ancient times with your peers, the miracle of Athens. There are older people in the tour group, who are a little tired after visiting several ruins, so they simply rest in place. There were a lot of people resting, and it wasn't just this tour group, there were dozens of people. After careful calculation, I quietly leaned against a boulder, took a sip of water from a bottle, and was no different from others. After resting enough, each tour group continued to move forward under the call of the tour guide. There are still many scenic spots in the Acropolis, and even if you walk for a day, you can only go around those well-known places. Almost no one will choose to come back the next day because there are still some places that have not been transferred, and for the vast majority of people, this is the only visit to the Acropolis in their life, and they will never come to this place again in this life. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the tour group that Ike had mixed in with did not leave the Acropolis. People are happy, and the film consumption is a good testament to that. Ike was also satisfied, especially when he found out that the white-bearded old man who had sneaked in with him disappeared unknowingly. Thanks to his powerful control over magic power, he can almost ignore most magic power detection methods. It is impossible for those guards to find out without using some ancient and strange methods. Obviously, the white-bearded old man who sneaked into the tour group like him did not have such means. Quietly left the tour group, strolling in the streets. It seemed to be walking slowly, but it didn't take long for Ike to come to the beach. The blue roof of the White House and the color of the sea reflect each other, and the sun shines down, dazzling and brilliant. Of course, if you want to enjoy this beauty, you need to ignore the noisy crowd around you and the dirty parts of the street. Also, ignore an old man with a white beard who suddenly appeared beside him. It's not the time yet. When the sun sets, that's the most beautiful scenery that makes people calm down unconsciously. Dumbledore stood quietly next to Ike, wearing a grey robe and gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. There were people coming and going around, but no one noticed him. In their eyes, there was only one handsome young guy here. Last night was very lively. The Greek Ministry of Magic was in a mess. A group of old guys tied the minister directly to the Acropolis, and then the entire Greek magic world was shaken. Dumbledore looked at the sea and said, "Not only that, they brought this matter to the International Federation of Wizards." "So?" Ike said softly. "So?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "So many old guys like me came to Athens today, because we all know exactly what was lost in the Acropolis last night." Ike nodded when he heard the words, and said, "It seems that it is indeed a very precious thing." "That's right." Dumbledore sighed. "It is said that the goddess of wisdom gave the treasure to the Athenians. Its fruit can give people extraordinary power." Speaking of this, Dumbledore suddenly smiled. There are many mysteries in the world that even I cannot know, but this so-called fruit that can make people extraordinary is not among them. Olive fruit, wisdom fruit, it's just a name, but it is indeed a thing of great benefit to wizards. You came here just to tell a story? Ike interrupted Dumbledore, who was still about to say something, and looked a little impatient. But Dumbledore smiled again, waved his hands, and said, "It's just an old guy's ramblings. Maybe it can be called a suggestion. If your next stop is Istanbul, I think you can give up." Dumbledore said with a smile, "You should go directly to Baghdad, to the banks of the Tigris River. If you are lucky, you may find another possibility there. Let an old guy like me toss again." You are reading www. You know what I'm going to do? Of course, the path of finding roots, the path of pilgrimage, the path of magic, whatever you want to call it. This is the travel route of many wizards, and it can also be called the treasure hunt route. Dumbledore pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Decades ago, I walked this road with a man who later, Tom, also embarked on this road, and now it is you. Although I have long thought that you will set foot on this road one day, I never thought it would be now." Dumbledore sighed. "You may be the youngest walker ever." After a pause, Dumbledore continued, "Don't think too much. The reason why I advise you not to go to Istanbul is because Tom has taken away the last miraculous thing there, and now all that remains is an exquisite shoddy product. And in my opinion, even if that thing still exists, it won't be of great help to you. Your soul is the most difficult thing I have ever seen to break through. So, are you admitting that you once wanted to peek into my brain?" Ike also had a bright smile on his face. "Yes, I admit, I did," Dumbledore admitted without hesitation. "After all, no little wizard has ever done what you did in the first year. I have to promise that you will not go astray." "What about now?" Ike asked. Now, you are on the right path." 1 second to remember the net. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version reading website of the Mortician's Ghostly Record. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 248. The Legendary Reflection. They came and went in a hurry, as if it was just a chance meeting of two people who hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they parted naturally after exchanging pleasantries. But Ike knew very well that since he left Hogwarts, all the meetings with Dumbledore were the plan of this white-bearded old wizard. This was the case in the Prophecy Hall of the Department of Mysteries, and it was the same in Athens this time. In any case, Dumbledore will not let things go out of his plan, and now that Ike has this sign, he needs to confirm what Ike thinks now. To some extent, the two greatest wizards in the world are similar in character, and they both have a strong desire to control. The difference is that Lao Fu believes in the power of magic, especially what he has mastered, while Dumbledore believes in humanity and the human heart. You know, as early as the first grade, Ike had already made an unbreakable oath with Dumbledore that he would never harm Hogwarts, but this did not affect Lao Deng's use of various methods to test Ike's inner thoughts. A cloudy and misty conversation that seemed to be pointing and probing ended very plainly. Dumbledore left quietly, but Ike waited until the sun completely disappeared below the sea level before turning back leisurely. After eating a special Greek meal, sleeping comfortably in the hotel, I checked out the next day, went straight to the airport, and got on the plane to Baghdad. Just as Dumbledore probes his thoughts, Ike judges whether what he says is true or false. There is a clue Mensi. The former has never been successful. The latter is easy to do. Istanbul, or in other words, the secret treasure of Constantinople has indeed disappeared, so there is no need to go there. So I simply went straight to Baghdad to find perhaps the most important and most magical treasure of this trip, the Tree of Life fruit. But before that, he needs to find a legendary location. Tower of Babel. It is said that the most magnificent building of the Babylonian dynasty is a miracle that shocked even God. It soars into the sky and can be seen from anywhere in the world. This is a legend in the secular world, and according to Lao Fu, The Tower of Babel may be the gathering place of ancient Babylonian wizards, so it also has another name of God's Gate. You will see the traces of time and the greatness of ancient wizards, and at the top of the tower, the garden rippling among the clouds will drive you crazy. If I got it back then, maybe. Ike had never seen the lonely expression on Lao Fu's face when he said this. It is conceivable how precious and miraculous the miraculous things here are. The difficulty is also extremely high. Those wizards who have found the Tower of Babel are very few, and those who can really get the fruit of the Tree of Life are even rarer. When most of them finally come to the miraculous Tree of Life, they cannot touch it at all. Fruit on the tree. It's like a phantom, you can see it, but you can't touch it. Ike wasn't sure if he was one of those few people, but he had to give it a try. The environment in Baghdad cannot be compared with that in Athens. The special historical environment and humanistic society make him not so free. These are not difficult for a wizard. The difficulty is how to find the Tower of Babel. Lao Fu did not give an answer. According to him, the location of the Tower of Babel is not fixed. It is like a ghost, wandering in the land of the ancient Babylonian kingdom. Maybe you can see it as soon as you go out, or it may be hidden in the boundless desert. No rules, completely a game of chance. After a day in Baghdad, Ike embarked on a search journey with his suitcase the next day. In ancient times, this was a land of miracles. The plain formed by the impact of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers gave birth to a splendid civilization. When the power of magic shone on this land, the British Isles were still barren and occupied by magical creatures. The place. No one knows exactly how many wizards lived here, and those wizards left behind magic that still works today. Just the legends that have been handed down are enough to know a thing or two. There is a guess. The Garden of Eden is in this land. Traveling along the Tigris River, under the effect of the mole banishment spell, no one noticed Ike. From north to south, across the river bank and from south to north, Ike got nothing. Going to the Euphrates again, and doing the same thing again, still no progress. After spending a week but getting nothing, Ike is inevitably a little irritable. There is almost no trace of magic in this land, and even wizards have not seen a few. The Mole War still had a great impact on wizards. He had already secretly believed what Lao Fu said, finding the Tower of Babel still depends on luck. On this point, Ike has no confidence at all, and the tragedy of drawing cards in the past seems to have not changed in any way because he changed his birthplace. A week, 2 weeks, and half a month passed, and Ike was a little numb. Time has changed this land. Green plants disappear, yellow sand is everywhere, the hot weather scorches the ground, and there are not even any clouds in the sky. Although these bad weather won't affect him in any way, it's inevitable that his mood will get worse. In August, the temperature has risen a bit, the air seems to be distorted, and the luck seems to have changed. When seeing the looming quaint tower in the sky in the distance, another day passed, and when he finally stood at the foot of the Tower of Babel, he was immediately amazed by this miraculous creation that was thousands of years old. There is not a hint of heat at all, and the breeze brings humidity and coolness. The stone gate more than 10 meters high was a bit incomplete, half open, and the scene inside could be seen faintly. You were reading www. Stepping in, the hall as wide as a square greets your eyes. The floor is unexpectedly clean, and the stone ladder clinging to the wall rotates upwards. When you look up, there are clouds blocking your sight, and you can't see the end. There are obvious traces of wind erosion on the stone stairs, without edges and corners, and it is no longer smooth, and there are even missing places, so you have to be careful when walking on it. Ike didn't use magic to speed up. From the moment he stepped here, he noticed the ancient magic restriction here. After he finally walked through the long stone ladder to the second floor of the tower, there were more restrictions. Even the magic power the operation is not so flexible. It got better on the third floor, and the restriction seemed to be damaged, but it got worse when it went up. Fortunately, even though his control over magic power is not so sensitive, it does not affect his use of magic power to relieve physical fatigue. After all, It is almost impossible to climb this towering tower with only 2 legs. Climbing quietly like this, dilapidated scenes emerged one after another along the way. The higher the height, the more serious it was, as if a fierce battle had taken place. But when he passed through the clouds, everything changed. The part above the clouds doesn't seem to have changed at all, as if it remained the same as it was thousands of years ago. There were hangings inlaid with gold thread, and a wooden table that exuded a charming fragrance, and on it stood a white flower in full bloom in an earthen vase. The wand quietly fell into his hand, feeling the magic power in his body. Fortunately, there was no trace of stagnation, which gave Ike a little confidence. Something is wrong here. Ike, who has used and studied the time converter, has a guess in his heart. Time seems to have stood still here. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 249 Changes. Time is the most mysterious force in the magic world. In history, there used to be many magical items with the power of time, such as the Sands of Time, a treasure that Persia obtained by accident after defeating a city. Coincidentally, the legendary Sands of Time was finally scattered under the feet of Ike today, of this land. So, the reason for the formation of this stagnant place is related to the Sands of Time. Ike didn't get to the bottom of it. It didn't make much sense. With all the time turners in the British Ministry of Magic collection with him, he has very little interest in the Sands of Time. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, held his wand up in front of him, and quietly felt the changes in the magic power in his body. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes with a relaxed look on his face. The magic power is still flowing, and although the consumption is small, it still exists, which proves that time is still working here. The so-called stagnation is just an illusion caused by too slow flow. This is much easier. Stagnation and slowness are two concepts, and the degree of danger is not the same. Ike stood up, turned around a little on this floor, and then stepped on the upward stone ladder. As soon as he stepped on it, the surrounding environment changed instantly. Those decorations that were the same as those thousands of years ago disappeared, and even the walls disappeared. What you saw in the front, back, left, and right were only grotesque colors, twisting and changing, without any rules. The stone ladder is alone in it. When you look up, you can only see circles of circling stones. The more you go up, the more dilapidated the stone ladder will be. Ike walked up slowly, wand in hand, heightened vigilance. This scene is fundamentally different from what Lao Fu said. When Lao Fu boarded the Tower of Babel, he easily reached the top floor and saw the magnificent garden and the magical tree of life. Looking at Ike again, it is a place where time is stagnant, and this scene that makes people completely clueless. It can't be that this tower has become a spirit, right? Ike, who has lived in this world for more than 10 years, knows very well that it is definitely not wrong to blame magic when things are in doubt. What's more, Lao Fu and Dumbledore both said that magic is the most amazing thing in this world. He walked up slowly, climbing silently, but the stone ladder seemed to have no end. No matter how long he walked, there was still no end in sight. Go on. Go on. Gradually, there is only one thought left in Ike's mind, which is this thought drove him forward. His consciousness is still awake, but his mind can no longer control his body. The brain keeps telling you to stop, but the body has a mind of its own. Except for thinking and magic, nothing else can be controlled. The mechanical walking and climbing made Ike lose the concept of time. He didn't know how long and how far he had walked on this stone ladder. What made people desperate was that the environment hadn't changed in the slightest. The wand was put away at some point. The clothes on his body became worn out. His hair grew so long that it was dragged to the ground, and there were many white hairs on it. His body gradually weakened, more wrinkles appeared, and many small spots appeared on his skin. Muscle and fat had also disappeared, leaving only a wrinkled skin clinging to the bone. Like a horrible skeleton, but still walking, accompanied by the sound of creaking. At some point, Ike's soul fell into a deep sleep, as if in a dream. lying on his back on the soft clouds. There is a gentle breeze blowing, slowly pushing the clouds, leisurely, very relaxed. In a trance, there seemed to be soft sunlight falling on the face, warm and a little itchy with the prestige. He scratched subconsciously, but couldn't use any strength at all. Ike was a little annoyed that his hands were disobedient. So he tried harder, but his hand still didn't move, and it was the same with another one. The sun on his face also became hot, and that itchy feeling made him even more irritable. Faintly, he felt something was wrong. This feeling was very much like a ghost pressing a bed. The ghost presses the bed. As if instinctively, Ike's leg twitched suddenly, and then the cloud under him suddenly tilted to one side, and he was thrown directly from above. A strong sense of weightlessness struck, and a solid ground seemed to appear in front of my eyes. The falling speed is getting faster and faster, and the distance from the ground is getting closer and closer. Ike panicked even more, and suddenly he remembered a rumor in his mind: let yourself roll when you fall from a high altitude, maybe you can save your life. He tried hard to move his body, but they still didn't respond. So I worked harder. Finally, my fingers moved, then my arms, and then my whole body. And during this process, a powerful force appeared in his body, which dispelled the cold and fear for him, and even stopped his falling body. This is what? Doubts arose in Ike's heart. In the dark, he felt that he was familiar with this kind of power, but he forgot its name. What exactly is it? What exactly is it? Ike became more irritable. He knew very well that the name of this power was very important as life. What seemed to be an instant, the skeleton who was still walking on the stone ladder stopped. Then gradually, the long snow-white hair that dragged behind her became shorter and blacker. The wrinkles and spots on the body also disappeared. The skin pouch became full, and the flesh and blood reappeared under the pouch. The wand quietly fell into the hand, and the tip of the wand shone with a soft white light. There was a flash of golden light again, intertwined with white light to form a thread, entangled and turned into a cocoon, caged Ike inside. Light, darkness, like breathing. The white and gold cocoons flickered rhythmically. The cocoon burst into light, and then suddenly disappeared, turning into a little bit of starlight. Ike stood with his eyes closed, breathing steadily and long, and everything in his body returned to when he first stepped into the tower. The next second, the eyes opened, the wand was raised high, and it slammed to the ground. Golden ripples spread out, and the bizarre scenes around were like a broken mirror, with cracks like spider webs appearing out of thin air. Crack, click, click. There seemed to be the sound of glass breaking in my ears, and the originally invisible stone stairs above my head disappeared, leaving only 7 short steps ahead. Ahead, there is a dazzling but soft white light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, the white light becomes weaker, and a warmth falls on the body, like sunlight under the shade of dense trees in summer. Very comfortable. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Ike took the last step firmly, the magic power surged all over his body, and the white light in front of him was blown away. Then, it suddenly became clear. It's like stepping on the void, with the dilapidated Tower of Babel under your feet, and the soft sunshine above your head. The surroundings are full of flowers and plants, and the air is filled with intoxicating aromas, which makes people's spirits relax unconsciously. Right in front, there is a small fruit tree in the center, bare, with only 2 leaves still hanging on the branches tenaciously, and a cherry-sized red fruit is hanging under the leaves, full, with a shimmer like water ripples. Somehow, Ike knew the name of the fruit, which was also the purpose of his trip: fruit of life. Time is the most mysterious force in the magic world. In history, there used to be many magical items with the power of time, such as the Sands of Time, a treasure that Persia obtained by accident after defeating a city. Coincidentally, the legendary Sands of Time was finally scattered under the feet of Ike today, of this land. So, the reason for the formation of this stagnant place is related to the Sands of Time. Ike didn't get to the bottom of it, It didn't make much sense. With all the time turners in the British Ministry of Magic collection with him, he has very little interest in the sands of time. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, held his wand up in front of him, and quietly felt the changes in the magic power in his body. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes with a relaxed look on his face. The magic power is still flowing, and although the consumption is small, it still exists, which proves that time is still working here. The so-called stagnation is just an illusion caused by too slow flow. This is much easier. Stagnation and slowness are two concepts, and the degree of danger is not the same. Ike stood up, turned around a little on this floor, and then stepped on the upward stone ladder. Just stepped on. The surrounding environment changed instantly. Those decorations that were the same as those thousands of years ago disappeared, and even the walls disappeared. What you saw in the front, back, left, and right were only grotesque colors, twisting and changing, without any rules. The stone ladder is alone in it. When you look up, you can only see circles of circling stones. The more you go up, the more dilapidated the stone ladder will be. Ike walked up slowly, wand in hand, heightened vigilance. This scene is fundamentally different from what Lao Fu said. When Lao Fu boarded the Tower of Babel, he easily reached the top floor and saw the magnificent garden and the magical tree of life. Looking at Ike again, it is a place where time is stagnant, and this scene that makes people completely clueless. It can't be that this tower has become a spirit, right? Ike, who has lived in this world for more than 10 years, knows very well that it is definitely not wrong to blame magic when things are in doubt. What's more, Lao Fu and Dumbledore both said that magic is the most amazing thing in this world. He walked up slowly, climbing silently, but the stone ladder seemed to have no end. No matter how long he walked, there was still no end in sight. Go on. Go on. Gradually, there is only one thought left in Ike's mind, which is this thought drove him forward. His consciousness is still awake, but his mind can no longer control his body. The brain keeps telling you to stop, but the body has a mind of its own. Except for thinking and magic, nothing else can be controlled. The mechanical walking and climbing made Ike lose the concept of time. He didn't know how long and how far he had walked on this stone ladder. What made people desperate was that the environment hadn't changed in the slightest. The wand was put away at some point. The clothes on his body became worn out. His hair grew so long that it was dragged to the ground, and there were many white hairs on it. His body gradually weakened, more wrinkles appeared, and many small spots appeared on his skin. Muscle and fat had also disappeared, leaving only a wrinkled skin clinging to the bone, like a horrible skeleton, but still walking, accompanied by the sound of creaking. At some point, Ike's soul fell into a deep sleep, as if in a dream, lying on his back on the soft clouds. There is a gentle breeze blowing, slowly pushing the clouds, leisurely, very relaxed. In a trance, there seemed to be soft sunlight falling on the face, warm and a little itchy with the prestige. He scratched subconsciously, but couldn't use any strength at all. Ike was a little annoyed that his hands were disobedient. So he tried harder, but his hand still didn't move, and it was the same with another one. The sun on his face also became hot, and that itchy feeling made him even more irritable. Faintly, he felt something was wrong. This feeling was very much like a ghost pressing a bed. The ghost presses the bed. As if instinctively, Ike's leg twitched suddenly, and then the cloud under him suddenly tilted to one side, and he was thrown directly from above. A strong sense of weightlessness struck, and a solid ground seemed to appear in front of my eyes. The falling speed is getting faster and faster, and the distance from the ground is getting closer and closer. Ike panicked even more. And suddenly he remembered a rumor in his mind: let yourself roll when you fall from a high altitude, maybe you can save your life. He tried hard to move his body, but they still didn't respond. So I worked harder. Finally, my fingers moved, then my arms, and then my whole body. And during this process, a powerful force appeared in his body, which dispelled the cold and fear for him, and even stopped his falling body. This is what Doubts arose in Ike's heart. In the dark, he felt that he was familiar with this kind of power, but he forgot its name. What exactly is it? What exactly is it? Ike became more irritable. He knew very well that the name of this power was very important as life. What seemed to be an instant, the skeleton who was still walking on the stone ladder stopped. Then gradually, the long snow-white hair that dragged behind her became shorter and blacker. The wrinkles and spots on the body also disappeared. The skin pouch became full, and the flesh and blood reappeared under the pouch. You were reading www. The wand quietly fell into the hand, and the tip of the wand shone with a soft white light. There was a flash of golden light again, intertwined with white light to form a thread, entangled and turned into a cocoon, caged Ike inside. Light, darkness, like breathing. The white and gold cocoons flickered rhythmically. The cocoon burst into light, and then suddenly disappeared, turning into a little bit of starlight. Ike stood with his eyes closed, breathing steadily and long, and everything in his body returned to when he first stepped into the tower. The next second, the eyes opened, the wand was raised high, and it slammed to the ground. Golden ripples spread out, and the bizarre scenes around were like a broken mirror, with cracks like spider webs appearing out of thin air. Crack, click, click. There seemed to be the sound of glass breaking in my ears, and the originally invisible stone stairs above my head disappeared, leaving only 7 short steps ahead. Ahead, there is a dazzling but soft white light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, the white light becomes weaker, and a warmth falls on the body, like sunlight under the shade of dense trees in summer. Very comfortable. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Ike took the last step firmly, the magic power surged all over his body, and the white light in front of him was blown away. Then, it suddenly became clear. It's like stepping on the void, with the dilapidated Tower of Babel under your feet, and the soft sunshine above your head. The surroundings are full of flowers and plants, and the air is filled with intoxicating aromas, which makes people's spirits relax unconsciously. Right in front, there is a small fruit tree in the center, bare, only 2 leaves are still hanging on the branches tenaciously, and a leaf hangs down from the leaves. Cherry-sized red fruit, full, with a shimmer like water ripples. Somehow, Ike knew the name of the fruit, which was also the purpose of his trip. Fruit of Life. Chapter 250. Something is wrong. Stretching out his hand towards the red fruit, very slowly and carefully, until his fingers really touched the cool life fruit, Ike's tense nerves relaxed. With a little force on the fingers, the fruit of life fell into the hand, and the 2 tenacious leaves suddenly turned yellow, withered, and fell to the ground. Then, the tree of life that had grown here for an unknown number of years withered instantly, shriveled and curled. Golden flames ignited from the roots, and turned into a handful of black ash in the blink of an eye. Black ash fell on the ground, and a breeze came from nowhere and scattered them all over the garden. Like a kindling falling into the forest, all the exotic flowers and plants are burned out. Ike stood where he was, not hurt at all, looking at the scorched earth around him, and at the still full life fruit in his hand. Ike's fingers pinched unconsciously, and the ripples on the fruit kept rippling. Putting it in the pocket, flicking the wand lightly, a soft white light diffused, blowing away the black ash all over the place, leaving only a clean stone path in the garden. But the inexplicable flame that ignited just now even burned the soil clean. The wand waved again, and he stepped on the stone slab. Suddenly, a huge golden magic circle suddenly appeared, and countless golden threads stood in the sky. Ding! A barely audible sound came into Ike's ears. He looked up, and there was a black dot in the blue sky, and a golden line was on top of it. Seeing this, Ike waved his wand in his hand, and the golden threads gathered in an instant, hitting the black spot in unison. Crack, click, click. As if a piece of glass was about to shatter because it couldn't bear the heavy pressure, there were also spiderweb-like cracks in the sky, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Seeing this, Ike smiled, put away his wand calmly, and waved away the golden thread. After that, He watched helplessly as the cracks all over the sky quickly disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Throwing the life fruit, he casually placed it on the slate. He opened the suitcase he had been carrying, took out a small box, put the fruit of life in it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Taking another look at the wasteland-like garden, Ike turned around and walked directly down the tower. On the way back, I didn't encounter any strange things, and walked out very normally. Stepping out of the tower gate, the front is no longer the yellow sand when you entered, but a winding and rushing river, but I don't know whether it is the Tigris or the Euphrates. Turning his head, the Tower of Babel was slowly becoming transparent, and it disappeared before his eyes after a while. Ike waved a wave of magic to hide himself, and another chair appeared, sat on it, and the notebook and quill were already in his hands. I found the fruit of life. Very good. How do you feel? There is only the last one left, which has been well preserved and will be dedicated to you when I see you. Then put it in your place for a while, and give it to me when we meet. Okay, teacher. After waiting for a while, there was no new writing on the notebook, so Ike put them away. He waved his hand to remove the magic, took out a pocket watch from his pocket and looked at the time. It was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After a little recognition of the direction, he walked directly in the direction of Baghdad. The speed of going back will be much faster, and the sun has not yet set when he returns to the hotel. Soaked himself in the bathtub and took a comfortable bath, and the box containing the fruit of life was placed beside him. I looked at it, but didn't want to open it at all. The experience in the Tower of Babel is very magical, and there are indeed many traces of ancient magic, especially the place where time is stagnant, which is beyond Ike's imagination and cognition. The final garden is not bad either. Exotic flowers and plants complement each other with the magical tree of life, creating a dreamy atmosphere. But also because of this, Ike felt a little uneasy, and couldn't tell what was wrong, but simply felt that this place shouldn't be like this. Compared with what he saw with his own eyes, Ike trusted his feelings more, and later experiments proved that the place was indeed abnormal. He would not eat the fruit obtained in this kind of place. So, let's leave it to Lao Fu, who has permanently lost a fragment of his soul. Even if this fruit is real, it will not make up for his missing soul. When you think about it, nothing has changed. The next day, as in Greece, Ike spent a day in the city and boarded a plane to Amman in the evening. His next stop is Egypt, but there are only a few direct flights from Baghdad to Cairo a week, so he has to stop in Jordan once, which doesn't waste much time. In the early hours of the morning, when the plane landed, Ike didn't even leave the airport. He bought a ticket to Cairo directly, and waited until he boarded the plane at 8 o'clock in the morning before squinting for a while. After landing, I went straight to the hotel, opened the room, went into the room and fell asleep, and didn't wake up until late at night. I didn't go out the next day, and I read and watch TV in the house to pass the time until after 9 o'clock in the evening before finally lying down. When you arrive in Egypt, you must see the pyramids. This time Ike invited a private tour guide to lead him around the Sphinx and the Pyramid of Khufu, and you were reading www. Also went inside. You only need to pay for a ticket, which is very convenient. The tour guide introduced in a low voice, walking slowly in front, and Ike followed behind, watching very carefully. After the tour, pay the tour guide a considerable small fee. After paying the fee, Ike left the scenic spot. Without going too far, I randomly found a coffee shop outside the scenic spot and ordered a cup of coffee, and then quietly looked at the towering pyramids in the distance. It's really clean, Ike thought to himself. Just now he was not only looking at those cultural relics, but also carefully sensing the possible magic fluctuations. Although the magic of ancient Egypt is very different from that of Europe, they are both a kind of use of magic power, and the essence is still the same. But along the way, Ike didn't notice any fluctuations in magic power. It's not impossible. There are a few security personnel who have magic power fluctuations, which is normal. How can there be no wizard guarding this kind of occasion? Even if they have removed all the magic of the pyramid, it is still needed. What's more, Ike felt that they probably didn't really remove all the curses and magics of the pyramids. Just think about the few pyramids that Gringotts is still dealing with. It is not a simple solution. It doesn't matter. Ike didn't come here for the legendary curses and magical spells, but simply felt that a trip to Egypt without seeing the pyramids was a waste of time, purely for fun. His purpose was not here. He came to Cairo only because it was more convenient to go to the Red Sea from here. There is the place where Moses divided the sea. 1 second to remember the net. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 251 Resonance from decades ago. Most of today's magic was invented and created after the 11th century. We can only get a glimpse of what the magic looked like before that from some ancient magic, the representative of which is the Patronus charm. If you carefully study the Patronus charm and the disarming charm, the representative of modern magic, you will find that there is a big difference between the two. The key to the Patronus charm is emotion, and it needs to be driven by the power of happiness, while the disarming charm is much more straightforward. It is easy to use it by chanting the spell correctly and waving the wand in a standard posture. One is the magic that all wizards know, and the other is only a few people can master it, and it may even backfire the dark wizards who want to use the Patronus charm, just because their hearts are dark and evil. It can be said that ancient magic and modern magic are two completely different magic systems. The cores that drive their power are also completely different, and the power displayed is also very different. As for ancient magic, there is only one sea control technique passed down today. That exaggerated performance can no longer be called magic, but more like a miracle. Standing by the Red Sea, surrounded by crowds of tourists, the sound of the camera shutter being pressed rang out, and everyone was taking pictures. Ike hid his figure, and walked quietly among the crowd with his suitcase in his hand. It didn't take long for him to walk a long way. There are fewer and fewer people until there is no one left. The present-day Red Sea is still prosperous, but only in those places that have been developed, and the rest is still barren, and occasionally ships pass by, but only occasionally. Ike waved his wand lightly, and circles of invisible ripples rippled towards the sea, looking for possible traces of magic. He is very clear that this hope is slim. No matter how powerful Moses' sea control technique was back then, after such a long time, it is unlikely that there will be traces left. After all, the situation here is different from that of the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel used to be a gathering place for ancient wizards, and it was also imbued with and solidified a lot of magic. Moses just used a magic, and it was over after leading people across the sea. Same day. But there is always a glimmer of hope. I can also control the sea. This magic requires the user to continuously deliver magic power after it is released. However, to separate the entire Red Sea like Moses did, and to wait for all his followers to pass through, the magic power consumed must be unimaginably huge. Even now, maintaining a magic effect for a long time will leave some traces, let alone sea control. It's just that time has changed and the sea has changed. It is very difficult to find the exact place where Moses divided the sea. A day passed, and Ike went south to Manb Strait but found nothing. Turning to the north again, this time I finally found some clues not far from Suez. What he used to find abnormalities was the magic commonly used by wizards to explore ruins. It was a bit like bats using ultrasonic waves to find their way. The magic power spread out and reflected back after touching the magic waves. Although I can't clearly know what kind of magic it is, but it can be reminded to some extent. To put it in detail, this is the invention of the spellbreakers at Gringotts. In the current wizarding world, only these guys are still keen to explore various ruins. The magic feedback to Ike was very strange, like an intermittent wall. Some completely collapsed, and some just had a hole. The same feeling exists in another place more than 100 meters to the north, which is also uneven. Found at Ike's side, waving his wand again. This time the investigation was more careful. There were two dilapidated magic walls with a length of more than 200 kilometers. The highest part was nearly 400 meters from the sea surface, almost touching the bottom of the sea. Without hesitation, he threw the suitcase on the ground, put on a bubblehead spell, and jumped directly into the sea area between the two sections of the wall. He went straight down, and then the soft white light from the tip of the stick barely made out the situation on the bottom of the sea. The wall is invisible, you can touch it but you can't see it, but under the light, you can still see that the sea water will obviously change when it passes by here. It is like a raised stone in a stream, which cannot hold back the water, but can deform it. Subconsciously, he swung the wand straight down in his hand, and the magic power crazily vented from the tip of the wand, forcing out a waterless space of more than 10 meters square on the bottom of the sea. It's completely different from the feeling in the Black Lake. Using the sea control technique on the bottom of the sea consumes a lot, and Ike can only stretch more than 30 meters with all his strength. The seawater was pounding violently all the time, and the huge pressure made his muscles tremble. The two incomplete walls reacted, and actually resonated with Ike's magic, and the waterless space slowly expanded until it was close to the wall. At the moment of overlapping, the flowing seawater seemed to stop, and at the same time, the top of the waterless space expanded rapidly, rising more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, the walls on both sides also disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the width continued to shrink, until only about half a meter remained. Ike silently withdrew his wand, stretched out his hand to touch the seawater in front of him, which seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and passed through it easily. With 5 fingers spread out, a white ball of light appeared. Turning around, walking towards the south wall that has become long and narrow now, retracting the hand that is still in the sea water, the wall emits brilliant colors under the light. The hand holding the wand landed on it, closed his eyes, and felt the changes above. Unknowingly, the level of sea control skills on the waist notepad system is also rising rapidly, but that's about it. Still a bit worse. Ike sighed, withdrew his hand from the wall, and there was a trace of regret and helplessness in his eyes. Back then, Moses was indeed beyond imagination. His sea control technique not only separated the Red Sea into a passage hundreds of meters wide and hundreds of kilometers long, but also solidified the two sides of the passage. After being washed away by the sea for thousands of years, that power still remains, and you reading www. can even resonate with Ike's sea control technique. This kind of thing that no one would believe if it was said, actually happened in front of Ike. Very unmagical and very magical. Sighing again, Ike waved his wand, the bubblehead curse fell, and the waterless zone shrank rapidly until it disappeared completely. The wand moved again, and the body rushed upwards quickly. After a while, it rushed out of the sea and landed lightly on the shore. With a slight movement of his fingers, his body became dry under the effect of magic. With another move, the suitcase that was originally left on the shore also flew over and landed at his feet. Grabbing his hair, Ike suddenly swung his wand and threw an explosive spell forward. There was a flash of red light, but was blocked by a purple shield, although technically, they were more like lowering each other. Wizard, tell me your origin. A dozen wizards in white robes and hoods appeared, some with wands and some empty. They were very serious, vaguely surrounding Ike, and the vigilance and hostility in their eyes were undisguised. One of the older wizards took a step forward. He didn't wear a turban, and he wore a more gorgeous robe. His white beard and hair formed a strong contrast with his dark complexion. He glanced at the turbulent water behind Ike and asked, "Do you know what you did just now, young wizard?" "You destroyed an ancient miracle." Ike tilted his head, waved his wand back casually, and the sea water behind him split to both sides instantly, exposing the rugged seabed, which spread hundreds of meters deep before stopping. With another movement, the cracked seawater immediately closed up, a long and narrow column of water rose into the sky and then fell hard. The seawater raised was like rain, soaking a large area of land. Shrugging, Ike had a smile on his face. So what? Chapter 252 Strange African Magic. There are 11 magic schools in this world, and except for the 3 in Europe and the 1 in North America that originated from a unified system, all of them have their own unique systems. The magic school in Africa is called Waju. It is located in Moon Mountain, Uganda. It is the largest one and enjoys a high reputation in the world, especially in astronomy, alchemy and transfiguration. It can be called a leader, because the wand was invented in Europe. It was not introduced to Africa until the 18th century and was used by African wizards and wizards. Before that, African wizards used gestures to launch magic. A large percentage do not require the use of a wand. It is no exaggeration to say that every wizard who graduated from Waju is an outstanding unarmed spellcaster. Their magic is also different from the mainstream European and American magic systems in the world today. There are many shadows of ancient voodoo, and they also absorb ancient Egyptian curses. Their biggest feature is weirdness. Often just seeing them move their fingers, you may have already been recruited. Before coming, Ike had already made preparations. It is impossible that this place where Moses divides the sea will not be patrolled and guarded, but he did not expect such a big commotion. Who would have thought that a single strike by Moses for thousands of years would still have its aftermath today? However, even so, the formation of these dozen or so adult wizards is indeed a bit bigger. In fact, these dozen or so wizards did not expect Ike to be so arrogant in this situation. A very casual "so what" made their blood pressure rise. Immediately, Ike will be taught a harsh lesson. It was just stopped by the leader. The man looked at Ike carefully, thought for a moment, and had a guess in his heart, and asked, "Are you X-Trade?" "Oh no, think I'm so famous?" Ike didn't expect that he would be recognized by others. In fact, he didn't have a clear understanding of his reputation. During the battle at the British Ministry of Magic, the whole world knew that Voldemort had returned, and he knew that as an old man he is a student. Moreover, their opponent is Dumbledore. Nobody could ignore a guy who could fight Dumbledore and get away with it. Visible to the naked eye, the expressions of these people became serious. Some drew out their wands, and some showed their hands, and the rings inlaid with gemstones on their fingers were particularly conspicuous. The same is true for the leading old wizard, but there are very few rings on his hands. There are only 2 rings in his left hand and 3 in his right hand. Just judging from the luster, you can tell that it is worth a lot, especially the ring on the index finger of your right hand. The ruby on it is like blood, generally exudes a strange light. He raised his right finger and pointed at Ike. Wisps of red mist floated from the gemstone and wrapped around his finger like a ribbon. "Extreme, I will capture you and send you to the Wizengamot International Tribunal for trial. Take it easy." Ike looked at the wizards facing the enemy with a smile, and suddenly frowned. An invisible barrier flashed suddenly, and a cloud of red magic power like blood mist was wrapped and stopped in front of him. Looking at the serious old wizard in front of him and the obviously surprised people behind him, his eyes became a little colder. "Sneak attack, HMPH." With a cold snort, Ike opened up all the firepower, and the fingers of his left hand danced quickly, and the explosion curse, petrification curse, crushing curse, and even the fierce fire curse rained down on the opposite side. The left hand didn't stop either, stretching it backwards and then slamming it forward. A huge water column rose into the air and smashed hard. The old wizard stepped forward with his right foot, opened his hands, and the red mist spread out immediately, which directly blocked the sea water that fell on his head. The wizard behind him was not idle, chanting a spell that Ike could not understand. Dark green, grey and even black lights flashed, immediately covering Ike inside. Ike is still stable, or he believes in the protective ability of the 6 iron armor curse. The silver shield and barrier appear together. Even if they are hit by the curse, there is no sign of breaking at all. At the same time, the left hand continued to maintain a stable spell output, and the wand in the right hand waved again. But there was no wave, as if it was just waved casually. "Careful!" the old wizard yelled, waved his left hand, and another piece of red mist appeared, and then it seemed as if something had passed through it, with an obvious gap in the middle, and the right hand fixed again. The red mist suddenly pushed upwards, and was stopped by him. The sea water was smashed back into the Red Sea. With his reminder, the wizards behind were also prepared, and they all operated and left the place, and surrounded Ike when they reappeared. Dozens of spells hit Ike's protection almost simultaneously, and the silver shield shook violently, making a thunderous sound. Ike raised his left hand upwards, and several earthen walls appeared to surround him. Although these earthen walls did not hold out for a second, the sand exploded suddenly. The old wizard waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind blew them all out to sea. Looking over again, I saw Ike standing there with an ugly face. You were reading www.thesilvershield.com has also dimmed a lot. Anti-apparition? Get ready to listen. Ike flicked his wand lightly, and the light of the shield and barrier brightened a bit. After all, he is one of the most dangerous and threatening dark wizards in the UK. It is always right to be careful, the old wizard said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the red mist reappeared and covered Ike. Ike's face was cold, the protective light on his body was shining brightly, and the tip of the staff was condensed with white light. Holding it like a sword in his hand, with a wave of his hand, a huge crack appeared in the red mist. He didn't stop on his feet, but his body suddenly turned to the left. His left hand flashed red, and he pressed hard on the red mist. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded in his ears, and Ike's protection flickered for a while, but he had already rushed a few meters in front of the younger wizard on the left. With a fierce look in his eyes, he raised his right hand high, and in the next second, a white beam of light was above the man's head. Boom! The wizard didn't panic either. The rings in his hands gave off a strange black light, and two tall wolf-headed monsters with spears appeared at some point, just blocking Ike's blow. Ike didn't hesitate, and immediately backed away, and the wand stood up in front of him, and the protective light shone a little more. Bang! Bang! Two more black spears stabbed hard at it, but pushed Ike back to the center. He froze, looked at the ground under his feet that turned blood red at some point, and the dozens of wolf-headed monsters standing firmly in front of the wizard, but a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tilting his head and moving his wrist, the white beam of light on the tip of the staff disappeared, and a little golden light fell on it, but his eyes became a little colder. So, Round 2, Chapter 253 The Fighting Style of Top Wizards. Ike actually doesn't know much about African magic. Neither Hogwarts nor the families who have taken refuge in Laufu have recorded much African magic. The inherent pride of Europeans made them look down on everything in Africa from the bottom of their hearts, and even felt that it was a kind of blasphemy for that kind of magic to appear in their own collection of magic books. There are not many introductions in Hogwarts, just a few words. Therefore, even though Ike had raised his vigilance from the very beginning, he still suffered a bit of a dark loss unknowingly. The wolf-headed monster should be some kind of summoner after all. They are very similar to the army of Anubis, the legendary Egyptian god of death. The red blood mist may be a magic unique to Africa, which integrates offense and defense, and even has the power of curse. The magic power in the body is slightly obstructed, very weak, but it is obvious to Ike, who is very sensitive to magic power. Originally strengthened by the olive fruit of the Acropolis of Athens, the magic power has been like a finger. This little jerky has been easily noticed by Ike. Curse? Ike thought about it, but didn't pay much attention. His left hand clenched his fist suddenly, and the golden thread wrapped around his body immediately. As soon as it touched the red soil under his feet, he made a sizzling sound, and strands of black also emerged from the soles of his feet, which were melted by the golden thread in the blink of an eye. When Ike exorcised the curse, those wizards were not idle. All kinds of weird magics attacked Ike crazily, but only shook the protection round him for a while. Although there were cracks, they disappeared in an instant. Ike took his time and let them rattle the protection. With a dignified expression, the wand lightly flicked across the air, strands of golden threads fell under his feet, forming a huge and mysterious magic circle. Stepping on it, the magic circle emits a soft golden light, and the profound ancient runes light up one after another. Putting the wand horizontally in front of him, holding his right hand tightly, and resting it on the jaw of his left hand, Ike closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, and the magic circle under his feet expanded rapidly, including everyone in it almost instantly. "Not good," shouted the old wizard, and the others also sensed that something was wrong, so Kiki used all his strength, and all kinds of strange magic flew towards Ike, like a net, holding him firmly in the cage. In the middle, Ike smiled faintly, raised his wand suddenly, and another magic circle rose from under his feet and covered the air. At the same time, the 5 fingers of the left hand stretched forward, and the protection around the body spread rapidly, forming a silver-white halo. "Disperse," as soon as the voice fell. The upper and lower magic circles burst into golden light, and the magic that hit Ike was like snow covered by the sun, fading and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared. Ablation. With another sound, the body of the monster with a wolf head and a human body that was rushing forward immediately stopped, and under the shocked eyes of many wizards, it turned into yellow sand from bottom to top and fell to the ground. With the same wave of his sleeves, Huangsha gathered into knights in golden armor one by one, pointing their long swords at those wizards. "Tread, tread, tread." The knight stepped neatly, the long sword in his hand was shining coldly. After 2 or 3 steps, he suddenly accelerated, stabbing those wizards fiercely. The wizards were shocked, subconsciously chaotic, and used apparition, and their bodies disappeared in place. Ike has already noticed that what they cast is a temporary anti-apparition spell, which requires the wizard to stand in a fixed place to maintain the effect. Now that they are in a mess under the deterrence of the knights, the anti-apparition spell is naturally self-defeating. However, when these wizards appeared, they were surprised to find that they were still within the range of the magic circle, and the threat of those knights had not been eliminated. The old wizard was the only one who was not attacked by the knight. The red mist covered his body, and the knight's sword could only make a sizzling sound when he slashed on it, as if he had been corroded. Ike didn't expect to use such a simple method to solve the old wizard. He was obviously not at the same level as the others. Faintly, there was a feeling of Dumbledore. Although there were still some shortcomings, there were not many. "You shouldn't be an unknown name," Ike said coldly. "Babajid Akinbad," the old wizard said calmly, with red mist surging all over his body, constantly resisting the attacks from the magic circle above his head and under his feet. "Oh, I know you," Ike said. "It should be last year. You succeeded Dumbledore as the president of the International Federation of Wizards. No wonder. However, there is still a big gap between you and Dumbledore." "I know, otherwise you would have been caught by me," Aginbad replied, holding his right hand one by one, and a wand appeared immediately. Seeing this, Ike raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Magic wand? Hee hee, that's what's interesting." As soon as the words fell, the wand in his hand swung forward, and Akinbad waved the wand at the same time, and 2 huge beams of light, one golden and one red, collided with each other, and the crackling sound resounded in the ears. The light was dazzling, and a large number of sparks shot from the place where the beams of light intersected to the surroundings. It would be a hole in the knight's body, and a scream or curse would be exchanged for the wizard's body. It is also a tradition of wizard fighting, which only appears in duels between top wizards. It may seem silly, but it may be the only way to tell the difference in a head-on battle. You are reading www. The fighting method of your spell and my spell is more like a battle for top wizards. Those spells are almost impossible to hit. For Akinbad, this is not a difficult task. In a fight like that, they could literally fight all day without getting hit by a single spell. The situation is different now. Akinbad knows that Ike can easily kill the wizards he brought, especially after the appearance of these 2 huge magic circles. Now, those wizards have no power to fight back. They can only dodge the attacks of those golden knights in embarrassment. Because of the spells they issued, they couldn't stop the attacks of those knights at all. Under such circumstances, he had only one way to hold Ike and let those wizards last longer. But it's even easier for Ike. he just uses Akinbad as a test stone. And what way is more intuitive than facing waves? By the way, he is stronger than him, and the gap with Laofu and Dumbledore will be smaller. Yes, but that means it just takes effort. In fact, Ike didn't really care about the result of the confrontation with Bo. When the anti-apparition spell was broken, he could leave, and it was also a whim for the Bo's eye. This is different from Akinbad again. He is still under a lot of pressure. After all, those wizards who are still avoiding the knight's attack still need him to bring them back intact. When there is almost no gap in all aspects, the difference in mentality becomes the key to victory or defeat. Gradually, the junction of the beams of light slowly moved towards Akinbad, and Akinbad's forehead was sweating, and his hands trembled slightly. He knew very well that he was about to lose. Chapter 254, One Way Northward. Incredible. Incredible. Albekin was full of surprise. He couldn't believe that the underage wizard in front of him could have the upper hand in a pure magic duel. As an internationally renowned wizard and a representative of African wizards, Albekin and Dumbledore have a very harmonious relationship and have been friends for many years. They enjoy a high reputation in the wizarding world. Otherwise they would not have stepped down from the International Federation of Wizards. He will take over as president of the association. In the past time, he has heard a lot about Ike from Dumbledore. Yes, Ike was great, but before today Albekin hadn't expected to be this good. Ike sneered, watching leisurely. Albekin's face was sweating more and more, and his body was trembling more and more. Suddenly, he stretched Mozan forward abruptly, and the golden beam of light engulfed Albekin in an instant. Boom! The bright golden light exploded immediately, and the knights who were still chasing the wizards also exploded. With a wave of his sleeves, the golden light falling like starlight from the sky was dispersed, leaving only a circle of distraught wizards on the ground, and some of them even fell into the Red Sea. Scratching his hair with his wand, Ike tilted his head and looked at Albekin, who fell in front of him, with a bit of concern in his tone. You should still have some strength left. Hurry up and save those unlucky ones in the sea, otherwise I won't guarantee where they will go. Albekin raised his head, his face was pale, and the wand was thrown aside, with obvious cracks on it. Just as he was about to speak, he coughed violently for a long time before he calmed down. Ahem, you won't succeed, Albekin said. We all know your purpose. That is to say, I won't be bored on the road later. Ike squatted down with a smile on his face. It's interesting this way, and it won't be too boring after all. As he spoke, the wand lightly tapped Albekin's body, and a dozen golden halos immediately locked him on the ground. He broke free twice, but in vain. Don't worry, this magic won't last for too long, Ike said. Normally, it can only last for an hour, unless you try to break free from it according to the strength just now. Congratulations, the time has been extended by half an hour. So, I advise you not to struggle, just wait quietly, otherwise you really don't know where those unlucky people will be after you get out of trouble. Ike's eyes became cold, but he said with a smile. Albekin shuddered subconsciously, and then lay obediently on the ground, trying not to touch those golden lights as much as possible. He looked at the wizards who also fell not far away, and they were also firmly locked by the golden circle just like him. Seeing Albekin calm down, Ike also put away the smile on the corner of his mouth. Standing up straight, he looked down at Albekin again, but didn't speak again. With a gesture of the hand, the handle of the suitcase naturally fell into the hand. The wand lightly tapped the clothes on his body, and the little mess caused by the battle just now became smooth. Turning around, he didn't go far and stopped again. Without looking back, only the voice came into Albekin's ears. Although I already know the answer, I still want to ask. Mr. Albekin, can you tell me where? After a while, there was still no answer from behind. Ike chuckled, shook his head slightly, took a step forward, and his figure had disappeared in front of everyone. Albekin watched Ike leave quietly, and he sighed helplessly until he disappeared completely. At this time, those wizards who did not deserve to have their names dared to ask, Mr. Albekin, are we waiting like this? Although I don't want to admit it, but, Yes, we can only wait like this now. Albekin lay on his side, making himself a little more comfortable. This should be the magic created by Strider, using advanced his magical skills will indeed be as he said. The longer he struggles to break free. But how is this possible? How old is he? Gentlemen, you must know that the greatness of a wizard has nothing to do with age. Albekin sighed, and after calming down, he said slowly, someone of you should get out of trouble before me, and when you get out of trouble, go find it as soon as possible. Those who fell into the sea, of course. There has been such a big commotion here. If the guys from the Ministry of Magic arrive first, let them go find it. Now, I need to think about something, said, slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, Ike directly operated back to Cairo, found a similar hotel at random, and stayed in it. He is in good condition, but he is just a little tired, and he has almost recovered after lying on the bed for a while. There is a saying in my old hometown that fists are afraid of young people, and it can also play a role when applied to wizards, especially in battles where the gap is not big. Although the fighting style of Duobo looks a bit stupid, it is similar to the duel of internal forces in those martial arts novels in the past, and it is more dangerous than ordinary fighting. But Ike, who took the olive fruit, actually has a slight upper hand in terms of magic power. No one thinks that eating the fruit is just to increase the magic power, right? No way, no way. The legendary gift of the gods is not a simple thing. It is the fruit of the magic plant that has been preserved in a special way since ancient times. Even now, it is still slowly transforming Ike's body, slowly changing in a steady stream. I can't even chew the truth, which is one of the reasons why he didn't swallow the fruit of life directly. In fact, he had decided not to eat any more magic fruit until he had completely absorbed the olive fruit. Does anyone know if they will conflict? In myths and legends, those things are completely different from the gods. I closed my eyes and fell asleep soundly, and woke up in the middle of the night. After Ike simply ate something, he fell asleep again with some tricks. When I woke up the next morning, I checked out directly, and headed north with my suitcase. That thing was purely fooling Albekin. Although there was a high possibility that he wouldn't be fooled, it could more or less divert their attention. Ike's purpose is clear, and he has no intention of temporarily changing it. Furthermore, whether it is the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or the Sun Golden Sutra that opposes it, they can all be regarded as legends in legends. In the Guy's mausoleum, the tombs of the great figures in ancient Egypt were full of various strange curses. Just think about how troublesome those things are. By contrast, Ike's planned next stop is less dangerous, even if it is the Vatican in the city of Rome. Chapter 255 Rome. This time going north, Ike gave up taking the plane, but chose a more magical way. The experience in Egypt let him know that there are reasons for wizards to choose operation and port keys, the most important of which is that they are more concealed and difficult to track. After all, except for a very few places in the magic world, it is like a house without a door, without a trace of defense. However, I can't use this method. He has never been to Italy, and he can't operate there directly, and the port key has no way. Moreover, after experiencing Albekin's incident, he also has the confidence to choose a more aggressive way. Cross the Mediterranean Sea. Starting from Cairo, we headed north along the Nile River, and finally came to the beach north of Rashid. Looking at the Mediterranean Sea in front of him, Ike fell into it with a wand in his right hand. With a light wave towards the sea water in front of him, the sea water instantly converged into a small boat on the beach. With a slight movement of the fingers, the body flew up lightly, and landed lightly on the boat. Even though the whole boat was made of sea water, it felt like a real wooden boat. Step on it, it feels solid. With a wave of the wand, the sea water under the boat naturally pushed the boat forward. The speed was very fast, like a speedboat. It set off big waves on the sea, pulled out a white line, and disappeared in the eyes of those who came late on the beach after a while. Mr. Albekin, what should we do now? A wizard asked. Notify the Italian Ministry of Magic and make them ready. Albekin said with a sigh. In any case, the wizarding world cannot be exposed to moles, and judging by the situation, he obviously doesn't care about that now. Someone immediately apparated away, and others followed suit, disappearing in place one after another, and finally only Albekin was left standing by the sea, quietly looking at the empty sea. After such a long while, Albekin's figure disappeared. He didn't guess wrong. Ike really doesn't care now, or he did it on purpose. The experience in Egypt and Albekin's words let him know that he should be being targeted now. As a member of the International Federation of Wizards, he was wanted almost all over the world, and he firmly believed that the moment he set foot on Italian soil, he would definitely be hunted down by the Italian Ministry of Magic. There is no doubt about it. However, if the guy from the Italian Ministry of Magic was attracted by another more important matter, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to move. Thinking about it this way, is there anything more important than exposing the magic world? After all, no matter how the wizards quibble, the fact now is that moles have more powerful power, enough to destroy the world. No matter how much they yearn for the life of a wizard and how much they yearn for the power of magic, when a wizard really appears in front of them, the first reaction must be panic. Then comes fear, but that fear is then overwhelmed by a thirst for knowledge. What's the difference between a wizard and a normal person? Can wizards still be called human beings? Where is the magic stored in the wizard? Will you know if you dissect it? Ike has no doubts about the evil and cruel part of human nature, and it's something he exploits. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the territorial waters of Italy, Ike was surrounded by a dozen wizards. They stood on several boats, all wearing black trench coats and certain black bowler hats, like the mafia more than LUO. Stop, Equestriate, a which the teacher shouted loudly, but unfortunately he was using Italian, which I couldn't understand at all, and the boat didn't even slow down, and just passed their encirclement in the blink of an eye. Damn it. The man also reacted, cursed angrily, and shouted, "Catch up, chase up, tell the guys at the beach to follow the plan." More than a dozen nautical miles is far, and close is also near. After rushing out of the encirclement, Ike picked up his speed again, and it didn't take long to see the beach in sight. It is densely packed and should be full of tourists. At the same time, there were several speedboats coming towards him at high speed. Judging by the attire of the people on them, they were exactly the same as those who stopped him before. Ike smiled, looked at the distance, and waved his wand lightly in his hand. The boat under his feet stopped suddenly, and it took only a moment from extremely fast to still. Those speedboats couldn't do this, even if they slowed down desperately, they couldn't help it, and they just rushed over the head. He adjusted his direction in embarrassment and chased after him, but Ike didn't move at all. He didn't turn around to show a bright smile until they got close. He waved his hand, holding a suitcase in one hand, and a magic wand in the other hand, and waved in the air. The boat under his feet immediately dispersed and merged into the sea again. "Goodbye, you reading www. Damn it, damn it, damn it." A wizard stomped his feet angrily, waving his arms wildly. "Hurry back and tell the minister that we have failed. Tell those guys in the Holy See and let them ask for more blessings." Damn it, damn it. Ignoring those angry guys, Ike was already on the beach when he reappeared, carrying a suitcase, and he was out of place with the people wearing a few strips of cloth next to him. Of course, under the effect of the illusion spell, those people couldn't see him either. After confirming the direction, Ike left the beach directly and followed the direction of Rome. He didn't intend to cause trouble, and kept the illusion spell and got on the train to Rome, and he arrived in Rome after half a day. After leaving the station, night had already fallen, but the city of Rome was brightly lit. I casually took a map of Rome from a stall in the station, identified the direction, and went straight to the Vatican. The Vatican is located on the high ground in the northwest corner of the city of Rome. It is small in size, but it has an extraordinary status, whether it is in the secular world or the magic world. In the secular world, this is the holy place for Christians and the seat of the Holy See. In the magic world, this place is also a unique place, inheriting magic that is different from all other places. This kind of magic is magnificent and holy, and has a strong exclusivity, especially for the existing magic in Europe. Otherwise, it would not have set off such a bloody storm in the Middle Ages, which almost wiped out the magic world in Europe. It can be said that this is the most hated place for all European wizards. But it is also the most yearning, because this is also the place where the most ancient magic remains today. There are even rumors that there is a complete ancient magic system here. This is also the biggest purpose of Ike's trip. Chapter 256, The Foundation of the Holy See. When Ike arrived at the Vatican, the Holy See was ready. They dismissed ordinary people in the Vatican, including tourists, most of the Pope's guard, and many priests, bishops, etc. Even the Pope temporarily left here through a secret passage and was protected by the Italian Ministry of Magic. Standing in front of the only passage into the Vatican, Ike's way was blocked by 12 Pope guards wearing bright silver armor, holding shields and spears. Their armor is very bright, and a silver light flashes quickly from time to time. It can be seen that it is a fine product made by goblins. Stop, intruder. A man stepped forward, pointing a spear in his hand and shouting loudly. Ike didn't say a word. He took out his wand and tapped it on the suitcase, made it smaller and then put it in his pocket, then swung it forward violently. A monstrous flame appeared out of thin air, and crushed those people's heads and faces. Defense. After a loud shout, the 12 people stood up their shields in unison, and a strange wave of magic passed by, forming a huge silver shield in the air. The flame hit the shield, making a crackling sound, and obvious cracks appeared on the shield. Click, click. The guards gritted their teeth, barely keeping their shields intact. However, Ike, who was not in the mood to play turn-based games with this group of guys, saw the opportunity, and threw another ray of magic front view easily smashing the silver shield, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed them. I kept walking, flicking his sleeves lightly, and a passage appeared in the flames. Amidst the miserable shouts of the guards, he passed quickly and came to St. Peter's Square. There was no one in the square, only the huge stone pillar transported from Egypt in AD 40 stood alone in the center of the square. I glanced at it for a while, and his speed didn't slow down at all, and he ran straight in the direction of the Vatican Palace. From a distance, he had already seen the 5 people guarding the palace gate. They only wore a white robe, with their right arms exposed, and their beards and hair were white. He didn't wear shoes on his feet, and stood barefoot on the steps in front of the Vatican Palace, holding a long wooden stick in his hand, with something wrapped in the top, emitting a soft white light. Boom! Ike stopped under the steps, but the 5 of them took a step forward in unison, and the wooden sticks in their hands paused on the ground, making neat sounds. The heir of the Dark Lord, get out of here immediately, the old man in the middle said in a muffled voice. It's not big, but it can clearly reach Ike's ears. Hand over what you once took from the wizard, and I will leave. Ike pointed his wand at the old man who spoke. His tone was very firm. Heresy. The old man heard the words and shouted, then raised the wooden stick in his hand, the top of which was shining brightly, and a huge white light hit Ike directly. Ike didn't recognize what kind of magic it was. He expected it to be unique to the Holy See. With a wave of the wand in his hand, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky and hit it directly. At the same time, the left hand stretched forward, and the double protection of the silver light shield and the white barrier appeared, counting as insurance. In the air, the beams of light slammed into each other fiercely, and the golden color gained the upper hand in an instant, pushing the white beam of light towards the 5 old men. The elders would not sit still. 2 of them also raised their long sticks, and 2 beams of light that also emitted bright white light instantly melted in, causing the golden color to stop. Just like that. The other 2 didn't even watch the show, and as soon as they lifted their robes, they rushed down the steps holding their long sticks, still shouting heretics in their mouths. When the long stick hit the protection in front of Ike almost at the same time, and a small crack was directly hit under one blow. Ike looked at it coldly, stepped out with his right foot, and a golden mysterious magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. and the huge force instantly sent the two people flying. Taking another step forward, the magic circle expanded rapidly. With 5 fingers stretched forward and then yanked fiercely, the bodies of the 2 old men who flew out suddenly stopped in midair, and then fell to Ike's body at a very fast speed. Behind, after 2 muffled bangs, the 2 old men fell beside the stone pillar in the center of the square, but the long sticks in their hands fell lightly to Ike's feet. He glanced down, hooked the long stick with his foot, and it fell into his hand. With just one glance, he recognized what was wrapped on the top. It was just mithril, but the material of the wooden stick was very interesting. He had never seen it before. The 3 old men who were still persisting watched helplessly as the long stick in Ike's hand became smaller and put it in his pocket again. This scene put them under even greater pressure. It was hard for them to imagine that all this was done while Ike was still in a stalemate with them. The gap is beyond imagination. After putting away the wooden stick, Ike turned his attention to the 3 people who were still standing on the steps. With a light flick of his right wrist, countless golden threads emerged from the tip of the stick, spinning along the beam of light and attacking the opposite party. White beams of light. In the blink of an eye, the gold thread wove a neat pattern on the surface of the white beam of light, and wisps of white light were stripped off and fell into Ike's hands along the gold thread. So that's how it is. As soon as Bai-Gwen got it, Ike understood the principle of this magic, which was quite similar to the Patronus charm, except that what drove them was not happiness, but devotion to the so-called god. This is what you rely on? It's not very good. As he said, he waved his wand lightly, and the golden thread increased sharply, dismembering the old people's magic in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the golden and mysterious magic circle under their feet also threw them included. With a flick of the wand down, heretics, the Lord will punish you. The old man roared with his eyes wide open, as did the other 2, speaking loudly in a language that I could not understand. There is no need to understand. Left and right are not good words, and Ike is not in the mood to spend with them, so he directly snatched the long stick from their hands, shrunk it down and put it in his pocket. It's just a little trouble in the future, and sooner or later you will know. Waving their hands, the 3 of them fell hard to the side of the stone pillar under the pull of the gold thread. You reading www. Followed in the footsteps of their companions and passed out directly. Ike withdrew the magic circle under his feet, and walked into the Vatican Palace under the protection, which has been the residence of the Pope since the 14th century. Walking into the palace, you will see a wide hall. After passing through a gorgeous door inlaid with gold thread, you will find a spiral staircase leading to the top floor. There are 3 more doors on the wall, one of which is locked. See a huge cross in the innermost part of the room. Stepping into it, it is the world-famous Sistine Chapel, and the ceiling is Michelangelo's masterpiece Genesis. After a hasty glance, Ike left. There was nothing he was looking for here. After a quick search of the Vatican Palace, Ike found nothing. There are no magic items and no magic fluctuations. It is just an ordinary residence. He walked out with a cold face and looked at the stone pillar in the middle of the square. The 5 old men were still lying there quietly. After beckoning, the remaining long stick also fell into his pocket. Walking over, he drew out his wand and tapped it on the head of an old man, and said softly, "Legiliancy." Ike quickly searched for information useful to him, but what he heard and saw in the old man's mind seemed to be covered with a veil, as if there was a force protecting those secrets. After looking at it hastily for a long time, I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and immediately became ruthless, and simply broke through the protection. At this moment, Ike suddenly woke up from the state of legilimency, and looked solemnly at the Vatican Palace, which had just come out for a while. There was a powerful wave of magic, and soft white light shone through the doors and windows. Reminiscent of the quick glimpse just now in the old man's mind, Ike already knew what it was. The last defense of the Holy See is an angel. Chapter 260 Blazing Flames. Is everything ready, Romano? In St. Peter's Square, a handsome old man with melancholy eyes touched his oily head, and after putting on the bowler hat, he asked a shorter man beside him. "Get ready, Minister Greco." Romano, director of the Aolo office of the Italian Ministry of Magic, replied, "We have surrounded this place, and he will definitely not be able to escape." "Very good." Minister Greco nodded, but there was still worry on his face. "Romano, you should know what happened in Egypt a few days ago. Albakin and the others all failed. I don't want us to be a new laughingstock." "With all due respect, Minister Greco, it's more serious than you think, Romano." Greco interrupted Romano, beckoning him to come closer, and whispered, "According to Dumbledore, Egypt was not his first stop, and caused a lot of trouble in Athens and Baghdad. But no matter what, it's not as bad as this time." "My God, this is the Vatican. I can't imagine what headlines will be on the front page of tomorrow's papers. A minister dumber than fudge." "This will not happen, Minister Greco," Romano replied firmly. "I hope so," Greco sighed, and he wasn't very optimistic about it. Even though Romano is the director of ARUO's office, there are many things that only he, the minister, knows. And according to the information he got, the guy inside who turned the Vatican upside down is not easy to deal with. It even reminded him of Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who swept across Europe back then. They are very similar in magic, but there is still a gap in prestige. Grindelwald almost subverted the entire magic world back then, and he had many followers. In comparison, this little guy was far behind. Greco said nothing. He and Romano stood quietly beside the huge stone pillar in the square. In front of them were dozens of the most elite Aurora from the Ministry of Magic, including many retired old guys. In front of them, there are a few special forces belonging to the Vatican, together with the 5 old guys who fell to the ground before. They were not in the Vatican just now, and they were called back when something happened. Such a force can't make Greco feel at ease. He is very clear that for those top wizards, numbers cannot be an advantage. Only top wizards can fight against top wizards. Greco's reliance has never been on Aurora from the Ministry of Magic and the power of the Vatican, but on Dumbledore, who is still on his way. "I hope I can arrive sooner," Greco thought secretly. His eyes fell on the gorgeous gate of the Vatican Palace like everyone else. After waiting for a long time, a person finally appeared inside the door. He was wearing a black overcoat, with long black hair messily draped over his shoulders. He was tall and thin, and there was still a hint of youthfulness on his face. "Stop, Strider!" Romano shouted loudly, and the dozens of people guarding the palace gate immediately pulled out their wands in unison. Ike stopped in his tracks, and their wand quietly appeared in his hand, with a smile on his face. "You are from the Italian Ministry of Magic, right?" "If I remember correctly, this is the Vatican." "Are you sure you have law enforcement authority here?" "Don't be sophistry. The Pope has allowed it." Romano snapped back. "Put down your wand. Let's get caught." "Sir, you know this is impossible." Ike shook his head. "So, stop talking about these useless words. Let's get started." As soon as the words fell, Ike swung his wand suddenly. As soon as the flame spewed out from the tip of the wand, it turned into a sea of flames that covered the sky and rolled fiercely towards the dozens of wizards in front of him. At the same time, he stepped forward with his right leg. Golden the magic circle appeared, enclosing the entire square inches the blink of an eye. "Damn it!" Greco cursed secretly, drew out his wand and joined the battle. This weird golden magic circle directly broke the anti-apparition spell. They stepped down, and Greco felt his body sink, and even the magic power in his body was a little jerky. Where did he learn this damn magic? Greco fired a spell at Ike, but was directly swallowed by the monstrous flames. This is also the situation faced by these dozens of people. Their attacks will be swallowed directly, and they can only work together to support a defense. But depending on the situation, this protection can't last for too long. Ike walked down the steps slowly. His wand held high was still spraying flames. The scorching heat distorted the air, and those wizards at the front even found it difficult to breathe. As Ike continued to advance, the crowd retreated unconsciously, allowing those who were still trying to fight back to join in the defense. In the end, Even Greco and Romana joined in, completely powerless to fight back. Facing the raging fire above their heads and in front of them, despair appeared on people's faces unconsciously. This is the first time they have seen such an outrageous flame curse. For a while, I felt a little sympathetic to those colleagues in the UK. Being a student is so scary. How powerful is Voldemort? The flames were blazing, and they directly surrounded the people. The golden magic circle under their feet also shrank, and the feeling of stagnant magic power became more and more obvious. The protection that worked together twisted and made a creaking sound. Everyone knew that you were reading www. Could not hold on for long. Those people in the Vatican were okay, still gritting their teeth firmly, but the people in the Ministry of Magic were different, and began to curse non-stop. The cobweb-like cracks on the protection were healed, and finally couldn't hold it anymore, and it shattered in the desperate eyes of everyone. The monstrous hot flames immediately pressed down on them, and a strong sense of suffocation instantly swallowed them. Greco closed his eyes and quietly lay waiting for the flames to come. But he didn't wait for a long time, and even felt a long-lost coolness. Opening his eyes, a tall figure stood in front of him. He had white beard and hair, and was wearing a long grey robe. He held up a magic wand like a phalanx in his hand, and the water gathered from nowhere formed a wall, firmly blocking the flames. Dumbledore. Greco called out the man's name loudly, feeling at ease in his heart. Dumbledore did not answer, and continued to gather water to fight against the flames. After a long time, the flames and water walls disappeared, and the entire square was filled with white mist. Dumbledore waved his hand to disperse the fog, but Ike was no longer on the steps. "Where has he been, Dumbledore?" Greco asked eagerly, pushing his way to Dumbledore's side. "Let's go, Greco," Dumbledore replied softly. "Going away? You didn't stop him?" Dumbledore turned his head to look at Greco, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, with a little helplessness in his tone. "I'm sorry, Greco, I can only do one thing to save you and stop him. He has grown too much, he is not much worse than me." Greco. 1 second to remember the net. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 267 Fatal Temptation. Magical Studies at Hogwarts. https:// For more novels, 2969. Join. Chapter 312 Arguing and Screaming. Crack. In the quiet tavern, a sudden sound awakened the sluggish Sirius and the others. They followed the sound and saw Aberforth picking up the broken glass on the ground. Some were absent-minded, and were stabbed by broken glass. Seeing Aberforth hastily cleaned up the broken glass on the ground and left, Sirius also turned around and asked seriously, "Hermione, how do you know about this?" "Wait," Ron said loudly immediately. "Is what Hermione said true?" Sirius was also stunned. His eyes swept back and forth on the three of them, and asked in surprise, "Wait, you don't know either?" "I don't know." Harry and Ron Kiki shook their heads, and Hermione didn't tell them at all. "But if you think about it carefully, there are signs." Dumbledore's right hand, which was scorched black at first, was now intact in Harry's mind. At this time, Sirius said aloud, "I don't know how you know, but I have to say that your guess is right." "Yes, Dumbledore's time is running out." "How long does he have?" Hermione continued. "I don't know, but it won't be more than a year." Sirius shook his head and said seriously, "Okay, that's it. I hope to get out of this tavern, and you guys will rot this matter in your stomach here. Don't tell anyone. This matter is only known to a very small number of people, and it must not be leaked. Especially not to the ears of those guys." "Okay." All three nodded seriously, and Harry even made a movement of zipping his mouth. Seeing this, Sirius calmed down a little, and said to Ron, "Xukiao, take care of the two of us, okay?" Xukiao nodded solemnly when she heard the words, but the conversation aroused Katie and Harry's dissatisfaction. "You guys are big kids who know everything, Sirius." Katie said. "Well, they are indeed not big kids yet," Sirius said, drank the butterbeer in the glass and stood up, and took advantage of the opportunity to straighten out his clothes. "Wait, he's leaving, Sirius," Katie said in surprise. "Yes," Sirius said with a smile. "But you still have a lot of questions you want to ask him." Before Katie finished speaking, she was interrupted by Sirius. "It must be about the you-know-who and the Death Eaters. You think they can't ask Ron less?" I said and hugged Katie. "As for me, you just didn't say. I hope he can't be safe forever." "Yes, Xukiao. He too, Sirius," Katie said in a loud voice. Seeing this, Sirius laughed heavily, hugged Harry and Ron again, and left, leaving only 8 of them staring at each other. We looked at each other for a long time before Xukiao said without any hesitation, "Did I pay the bill?" "I haven't paid yet." As soon as the words finished, Ashifusi's voice sounded from the front of the bar again. Following the sound, I saw that my face was hot, and I said angrily, "Is it finished drinking? Hurry up and leave after drinking. You are going to close the door." There was very little butterbeer left in the cups of 8, but no one wanted to stay here anymore. Chi-Chi wrapped herself tightly again, pushed the door open and rushed back into the wind and snow. After walking far away, Xukiao suddenly stopped in her tracks when she thought of what Sirius said just now. When I stopped, Ron and Harry stopped too. "What's the matter, Katie?" Harry asked tremblingly, enduring the wind and snow. Katie is ignoring Xukiao. He turned to look at Ron next to him and asked, "Xukiao, how did he know?" "What, Master Tunks?" "Oh, it's complicated, so you can see that, if you don't focus on studying in the meeting," Ron said fiercely. His voice was small, but enough for Katie to hear clearly. "But why did Sirius ask you to ask him about Voldemort?" Xukiao said angrily, but before I finished speaking, no one stopped me from reading out the name of this person. "He can say the name, Katie. Dumbledore knew when to show up, with wet taupe hair." "Ah, Dumbledore, why is he out there?" Katie asked Xukiao first after being slapped, and her anger hadn't subsided. "He knows, after all, you are an Auror, and it's unusual to be on patrol in Hogsmeade." Dumbledore said, "Yes, you should be frozen outside again. Go to 8 broomsticks. How about it?" After finishing speaking, he directly pulled Xukiao out of the 8 broomsticks. Dumbledore led the 8 of them to an empty seat, and ordered a glass of butterbeer for each of you before leaving. It seems that there is no disrespect at all, but the hearts of the 8 people are very vague, and Dumbledore is just in a good mood. "It wasn't like that when I saw you during the summer vacation, and I also knew what was bothering you, and it took you so long to get over it." "Okay, butterbeer, I can finally have a good drink that time." Xukiao picked up the glass and drank an eighth of it in one go, hiccuped, with a happy smile on her face. Katie took a sip, but she was thinking about the question that was interrupted by Dumbledore just now. I looked at Ron and asked, "Ron, why does he know so little about the Death Eaters?" "No more now?" Ron replied, taking a sip of butterbeer. "Now? Couldn't it be later?" Katie's voice suddenly dropped. "Does he know that I killed Mundungus?" Xukiao hurriedly gave Katie a hand when she heard the sound. "Katie, don't be so quiet." "Yeah, does he want everyone to know?" You reading book www. "Is he sure you told him there?" Ron also said fiercely, but his tone was not a bit ambiguous. He took another sip of butterbeer and said, "Okay, when you get back, you'll tell him what he wants to know. Now, keep warm." Katie went quiet for a while after hearing this, but from my expression, I could tell that my heart was intense. Without such a face around, Harry also had the desire to stay there again. She drank the butterbeer in the glass in 2 or 8 gulps, stared at Ron and drank half of the glass. Before Xukiao drank the whole glass, she immediately said, "Go back." "Okay." Ron nodded, and the 8 of them returned to the snowstorm before they finished paying. The weather is good, it will affect the nature of people's play. With us, not many people also choose to go back to the cool castle of Hogwarts. In the back is meeting our acquaintance Xukiao Bell, who is also the pursuer of the Quidditch team. You have a box wrapped in your hand, talking and laughing with your friends. Just like that, We stepped on the frozen snow and walked towards the castle with difficulty in the face of the blizzard that was still there. But for a moment, the squeaky voice reached Katie and our ears through the wind and snow. Following the sound, it was Hermione and your friend, two boys who were arguing over the box outside Hermione's hand. Suddenly, Hermione's friend reached out to grab something out of Xiao's hand, and Hermione yanked back hard, and the box fell to the ground. In the last second, Hermione floated up. Her 7 limbs stretched out naturally, her eyes were closed, her hair was blown up and down by the wind, like a fairy. A few seconds later, a shrill scream suddenly sounded out. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 313 Allegation. As if possessed by a demon, Katie floated in the air at a height of more than 3 meters, waving her limbs violently and uncontrollably. Her friend Linny was terrified, clutching at Katie's ankle, screaming like her. Harry and Ron hurried over to help Linny pull Katie down. Hermione waved her hand, and a spell fell on Katie, causing her to fall directly to the ground. Seeing this, Linny and Harry hurriedly held her limbs, but it was difficult for them to control her, as Katie was twisting too much. What should I do? Hermione, is there a way? Harry yelled, holding Katie's legs tightly with his hands, and within a short while of talking, his face was hit by Katie's knees several times. No. I don't recognize what kind of curse it is. Hermione took out her wand and directed a red light at the sky. Hold on, someone will come over soon. Better hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Ron was caught by Katie's hand several times while speaking. Hermione hadn't given the signal a minute before someone came over. Looking at the huge figure, he knew that it was Hagrid, and in the direction of Hogsmeade, Tunks and a few guys he didn't know also surrounded him, and there were many students who followed the signal and ran over. What's the matter? What's the matter? Hagrid shouted loudly, and with a big wave of his hand, he pulled away the students who were watching, stared at Katie for a few moments, and bent down to hug her without saying a word. Turned around and ran towards the castle. Beside, Tunks and those Aurors also drove, beginning to disperse the onlookers. When everyone dispersed, Tunks came over with a frown. Seeing Linny, who was crying, and Harry and the others who were comforting her, he asked, "Who can tell me what's going on? How could she fall in love? Such a vicious curse?" Hermione was hugging Linny and comforting her in a low voice. When she heard Tunks' question, Linny cried and replied, I don't know. That box was like this when it was opened. The box? Tunks looked in the direction that Linny pointed, and saw a beautiful small box on the snow not far away. The lid was open, and there seemed to be a faint light shining inside. Ron made a gesture to bend down to pick it up, but Harry gave him a hand. "Don't touch it." He bent down and looked very seriously at the shining thing in the box. It was a gorgeous opal necklace. "I've seen this thing before," said Harry. "It was in Borgin's box a few years ago, and the label said it was enchanted. Katie must have come across it." Tunks nodded when he heard that, then turned to Linny and asked, "How did the girl get this thing?" "When she came out of the toilet of the 3 broomsticks, she was holding this box in her hand, saying that she was going to give it to someone. At that time, she had a very strange expression when she spoke." Linny's expression suddenly changed as she spoke. "Changed? I know. She must have been hit by the Imperious Curse. I didn't even realize at the time." Before he could finish speaking, he cried heartbreakingly again, and buried his head directly in Hermione's arms. "Did she say who gave it to her?" Tunks asked again. "No, she won't say." Linny showed a weeping face from Hermione's arms. "I had a big argument with her, saying that she was in a daze and she must not take this thing with her back to school, but she didn't listen. Later, I thought about snatching this thing from her. Who would have thought?" Before finishing speaking, she buried her back in Hermione's arms. Tunks nodded when he heard this, and said, "The matter is very clear. Someone wants to use Katie's hand to bring this dangerous black magic item into the castle. It's not safe here anymore. You all go back immediately. Go to the castle." After finishing speaking, he said to the 2 ARUO next to him, We have to tell the captain to dismiss all the students, and then quickly go to the 3 broomsticks to search. I hope I can gain something. As soon as the words fell, Tunks nodded slightly towards Harry and the others, and left in a hurry with the 2 ARUO. Let's go. Harry sighed, took off the scarf, and carefully wrapped the box inside. Hagrid should have taken Katie to Madame Pomfrey. We have to take this thing there for her to see. Look. Hermione helped Linny to her feet and followed Harry and Ron to the castle. Along the way, Harry looked preoccupied, and when they walked into the campus and stepped onto the open space in front of the castle, they finally couldn't help it. Trust me, Ron, Malfoy must have made this, he said to Ron. 4 years ago, when I was hiding in Borgenbergs, Malfoy looked at it carefully. We followed it during the summer vacation. His time, he must have gone to get this thing. This ... Harry, I'm not sure, you know, there are a lot of people going to the Borgenberg store. Besides, didn't Linny say that Katie got it from the toilet? Ron hesitated, whispered back. Not the women's room. She just said Katie had it in her hand when she came out of the toilet. Ron cut Harry off before he could finish. He pouted in one direction and warned, Professor McGonagall. What? Harry looked back, and saw Professor McGonagall, wrapped in a dark green robe, coming towards them against the wind and snow. Hagrid said that the 4 of you witnessed the whole process of Katie's accident, so come to my office immediately. Professor McGonagall said, it's the thing that killed Katie. Harry said, handing it forward. Oh my God. Professor McGonagall quickly snatched the scarf from Harry, with a nervous expression. Quick, go to my office now. As soon as he turned around, he saw Filch holding a black magic item. The probe walked towards them with a look of excitement. Professor McGonagall quickly said, no, Filch. They are with me. Also, you are reading www. Send this to Professor Snape immediately there. Now, don't touch it, keep it wrapped in a scarf. Professor McGonagall carried her robe and led Harry and others to her office quickly. She quickly walked around the table and sat on a chair, looked at Harry and they asked seriously, tell me, what's going on? Linny began to cry, but she cried so much that she spoke in fits and starts, until she broke down completely when it came to her going to take the box from Katie's hand. He fell headfirst into Hermione's arms, unable to utter a word. Okay, Professor McGonagall rubbed his forehead and said, Linny, go to the school hospital and ask Madame Pomfrey to give you some medicine to calm down the shock. Linny sobbed for a while, and finally stabilized a little under Hermione's soft comfort. After giving a slight nod to Professor McGonagall, Harry and others, he turned and opened the door and left. After she left, Professor McGonagall looked at Harry and asked, what happened after Katie touched that necklace? She rose into the air, screaming piercingly, said Harry. Professor McGonagall, can I see Professor Dumbledore? He won't be back until next Monday, Potter. Professor McGonagall said, with a serious expression on his face. You can tell me anything you want to say about this matter. Harry hesitated for a moment, embarrassed. He didn't know that he should tell Professor McGonagall everything. Although she is the head of Gryffindor, to be honest, Harry and her relationship are not as close as the always invisible Dumbledore. After a long time, he said slowly, Professor, I think Draco Malfoy gave Katie this necklace. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 314, A Little Trick. The atmosphere in Professor McGonagall's office was a bit awkward. Harry stared at Professor McGonagall intently, while Ron next to him rubbed his nose awkwardly. Hermione looked normal, standing quietly on the other side. This is a very serious accusation, Potter. Professor McGonagall paused in astonishment, and his tone became more serious. Do you have evidence? No. But, during the summer vacation, we saw Malfoy go to Borgenbergs by himself. Harry recounted what he saw during the summer vacation, plus his own guesses. But when he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall was a little confused. So, you didn't see or hear that Malfoy got the necklace from Borgenbergs? Professor McGonagall asked. No, but Professor. Harry was about to say something, but was stopped by Professor McGonagall raising his hand. Okay, Potter, thank you for telling me this, but we can't think that Mr. Malfoy has anything to do with this incident just because he has been to that store," Professor McGonagall said. "Also, this year we have strengthened our you can see all these safety precautions. I don't believe that Nicholas will enter this school without our knowledge." "But, also," Professor McGonagall interrupted Harry again, "Mr. Malfoy did not go to Hogsmeade today." "What?" Harry was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't believe what he heard. "How do you know, Professor?" "Because he is in confinement with me, Potter," Professor McGonagall said, having failed to complete the Transfiguration homework twice in a row. "I think he needs a quieter environment to complete those things that should be done." "Okay, thank you for telling me this, but now I'm going to visit Katie Bell in the school hospital." With that said, Professor McGonagall stood up and strode away from the three of them. She opened the door of the office and stood by watching them. The three of Harry had no choice but to leave behind. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Harry's face was full of anger. He was very angry that Professor McGonagall didn't believe him, and also angry that Ron and Hermione didn't support him just now. At this time, Hermione, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She turned and said, "To the room of requirement, Harry." "Ron, the room of requirement?" Harry was taken aback when he heard the words, but then he reacted. The anger on his face became even worse, and he replied angrily, "Okay, let's go then." Hermione nodded and headed towards the room of requirement. After she turned around, Ron gently pulled Harry down from behind, but he was thrown straight away. Seeing Harry striding after him, Ron was taken aback for a moment, and then he could only chase after him helplessly. They came to the door of the room of requirement. Harry was about to call out the door according to the previous method, but Hermione stopped him. Without explaining, he walked back and forth in front of the wall 3 times, and a door Harry had never seen before appeared there. "Coming." Harry and Ron looked at each other, followed Hermione into the door, and then froze in place. The decoration of this room is full of Ravenclaw style. The carpet, sofa back and even the curtains are all blue, especially the carpet, with an eagle embroidered in the middle. Around, there are 2 walls are bookshelves, filled with all kinds of books. Opposite the door is a fireplace, on which there are all kinds of strange objects. On the remaining side, 2 tables stood side by side, one with a cauldron on it, and the other clean except for a carving knife. "Where is this, Hermione?" Harry frowned and asked suspiciously, "Can the room of requirement do this?" "Of course." Hermione nodded, beckoned Harry and Ron to sit down on the sofa, snapped her fingers, and 3 cups suddenly appeared on the coffee table, filled with lemon tea. She picked up the cup and took a sip, and the 2 of them froze when she opened her mouth again. "It used to be a secret between Ike and I, and you 2 were the only ones who came in besides us." "Ike?" Harry's face was reddened with naked eyes, and he felt that his anger was on the top of his head, and he immediately shouted, "You still have contact with that traitor?" "As I said, there are no more now," Hermione immediately retorted. "Besides, he's not the kind of person you think." "What kind of person is that?" Harry asked immediately. "Someone like Snape." Snape. Snape. Hermione's calm reply made Harry's anger worse, but he reacted immediately. Although in his impression Snape had always been a hateful Death Eater, in fact, he was Dumbledore's man and provided the Order of the Phoenix with a lot of extremely useful information. "Is he Dumbledore's man too?" Harry asked. "Strictly speaking, no, but in the fight against the mysterious man, he is on the same front as us." "Then why?" Before Harry could finish, Hermione continued, "As long as we don't block his way." "Wait. What does this mean?" Ron interjected. "Why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen?" Hearing this, Hermione took a deep breath, put down the cup in her hand, and said, "Ike is different from us. He has his own goals. He joined the Death Eaters and followed the mysterious man because the mysterious man could give him certain things. Help. There's what he needs." "What? I mean, what exactly does he want?" Harry asked. "Magic." "Magic?" Harry said excitedly. "He can do the same at Hogwarts. There are so many in the district." "But he'd already seen it, in our 4th year," said Hermione. "Actually, No wonder, Harry muttered. He felt that he already knew the reason why Ike and Hermione had such strong spellcasting abilities. There is no doubt that it is because they have all read Quirrell's book and learned the magic above. Thinking about it again, Harry also noticed that many things that happened before have clues to follow. At least several times when Ike could kill himself, he chose to keep his hand. Then why did he kill Mundungus? At this moment, Ron asked in confusion. I don't know about that. Hermione shook her head. As I said, the most important thing to Ike is the goal that we don't know, and everything he does is to achieve that goal. Maybe Mundungus was in his way. I don't know. What's that? Harry said angrily. You were reading www. Did Mundungus die in vain? After finishing speaking, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a big sip. Ron next to him shook his head helplessly when he heard the words, and also took a sip of the lemon tea in the cup. Does Dumbledore know? Harry asked, putting down his glass. I should know. Hermione nodded. Dumbledore believed in him, just like he believed in Snape, and Ike also made an unbreakable oath with Dumbledore. Hearing this, Harry and Ron glanced at each other, feeling a lot more relieved. Nothing else can convince them, but an unbreakable vow can. By the way, at this moment, Hermione suddenly interrupted the small movements of the two, with a smile on her face, and said, What I told you today, you can't tell anyone else, even Deng Xiaoping. Neither does Bullido. Why? Didn't you say that Dumbledore knew at %? Harry was stunned suddenly, and tried to say it again, but it was still a series of words that he couldn't understand at all. Ron next to him also tried it, and it was the same. The two looked at Hermione, who was smiling, and felt a chill down their backs. Hermione, what did you do? It's just a trick to make sure you don't talk nonsense. Also, to be on the safe side, unless I take the initiative to mention it in the future, you will forget what I said here today. Of course, don't worry too much. When the time is right, this magic will be lifted naturally. And when is that? Harry and Ron asked in unison. Hermione smiled sweetly and winked at the two of them. Of course it's the right time. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 321 1 Kill 3 Plans. Is this the place where you grew up, little master? Under the tall oak tree, McNeil drove the car Mike beside him and asked softly. But Ike didn't reply, just quietly looking at the somewhat active oak tree in front of him, touching it with his hand. He even closed his eyes slightly. Seeing this, McNeil couldn't help sighing silently. He had no idea why Ike brought him here. Is it just because there is a place for his precious memories? Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for a person as strong, cold-blooded, and resolute as the Little Master to have any weaknesses. Like the Dark Lord, he should be born to make a big career. McNeil was puzzled, but did not continue to ask the bottom line. For so many years under Lao Fu's command, if there is one thing he must insist on, it is never to explore the Master's thoughts. That would die quickly. Oh, is it so? Ike murmured, but his hand was still on the oak tree. He took a step forward and put his forehead on it. McNeil still didn't speak, and didn't think there was anything weird about Ike's behavior. There are a lot of strange abilities in the magic world. It is not uncommon to be able to talk to plants with Yirong Animagus, Parseltong, Natural Occlumency Master, Mind Reading and Prophecy. After a while, Ike walked away from the oak tree, glanced at the respectful McNeil beside him, and said, "Let's go. The teacher is still waiting for us." With that said, he was about to apparat and leave. At this moment, McNeil spoke up. "Little Master, with all due respect, don't you really want to take a look?" "No need," Ike replied. "Let's go." This time, McNeil didn't say anything more. He knew very well that some things only needed to be mentioned once. The two returned to Malfoy Manor, and went straight to the castle along the road in the manor. There are a lot of people gathered here now, and they all bow their heads in respect when Ike passes by. Ike didn't look sideways, completely ignoring the meaning of these guys. Of course, the same is true for McNeil. In any case, their status is much higher than this group of people. Little Master Lucius Malfoy was waiting for them in front of the castle gate. Azkaban's life has made him haggard a lot, his beard is unshaven, and he has completely lost the delicate, elegant, and haughty look he used to have. Although the clothes were still the same as usual, it was more like a fig leaf in the eyes of others, barely retaining a trace of the face of the Malfoy family. Mr. Malfoy, is the teacher busy? Ike stopped and asked calmly. The master specifically ordered that you go in directly when you come back, Lucius Malfoy said. I came here to greet you. Thank you then. With that said, old Malfoy stretched out his hand and walked ahead, leading Ike and McNeil into the castle. There are also many people in the castle. The difference from those outside is that the people here are all pure-blooded human wizards. Unlike outside, there are werewolves and vampires. In fact, there are only 2 people in the entire castle who are not pure blood, and they are the 2 with the highest status. I have to say, this is somewhat ironic. Ike was thinking in his heart, but his face was very calm. He slightly bowed to Lao Fu, who was sitting at the head of the long table in the living room, and said respectfully, Teacher, I am back. Ike, very good. Come here and sit next to me. Lao Fu raised his hand and slowly beckoned. The dead disciples bowed their heads slightly to him. After Ike sat down, Lao Fu went on to say, How, did you find anything? No, teacher, Ike replied. Dumbledore did go there, but he doesn't know his purpose. That's it. It doesn't matter, the left and right are just for you to look around, and it doesn't affect our plan. Lao Fu said, looking at the Death Eaters sitting by the long table, and looking in through the living room door. The expressions of the crowd suddenly became serious. I'm very disappointed in you, he said, and everyone couldn't help but tremble when they heard the sound, and lowered their heads unconsciously. As the active party, Ike only killed a few moles and mudbloods during the few weeks when Ike rescued you from Azkaban. Lao Fu was furious. Could it be that Azkaban weakened your fighting spirit? If this is the case, then I have to say it's a pity. Because you are not worthy to be my servants, my followers. I should have let Ike bury you with that tower. Waste. Lao Fu's wand swung fiercely, and dozens of spells fell on everyone except Ike almost at the same time, knocking them into the air and falling heavily to the ground. No one dared to utter the slightest groan. Instead, they knelt down facing Lao Fu as soon as they landed, with their heads lowered, and made a confession that seemed to come from the soul. Master, please forgive me. Ha! Lao Fu snorted coldly, glaring at the group of guys kneeling on the ground. He waved the sleeves of his robe. After a while, get up, he said. You should be thankful that you still have a little bit of use. But next, I don't want to hear any more news that only shows your incompetence. Yes, Master. Throughout the whole process, Ike sat quietly on the chair and looked at the long table in front of him. You read www. Very seriously, as if studying how the patterns on it were carved. After everyone else returned to their positions tremblingly, he said softly, Teacher, the next arrangement is, during this time, I've been thinking about one thing. Lao Fu rubbed the top of his smooth head, his eyes narrowed unconsciously. Why, our contribution and reward are so disproportionate. Later, I found out that our goal has actually deviated a bit, or in other words, we can be more determined. Teacher, I don't understand. Ike asked at the right time, and got Lao Fu a satisfied look. The ones who insist on resisting us now are that old fellow Dumbledore, and the other is that idiot Scrimgeour. It's like if you want a person to lose the ability to walk, the easiest way is to cut off his 2 legs. As he said, Lao Fu took the hand on top of his head, and his red pupils flickered frighteningly. Fierce light, then. Scrimgeour is undoubtedly the easiest target to achieve. But, Master. Rookwood looked at Lao Fu timidly, his body still trembling slightly. Scrimgeour has been under the strict protection of the Ministry of Magic. As we seem to be we need to use some method, my stupid servant. Lao Fu said slowly, hiding? Then lure him out. Then. How to do it, teacher? Ike asked again. I think. Lao Fu said, turning his head to look at Ike. Diagonally is pretty good. Off-topic RNG's game is really hot to watch. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 322 The Slug Club. The peaceful life at Hogwarts makes time go by very quickly. It seems that the Quidditch match with Slytherin was not long ago, but in fact, Hagrid has already moved all the 12 Christmas trees that are necessary in the auditorium every year. Up. The railings of the stairs and corridors were wrapped with holly and gold leaf, candles flickered in the helmets of the armor, and at intervals, there were large bunches of mistletoe hanging there. From the day they were hung up, Hogwarts lovers were always seen standing below. Of course, the most is to think the girls looked at Harry with cannibalistic eyes. Everyone wants to taste the lips of the savior, even if it is done in some unethical way. Be careful at night. It's best not to drink with others. In the common room, Hermione held a book and said to the frowning Harry, I went to the bathroom before, and there were many girls there. They're all talking about getting you to drink the love potion. They all want you to take the love potion to Slughorn's party. You saw the love potion from Fred and George, too, where they bought it. I remember. Isn't that forbidden? Harry asked, puzzled. Owls will be checked. How did they get into the castle? And, why didn't you confiscate them? They didn't bring the potions into the bathroom, who knows where, said Hermione, closing the book, and Fred and George sent them in as perfume and cough drops. You know so much. Harry looked distressed and sighed. In short, be careful. There is no potion in this world that can remove the love potion. Hermione left after finishing speaking. She had to prepare her clothes for the evening. Slughorn didn't want partygoers to dress too primmily, so school uniforms were out of the question. But Hermione had nothing else. No, there was one, but she didn't want to wear it on this occasion. Harry remained for a while longer in the common room, alone. Not long after the new semester, Ron and Lavender got on good terms. Basically, they were together except when they were in class and copying Hermione's homework. As a friend, Harry was very happy for Ron, but honestly, it was annoying at times. Those two people are really embarrassing sometimes. Leaving the common room, Harry kept thinking about what Hermione said just now. He is not blind. He can clearly see the eyes of those girls staring at him. He also knew that the only way to refuse those troubles was to find a female companion. Just who to look for. The faces of the girls he knew emerged in his mind. Only one made him feel a little strange, and it was that girl. It was impossible to accept his invitation. Hi Harry. As he was walking, a voice stopped him. Harry turned around. His eyes brightened. Hey Luna. What are you doing here? He asked. I just came out of the bathroom. Luna looked at Harry with her empty eyes and tilted her head. Although she didn't say anything, Harry coughed in embarrassment. Are you nervous, Harry? Luna asked. Ahem, no. By the way, how is your semester? I haven't seen you all this time. It's good. Not anymore. I'm a little lonely, but Ginny is very good. And stopped two boys from calling me crazy girl a few days ago. Luna replied. The atmosphere in the courtyard is it's strange. It seems that the disturbing horsefly has messed up their brains. Really? Harry nodded slightly when he heard the words, and at the same time mustered up his courage, and asked, would you like to go to Professor Slughorn's party with me tonight? Party? With you? Luna looked at Harry in surprise, which made Harry very nervous and a little incoherent. Yeah, we're all taking guests. Maybe, I mean as friends, you know. But if no, I am willing to go with you. Luna smiled happily. As a friend. Great. Well, I mean, I'll meet you in the foyer at 8 o'clock in the evening. After making an agreement with Luna, Harry felt relieved as if a big rock had been lifted from the bottom of his heart. But obviously, he relaxed too soon. Little did he expect that when he invited Luna, Peeves was hiding nearby. So, by the time he got back to the common room, it was pretty much all over Hogwarts. Everyone was very surprised, including Ron. You can choose anyone, and I mean anyone, Ron said in surprise at dinner, but you chose Luna. I think it's fine, put in Ginny. I'm glad you took her. Harry. Okay, you all go. Ron said a little sourly, but he became elated in an instant, because Lavender and Parvati came in, and the two immediately hugged each other. Like I said before, they are very good at embarrassing people, especially Parvati, who came in with Lavender. Hi, Harry, Hermione, Ginny. Professor Slughorn's party, said Hermione. Are you going? No one invited me. Parvati was a little frustrated when he heard this. I really want to go. It sounds like it will be great. Then you go with me. You are reading www. Hermione immediately sent out the invitation, which immediately surprised everyone else. Is this ... is this appropriate? Parvati could be seen to be very happy, but also a little bit embarrassed. There is no regulation on the gender of the guests, is there? How about it? Do you want to go together? Hermione looked at Parvati and said, when? Of course, it's great. Then let's go back and get ready now. Time is tight and there are a lot of things to do. First of all, you need a beautiful dress. After saying that, the two left the auditorium directly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when Harry came to the hall, there were many girls gathered here. He found Luna with those vicious and complaining eyes. She was wearing a very normal bright silver dress, which was beyond his expectation. Let's go, said Harry. Okay, Luna replied. By the way, where is the party? Professor Slughorn's office, said Harry. Uncomfortable eyes, and Luna walked out. I heard that there are vampires. This is very strange. I thought they all went to the ... I mean the Dark Lord's place. They chatted as they made their way to Slughorn's office. As they walked, laughter and the sound of music gradually came to their ears, and when they came outside the office door, those voices became louder. Harry knocked on the door, and the door opened soon, and Professor Slughorn's huge belly appeared in front of him for the first time. Harry, my boy, he said loudly, looking very happy, come in, everyone here can't wait to see you. As he spoke, he put his arms around Harry's shoulders, and pulled him into the room involuntarily. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 323 Confirmation. Slughorn's office should have been covered with a no-trace stretching charm, which is much larger than the impression, and it can be clearly seen that it has been carefully replanted. Golden green drapes hung on the ceiling and walls, and a golden crystal lantern hung in the middle. There is a soft wool carpet under your feet, and several musical instruments are placed in the corner, playing sweet music. There were a lot of people gathered in the room, in twos and threes. Some were very old, wearing tall hats, laughing and chatting while smoking pipes. And house elves walked among the people with heavy silver plates, so low that they looked at first glance like little enchanted tables. Harry, I want you to meet my former student, Elder Walpole. Slughorn pulled Harry next to a thin, bespectacled man, author of Living Among Vampires, and, of course, his friend Bloody. Walpole shook Harry's hand enthusiastically, but his friend the vampire Cindy didn't come over, and was still chatting with the group of girls who were curious about him. I'm so happy to meet you, Walpole said excitedly. I told Professor Slughorn that day. Where is the Harry Potter that everyone is looking forward to? Harry said with some embarrassment. There shouldn't be such a book. Really? Walpole seemed more excited. Actually, I would like to write this book, and now people are very eager to know you. If you want, you only need to accept a few interviews with me, each time about 4 or 5 hours. It only takes a few months. I guarantee you can read the book, and it will not cost you anything at all. You can't imagine how much money we can make. Sorry, I'm really not interested in this. Harry refused directly, and looked into the distance. I saw a friend. Sorry. Harry apologized to Walpole again, and stopped Luna, who had been watching curiously, to walk around him and go inside. There, Hermione and Parvati were chatting with 2 members of the Weird Sisters. Hermione, Parvati. Harry and Luna greeted Hermione and Parvati. You really came together? Of course, Hermione said indifferently. As I said, no one cares. While talking, the 4 of them squeezed towards the corner of the room, taking a few glasses of mead from the moving silver plates along the way. However, they didn't expect that there would already be people in this corner. "Good evening, Professor Trelawney," Luna greeted. "Good evening, my dear." Professor Trelawney seemed a little drunk, and still had a half bottle of sherry in his hand. "I haven't seen you this year. You give up divination yet?" "I took Professor Firenze's class," Luna said. This answer made Professor Trelawney very angry, and began to speak ill of Firenze angrily. But it wasn't long before she noticed Harry trying to hide himself. "Dear child, Harry Potter," she said drunkenly, "those rumors, stories, the savior Tanmu told me very early. But, why don't you come to the divination class? This class is especially important to you." "Sybil, we all feel that our class is very important." Harry swore that he had never been so grateful for Professor Slughorn's arrival. "I swear, he's a genius at potions, like his mother." Even Severus. Saying this, Slughorn caught Harry's horrified eyes from nowhere. Snape tugged towards him. "Oh Severus, I was just talking about Harry's talent in potions." "Really?" Snape still stared at Harry with a cold face, and said slowly, "This is something I have never discovered." "Ha ha, I'm telling you Severus, he's a genius. You should really see the living hell potion he made in the first class. No student has ever made it better than him for the first time." Slughorn said loudly. His eyes glanced at Hermione, who was quietly drinking mead next to Harry, and he couldn't help but pause. "Oh, of course, and Hermione, Miss Granger's talent is something we all know," Snape said calmly, and Harry nodded in surprise, and Hermione also raised her glass in response. Professor Slughorn obviously didn't want the topic to turn to Hermione. After all, compared to Hermione, Harry was more famous and more in line with his temperament. Just yet it didn't take long for him to bring the topic back bluntly, and Filch dragged Malfoy over. "Professor Slughorn, I found this boy hiding in the corridor upstairs, sneaking around, saying that he was invited by you to the party." Filch's eyes flickered with madness. Did he send an invitation?" Before Professor Slughorn could speak, Malfoy shook Filch away vigorously, and said angrily, "That's enough. I wasn't invited." "Are you happy?" "No, but you're in trouble." "Remember." At this moment, Snape suddenly made a sound. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed Malfoy's arm. Malfoy immediately struggled violently, but compared to Filch, Snape's strength was much stronger, and he couldn't break free at all. "I'm sorry, Professor Slughorn, I'm his dean. You are reading www. I will teach him what is polite and etiquette." After speaking, he was about to pull Malfoy away. "Wait, Severus," said Professor Slughorn, "it's Christmas. Don't be too harsh. He can stay here." "No." Snape immediately refused. "I can't tolerate such a wrong move by my college students." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Malfoy away. Seeing this scene, Harry couldn't help being concerned, winked at Hermione and squeezed out. As soon as he went out, he took out the invisibility cloak from his pocket and put it on. Now the corridor is empty and there is no one at all. But the next step was a bit difficult. He didn't see Snape and Malfoy at all, even though they came out from behind. While calculating where they might appear in the bottom of his heart, he checked door by door along the corridor. Finally, outside an empty classroom approaching the stairs, he heard 2 people talking. "No more mistakes, Draco. It's none of my business. I didn't do it. I know what you're doing, but it's useless. What do you want to hide from your master? I don't want you to get involved. I have a plan. It just takes a long time." The voices in the room fluctuated, and Harry couldn't hear them very clearly through the door. But even so, he also heard a lot of crucial information, like Snape making an unbreakable vow, or Malfoy has a plan. But the most important thing is that the 2 of them are indeed Voldemort's people. Harry heard it very well. The 2 of them called Voldemort. "Master, if you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest." Chapter 324 Helplessness and Sadness. Harry didn't go back to Professor Slughorn's party, but went straight back to the dormitory, and went to sleep full of thoughts. The next day, he returned to the burrow with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. This is something that has been decided long ago. After all, compared to Black's old house, the burrow is still more smoky. Moreover, the defense measures there are also worthy of everyone's trust. Harry liked the environment of the burrow, and so did Hermione, but Ron couldn't tell. As soon as he got back, Mrs. Weasley dragged him to help in the kitchen, where he had to deal with a huge pile of Brussels sprouts. It's very troublesome. Mrs. Weasley doesn't like people using magic at home, so he can only do it one by one with a knife. Fortunately, Harry decided to help him. "What did you hear last night?" While processing, Hermione leaned over, warmed her hands with a cup of tea, and took a sip from time to time. This scene aroused the envy of the two, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was the preferential treatment for girls. Harry sighed and told the two of what he had heard last night. He didn't find a chance to say anything along the way, because they came over through the temporary flu network, but he was overwhelmed. "Snape said he would help him." "Did he really say he would help him?" Ron said with a frown, grasping the point. "Yes," said Harry. "He said he promised Malfoy's mother, and made an unbreakable vow." "Unbreakable oath?" "It's impossible." Ron was dumbfounded. "That's not Snape at all." "I'm sure I heard it right, but what does it mean?" "The unbreakable oath cannot be broken, and if you break it, you will die." Hermione took a sip of hot tea and said softly, "Ron is right this time. It really doesn't look like something Snape would do. However, we can also be sure that what Malfoy is going to do is very important to the Dark Lord." "Yes, and he already has a plan, but we don't know what that plan is, and he didn't even tell Snape." Before Harry could finish speaking, Ron interrupted. Did you tell Dumbledore about this?" "Of course." Harry immediately nodded and replied, "If I see him, you know, he can't be found at school, and I don't know if he will come today." "Dumbledore won't be coming," said Hermione, "but Lupin and Sirius will be." "That's the same as telling them," said Harry. "I'll tell Dumbledore when I see him, when he's teaching me again." They chatted slowly like this, and the number of people in the kitchen gradually increased. The twins, Ginny, Bill, and Fleur. By the time Mr. Weasley came in with Lupin and Sirius, dinner was ready. At this time, Harry finally found the opportunity to talk about the matter with Mr. Weasley. Lupin and Sirius spoke, but the reaction of the three was not as he expected. They all looked very calm. "Curious, isn't it, Harry?" Sirius asked with a smile. "Yes. Why?" Harry looked at Sirius suspiciously, and heard Sirius say, "Because we already knew these things." "What?" Harry was stunned. "How do you know?" "Snape said it," interposed Mr. Weasley, "at an order meeting." How could he? He wasn't. Dumbledore trusted him, Harry, Lupin said calmly. "And, we all have to admit, Snape did tell us a lot." "It's hard to admit, but he did some good things." Sirius frowned and said, "Harry, believe me, I hate that snot-nosed Snape more than you do, and I wish he really worked for you-know-who, then I can teach him a severe lesson. But unfortunately, he didn't give me this chance." "What about Malfoy?" Harry asked. "Malfoy, huh?" Sirius sneered and stopped talking, or Mr. Weasley explained to Harry, "You probably don't know. That's right, they won't tell the public about such things. Malfoy Manor is already a stronghold of the Death Eaters, Harry." "What?" Harry, Hermione and Ron were all stunned when they heard the words. "Then why don't you go?" "Because it can't be done," Mr. Weasley said with a sigh. "You don't understand, Harry, we have no ability to break through neither the Ministry of Magic nor the Order of the Phoenix. Moreover, they also hid the location of the manor." At this time, Sirius sighed, and said, "Harry, you guys don't know many things at school. In fact, it's not that we don't want to arrest those guys quickly, but we can't do anything about it." Looking at the three of them who didn't look very good, Harry couldn't help but feel a little powerless. Suddenly, he knew why Dumbledore was not at school this semester. He must be dealing with difficult things. "You were reading www. Hey, don't show such an expression, it's not that serious yet." Sirius made a grimace, and said with a smile, although there is no way to break into their base camp. Haven't you noticed? There are a lot fewer attacks outside now, he said, and he winked at Lupine next to him. Did you say so, Moonface? Ah. Yes, Lupine said, Padfoot is right, it's just a stalemate, it's still good for us. Afterwards, Lupine and Sirius talked a lot more, and they were still talking when dinner was over and they left. It worked, I have to say. At least the pessimism was gone from Harry's face when they left. But what is in his heart, only he knows. They still slept together with Ron at night, and when they woke up the next day, the foot of their bed was already piled with many presents, basically the same as in previous years. Only one from Cretcher made Harry very angry. The house elf of the Black family never liked him, so he gave him a box of live maggots. When Harry opened the box, it exploded all over the room, and fell into the box Lavender gave Ron. Loved scarf. You really shouldn't have opened that box. Ron shook the maggots off the scarf vigorously while helping Harry clean up the mess, with a bit of complaint in his tone. He still cherishes this gift from Lavender. Looking at the rippling smile on Ron's face, Harry vaguely felt that they were serious. Thinking of this, I couldn't help feeling sad. It seems that only I am still single. If you like Hogwarts magic research, please collect it. Hogwarts magic research updates the fastest. Chapter 330 Diagon Alley 5. By the time Ike and Bella arrive on the battlefield, the battle is mostly over. The power of the Ministry of Magic was not consumed much, and nearly 100 people gathered together. In comparison, the losses of Lao Fu's subordinates were a bit big. The werewolves once again ushered in attrition, and some dark wizards also died, with many more casualties than the Ministry of Magic. It can be said that in the collision with the core strength of the Ministry of Magic, the Death Eaters were at a disadvantage. But they won, for V's wand was on Scrimgeour's forehead. Scrimgeour was floating in the air uncontrollably, one leg was dripping blood on the ground non-stop. It looked like he was useless. He raised his head, but his face was still cold, and his bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Voldemort in front of him, without even blinking. It seems that you are very unconvinced, Your Excellency the Minister, Lao Fu said softly, and slightly exerted force on the wand on Scrimgeour's forehead, causing his body to tremble unconsciously. You are doomed to fail, Voldemort. Scrimgeour gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain in his body, and squeezed out the words through his teeth. But you can't see it anymore, Your Excellency Minister. Lao Fu showed a frightening smile, retracted his wand slightly, and said in his mouth, Avada Nord big melon. Chirp. As soon as the green light shot out from the tip of the staff, a group of red flames suddenly appeared in front of Scrimgeour's forehead, swallowing Lao Fu's death curse in one gulp. Then, the red light quickly dimmed, and a bird with bright feathers quickly became bold until it fell straight to the ground. As soon as it landed, the flames flashed past, leaving only a handful of fly ash. At the same time, an old man with white beard and hair appeared between Scrimgeour and Lao Fu. He swung his wand violently, and a dazzling white light hit Lao Fu directly. Lao Fu took a few steps back quickly, and stretched out his hand to block the spell. Just in a hurry, he was still staggered by the power of the curse, and took a few steps back to stabilize his figure. Looking up, his face suddenly became hideous. Dumbledore. Hello, Tom. Dumbledore's wand was still facing Lao V, so that he would not dare to move rashly. Scrimgeour, who was behind him, was rescued by the Aurors, and they hurriedly poured him a bottle of healing potion. The bleeding was stopped. But that's all. The leg injured by Lao Fu's magic still can't use his strength. It seems that it needs to be treated in Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Scrimgeour stood up with the support of his subordinates. A stern look appeared on his normally serious face. He stared at Lao Fu on the opposite side, and said loudly, "Kill him, Dumbledore." "Sorry, I can't do this." Dumbledore's voice sounded. Tom is not the only one on the other side. His words made everyone notice the person who seemed to appear next to Lao Fu suddenly, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Perhaps, facing Voldemort alone, Dumbledore could still try to defeat him, but with one more Ike, there is only one way to lose. Dumbledore is not the same as he was half a year ago, and Ike is not the same as before. So, is it going to be a decisive battle today, Tom? Dumbledore said, looking at Voldemort in front of him. Hey, hey! Voldemort sneered, glanced at Dumbledore, who was facing him with a calm expression, but secretly calculated in his heart. Sudden, he swung his wand violently, and at the same time Ike also sent a white light into the sky. Old V's magic was blocked by Dumbledore, but the others did not stop Ike's spell. The white light shot straight into the sky, and exploded violently at a height of more than 20 meters. In the next second, something seemed to shatter in the sky, and a little bit of soft light scattered like a burst bubble. Lao Fu didn't visit the garden at all, and flew away as soon as his body turned into black smoke. The others were a little slower, but they also shot up into the sky. Stop them, don't let them escape, Scrimgeour shouted, but it was a step too late. By the time his subordinates reacted, even Ike, who was the last to leave, had disappeared in place. Damn it! Scrimgeour cursed secretly, glanced at the calm Dumbledore beside him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Without saying a word, he broke free from the two pairs of hands supporting him, turned around staggeringly, and shouted to the somewhat confused subordinates behind, "Go back! Let's go back!" Dumbledore just stood there, watching the people from the Ministry of Magic leave one by one, also without saying a word. He bent down, picked up Fox Reborn from the ashes, teased him a few times with his fingers, and carefully put him into his breast pocket. Only his bald head was exposed. Then he waved his wand, turned his body, and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already at the burrow. In the small courtyard in front of the door, everyone was standing there. Seeing Dumbledore appear, Harry asked directly, "Sir, what happened in Diagon Alley?" "I just heard Scrimgeour say Diagon Alley has been attacked." "Oh, of course, please come in." Mrs. Weasley replied immediately, welcoming Dumbledore into the room. Everyone came in, and the already small living room of you reading www seemed even more crowded. Dumbledore took the mead from Mrs. Weasley and thanked him. "Thanks, Molly, this is exactly what I needed." In short, Tom and his henchmen attacked Diagon Alley and nearly destroyed the entire street. Dumbledore narrated to everyone what happened in Diagon Alley just now, and from time to time, some suppressed exclamations would be drawn. In any case, this incident was far beyond their imagination. No one thought that Voldemort would do such a thing and almost kill the Minister of Magic. Okay, let's stop here. I think you will see more things in the Daily Prophet tomorrow, Dumbledore said and stood up, although it may not be a very good time now. But I think I should have a chat with Rufus. The situation is more serious than we thought. Shouldn't you stay a little longer, Dumbledore? Have another mead bar? Mrs. Weasley persuaded. No, Molly, I have to go and visit our minister quickly. With that said, Dumbledore opened the door and walked out, and disappeared directly on the spot after leaving the anti-apparition range. "We're leaving too." Sirius and Lupin looked at each other and stood up. "Thank you for your hospitality, Molly, but you know, there are a lot of things going on in the Order of the Phoenix soon." "Wait, I'll go with you," Mr. Weasley said and picked up the coat on the hanger. "This happened, and I have to go back quickly." Arthur Sirius Remus. Mrs. Weasley clasped her hands to her chest, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but only a simple exhortation remained on her lips. "Be careful and be safe.